Chapter 181. Song Jie took a look at the forest below, and then asked Wang Xiaojun to command the Grey Eagle to fall. At the same time, just as the White Magic Eagle attacked, Song Jie completed the Light Star map, and the painting wall immediately blocked most of the White Magic Eagles. Before, Lingling had already informed him of the news, so Counselor Luo Mian should be here. Just now, Song Jie also deliberately splashed blood, doing so to make them look more like each other. The Grey Eagle carrying Song Jie and Wang Xiaojun fell from midair, and then Song Jie and Wang Xiaojun both collapsed to the ground in a weak manner. Song Jie acting skills are excellent, and Wang Xiaojun's acting skills are immature. But none of it matters. Now they are just waiting for Luo Mian to come to the door. Are you the person who followed Tang Yu before? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from not far away. Song Jie smiled slightly, because he knew that the voice was from Counselor Luo Mian. Old man, you are finally here. And Luo Mian had to come, because he had planned to finish the job. But the two people in front of him got there first. Song Jie did not reply, just watching Luo Mian act. I heard that you were coming to pick the eagle red grass, so I came to support you. Luo Mian asked, where is the eagle red grass? Give it to me. I will take it back immediately. Counselor Luo Mian, the eagle red grass is indeed with us, but we want to take it back ourselves. Song Jie said, little brother, now is not the time to show off. Do you know that every second you waste may cause one more death? Luo Mian said angrily. Luo Mian could see that the two were on guard against him, and he narrowed his eyes immediately. Wang Xiaojun suddenly said, Lingling told me about your crimes. You are a bad person. We will not give you the eagle red grass. Luo Mian looked at the young Wang Xiaojun and asked with a smile, what did she say to you? Song Jie immediately glared at Wang Xiaojun, and Wang Xiaojun beside him did not dare to speak again. Nothing. Counselor Luo Mian, you just heard it wrong. Song Jie smiled and said, young man, you should have a better future. Give me the eagle red grass. I promise that you will leave here alive, and I can also let you join the trial council and sit in a higher position. Counselor Luo Mian painted a big cake for Song Jie. At this time, Wang Xiaojun excitedly advised, brother, you can't give it to him. You forgot that Lingling said that this plague in linen was planned by him. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Counselor Luo Mian's eyes, and his eyes, like swords, were pressing them straight. Song Jie sighed, and immediately completed the star map, and a golden barrier appeared in front of him. Wang Xiaojun, you have done me a disservice. At this moment, Counselor Luo Mian also understood that the two people did not believe him because they had his information. How could it be me? You must have misunderstood. This plague was caused by that big snake. Counselor Luo Mian walked towards them with a smile. Counselor Luo Mian, do you want to kill people to silence them? Song Jie stared at him and said vigilantly. Luo Mian had already moved his murderous intention at this moment, because he believed 90% of what Wang Xiaojun said just now. If those people find more evidence, his career as a counselor will really end. Now time is pressing. He must go back quickly to solve the hidden dangers left behind. Only in this way can he clear all suspicions. And he still has Linen's life-saving straw in his hand. And he will become a great contributor to Linen at that time. Time is urgent. If these two people don't cooperate, just kill them. Who would have thought that he was the one who did it? Luo Mian said coldly, if you want to blame someone, blame you for meddling in my business and ruining my plan. It turns out that the plague in linen was really caused by you. Song Jie said angrily. So what if I did it? So what if I didn't do it? It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. Luo Mian didn't say any more nonsense, and started with curse magic, ready to torture them to death. However, the next moment, what he didn't expect was that Song Jie and Wang Xiaojun disappeared under his nose. Luo Mian saw the two people pass through the golden painting wall. And then, nothing happened. Mr. Luo Mian, it turns out that you are the culprit of this plague. Zhu Ming walked out of the dark and pointed at Luo Mian angrily. How could you? Luo Mian looked at Zhu Ming, Lung Qing, Li Tian, and Tang Zhong and others who came out and panicked. At this moment, Song Jie and Wang Xiaojun were riding on the back of the wind-controlling Sky Eagle, flying towards Linen at the same time. Just now, he used the ability of the painting wall to shuttle them to the location of the painting wall that was released in the air before. This is one of the trump cards that Song Jie mentioned before. Fortunately, everything went smoothly just now. Wang Xiaojun was saved. And Luo Mian also got the punishment he deserved. Xiao Hui. Wang Xiaojun saw the Great Eagle coming back. Waved at it. And a bright smile appeared on his face. Songjie. Songjie. Are you alright? Lingling voice sounded from the headset. We are fine. We are going back now. After hearing that Songjie was safe, Lingling breathed a sigh of relief. And so did the people around her. Lingling said, we have only got some clues so far. So I have to look for more with Mo Fan. Go! Songjie also knew that only by finding more clues could this Luo Mian be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. He cares about his reputation, status and honor. So let him lose everything. Be cursed by the world. And make him live a life worse than death. Back to Linen. Songjie immediately handed the eagle red grass to the person in charge. Seeing that they were busy, he left the laboratory and walked to the living room outside. Tang Yu came upon hearing the news and quickly came to Songjie's side. Are you not injured? Tang Yu looked left and right, anxiously checking Songjie's body. Do you want to take off all your clothes for you to check? Songjie held Tang Yu in his arms and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Tang Yu's pretty face immediately flushed. And she laughed and scolded, not serious. After this crisis is over, I will let you see how serious I am. Songjie laughed and joked. You? Tang Yu hit Songjie's chest. And her ears turned red. After a while, Songjie and Tang Yu walked out of the research institute. I heard that the situation in the West Fortress is not optimistic. Songjie asked. Tang Yu nodded. I only know that the White Magic Eagle Legion invaded Linen. You should have dealt with him. Songjie nodded. They were chased by the White Magic Eagle when they were picking eagle red grass. By the way, when will that big guy finish molting? If it shows its skills in this crisis, it may be recognized by the citizens of Linen. Tang Yu knew that Songjie was thinking about the big guy, and her heart suddenly felt warm. I have thought about it, but I don't know when the big guy will finish molting. Tang Yu also answered uncertainly. Songjie didn't say anything, because he knew Linen would definitely survive this crisis. Then, he lowered his head and pecked Tang Yu's face fiercely. Songjie. Tang Yu looked around. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Chapter 182. The Linen Plague has come to an end, and Counselor Luo Mian's actions will be made public. By then, he will not only be disgraced, but also become a shame to Linen. Spurned by the world, despised by the world, nailed to the pillar of shame by Linen for generations. At this time, no one is paying attention to Luo Mian anymore, because Linen can no longer be defended. Western Fortress. White magic eagles all over the sky. No matter how the military wizard resists and kills, the white magic eagles are like dead soldiers, attacking Songjie without fear of life and death. Songjie, Tang Yu and others are standing on the fortress wall, dealing with the white magic eagles attacking Songjie. He threw a light to the white magic eagle in the sky, and it exploded and fell in large pieces. Those who saw this scene were stunned. Light can still be played like this. Songjie did not pay attention to the eyes around him, and was concentrating on dealing with the white magic eagle. But every time he released light, it surprised the people around him. When did Guangyao become so strong? An old man who was over 100 years old was recovering his magic power. Seeing this scene, he exclaimed, Fuck! 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 This young man, Zhu Meng and others were fighting with the Silver Lord. But they were no match. Even if they were together, they were still at a disadvantage, and could not stop the Silver Lord. Zhu Meng and others could not withstand the pressure of the Silver Lord, and immediately retreated to the fortress wall. They were all injured, and it was obvious that they could not fight anymore. Damn it! Zhu Meng collapsed on the ground and punched the ground hard. If they couldn't stop the Silver Lord, then Linen wouldn't be. And there were many people watching the fight outside. But they saw that even the chief judge and the superclass mage were no match. Everyone's face showed despair. Is Linen going to be unable to defend? A man suddenly said. The people around were silent, but they all knew what the result would be next. Linen is lost. Demons are invading. Their homes are about to be destroyed. A man looked up at the sky in grief. Linen. Is it over? On the city wall, a healing mage was healing Zhu Meng and others. Zhu Meng said angrily, as long as I am alive, I will never let it set foot in Linen. Okay. You can't stop it alone. Let's think of other ways. Tang Zhong shook his head and said. They were very helpless. The high-level officials of Linen were all here. But they couldn't do anything to this monarch-level Silver Lord. But escaping can't solve the current problem. They have to find a solution. Tang Zhong scanned the crowd and quickly found Tang Yu. Tang Yu, has it finished molting? As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at Tang Yu, as if they saw hope. I don't know, but I can call it back, Tang Yu replied. Since the plague was not caused by the totem black snake, its suspicion was cleared, so she was relieved to let the black snake come back. At this time, Zhu Ming suddenly stood up. Tang Yu, I was wrong before, but this is related to the safety of Linen City. I will apologize to you and your patron saint later. Although Tang Yu didn't like Zhu Ming, he just gave it his all for Linen City. Therefore, her attitude towards Zhu Ming was not as resistant as before. I will try my best. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, she hurried to find Song Jie. Afterwards, the two of them quickly came to the West Lake, ready to recall the totem black snake. Tang Yu stood in the West Lake, which was like a sea, with her hands clasped together and closed her eyes. Song Jie waited on the side. After a while, the lake suddenly appeared ripples, and Tang Yu opened her beautiful eyes at this time. It's coming! Tang Yu and Song Jie stared at the lake, and then the lake water suddenly rose, and a huge snake head surfaced. West Fortress. The military magician continued to resist, and was exhausted. The white demon eagle continued to attack, wanting to break through the Anjia like a chicken blood. The Silver Sun Lord was waiting for the opportunity in the sky. But at this time, its eyes were fixed on the direction of West Lake. The people saw that the West Fortress was about to be lost, and the despair on everyone's face increased a little. Just then, when everyone seemed to see no hope, a huge figure appeared in the West Fortress. What is that? It seems to be the giant snake mentioned in the news. Is it? Why is it here? Will it join forces with demons to deal with us? Everyone talked about it, and didn't know what was going on. At this time, Song Jie and Tang Yu also returned to the wall of the West Fortress. Tang Yu was extremely nervous. She didn't know whether the black snake would repel the white demon eagle army, and she was also worried about the safety of everyone. Song Jie grabbed Tang Yu's somewhat cold palm. It has become stronger after the transformation, and it should be no problem to deal with the Silver Sun Lord. Of course he knew there was no problem. After all, he was the one who knew the plot. The appearance of the totem black snake at this time also made the Silver Lord in the sky feel apprehensive. The big guy is taking action, Tang Yu explained, and the hand holding Song Jie tightened. In an instant, the totem black snake was filled with lingering poisonous mist. The white magic eagle that had come to test it had not yet approached, and it fell from midair. The black snake kept approaching, and went straight to the Silver Lord. Look! The giant snake and the eagle are fighting! Someone exclaimed. The others were not blind. They could see it. Is it protecting us? Someone suddenly asked. The West Fortress, which was about to fall, was killed in a large number of white magic eagles in an instant due to the appearance of the totem black snake. It relieved a lot of pressure on the West Fortress. We blamed it wrongly before. How could it be the creator of the plague? We are sorry for it. At this moment, the totem black snake has arrived in the same sky as the Silver Lord. The two beasts fought back and forth, and they were fighting hard. The totem black snake broke through the sharp blade field of the Silver Lord, and with a ricochet, it immediately came behind the Silver Lord. The next second, it opened its bloody mouth and bit the wings of the Silver Lord fiercely, throwing it to the ground fiercely. At this moment, the totem black snake completely dominated, and the huge snake tail slammed down, giving the Silver Lord no chance to resist. Song Jie looked at the scene in front of him, and he knew that the invasion was about to end. I saw that the Silver Lord was no match for the totem black snake and had no intention of fighting. The totem black snake chased, and the Silver Lord fled. Tang Yu saw that the totem black snake was so fierce, and the worry on her face was swept away. Song Jie smiled and said, Is the big guy fierce? Fierce. Tang Yu nodded heavily, with a happy smile on her face. Her family has been guarding the totem black snake for generations, and they have regarded it as a family member. Others cannot understand this kind of feeling. Tonight, I will definitely be more powerful than the big guy. Song Jie smiled meanly. Hateful. Tang Yu reached out and patted Song Jie's chest. Chapter 183. The Silver Lord was no match for the totem black snake. After it was driven away, the crisis came to an end. Linen was saved. At the Western Fortress, The military mages watched the white magic eagle retreat, and everyone's face showed joy. The people in the city cheered loudly, celebrating the victory of this battle. It is the guardian of our linen city. At this moment, they realized who was guarding linen. They were wrong before, and they were very wrong. An old man leaned on a cane and looked at his son beside him. Did you say at that time that the guardian spirit caused the plague? Dad. Fear. A voice sounded, and the old man cursed. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to it. Yes. 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 The middle-aged man immediately knelt down and bowed to the totem black snake. Seeing the victory of the black snake, Tang Yu hugged Song Jia excitedly, jumping up and down. Sister, you heard me. What? You don't like big ones? Of course I like them. After the totem black snake repelled the Silver Lord, its figure suddenly disappeared. And when it reappeared, it had come to Tang Yu and Song Jia. Tang Yu walked to the wall and touched the head of the black snake. Big guy. Good job. Shoo. The totem black snake made a sound and responded to Tang Yu. You are tired too. Go back to the lake and rest, Tang Yu said. Soon. The totem black snake disappeared again. The white demon eagle army retreated, and Linen City was as lively as the new year. Zhu Meng, Tang Zhong and others also went back. This battle was too tiring for them. Night fell. The streets and alleys were dimly lit. Song Jia and Tang Yu packed barbecue outside and brought a dozen beers back to their residence. The crisis in Linen was resolved, and the innocence of the totem black snake was proved. Tang Yu felt light at this time, and wanted to drink happily. Opening the door, the two came to the living room and put the food on the table. They moved the table to the French window, enjoying the night view in front of the window while filling their stomachs. Tang Yu clapped her hands and stood up. Song Jia. I'm done. I take a shower first. That's right. I want to take a shower too. Song Jia also stood up with a smile. Then you take a shower first. Tang Yu blushed and whispered. What's the point of taking a shower alone? It's more fun to take a shower with two people, Song Jia said, before Tang Yu could say anything. Song Jia came over and picked her up, heading straight for the bathroom. Song Jia. I'm a serious person. We're just taking a bath, Song Jia replied. Tang Yu felt so embarrassed, but there was nothing she could do. They had already entered the bathroom. After a while, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Didn't you just say we were just taking a bath? Isn't it simple to rub each other's backs? Then can you please stop pinching? Half an hour later, Song Jia and Tang Yu came out of the bathroom wrapped in bathrobes. The latter's cheeks were still red. Tang Yu was so embarrassed. What Song Jia had done just now was simply too shameful. Sister Yu, how about my 8-pack abs? Song Jia patted his abs. Tang Yu took a look, and her ears turned red. It's okay. It's okay. Song Jia narrowed his eyes. Do you want to try it? Ah! Tang Yu didn't dare to look at the abdominal muscles anymore. It was really unbearable. Song Jia walked over and picked her up. How could Tang Yu not know what Song Jia was going to do? She buried herself in his arms. The bedroom door opened, and the fragrance filled the air. The two came to the soft couch. Song Jia. This is my first time trying. Tang Yu stammered. It's okay. I'm here. Don't worry. Song Jia looked at Tang Yu's beautiful eyes affectionately, and stroked Tang Yu's long hair. Tang Yu nodded, and at the same time felt Song Jia's hands running around again. No words all night. The next day, at noon, Song Jia woke up in a daze, and found that Tang Yu next to him was no longer in bed. He sat up, then got out of bed, and came to the living room. Song Jia heard a noise in the kitchen, and walked towards the kitchen door. Tang Yu was wearing black ice silk pajamas, cooking porridge. Song Jia walked over. He hugged Tang Yu in front of him, and smelled her body fragrance. Awake? Tang Yu smiled and turned around to ask. Song Jia pecked her face and smiled. I just woke up and saw that my beauty was gone. I thought she didn't want to take responsibility and ran away. Who didn't take responsibility? I was afraid that you were hungry, so I cooked for you, Tang Yu said with pursed lips. Yes. I misunderstood my beauty. I will give her a little reward after dinner. Song Jia's smile became even stronger. Bad guy. Come. I help you take it out. Be careful. It's hot. After a while, the two sat at the dining table, drinking porridge, eating bread and fried eggs. Not bad. Right? Tang Yu looked at Song Jia and asked. Delicious. Seeing Song Jia praise, Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. You are sensible. Song Jia drank the porridge in the bowl in a big gulp. But I still think you are more delicious. Tang Yu's cheeks rubbed and turned red again. Let's go. My little beauty. I'm going to reward you well. I haven't finished eating yet. I have food for you here. You be full. You little bad guy. The two entered the bedroom. In the next few days, Song Jia was in Tang Yu's bedroom and the trial meeting. Tang Yu also became more mature and more skilled, and learned a lot of moves. That day, Tang Yu and Song Jia came to the lake, and the totem black snake appeared in front of them. Show. The totem black snake made a sound towards Song Jia. Everyone is saying thank you. Tang Yu explained. You're welcome. I'm also doing this for Sister Yu. Song Jia said frankly. By the way, do you want the skin that everyone shed? It can be used to make defensive magic tools. Tang Yu asked. Yes. Song Jia nodded. Why not want it for free? Besides, he knew how strong the defense of the magic tools he made was. Although he couldn't use it, he could give it to others. Or sell it. He could also make a small profit. You are going back to the Magic City tomorrow. Right? Tang Yu's eyes flashed with disappointment. Song Jia smiled and said, Yes. I will go back tomorrow. After all, school will start there. If I don't go back, I will be criticized. Tang Yu nodded slightly. Seeing Tang Yu's reluctant look, Song Jia comforted her. Don't worry. I will come to see you more often. You said so? Of course. The two said goodbye to Xianxi and returned to the car. Song Jia, will we be in the car? Don't worry. No one can see through the car window. And there is no one here. Chapter 184. The next day. Because she had exercised too late last night, Tang Yu was still sleeping at this time. Song Jia did not disturb her. Left the bedroom. Took her luggage. And left the residence. He took a taxi to the airport. And waited for a while. And the flight took off. Back to the Magic City. Song Jia returned to the rental house. And Mu Nujio and Ai Tutu were back. As soon as he saw Ai Tutu, his eyes narrowed slightly. He still remembered that this guy still owed him a big sword. And she was in a maid outfit. Ai Tutu was taking a drink from the refrigerator. And smiled awkwardly when she saw Song Jia. How glorious she was before. Now she wanted to escape when she saw Song Jia. You're back? Mu Nujio looked at Song Jia. And a gentle smile appeared on her face. I'm back. Song Jia put down his luggage. Walked towards Mu Nujio. And sat next to her. Ai Tutu didn't dare to appear in front of Song Jia. She hurriedly took the drink and ran upstairs. Seeing Ai Tutu leave, Mu Nujio was relieved. Because Song Jia was doing something bad. Song Jia. Mu Nujio whispered softly. And this guy's hand was already inside. I haven't seen you for so long. Have you missed me? Song Jia smiled slightly. Like a wolf meeting a little lamb. Yes. Mu Nujio answered with a blushing face. Come on. Give me a kiss. Song Jia stretched his head over and immediately intertwined with the soft red lips. After kissing for a while, Mu Nujio shyly pushed Song Jia away. Tutu is still. Then go to my room? Ah! Before Mu Nujio could react, Song Jia showed a sly smile, picked her up, and walked towards his bedroom. Mu Nujio dared not say anything while being held, and was carried into the bedroom. The door closed, and the voices of two people came from inside. The soundproofing of this rental house is not very good. Jia Jiao, please don't speak too loudly. Song Jia. Mu Nujio was so shy when she heard this. In the bedroom, Mu Nujio covered her mouth and dared not make too much noise. So cute. It was afternoon. Song Jia and Mu Nujio met for a long time, and then came to Dean Zhao's office. And Mo Fan came with them. Brother Jia. Song Jia nodded. And then the two entered the office. Dean Zhao saw the two people coming in, smiled, and asked them to sit down quickly. Dean Zhao, what do you want to talk to us about? Mo Fan asked. You have heard of the World Academy competition, right? Dean Zhao didn't waste any words and asked directly. World Academy competition? Mo Fan frowned. Didn't understand it very well, and shook his head. Song Jia knew, but he also shook his head. Dean Zhao smiled. You two are really. Then, he introduced the World Academy competition to the two. The World Academy competition, as the name suggests, is a competition in which academies from all over the world participate. It is held every 4 years, and the winning team will receive generous rewards. For example, the God Seal Praise. This blessing can increase the power of magic. You two are both strong. I will help you as much as possible, Dean Xiao said. Thank you, Dean Xiao, Song Jie and Mo Fan said in unison. Dean Xiao smiled and said, you must improve your strength as soon as possible. If you can participate in it, you must win glory for the country. The two nodded one after another. Okay, that's all I have to say. If you have nothing to do, go. Dean Xiao called them here to tell them about this, so that they know the importance of this matter and work harder for it. Song Jie was fine, so he left, leaving only Mo Fan to apply for transfer to the department with Dean Xiao. He walked out of the office building with a smile on his face. World Academy competition? I'm looking forward to it. With his strength, I'm afraid he can directly sweep the Academy competition. However, he still has to restrain himself a little. After all, he doesn't have the capital to be arrogant now. However, when he thought of the God Seal Praise, his heart was itching. As long as he obtained the God Seal Praise, his magic power would definitely increase by a large margin. When he thought of this, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Song Jie did not go back, but came to an auction house. He came here to buy the Galaxy Vein, because his light system was about to break through. If there was a Galaxy Vein, perhaps the advancement would be smoother. Moreover, he had sold the commander-level spirit before and received a huge sum of 800 million. He could still afford the Galaxy Vein. After that, Song Jie spent 100 million to buy a Galaxy Vein. Then, he bought some auxiliary materials needed to control the stars, and then returned to the rental house. Munugio told him that she was going to participate in the challenge week recently, so she planned to practice in seclusion. Song Jie returned to his residence and planned to talk to Dean Xiao about the 3-step tower tomorrow, and then prepare to break through the high level of the light system. As soon as he came back, he saw Ai Tutu stealing something from the refrigerator. Ai Tutu saw Song Jie and immediately turned around to run, but was caught by Song Jie. Why are you running? Are you trying to shirk your debt? Song Jie looked at the flustered Ai Tutu and asked. How could that be? I'm just obsessed with cultivation recently and can't spare the time to come. Ai Tutu explained. You also want to participate in the challenge week? Ai Tutu nodded and promised. Yes. I am going to participate in the challenge week, and I will definitely fulfill my promise after the challenge week. That's what you said. If you cheat, I let you know how powerful I am. Song Jie showed a sly smile on his face. Ai Tutu nodded, took the food, and went straight to the second floor. Song Jie was not in a hurry. After all, they were under the same roof. So how could he run away? And he had to go to the 3-step tower to break through tomorrow. So he might not be in the rental house during this period. When he finished his cultivation, it would be just right to come with a big sword. Ai Tutu hurried back to her room and then slammed the door shut. Her heart was beating very fast, and at the same time, she thought about making a big sword in a maid outfit. Her cheeks turned red involuntarily. She had checked before and thought it was just a simple massage. But after Ai Tutu got to know it in depth, there were so many items. Therefore, she suddenly didn't want to give Song Jie the big sword. She was afraid that Song Jie would ask her to do that kind of service. What ice and fire? It was embarrassing. Song Jie originally just wanted to make a serious big sword, but Ai Tutu had gone astray. The next morning, Song Jie found Dean Xiao and applied for the 3-step tower training. Then he took the approval slip and entered the 3-step tower. Sitting on the 3rd floor, Song Jie closed his eyes and prepared to break through the high-level light system. If there was any time left, he could use it to practice chaos magic. Although his training speed here was slowing down, his current training speed was incomparable to that outside. In the spiritual world, Song Jie Light Nebula did not expand, and it was about to reach the critical point. Chapter 185. Time flies. Song Jie opened his eyes from his training. At this moment, his light system has entered a high level. Therefore, he has now become a high-level magician of dual systems. At the same time, his chaos system has also been trained to the 1st level. And at the same time, he can already release the 1st level of order change. The initial magic of the chaos system is order, which can be used to change the trajectory of magic, or change the existing order. As for what will happen after the outrageous transformation, We will have to wait until the transformation to know. Song Jia left the three-step tower and quickly returned to the rental house. Mu Nujio and AI Tutu were not in the room, so he could only go back to the room to practice control. Nearing evening, AI Tutu's voice came from the living room. Just a little bit. I can win, AI Tutu said with regret. It doesn't matter. I can continue the challenge next week. Mu Nujio comforted. AI Tutu nodded and ate a few big bites of strawberry cake unhappily. By the way, Sister Mu, did you succeed in the challenge? AI Tutu asked. Yes. Mu Nujio nodded. She challenged the top 100 students and won with her plant-based abilities. I'm so jealous. AI Tutu was so angry that she ate 2 more bites of strawberry cake. Are you all back? Song Jia opened the bedroom door and walked out. You're back? AI Tutu was a little panicked and ate the last bit of strawberry cake in one gulp to calm down. Song Jia nodded. I came back during the day and didn't see you. We all went to challenge. Mu Nujio explained, and then asked, how is your practice going? The light system has also broken through to a high level. After this, Mu Nujio and AI Tutu were not calm. What did you say? I said, I have also broken through to the high level of light system. Pervert, AI Tutu whispered, thinking that Song Jia was a pervert. This guy practiced for 1 year longer than him, and he has already reached the high level of 2 systems. Mu Nujio was silent. She felt that it might be impossible for her to catch up with Song Jia. But she would not give up. Although Mu Nujio was happy for Song Jia, she also had the idea of becoming stronger at this moment. I will go upstairs to practice first. After leaving a word, Mu Nujio immediately got up and went upstairs. Song Jia sighed. If he had known, he would not have said it. Now Mu Nujio started to practice in seclusion again. How could she live? Then, his eyes fell on AI Tutu. AI Tutu was very angry. Not only did she not win, but she was also angry at Song Jia's words. Then, she took out another piece of strawberry cake and took a few big bites. But when she saw Song Jia staring at her nakedly, she suddenly stopped when she was about to take another bite. You want to eat too? No. Song Jia walked over and narrowed his eyes. Did you forget something? AI Tutu's cheeks turned red when he thought of those services. Song Jia was full of black lines. Why are you blushing? The big sword he wanted was very serious. But the big sword in AI Tutu's mind was not serious at all. AI Tutu said, I didn't forget. But you can't force me to do other things. Song Jia nodded and stretched his body. Then you go and get ready. I wait for you in the room. Okay. AI Tutu answered timidly. Song Jia returned to the bedroom. He was really tired during this period. He was busy with this and that, and he didn't relax properly. He lay directly on the bed, waiting for AI Tutu to come to the door for service. After a long time, the bedroom door opened, and AI Tutu walked in from outside in a maid outfit. Song Jia turned his head and looked, and his eyes lit up. AI Tutu was wearing a white maid dress with seductive white silk on her legs. The low-cut design set off her surging figure, making her look ready to burst out, like 2 bright and symmetrical full moons. Half of her white and round head was exposed. Technician number 13 is here to serve you, AI Tutu said shyly. Hurry up, Song Jia urged. And at the same time, he turned his head and closed his eyes to enjoy it. AI Tutu came to the bedside tremblingly, and then clumsily massaged Song Jia. Don't tell me that you haven't learned how to massage for such a long time, Song Jia said. AI Tutu had only seen it, but he didn't learn it. So he only knew the process and had little practical experience. Forget it. Since you are a novice, I won't embarrass you. Song Jia turned around and said, Come, help me take off my clothes. Ah? What? Aren't you serving me? AI Tutu walked over with a puffy face and reached out to take off Song Jia's shirt. She looked down and saw the 8-pack abs with clear outlines. AI Tutu swallowed his saliva and had an urge to touch it. Song Jia didn't notice, turned around and lay down again, and continued, Hurry up, or I give you a bad review. AI Tutu had no choice but to squat down to take out the essential oil, and then poured it on Song Jia's fair back little by little. Song Jia enjoyed the smooth hands massaging his back, and the fatigue of his body suddenly became much more relaxed. Yes. 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 It's this position. Didn't you eat? You have so little strength. Oh my god. I give you a bad review later. Pa pa pa. AI Tutu slapped Song Jia back and made a sound. Song Jia asked, "Do you know how to cupping?" "I've seen it." Song Jia was silent. He shouldn't have asked. Half an hour later, AI Tutu was panting and sweating on the edge of the bed. Song Jia was in high spirits, propping up his head and asking, "Are there no data projects?" After saying this, AI Tutu was startled, and suddenly looked at him and asked guiltily, "What other projects do you want?" "It depends on what projects you can do." How could Song Jia dare to ask? And he would not know any of them. "I don't know much." AI Tutu's ears were red, and her face was also hot. "There are so few projects. Is it okay? I will give you a bad review. Song Jia has not done many projects. This is not okay. It's too bad." AI Tutu was restless, thinking that Song Jia would not be referring to that kind of project. She whispered, "I don't know that kind." Song Jia waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's okay. Just make do with it. I don't ask for much." Hearing this, AI Tutu panicked even more. She had never had a boyfriend. How could she have done that kind of thing? Song Jia thought of a foot massage. "There is a kind of project on top. Right? Come on top of me." On top. AI Tutu's cheeks suddenly became redder. She had heard of that posture, but she couldn't do it. "Song Jia, I can't do this kind of project." AI Tutu's face was red as water was about to drip. Song Jia frowned. "You can't even do such a simple thing. You just move on top of me. You can't even do this?" "I can't." As soon as AI Tutu finished speaking, he stood up and rushed out of the room. Song Jia looked at the door. "What? You can't even do it with your feet. I give you a bad review when I come back." Chapter 186. Northland Club. A pale man was sitting in front of a bar in the center of the club. A middle-aged man held a glass of red wine and sat next to the pale man. "Don't suck human blood recently. If Leroy finds out, you be in trouble." The pale man took a sip of wine and said unhappily, "Didn't we all suck blood from ordinary people before? Why does she care so much? You've seen her current strength. And you've seen Frank's fate. Right? This woman is also ruthless to her kind." The middle-aged man took a sip of red wine, still frightened by Leroy's ruthless attack that night. "But what's so good about the blood that was drawn? Can warm blood taste good?" The pale man continued to say unhappily, "I came here today not to listen to your complaints. I know you are still sucking human blood, but this is not allowed. So you should understand what I am saying. Right?" The middle-aged man said earnestly, his red eyes immediately staring at the pale man. "Okay. I know." The pale man dealt with it casually, poured himself another glass of wine, and drank it all. After the middle-aged man left, he snorted coldly, and then thought to himself, "How can I let my prey go like this? I can't suck blood anymore. So let her become my slave. You can't do anything to me this way. Right? By the way, she seems to have a sister." In the apartment, Song Jia finished the control and was a little thirsty. He walked out of the bedroom and came to the refrigerator. AI Tutu was about to come down from upstairs, and when he saw Song Jia, he immediately turned around and went back to the room. Song Jia noticed it, but he didn't say anything, and he didn't know what he did wrong. Did I say something too harsh that day? Song Jia wondered in his heart. He didn't bother anymore, went back to the room, and called Leroy. "Master." "Song Jia." Leroy's pleasant voice sounded. "Your blood clan hasn't made any moves recently, right?" Song Jia asked. Leroy replied, "No. I have followed your instructions and stopped them from actively sucking human blood. They can only drink the drawn blood." Song Jia nodded. "That's fine. If you have anything, just tell me directly." "Understood." Song Jia hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you vampires change your teeth?" "Ah." Leroy was suddenly startled and didn't understand what Song Jia meant. Song Jia must have a reason for asking this, because he wanted to use the scales of the totem black snake to create defensive magic tools. He then asked, "Do you have any extra vampire blood teeth?" Leroy understood, but she didn't ask more questions. She replied, "I dealt with a fellow before, but his body was destroyed, and the blood teeth should be gone." Hearing this, Song Jia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Is there a blood clan member named Ye Dong?" Leroy pondered for a while, then replied, "There is such a person." "What's wrong?" "You should pay attention to this person recently, and tell me if there is anything wrong," Song Jia said. "Understood. Do you still have my blood? If not, I will send you some," Song Jia asked. "Also, If it is not enough, I will ask you for more. That's fine. Song Jie chatted for a while before hanging up the phone with Li Rui. A few days later, Song Jie came to the office and found Dean Xiao. What's the matter? Dean Xiao. I want to transfer to another department. Song Jie smiled. He still knew too little about the chaos department, and it was better to study than to figure it out by himself. So, he planned to transfer to the chaos department. What department did you awaken to the third time? Dean Xiao became interested, because he didn't know what department Song Jie awakened to. Chaos system. Chaos system? Dean Xiao's eyes lit up. How far have you practiced? Song Jie replied, I haven't been able to release magic yet. The reason why he said this is because he saw Dean Xiao's expectant eyes just now. Obviously, the other party may want to know what his chaos system looks like after mutation. But his chaos system has not transformed. So it is better to say this. Hearing this, Dean Xiao was not disappointed. You can go directly to the head of the chaos department at that time. I will just tell him. Okay. Song Jie nodded. By the way, your light system and summoning system are both advanced? Dean Xiao asked again. They are both advanced. And now they are still controlling the stars. Dean Xiao's old face showed joy. If Song Jie participated in this World Academy competition, he would definitely achieve a good result. Not bad. Dean Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This class finally had someone who could carry the banner. If there is nothing else, I will go to the chaos department to attend classes first. Remember to tell me later. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he left the office. In the following time, he kept taking classes in the chaos department, enjoying it very much. At the same time, the first place in the chaos department also changed hands and became Song Jie. Because Song Jie was in the light department and the summoning department before, the chaos department did not escape this time. So it caused quite a stir in Mingzhu Academy. In the rental house, Ai Tutu saw Song Jie coming back. And this time, she did not turn around and leave. Song Jie narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Why didn't you hide from me this time? Where did I hide from you? Ai Tutu said stubbornly. Song Jie walked towards the refrigerator indifferently. Recently, he has been obsessed with the chaos department and feels that he can't stop. Ai Tutu frowned and was very dissatisfied when she saw Song Jie ignored her. She was mocked by Song Jie before, so she secretly went to cram. Looking at those things, it's so embarrassing. Song Jie noticed Ai Tutu's strange eyes, turned his head and asked, What's wrong? Humph. Nothing. Ai Tutu turned her head and didn't look at Song Jie again. Why are you angry? I haven't told you about the previous things. I really want to give you a bad review. Song Jie took a sip of water and shouted. I didn't know it before. Ai Tutu blushed all of a sudden. You can't do anything. Bad review? Absolutely bad review. Song Jie said as he entered the bedroom. Ai Tutu looked at Song Jie back and clenched her fists, wishing she could rush up to fight him. You wait. Ai Tutu pouted. She had to save face. The next day, it was dawn. Just as Song Jie got up, the system prompt sound came quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Guangyou's spiritual guardian. The outrageous metamorphosis is a higher level. Guangyou Guardian Expansion. Song Jie curiously released this new skill and understood Guangyou's changes. Literally, it means that the range of Guangyou's protection has expanded, and it can protect more people. Guangyou Guardian Expansion is a skill obtained by Guangyou's outrageous metamorphosis 4 times, so its defense can completely withstand the first level of superclass magic attacks. It is a large-scale defense skill. At this time, Li Rui called, and Song Jie answered the phone in confusion. Chapter 187. The call was connected, and Li Rui's voice came from the phone. I'm sorry, Song Jie. The person I said before suddenly lost track. Can you explain it more clearly? After that, Song Jie understood what Li Rui meant after listening to her explanation. You mean? Ye Dong got rid of the tracking and didn't know where he went? Yes. Where are you now? I'm in Ye Dong's workplace now, Li Rui replied. Song Jie frowned. He pondered for a while, and suddenly thought of a place. Wait for me. Although he remembered the plot, he forgot the specific name of the place. Song Jie found Lingling, and finally with her help, he finally found the familiar North Country Club. Li Rui soon came to where he lived, and they went straight to the North Country Club according to the location set by Lingling. At this moment, an ancient ceremony was being held in the North Country Club. The pale man stood in front of a round table, with wine racks on both sides of him. This place was the wine cellar of the North Country Club. There was a pair of twins on the round table. Their wrists were bleeding, and the blood was dripping into the blood-colored pattern on the ground. Because of the excessive blood loss, their originally green cheeks became extremely pale. Lucien, am I good to you? Catch your sister to accompany you. The pale man Ye Dong said with a smile. Lucien and Lu Ru are twins, and they are also the prey that the man in front of him has set his eyes on. Because of the excessive blood loss, they can only watch but have no strength to speak. But when Lucien looked at Lu Ru, her eyes were full of guilt, because she had harmed her sister. Ye Dong stared at them playfully and said, when I turn you into my slaves, you can live longer. You should thank me. The two of them stared at Ye Dong intently, and thanked him? Who would like to become a species that survives by drinking blood? Just then, Ye Dong's mobile phone rang, and it was his companion who called him. What's the matter? Ye Dong answered the phone and asked. We've caused trouble. Speak clearly. Li Rui and the others are leading people towards us. The man on the other end said in panic. How did he know we were here? I don't know either. I ran away first. Don't tell them that I helped you. Also, you still have time to leave now. The man hung up the phone instantly. Ye Dong frowned. His blood map ritual was almost completed. Should he give up? But when he thought of Li Rui's ruthlessness, he suddenly hesitated. Finally, Ye Dong looked at them and had to give up. Time waits for no one. After Ye Dong left the wine cellar, he immediately walked to the back door of the club. If this matter is discovered, there may be no place for him in the Magic City. He needs to leave the Magic City quickly. Just as Ye Dong left, Song Jie, Li Rui and others came to the North Country Club. He asked where the wine cellar was, and then took them straight to the wine cellar. When they opened the door, they saw the scene in front of them. Li Rui frowned, and a fierce aura made the vampires present dare not breathe. Song Jie, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of them. Li Rui bowed his head. Don't blame you. Song Jie shook his head and walked towards Lucien and Lu Ru, who were both unconscious at the moment. Li Rui ordered, put them down quickly. Two people walked out and untied the ropes on Lucien and Lu Ru, and they both opened their eyes because of the noise. Song Jie took out 2 ability reagents and gave them to Lucien and Lu Ru to drink. You go and notify all the vampires immediately. Even if you turn the world upside down, you must catch Ye Dong, Li Rui said with a sharp look in his eyes. Yes. The few people nodded in unison and left immediately to notify. After Lucien and Lu Ru drank the energy reagent, their complexions improved a lot. Li Rui came to Song Jie and squatted down, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? Song Jie found something wrong with her. Ye Dong performed the blood map ceremony on them. They may have become. Li Rui didn't finish her words, but Song Jie knew what she meant. They have become vampires now. Right? Li Rui nodded slightly. Lu Ru and Lucien heard their conversation and also knew that they had already. Is there no way? Song Jie asked. Li Rui answered very straightforwardly. Once the blood map ceremony is completed, there is no way. Song Jie breathed a sigh of relief and looked at them. Li Rui, take them to rest. I will go and catch him back. Li Rui nodded. And at this time, someone was brought in from outside. Li Rui. A middle-aged man was brought in front of Li Rui. Where is Ye Dong? Li Rui stood up and questioned Frank in front of him. Li Rui continued, think it over. Do you want to save him or yourself? The middle-aged man said without hesitation, I can help you contact him. Song Jie also stood up, and then asked Ling Ling to prepare. As long as he located Ye Dong, he could find his location. Very quickly, the middle-aged man dialed Ye Dong's number. In the dark night, after Ye Dong escaped from the North Country Club, he was hiding like a street rat. When he saw that it was his companion who called, he suddenly showed joy. Ye Dong said anxiously, I was just about to find you. You helped me prepare some things quickly. I have to leave the Magic City early tomorrow morning. Where are you? I wait for you at the old place. I'll be there soon. Ye Dong hung up the phone and walked quickly towards a residential area. When he was about to reach his secret base, he suddenly realized something was wrong. There's a smell of someone else here. Just when he turned around and wanted to leave, Two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Rui. Nye Dong sensed the breath of Li Rui. Afterwards, Song Jia and Li Rui walked out of the dark and appeared in front of him. Nye Dong looked at Song Jia in front of him, frowned and said, Li Rui, you actually teamed up with the human mage to deal with the same kind. Li Rui ignored him and looked at Song Jia. Kill him directly? Or? Nye Dong's chest kept rising and falling when he heard this. He was really scared at this moment. He couldn't run away. But as long as there was hope, he would not give up. Nye Dong felt that Li Rui seemed to attach great importance to the young man. When Song Jia wanted to speak, his figure suddenly rushed out. In the dark night, his speed was as fast as lightning, and he didn't want to give the target a chance to react. Song Jia raised his hand, and then a star track was completed in the spiritual world. Instantly, a dazzling golden light burst out from his hand. Ah! Before Nye Dong could get close, he suddenly screamed, Let me bleed you today. Song Jia radiance did not stop, but became stronger. The extremely penetrating golden light continued to burn Nye Dong's skin and body. At this moment, he was bleeding all over and turned into a bloody man. Chapter 188. Song Jia radiances were released one after another, and Nye Dong's blood was everywhere on the ground. He was so weak that he couldn't make a sound. His body was crawling on the ground. When he looked up at Song Jia, he felt that he was a demon. Take him back. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he turned around and left. Li Rui looked at the two vampires who had just arrived and ordered them to take Nye Dong back. The two looked in the direction of Nye Dong and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Both of them looked at Nye Dong and shook their heads. Back to the North Country Club. Song Jia and Li Rui both came to the private room of Lu Xian and Lu Ru. At this time, they had recovered a lot of physical strength, but they still couldn't accept the fact that they had become vampires. Soon, the door opened, and Nye Dong, who looked like a monster, was brought in by two people. I caught him back for you, and you have the final say on how to deal with him, Song Jia said. As soon as these words came out, Lu Xian and Lu Ru looked at Nye Dong. It was this man who made them become vampires. How could they not hate him? But seeing Nye Dong's current state, he was probably just hanging on for a breath. The anger in their hearts was extinguished at this moment. What's the point of being cruel to a dying person? Leave them to you to enlighten them. After Song Jia said this, he asked the two men to take Nye Dong out. Outside the private room, he told the two men, I want the two teeth in his mouth. As for the body, you deal with it. Understood? The two nodded one after another. Although they didn't know why Li Rui listened to this young man, they didn't dare to disobey him. After a while, Song Jia got two blood teeth worth more than 20 million. After he got the blood teeth, he entered the private room to see how Li Rui was enlightening. Song Jia, you came at the right time, Li Rui said. Song Jia was puzzled and looked at her and asked, What's wrong? They still have one last ceremony now. What ceremony? Blood. Hearing this, Song Jia suddenly realized that Nye Dong didn't have time to complete the last one. The two of them are with me. You can find them if you have anything, Li Rui said. If Lu Xian and Lu Ru follow her, they can do things for her and protect them at the same time. Besides, the people of the Blood Clan are not very obedient to him, so she can just train her own people. Song Jia nodded, and he was also relieved to let Lu Xian and Lu Ru follow Li Rui. Do you need blood now? Li Rui nodded slightly. The blood you gave me last time is not much, so it is not enough for them to complete the last ceremony. The last ceremony is actually to recognize the master. And Li Rui also told them both. And Li Rui hopes that they will choose Song Jia, because Song Jia blood is much stronger than others. In this way, their starting point is much higher than other Blood Clan members. In this case, then come on. Song Jia knew that there was no way out. And then he began to demonize. When Lu Xian and Lu Ru saw Song Jia's appearance, they showed surprise and fear on their faces. After all, they were just normal people. Where had they seen so many strange things? Do you choose to bite the neck? Or? Song Jia looked at them and asked. At this moment, he was like a waiter, asking customers what they needed. Lu Ru didn't understand, but Lu Xian and Li Rui understood, and their pretty faces suddenly blushed. Let's drink it, Lu Xian said shyly. The next second, Song Jia cut his palm and took an empty cup from the air. Blood fell into the cup. and soon there was a small half-cup. Lu Xian and Lu Ru smelled the blood, and a feeling of desire suddenly appeared in their minds. They stared at the cups as if they were staring at delicious food, and they wanted to try it. Song Jia looked at Li Rui and asked, "So much? Is it enough?" "Enough." Li Rui nodded immediately, then separated them and gave them to Lu Xian and Lu Ru. "If you are still not used to it, we can go out." "No need." As soon as Lu Xian finished speaking, she picked up the cup and drank it all. At this point, what else can they be hypocritical about? Seeing this, Lu Ru could only follow Lu Xian and grab the cup and drink it all. She didn't know what was going on, but it felt like drinking a beverage, and she thought it tasted good. Song Jia looked at Li Rui on the side, patted his neck and joked, "Do you want to drink some too?" Seeing this, Li Rui's pretty face, which was originally slightly red, became even redder because of the teasing. There are so many people here. Even if she wants to, she won't tell you to drink it. At the same time, she also knows that Song Jia said this on purpose. So angry. After a while, Lu Xian and Lu Ru could feel the changes in themselves. Li Rui said, "After you drank Song Jia blood, you have become true vampires. But you don't know how to use the power you have gained yet. I will teach you when the time comes." "Thank you," Lu Ru and Lu Xian said in unison. Li Rui continued, "From now on, you don't have to listen to anyone except me and Song Jia." The two nodded at the same time. "Let's add a contact number. You can contact me when you run out of blood," Song Jia said. At this moment, he felt like a supplier. But it was worth it to have 2 more helpers. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you must have helpers. Song Jia handed the rest of the things to Li Rui, and he went back to have a good sleep. The next day, after Song Jia woke up, he went to Qi Tian hunting house and got the letter of introduction from Old Man Bao. Soon, he came to the Magic Association and prepared to find Hutua to make a magic tool for him. After a while, Song Jia was taken to the lounge by a man to wait. "What are you going to make?" "Show me?" Li Junan asked. "What level are you making?" "Intermediate level is no problem. You don't deserve it," Song Jia said lightly. "Damn it!" When Li Junan heard the other party say that he was not worthy, he immediately got angry. "Heh! What good things can you come up with?" Li Junan also got angry. Song Jia smiled and said, "If I can come up with it, will you call me daddy?" Li Junan bit his lip lightly. He was considering whether to bet with Song Jia. Thinking again and again, he decided to bet. "Okay." Li Junan nodded and agreed. "But you have to come up with materials that I can't make." Song Jia smiled slightly, and didn't care at all. At this time, a figure came out, and this person was Hutuo. "Master." Li Junan immediately called Hutuo respectfully. Hutuo nodded, looked at Song Jia and said, "Since you have made a bet with my apprentice, don't hide it." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jia just took out the scales of the totem black snake. "Take a look." Li Junan didn't believe that Song Jia could come up with something good. He looked at the scales carefully, and then laughed out loud. "What kind of rubbish is this? You dare to bet with me?" Chapter 189. Generally speaking, the quality of scales can be judged by looking at the snake patterns on the scales. The snake scales Song Jia brought had no snake patterns at all, and were obviously rubbish. "What kind of rubbish material did you bring? You have the nerve to ask my master to forge magic tools." Li Junan sneered. "Don't talk too early, son." Song Jia was full of confidence. "Master, you tell me." Li Junan didn't believe it at all, and turned to look at his master beside him. Hutuo was studying carefully with a magnifying glass, with a look of joy on his face. Li Junan panicked when he saw this scene. His master would only show such an expression when he encountered good materials. "Master." Li Junan was no longer confident at this time. Hutuo said, "You have learned everything I taught you. This is not an ordinary snake scale." After saying this, Li Junan swallowed his saliva immediately. He knew he lost. The reason why the snake scale has no snake pattern is because it is too big. Song Jia smiled modestly when he heard this, and looked at Li Junan at the same time. "Son, isn't it time for you to call me dad?" Li Junan clenched his fists, not expecting such an ending. "You don't have to call me dad. Just help me to pay for it." Song Jia smiled. "A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated." Li Junan asked, "Master, how much does it cost to make magic tools with this material?" "About 20 million. When Li Junan heard this, He immediately looked at Song Jia without hesitation. Dad. He was silenced directly. Song Jia ignored him and turned to look at Hutua. Master. How long will it take to forge it? There are a lot of people queuing up now. It will probably be completed by the end of next year. Hutua answered. Song Jia was ashamed. The plot hasn't changed at all. Master Hua. Have you seen a vampire? Vampire? Hutua frowned slightly, not knowing what Song Jia wanted to say. I met a vampire before. Hearing this, Hutua immediately became interested. Have you met a vampire? Song Jia nodded and said. He wanted to suck my blood, and I killed him in the end. Then did you take the blood fangs from his body? Hutua asked hurriedly. Take it. Song Jia took out 2 blood fangs in a container. I was just about to take them out to sell. Sell them to me. 10 million for each blood fang. Hutua's eyes lit up, and he directly made an offer. This is the blood fang of a vampire? Just 10 million? Song Jia looked reluctant. Come and get your magic tool in a month. Hutua said again. Half a month. Okay. Hutua had to agree to Song Jia's request. It just so happens that I have 2 blood fangs here. I sell them to you too. At this time, Song Jia took out 2 more blood fangs, which were the blood fangs of Ye Dong's companions. The 2 of them were in cahoots, and Li Rui did not let him go in order to establish his authority. So, after Li Rui killed this man, he took the blood fangs and gave them to him. Hutua was silenced by Song Jia, and he even doubted whether the blood fangs were real. There must be more than one vampire. This is his companion, who was also killed by me, Song Jia explained. Hutua could not refute, but he looked at the blood fangs, and they were indeed the same. Okay. The thing Hutua doesn't lack in the business of forging magic tools is money. Compared with some rare materials, no matter how much money they cost, they will buy them to try. After finishing the magic tools, Song Jia returned to the rental house and saw AI22 eating. Where's Juju? Sister Mu has returned to the family during this period. Song Jia nodded and said nothing more. AI22 looked at Song Jia back as he entered the bedroom, pouting as if she was making a decision in her heart. She went upstairs and went straight to the room. Very soon, AI22 walked out of the room in a maid outfit and was walking towards Song Jia's bedroom. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and felt extremely nervous. Song Jia saved her before, and then all kinds of things happened afterwards. Since she left that day, she took the initiative to kiss Song Jia, and she knew that she had fallen in love with Song Jia. She hesitated for a moment, mustered up the courage, turned the door, and entered Song Jia's bedroom. Song Jia was still practicing, and when he heard the door open, he immediately looked up. Maid AI22. What are you? Song Jia looked at AI22 in front of him and was stunned. Didn't you say before that there were too few projects? I do it again for you now, AI22 said shyly. It seems that you have learned a lot secretly. I encourage this spirit very much. Song Jia nodded with satisfaction. Then have you learned cupping? No. Song Jia was silent. Then just follow your process, and I won't ask anything. AI22 nodded, blushing and looking at him. Then take off your shirt and pants. Ah? Do I have to take off my pants too? AI22 nodded gently. Song Jia looked puzzled, but he was so big that he was not afraid at all. Can we start? Yes. Lie down first. Song Jia lay down, and then AI22 began to massage. You must say, he could feel that AI22 had indeed made a lot of progress. Not bad. Not bad. Much better than last time. That's... AI22 didn't know what was going on, but he was quite happy to be praised by Song Jia. And then he worked harder. After the massage, AI22 began to drip essential oil and helped Song Jia rub his back. Oh! Don't say. It's quite comfortable. Song Jia enjoyed the slippery feeling, and he felt sleepy all of a sudden. After completing this project, AI22 shyly asked Song Jia to change from lying down to lying down. Is this the next project? Song Jia asked. AI22 came to the bed and knelt in front of Song Jia. Then let's start. Song Jia closed his eyes. The big sword should enjoy with eyes closed. But after a while, he felt something was wrong. AI22 was. He raised his head suddenly and saw AI22 grabbing his. AI22 turned her head and realized that Song Jia was looking at her. Her face turned red instantly. Good AI22. I want a proper massage. You are giving me an indecent massage. Don't suck it. Song Jia wanted to stop it, But it was too late. It's a bit unfamiliar. Oh no! This is not the time to focus. The feeling of electric shock. Song Jia didn't expect AI Tutu to know this project. At this time, AI Tutu's face was so red. It was not big just now, but now it is full. After a long time, Song Jia finally couldn't help it this way. I Tutu. Before I Tutu could react, he suddenly felt a wave of hot soup coming. She pulled it out suddenly, coughing continuously. Song Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Where did I Tutu learn this? He is a serious person. Chapter 190. So you are this kind of AI Tutu? Song Jia looked at AI Tutu with a smile. What? AI Tutu retorted, isn't this the project you have been talking about? I am talking about a serious project. Look at you. Is this serious? AI Tutu's face was dark. Did she misunderstand? Ah! How embarrassing. And she did such a thing. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. AI Tutu rushed out of the bathroom and went straight to the bathroom. It was so embarrassing. Song Jia looked at the direction where AI Tutu left. He thought that the other party must have seen the improper big sword. Then he laughed. The sound was so loud that AI Tutu, who was rinsing his mouth in the bathroom, heard it. She blushed and felt that she was too ashamed to see Song Jia again. She brushed her teeth once and felt that it was not enough. She brushed twice again and felt that it was enough. At this time, a figure suddenly broke into the bathroom. Song Jia. AI Tutu didn't expect Song Jia to sneak in. You want? Before AI Tutu finished speaking, her red lips were blocked. The two came from the bathroom to the sofa. AI Tutu was held and placed on the sofa. At this moment, she had nothing. Song Jia. AI Tutu's cheeks were red. After all, it was her first time. Here it comes. Song Jia smiled and entered the battlefield. Crawling. I can't. Yes. Yes. That's it. Another month has come. Song Jia was very cool this month. And the system prompt sound came when he woke up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Summoning Frenzy. For transforming into a higher level. Infinite Frenzy. Hearing this, Song Jia immediately showed a look of surprise. And then immediately understood the Infinite Frenzy. Fuck. He was going to go against the sky. Summoning Frenzy is a high-level summoning skill that can summon your own army of summoned beasts. But because of this, summoning so many summoned beasts will consume more summoning magic. But this new Infinite Frenzy skill does not have such a limit. As long as he can summon a large army of summoned beasts, these summoned beasts will not consume his magic. It will only consume the magic of using summoning skills. In this way, he can completely train his own army of summoned beasts. Summoning them doesn't consume much magic anyway. Everyone has seen demons invade cities, but no one has seen humans invade demons' territory. Right? Song Jia wants to be the first person. It's just that training a summoned beast army is definitely not as easy as imagined. So, all this can be done slowly. Because resources are a big problem. If there are no resources, and they are allowed to grow freely, how long will it take to train a powerful army of summoned beasts? Therefore, making money must be put first. Otherwise, when can we attack the demon territory? Is it almost time for the plot of Little Yanji? Song Jia was very distressed. He now had no contract position. But he would never let Little Yanji go. I married your sister? It's normal for your family to give some return gifts. Right? Mo fan, shock. Song Jia felt that even if there was no contract position, Little Yanji could be kept first. It's okay to contract when there is a vacant position. Or you can buy an auxiliary vessel, which is also possible. Soon, Song Jia came to the plane of the wind-controlling eagle and began to communicate with it. I have recruited a few younger brothers recently. Song Jia communicated with the wind-controlling eagle with his mind. He then realized that the wind-controlling eagle had ruled over a dozen wind-controlling eagles. But they were all slave-level wind-controlling eagles. But this is also a good start. Now we need to take it step by step. Then, Song Jia arrived at Xiaolu Plain again. He was shocked when he saw it. He didn't expect Xiaolu to be so popular. There were a bunch of flattering elves around him. Song Jia glanced at the dozen elves. Half of them were at the level of generals. Damn it! Gugugu. Lu Bao. Are you hungry? I have delicious food here. A thunder elf flattered. Cha-cha-cha. Lu Bao. I prepared a gift for you. Do you like it? A fire elf flattered. Jin Jin Jin. Lu Bao. What flowers do you like? I can pick them for you. A wind elf flattered. Although Song Jie didn't understand what they said, he could see that these people were plotting against his daughter. Ring-ling-ling. Stop arguing. I have a task given to me by my father. What task? Those elves pricked up their ears to listen. Xiao Lu said, Dad told me to come back and find helpers. And the more the better. Lu Bao. Look at me. I'm very strong. Lu Bao. I can do it too. My fire element is invincible at the same level. What a boast. Invincible at the same level. Come and compete if you dare? Everyone was jealous. And it was obvious that no one was convinced by the other. Dad said that as long as you have our mark on your body. We are a family. Little Green said, a family. Hearing this, the elves were immediately ecstatic. We want to become a family with Lu Bao. The elves said in unison. Song Jie saw the reaction of these elves. And from what Xiao Lu said just now, he could guess that this matter was settled. There are 7 or 8 warrior elves here. Right? And there are thunder element, wind element, fire element and other elves. It's just too perfect. Ring ring ring. Dad? Dad? The task you gave me is completed. Little Green said a thought. Song Jie concealed his excitement. And then branded these elves. They were all very happy. Song Jie was also very happy. Licking. Oh. No. Family. They are all family. When Song Jie thought about the progress of Yufeng Tianying. What the hell was that? But he also had to do some ideological work on Xiaolu. And he still had to worry about it. Shi Tian hunting house. Song Jie and Lingling were sitting in the store at this time. Lingling. Come with me to the north corner of Zhuiyuan. Song Jie said. What are you going there for? Song Jie explained. I got a reliable news that Yan Ji appeared there. Yan Ji appeared? Yes. Whether you are going or not. Give me a straight answer. Song Jie said. Lingling was bored at Qing Tian hunting house. And immediately nodded in agreement. With Song Jie's strength. Although he could go there by himself. He was also afraid of unpredictable things. Therefore, he still needed to find some helpers. Especially Lingling's smart head. Song Jie thought about it again. Who else should he take with him? If he took Xinxia, Mo Fan would probably not agree to let her go. Moreover, their relationship had not reached this point yet. Mu Nujio is still in the family now. So she should have other things to do. Ai Tutu is definitely not an option either. As her family definitely doesn't want her to be in danger. If he takes Ai Tutu there, she will probably be skinned alive. Who should he take? Chapter 191. Song Jie doesn't need violent output now. What he lacks more is an auxiliary type of helper. Bai Tingting? Yes. She seems to be a healing mage. Song Jie immediately contacted Bai Tingting and told her the general situation. After knowing this, Bai Tingting agreed without hesitation. After all, Song Jie had saved her twice before, and there was a little spark between them. Song Jie hung up the phone, and then wondered who else. Just then, Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly came to him and sent him a message. Song Jie asked, but he didn't expect the other party to agree to come back. He remembered that Jiang Xiaoxiu seemed to be a mage majoring in the spiritual system. Not bad. Including him. There are already 4 people in the team. Song Jie thought about it in the end. He originally wanted to let Lu Ru and Lu Xian go to experience it. But thinking that they are still novices, he chose not to take them. Because there are already 3 people in this team who need him to take care of alone. I am afraid that 2 more people will not be able to handle it. At the same time, Song Jie also planned to bring Li Rui with him. When he left the team, Li Rui could help him take care of the others. After he asked Li Rui, she readily agreed, and the 5-member team was officially established. Song Jie agreed with them on a time. But Jiang Xiaoxi was not in the Magic City, so she could only meet again in Dunhuang. Lingling, the route to the north corner of Zhuiyuan is left to you. Song Jie instructed. Do you want money? No money. But I can reward you with a kiss. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he pecked Lingling's little face. Lingling immediately took out the tissue with disdain and wiped the saliva left behind. At this moment, Mo Fan came in from outside and looked at Song Jie and Lingling in the room. Brother Jie. Lingling. What are you 2 doing? Mo Fan asked. Song Jie replied, we have formed a team and are going to the north corner of Zhuiyuan to capture Yan Ji. Ah! Are you going to sneak with me? No money. Will you go? Brother Jie. What did you say last time? No money. Will you go? Not this sentence. The previous one. We are going to the north corner of Zhuiyuan to capture Yin Ji. Brother Jie. Then I wish you success in catching Yin Ji. Mo Fan said with a dog smile. But when he said this, he always felt that something suddenly disappeared from his heart. Mo Fan originally came to ask Lingling if there was any bounty mission that could make money. But now it seems that he could only find it by himself. At the same time, he was also looking for the contract beast. After all, his summoning system has reached the intermediate level. Just leave as soon as he said it. At the appointed time, Song Jie, Lingling and others had already boarded the flight to Dunhuang. After they arrived in Dunhuang, they immediately met up with Jiang Xiaoxiu. Jiang Xiaoxiu was a little happy to see Song Jie, but a little unhappy to see that he was surrounded by girls. Long time no see. Long time no see. Jiang Xiaoxiu said unhappily. Song Jie introduced. Let me introduce you. These two are Bai Tingting and Li Rui, both students of Mingzhu Academy. And this is Lingling, the leader of our team. Hearing that they were just alumni, Jiang Xiaoxiu smiled and greeted them. Hello. My name is Jiang Xiaoxiu, majoring in the Department of Psychology. After a brief exchange, Song Jie, Lingling and others began to enter the desert. Everyone looked at the endless desert. For them who lived deep in the city, this was a different scenery. The heat wave hit. Their faces were covered with sweat, and their clothes were wet with sweat. Senior, are you thirsty? I have water here. Do you want to drink a sip? Bai Tingting asked. She was 1 grade younger than Song Jie, so it was appropriate to call him senior. Not thirsty. Song Jie shook his head and looked ahead to see a group of hunters suddenly appear. And those people also noticed them and turned their heads to look at them. 5 big men, staring at the 5 of them. Damn. Is this guy here to enjoy himself? One of the team members couldn't help but curse. Except for Song Jie. The other 4 in the team were women. Lingling, a little lowly. Li Rui, a mixed-race beauty. Bai Tingting, very big. Jiang Xiaoxiu, charming. There were all kinds of people. And they were envious. Song Jie and others also noticed this group of people. But they soon separated. Obviously not to the same destination. They walked for a long time. And it was still an endless desert area. Lingling introduced. We have come to the area where the sand tiger often appears. Sand tiger? This seems to be a general-level demon, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. She had learned about the north corner of Burning Plain before coming here, so she had some knowledge of the sand-howling tiger. It is indeed a general level, but as long as there are not a group of sand-howling tigers, it will not pose a threat to us, Lingling said. They walked forward another kilometer or 2, and suddenly heard the roar of the sand-howling tiger not far away. Meet so soon? Bai Tingting was a little scared when she heard the tiger's voice coming over. This guy is very irritable. Let's be careful. Jiang Xiaoxiu is a psychic, so she can analyze the current situation of the Xiaoxiu. Here, Song Jie is the only one who controls the overall situation. It's okay. I like to reason with the demons the most. I think it will definitely be convinced by my reasoning, Song Jie vowed. Reason with the demons. Jiang Xiaoxiu and Bai Tingting both showed puzzled expressions. Humans and demons are incompatible. How can reasoning with them make sense? The Xiaoxiu seemed to follow their breath and soon came to them. Don't move. I go and reason with them. Song Jie smiled and walked out of the crowd first. Jiang Xiaoxiu, Bai Tingting and others watched, wanting to know how Song Jie reasoned with the demons. I like to convince people with reason the most. Are you not convinced now? Song Jie looked at the Xiaoxiu and asked. The Xiaoxiu seemed to understand what Song Jie said and roared at him. Little green. Little black. Little eagle. Come out. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, they all came out from the space cracks. The Xiaoxiu looked at the 3 generals in front of him, especially when he looked at Little Black. Talk to it. Song Jie smiled slightly. And Little Green, Little Black, and Little Eagle approached one after another. The Xiaoxiu was completely dumbfounded. This is called talking about reason. Among the 3 generals, Little Black gave it the strongest sense of oppression, because it was a great general. Although the Xiaoxiu was fierce, they didn't dare to breathe heavily in the face of the oppression of Little Green. At this time, Lingling, Jiang Xiaoxiu and others finally understood what Song Jie meant by talking about reason. Shameless. Lingling broke into a voice. Isn't it just fighting with more people against fewer people? Little tiger. I like to talk about reason the most. You should understand it. Right? Song Jie asked with a smile. Sha Xiuhu nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. Very good. Then you will be our tour guide from now on, Song Jie said. Sha Xiuhu, shock. Chapter 192. This is not a tour guide. It is clearly cannon fodder. But Sha Xiaohu has no choice. In order to survive, it can only obey Song Jie orders. Song Jie saw that Sha Xiaohu had been obedient, and then took back Xiaolu and the others. At this time, a team of hunters was walking towards them. The leading woman pointed at them and said, "We injured this Sha Xiaohu. So this Sha Xiaohu is ours. You said this Sha Xiaohu is yours? Then you call it. Do you think it will respond to you?" Song Jie said. "You?" The dark-skinned woman pointed at Song Jie and was speechless. A man with a black beard said calmly, "Little brother, you are going too far. You call this Sha Xiaohu, and it won't respond to you." "Who said that?" Song Jie looked at Sha Xiaohu and ordered, "Let them call it as they please." "Roar!" Sha Xiaohu roared at them. The black-bearded man and the woman with a dark yellow face were both stunned. They didn't expect this to happen. Sha Xiaohu is a general-level demon, but he just listened to the words of the young man in front of him. Song Jie laughed and said, "What do you mean Sha Xiaohu is yours? You call it. Do you think it will respond to you? You must have used some means to make it listen to you." The woman with the dark yellow face said angrily, "I like to convince people with reason the most. If you don't believe me, ask it if I convinced it with great principles." Song Jie pointed at Sha Xiaohu. Sha Xiaohu wanted to cry, but had no choice but to nod. "You guys." The woman with the dark yellow face pointed at Sha Xiaohu angrily. "Xiuhu, you can still swallow your anger when someone points at you like this?" Song Jie asked. "Roar! Roar! Roar!" Sha Xiaohu roared and ran straight towards the woman with a dark yellow face. How could the woman with a dark yellow face expect Sha Xiaohu to suddenly attack her? "Be careful!" The other team member shouted at the woman. The black-bearded man suddenly completed the light star map, and immediately released a golden painting wall in front of the woman with a dark yellow face. "Beast! Looking for death." The Sha Xiaohu pounced on the golden barrier, and the black-bearded man completed the star map again. "Fierce fist! Earth break!" The black-bearded man shouted. His fist attached to the flame, and suddenly punched the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, and continued to move towards the position of the Sha Xiaohu. Suddenly, a golden shield suddenly enveloped the body of the Sha Xiaohu. The ground exploded, and the raging fire gushed out. But it couldn't break the holy shield given to it by Song Jie. The black-bearded man immediately looked at Song Jie, frowned slightly, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. His intermediate second-level earth break couldn't break the opponent's intermediate first-level holy shield. Sha Xiaohu looked around and found that he was not injured, and he was relieved immediately. Song Jie said, "I give you two choices. Either leave quickly or I beat you away." "Old Black. They look like a bunch of students. Why are we afraid?" The black-bearded woman hadn't finished her words when she was interrupted by the black-bearded man. "Let's go." He had been a hunter for so long that he could see something was wrong. A general-level demon actually listened to humans. There must be some secrets in this person. Or, the other party's strength is above theirs. Old Black. The black-bearded woman didn't know what Blackbeard was afraid of. However, Blackbeard ignored the black-bearded woman and left with the team. She had no choice but to leave unhappily. Just now, Jian Xiaoshu, Bai Tingting and others came behind Song Jie. As long as the other party dared to confront them head-on, they would not hesitate to attack. "Little guy." As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he asked Sha Xiaohu to come over and let them ride on him. Sha Xiaohu didn't dare to resist Song Jie's words, so he could only squat down and let them come up. After Ling Ling went up, Jiang Xiaoshu and Bai Tingting followed. Li Rui gave them the position, and she followed behind Song Jie. After a long time, they met many sand tigers on the way, but none of them attacked them, because they had a mount that could speak tiger language. Those of the same kind did not dare to come and provoke them. They soon came to the Shang River, which was a plateau stream that had been dry for many years. The demons in the Shang River were white sand demon soldiers. This kind of demons hid underground. As long as there was movement on the ground, they would attack the invaders without hesitation. "It's getting dark. We camp here." Song Jie could actually take them there directly, but he chose to stay for another purpose, which was the white sand demon soldiers in the Shang River. The remains of this demon can fight 3 at once, which is definitely an opportunity for him. Therefore, He plans to plunder here, which is definitely a sure win. After a while, the whole desert suddenly darkened, as if it fell into a deep sleep. They sat by the campfire, enjoying dinner and chatting from time to time. Sha Xiu squatted obediently beside him. Leroy stared at him closely, and he didn't even dare to run away. Tiger was in pain. What kind of people are these? What kind of hero or heroine is it to bully a little tiger like me? I can tell fortunes. Do you believe it? Song Jie glanced at everyone and said, I don't believe it. Jiang Shaoxu was the first to stand up and refute. You don't believe it? Song Jie smiled slightly. No. Jiang Shaoxu shook his head again. Then you wait. Song Jie closed his eyes and kept tapping his thumb. I have calculated that a group of people will go to Shan River to die later. Do you believe it? Song Jie looked at Jiang Shaoxu and asked, How is it possible? Jiang Shaoxu didn't believe it at all. Who would be so stupid as to go to Shan River to die? What would you say if I calculated it right? Song Jie smiled. If you are right, I will let you do whatever you want. Jiang Shaoxu said bluntly. You are playing a little too big. If you lose, you will let me do whatever you want. Jiang Shaoxu didn't believe it at all. Song Jie shook his head. The person who bet with him so confidently at the beginning lost everything in the end. AI Tutu, who was eating cake, suddenly sneezed, thinking that there must be an idiot talking about her. Can you calculate correctly? Jiang Shaoxu didn't finish his words, and heard a messy movement around. See, the hunter team seen in the daytime was heading towards the direction of Shang River, and behind them, there was a group of sand tigers chasing them. For a moment, Jiang Shaoxu was silent. She hadn't finished her words. And such a thing happened? Song Jie's mouth corners slightly raised. He knew the plot, and everything was under control. Bai Tingting, Ling Ling, and the others were all shocked. They all felt that Song Jie really had such ability. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the Shang River. But soon it returned to silence. Song Jie, can you really tell fortunes? Bai Tingting said in disbelief. Chapter 193. Song Jie, you really can tell fortunes. Bai Tingting said in disbelief. Others also looked over. They also wanted to know whether it was true or a coincidence. Song Jie smiled and said, Isn't the fact right in front of us? He stood up, glanced around and said, You all go back to the tent to rest tonight. Sha Xiaohu and I will keep watch. Sha Xiaohu, ? Okay. Then Jiang Shaoxu and I will keep watch tomorrow night. Bai Tingting nodded. Jiang Shaoxu also nodded. Song Jie let Leroy sleep with Ling Ling, which was considered a protection. Soon, the desert became quiet. Only a little wind was wandering in the dark night. Song Jie sat cross-legged beside him to practice. His chaos system had been practiced to the second level of the intermediate stage, and was sprinting towards the third level. Unknowingly, it was already the second half of the night. Song Jie was practicing when he suddenly heard the sound of the tent being unzipped. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Bai Tingting's tent. Song Jie. Bai Tingting called softly. Song Jie stood up and walked over to Bai Tingting's tent. What's wrong? I'm a little scared. Bai Tingting had experienced the previous experience in Jinlin City, which caused her to have some psychological trauma now. So much so that after dark, she felt uneasy and couldn't sleep in the wild. Song Jie could hear that Bai Tingting was really a little scared, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I be guarding next to your tent. Call me if you have anything. Well, Bai Tingting nodded, and felt much more at ease when she heard Song Jie guarding outside his tent. Bai Tingting retracted her head back into the tent, zipped up, and lay down. I don't know what happened. Hearing Song Jie guarding outside her, the feeling of fear was immediately swept away. Is it because of the sequelae of the incident in Jinlin City? Song Jie thought to himself. He didn't think about it anymore, and sat cross-legged on the ground to practice. There was no conversation all night. The next day, just after dawn, Bai Tingting unzipped her tent and poked her head out. She saw Song Jie still outside her tent, with a sweet smile on her face. Song Jie, who was practicing, noticed something strange, and he opened his eyes and looked at Bai Tingting's tent. It doesn't matter if you don't look. You be shocked when you see it. Song Jie touched Bai Tingting's upper body with his hand, and the latter looked down, and her whole face turned red. The huge fruit is comparable to AI Tutu. Bai Tingting immediately zipped up the tent. Maybe because she slept too soundly last night. She didn't notice it. It's so embarrassing. After a while, everyone packed up the tent. ate a simple meal, and prepared to cross the Shang River. Song Jie, don't you have a flying summon beast? Let it take us across, Ling Ling said. The Shang River is full of dangers, and their best way is to avoid it if they can. Song Jie happened to have a flying summon beast, which could just avoid this potential danger. I send you over first. Song Jie summoned the wind-controlling eagle, and then released the dimension replica. Soon, two identical wind-controlling eagles suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the first time for Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoxiu to see Song Jie magic so amazing, and they all showed their eyes wide. The four of them were divided into two teams, and got on the back of the wind-controlling eagle. With Li Rui protection, Song Jie was relieved to let them go first. Song Jie, we wait for you on the other side. As soon as Bai Tingting finished speaking, the wind-controlling eagle took off and flew to the other side. The length of the Shang River spans half of the provincial capital, and the narrowest width of the river is more than 10 kilometers. So it may take some time for Ling Ling and Jiang Xiaoxiu to cross the Shang River. In addition, this is also Song Jie plundering Holy Land. After all, such a large area must have many white sand demon soldiers. When Sha Xiaohu saw Song Jie smile, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But he didn't dare to run, and could only silently wait for the unknown fate. Wait, and see how you perform. Song Jie showed a wicked smile. Sha Xiaohu was stunned. See how I perform. What performance? After a while, Yufeng Tianying finally came back, and Song Jie hurriedly looked at Sha Xiaohu. It's your turn. Your task is to help me lure out all the demons here. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Sha Xiaohu panicked. Although it is a demon at the level of a general, this is a territory that they dare not set foot in. Song Jie said, don't worry. I'm here to keep you safe. Sha Xiaohu was still hesitant, but when Song Jie said that, he had no choice but to go for it. Song Jie got on the back of the wind-controlling Sky Eagle, and then said to Sha Xiaohu, let's get started. Sha Xiaohu swallowed his saliva, and stepped into the Shang River with no desire to live. It walked carefully on the Shang River, and soon there was a movement from underground. Sha Xiaohu heard the movement, and ran away without thinking. In an instant, something kept coming out of the white sand. One after another, white sand giants more than 5 meters tall emerged from the sand, holding a giant sand knife more than 3 meters long in their hands. Here they come! Song Jie saw the white sand demon soldiers emerge, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Dozens of white sand demon soldiers surrounded Sha Xiaohu, like a desert bully. Sha Xiaohu looked at these tall figures and peed. Utterless guy. After seeing this, Song Jie also cursed. See! Those white sand demon soldiers raised their long swords and chopped at Sha Xiaohu in an instant. Sha Xiaohu thought he was dead. But the next moment, the golden light holy shield protected him, and those long swords couldn't break the defense. He thought he was going to be chopped to death. But when he saw that those long swords couldn't chop him at all, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! 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 Sha Xiaohu pretended to be powerful, and taunted the white sand demon soldiers around him crazily. Don't just stand there. Run! Song Jie shouted at it. With Song Jie protection, Sha Xiaohu became much braver. It rushed towards one of the white sand demon soldiers, and the holy shield directly knocked it away. Those white sand demon soldiers followed closely, as if they would not give up until Sha Xiaohu was killed. And Sha Xiaohu knew that Song Jie was protecting it, so he was not afraid of those white sand demon soldiers at all. After a while, countless white sand demon soldiers emerged from the Shang River, holding long swords and wanting to kill it. Here! Here! There should be more here! Song Jie commanded from the sky. Sha Xiaohu was very obedient, because it was afraid that Song Jie would take back the holy shield on it. On the other side of the Shang River, Ling Ling, Jiang Xiaoxiu and others were waiting. What is Song Jie doing? Why hasn't he come for so long? Ling Ling said impatiently. Bai Tingting pointed at the distant Shang River and said, look over there. Why are there so many winds and sands? These are the white sand demon soldiers running, stirring up gusts of wind and sand. At that moment, the number of white sand demon soldiers chasing behind Sha Xiaohu was too numerous to count, and the number was extremely terrifying. Sha Xiaohu looked back, and his legs went limp. If these white sand demon soldiers gave it a knife, I'm afraid they could chop it into meat sauce. Chapter 194. Song Jie saw that there were already so many white sand demon soldiers, and thought it was time to harvest them. He had never used the summoning beast tide before, And now, he could summon them out to test their combat power. Song Jie first summoned Xiao Lu, and then constructed a constellation to summon the Beast Tide. After a while, the summoning constellation suddenly emerged, and a dimensional crack appeared in front of Sha Xiu. Infinite Frenzy, Song Jie shouted in a low voice, and elves kept flying out of the dimensional space. Sha Xiu saw the warrior-level elves appearing one by one, as if he saw a savior. Ring ring ring. Xiao Lu was suspended in the air and made an ethereal sound, and those elves flew towards the white sand demon soldiers as if they were injected with chicken blood. The wind attribute elves rolled up tornadoes and dismembered the white sand demon soldiers. The lightning of the thunder attribute elves is more domineering. All the white sand demon soldiers hit by lightning will explode. Song Jie nodded with satisfaction. This team is stronger than he imagined. As expected, at the same level, the elves are much stronger than ordinary demons. In order to save time, Song Jie also joined the battle and threw a light. The white sand demon soldiers were reduced by more than half. He let the wind-controlling Sky Eagle slowly fall down to collect the residual souls of the white sand demon soldiers. In just a few minutes, the white sand demon soldiers that emerged had been almost wiped out. Sha Xiaohu stood there and dared not move. It was afraid that it would end up like the white sand demon soldiers. Song Jie had a good harvest. Among the hundreds of residual souls, there were also several form spirits, the previous blood-sucking ants, lizard-skull giant monsters, plus the spirits of the white sand demon soldiers now. The slave-level spirit condensed in his hand has broken through the 300 mark. Roar! 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 Seeing that Song Jie had finished his work, Sha Xiu roared at him pitifully a few times. Take it with you. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he took back Xiaolu and the elves. Afterwards, Yufeng Tianning swooped down and grabbed Sha Xiu, heading towards Lingling. Lingling, Jiang Xiaoxiu and others were still waiting. When they saw Song Jie coming back, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Where have you been? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. Song Jie shirked the blame. It's all this tiger's fault. It suddenly ran around in the Shang River, causing me to waste time saving it. Sha Xiu, ? Song Jie warned, if you want to go back, stay here obediently. If anyone comes, tell us. Sha Xiaohu dared not resist. In order to get back to the other side, it had to work as a tiger. Let's go! After Song Jie finished speaking, they followed. It was night again. Song Jie chose a good place to camp. Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoxiu came to Song Jie together. Song Jie, let's keep watch tonight. Let me do it. We are deep in the desert now, and there are dangers everywhere. If there are powerful demons approaching, I am afraid you will not be able to detect it, Song Jie said. Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoxiu looked at each other and felt that what Song Jie said made sense. Song Jie said again, okay. You guys go into the tent and rest. I can rest while practicing, so it's not a big problem. Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded and then entered the tent. In the tent, Bai Tingting tossed and turned, and couldn't sleep at all, because she didn't know if Song Jie was outside his tent. However, when she thought about letting Song Jie guard outside her tent every night, she felt that this was not justified. There was no relationship between them. Bai Tingting kept thinking about it in her mind. She was very curious whether Song Jie would guard outside her tent. It shouldn't be, Bai Tingting said in disappointment. But she didn't give up. After thinking about it, she thought she should secretly check if Song Jie was there. It just so happened that she also had something for him. Bai Tingting mustered up her courage, gently unzipped her zipper, and poked her head out. She saw a dark shadow sitting outside her tent. Song Jie, Bai Tingting whispered. Song Jie turned his head and whispered, What's wrong? Bai Tingting felt warm in her heart when she heard this familiar voice. Can you come in? I have something for you, Bai Tingting whispered. Go in? Song Jie was slightly startled, but still nodded. He also wanted to see what Bai Tingting had prepared for him. After a while, he had entered Bai Tingting's tent and smelled a faint fragrance in the tent. Bai Tingting's tent was not big, but it was just enough for the two of them. She opened her backpack and took out a palm-sized box from it. What is this? Song Jie asked. This is the peace pendant I asked for you. Bai Tingting took out a pendant. The string of the pendant was black, and it was hanging with a wooden bead. Bai Tingting said shyly, I heard that the things in this temple are very effective, so I went to ask for one for you. Thank you. Although Song Jie didn't believe these, he would accept the gift from others. I put it on for you. After Bai Tingting finished speaking, she suddenly regretted it. The distance between them now was probably only half a fist. So when Bai Tingting raised her head, her face was very close to Song Jie. The next moment, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and it seemed that she could hear it in the quiet tent. Words spoken were like water spilled. And Bai Tingting held the pendant in both hands and put it on Song Jie's neck. Song Jie didn't think it was a big deal. But when Bai Tingting suddenly approached, he felt that the whole tent was getting warmer. Bai Tingting came very close, as if her whole body was touching him. Then a faint fragrance came to his face, making him feel his heartbeat faster. Bai Tingting finally put the pendant on Song Jie, and when she raised her head, she looked into Song Jie's eyes. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she suddenly thought of what happened in Jinlin City that night. That night, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Song Jie. Song Jie saw that the atmosphere was so intense. If he didn't take some action, he might be accused of impotence by readers. You took advantage of me before, so I took advantage of you. Should it be okay? Song Jie suddenly lowered his head, and Bai Tingting closed her eyes quickly when she saw this. Song Jie originally just wanted to ask for some interest, but Bai Tingting didn't seem to want to let go. How could Song Jie withstand this situation? And it was not shameful for a young man like him to not be able to withstand this temptation? What's more, Bai Tingting seemed to be more fierce than him, holding him with her hands. Then, Song Jie was not polite, and immediately made Bai Tingting hum twice. Instantly, Bai Tingting's pretty face became hot, and Song Jie could feel it. Song Jie, she said in a gentle voice, and her body was so soft. Song Jie immediately understood and slowly put her down. I'm here. The originally silent desert was suddenly filled with some subtle sounds. Chapter 195. The next day, Bai Tingting came out of the tent and looked at where Song Jie was. When she saw Song Jie, her pretty face turned red. What happened last night became their common secret. After packing up the tent, they prepared to set off. Jiang Shaoxiu saw that Bai Tingting didn't seem to sleep well. Didn't sleep well last night? Yeah. Bai Tingting nodded. Seeing Bai Tingting suddenly become shy, Jiang Shaoxiu frowned immediately, thinking that there must be something wrong with her. Song Jie didn't pay attention to them. At this moment, he remembered the fire disaster. He remembered that there would be a fire disaster in the plot. And it was also an opportunity. After the fire disaster, the desert will be baptized and more treasures will be produced. The most intuitive thing is the fire spirit seed, or the fire spirit seed fragment. A fire spirit seed can be worth at least 20 million, and the better quality can be worth more than 30 million. In addition, the spirit seed fragments can be smelted, and every 10 spirit seed fragments have the opportunity to smelt a spirit seed. This is equivalent to that a spirit seed fragment can also be worth millions. Although Song Jie is now a billionaire, who would dislike having too much money? They came to the north corner of the burning plain from afar. In addition to obtaining Yanji, they must make more money. Therefore, Song Jie is looking forward to the arrival of the fire disaster. In the afternoon, the fire disaster arrived as scheduled, and Song Jie also ushered in the fire disaster feast he had been looking forward to. What's over there? Jiang Shaoxiu asked, looking at the flames burning not far away. Bai Tingting, Lingling and others looked up and saw the flames coming towards them. Lingling, do you know what that is? Bai Tingting turned around and asked. Lingling was the smartest one among them, but she shook her head at this time. Song Jie said, don't worry about what it is. Let's escape from here first. Although he knew the horror of the flame, he also wanted to try whether his defense could withstand the flame. But now was not the time to think about this. He quickly summoned the wind-controlling Sky Eagle. After the dimensional reproduction, 2 wind-controlling Sky Eagles appeared in front of them. Li Rui, take Lingling to the eagle back. Song Jie instructed Li Rui beside him. Bai Tingting looked at Song Jie and Jiang Shaoxiu, then at Lingling and Li Rui, and finally chose the latter who was closer. Lingling was small, so it wouldn't be so crowded with them. Although she wanted to be with Song Jie, the current situation was to leave quickly. Go up. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Jiang Shaoxiu didn't act pretentiously, and quickly got on the eagle back. He followed closely, and sat behind Jiang Shaoxiu. And the wind-controlling Sky Eagle flew up immediately. The fire disaster continued to expand. The flames had not yet arrived, but the heat waves rolled in. The demons in the northern corner of the burning plain kept fleeing, and they all knew how powerful the fire disaster was. Song Jie, do you know what that is? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. The flames were so powerful that she just saw a demon that didn't have time to escape and turned into bones in an instant. That's the fire disaster in the northern quarter of the burning plain. Fire disaster? Jiang Xiaoxiu heard this and thought that this word was indeed appropriate. By the way, last time you said whoever loses will be dealt with as you wish. Is that enough? Song Jie asked. Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly recalled that incident. She had said it without thinking before, and she didn't expect Song Jie to really predict it. I was just talking casually before. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Xiaoxiu didn't intend to admit it. Playing tricks? Song Jie, hate people who play tricks the most. Look how high it is. It must hurt if you fall down. Right? Song Jie laughed. You dare. Jiang Xiaoxiu knew that Song Jie was joking with her, but she just wouldn't admit it. Hey! What can you do to me? No! At this moment, she suddenly remembered what happened in the Imperial Capital Academy before. If it's too much, this guy can do anything. But Song Jie didn't do anything. Very quiet, making her think that the other party might be angry. However, Song Jie was communicating with Shilu, and they were discussing a way to make money. Shilu, can you sense the energy of the fire element? Song Jie asked. Ring, ring, ring. The spirits of the fire element can. Hearing this, Song Jie was overjoyed. This fire disaster will definitely make a lot of money, because after the fire catastrophe, there must be a lot of fire spirits or fire spirit fragments. With the help of the fire spirits, he can definitely lock the location of the spirits faster. By then, he can make a lot of money without having to do anything himself. Shilu, how many fire elemental spirits are there? Song Jie suddenly asked. Ring, ring, ring. 5. Too few. See if you can have more. Before Song Jie finished speaking, Xiaolu nodded immediately. After a while, Xiaolu brought him 3 more fire spirits. You are really a good daughter of your father. Song Jie was so happy that he almost cried. He immediately made a contract with the 3 fire attribute elves. Although they were only servant-level fire attribute elves, he did not let them fight, but simply to find spirit seeds. Ring, ring, ring. Dad, do you want more? Some fire attribute elves sent me things not long ago. Song Jie nodded. At the same time, he felt that the Wind Eagle was too bad. Xiaolu had several warrior-level elves, while the Wind Eagle was all servant-level. The Wind Eagle, which was still flying seriously, sneezed suddenly, thinking that some female eagles must miss it. Song Jie. Jiang Xiaoxiu saw that Song Jie had not spoken for a long time, and finally called him softly. Song Jie heard it and suddenly asked, What's wrong? Were you angry just now? Angry? Song Jie frowned, thinking carefully. He's seen? No. Song Jie nodded. Yes. I am angry. Don't be angry. Jiang Xiaoxiu said this sentence for a while. After the previous experience, she had a good impression of Song Jie, especially the action of letting them leave first. Compared with other boys, Song Jie is not only brave, but also caring. Moreover, her first kiss was given by Song Jie. Therefore, Jiang Xiaoxiu likes Song Jie in her heart. When she heard that the person she likes was angry, she suddenly felt at a loss. Maybe this is what it means to lose your mind when facing the person you like. Song Jie sensed Jiang Xiaoxiu emotions. I was just joking with you. I tell you something secretly. What is it? We are going to make a lot of money this time. Song Jie's face was full of smiles. Make a lot of money? Jiang Xiaoxiu was puzzled. How could you make a lot of money in this bare desert? Why? Don't believe it? Jiang Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and chose to believe it. You don't believe it at first glance. Song Jie was happy and didn't take Jiang Xiaoxiu medicine seriously. As long as the fire disaster is over, he can prove what he said. Get rich today. Chapter 196. They all looked at the fire disaster below, not knowing when it would subside. Lingling collected a lot of information about the northern corner of Zhuiyuan, but he had no information about the fire disaster. Therefore, she was very confused about it. So she didn't know what the fire disaster was like. After escaping for a long time, they returned to the vicinity of Shang River and saw the sand tiger crawling on the sand from a distance. It's quite obedient. Seeing that it didn't leave, Song Jie thought it was quite loyal. The next moment, he let the wind-controlling sky eagle swoop down and bring it to the air. They flew in the air, And Song Jia smiled at the sand tiger. Little tiger, I put a shield on you. You go into the fire disaster to try the power? Hearing this, the sand tiger immediately shook its head like a rattle. How dare it? Wherever the fire disaster passed, there were bones everywhere, and no living thing could survive. What? You want me to throw you down? Song Jia suddenly smiled evilly. Human. No martial ethics. It clearly didn't say anything just now. Of course, Song Jia was just playing a joke on it. But it was discovered that the sand-howling tiger actually peed. It made him silent. The wind-controlling Sky Eagle also glanced at it with disdain. When the fire tribulation arrived at the sandy river, it stopped unconsciously. Finally stopped. Bai Tingting breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the fire tribulation not far away stop. Song Jia, do you know what's going on? Ling Ling looked at Song Jia and asked. This is the fire tribulation at the north corner of the burning plain. Whenever it appears, it will give birth to treasures. Song Jia explained. Fire tribulation? Ling Ling had never heard of it. But it was one more piece of news about the north corner of the burning plain. Bai Tingting asked, Song Jia, what do you mean by treasures will be born? This fire disaster is very threatening to living things. But it is a great opportunity for those non-living things. Song Jia explained. The fire disaster contains a lot of energy. And the spread of the fire disaster just injected energy into these non-living things. For example, spirit seeds, or spirit seed fragments, or special objects such as magic stones. Where did you know all this? Ling Ling asked. When I came to the north corner of Zhuiyuan, I asked Dean Xiao, and he told me. Song Jia found an excuse to explain. Ling Ling nodded. Let's go. The fire disaster should be over. And it's time to loot our spoils. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he asked the Wind Eagle to fly straight to the route just now. They got off the back of the Wind Eagle, and Ling Ling asked Li Rui to take out the energy detection instrument. With just this energy detection instrument, we shouldn't find anything. Right? Jiang Xiaoxiu said. The northern corner of the burning plain is so large. But with this detection instrument, there will be gains. But not much. Song Jia smiled and said, it is indeed difficult to find. So we need help now. Helper? They all showed puzzled expressions. In this endless desert, there is nothing but desert. Where can help come from? Wait a minute. Song Jia smiled slightly. And more than 300 stars were continuously connected. One after another. Star maps emerged. And then a dazzling constellation was constructed. Infinite Frenzy. His outrageous transformation of the Infinite Frenzy not only has no loss of magic power, but also has no limit on the number. This is why it is called infinite. Ling Ling, Jiang Xiaoxiu and others looked at it in confusion. And soon they saw elves flying out of the plain space one after another. Are these all elves? Bai Tingting was stunned when she saw so many elves suddenly drilled out of the plane. The same is true for others. Moreover, among these elves, there are not only servant-level elves, but also warrior-level elves. Song Jia thought about it. Although the fire element elves can help him find the spirit seeds, other elves should be able to help. Therefore, he directly summoned all the branded elves. Of course, when these elves appear, Xiaolu will also be summoned by Song Jia. Song Jia did not pay attention to the expressions of Ling Ling and Jiang Xiaoxiu, because he could not wait to reap the fruits after the fire catastrophe. He told Xiaolu what he wanted to express, and Xiaolu helped him convey it to each elf. When they heard who found the spirit seeds or useful things more, they would get the gifts prepared by Xiaolu. For a while, every elf was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were eager to find it now, and they searched hard to surpass everyone. Song Jia was very satisfied with their emotions, but also felt sad for them. With an order, all the elves set off and went in all directions. Jiang Xiaoxiu swallowed his saliva when he saw so many elves start to move. Elves are creatures that are most sensitive to energy, especially fire-attributed elves, which are most suitable for the environment here. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiu finally understood what Song Jia said before. She stared at Song Jia back infatuatedly, thinking that there was nothing this man couldn't do. Song Jia, is this your high-level summoning skill after mutation? Ling Ling also knew Song Jia mutation talent. Song Jia nodded. Hearing this, Ling Ling muttered, abnormal. After all, ordinary high-level mages can summon so many summoned beasts as their summoning system becomes stronger and stronger. But Song Jia has only been promoted to high level not long ago. There is actually such a large army of elves. and they can summon them all. If it's not a pervert. What is it? The elves attacked separately. And soon there was good news. An elf found a fire spirit seed. The fire elf was praised by Xiaolu as being so powerful, and was almost crazy with joy. It immediately gathered its strength and continued to search. They searched for a day and gained a huge harvest, because the elves found 9 fire spirit seeds and more than 70 fire spirit seed fragments in just one day. If they continue to search, you can imagine what they will gain later. The lowest price of a fire spirit seed can be sold for 20 million. But he has 3 good spirit seeds here. In total, it should be able to sell for 200 million. Add more than 70 fire spirit seed fragments. If you synthesize spirit seeds, you can at least get 2 according to the success rate. Right? It's also a huge sum of tens of millions of dollars. As for Yanji's matter, you can put it aside for now. After all, it hasn't hatched yet. Songjia now has too many summoned beasts. If there is no reward, how can they work hard? They sat around the fire, and everyone looked at Songjia. Songjia laughed and said, "What are you looking at? Am I the kind of person who would monopolize the benefits?" The one who knows Songjia best here is Lingling. After all, he was willing to share the bounty with Mo Fan. So they looked at Songjia like this not because of this, but because he made money too easily. Who would have thought that Songjia actually had 9 of the spirit seeds that fire mages dream of? Chapter 197. Songjia. You summon so many elves. It should consume a lot of summoning magic power. Right? Bai Tingting asked. Not bad. Then Sister Xiaoshu and I will keep watch tonight. You can go back to the tent to recover your magic power. Bai Tingting continued. Jiang Xiaoshu nodded, and also said, otherwise, it's not good for us to take things for nothing without working. You have a conscience, but it's really unnecessary. I will keep watch tonight. You can sleep peacefully. Songjia didn't consume much magic power at all. After all, he only consumed the magic power to summon them. As for the elves, his summoning magic power was not consumed after they came out. It's so outrageous. Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoshu couldn't argue with Songjia, so they had to give up. The temperature difference in the desert is very large. At night, the temperature will slowly drop, and there is a slight chill in the night. This is why Songjia didn't let them keep watch. This time, in addition to harvesting a lot of fire spirit seeds and spirit seed fragments, Songjia also found a lot of magic stones. These magic stones can be used to enhance the strength of demons and have the effect of promoting cultivation. This is why those demons can continue to become stronger and develop into tribes and legions. They may have huge cultivation resources. Otherwise, they would not have derived such a large group. Songjia looked forward to it. They seem to have found a lot of magic stones during the day, and there may be significant gains there. They found a lot of magic stones in a certain area. After the Earth Elves explored, they found that there were huge energy fluctuations hidden underground. If they can find a magic stone mine this time, Songjia will not have to worry about the food and drink of his summoned beasts. With these magic stones, he can not only save most of his expenses, but also make his summoned beasts stronger. It is a perfect win-win situation. Songjia was practicing outside Bai Tingting's tent, but at this time Bai Tingting suddenly popped her head out, as if to confirm whether he was there. When she saw Songjia was outside the tent, her heart was warm and sweet. Can't sleep? No. I just want to see you. Just see you? You don't have any other thoughts about me? Ah? Bai Tingting was so shy when she heard that. Although she knew what Songjia said, she was a girl and couldn't. Tingting, I feel like I'm injured today. I go into the tent, and you can help me. Songjia turned his head and looked at the Sha Xiaohu not far away. It wanted to sleep, but now it's afraid it can't sleep. It seems that it will be the only tiger on guard tonight. Tiger was bitter. The zipper of the tent was closed, and soon an indescribable sound came from inside. It was dawn. Songjia was full of energy, and Sha Xiaohu was very sleepy. Can you do it, Xiaohu? Songjia said disdainfully. You can't do it for one night. How dare Sha Xiaohu refute? It's a new day again. Get ready to work. Songjia summoned those elves, and Xiaolu reported to her with a ding-ding-ding sound. Then, he kissed her on the little face. What a good daughter. She recruited the desired earth elemental elves in just one night. Although he asked Xiaolu to help find them, the efficiency was too fast. It seems that there are many lickers among the elves. After that, Songjia and those elves were branded and summoned. Other elves continued to look for spirit seeds and special items. And Song Jie, Jiang Xiaoshu, and others came to the area where many magic stones were found before. Song Jie, do you think there will be magic stone mines here? Lingling asked. I am also guessing. As for whether there are any, we will know the result after the earth elemental elves explore. Song Jie replied. Lingling nodded. Then he used the detection instrument to measure it. And there was actually a huge energy fluctuation. Let's get started. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, the earth elemental elves began to work. The earth elemental elves worked very hard and opened up a big pit in just a short while. There are many magic stones in the renovated sand. And the more you go down, the more there are. Is there really a magic stone mine here? Jiang Xiaoshu also believed it a little. They waited for more than an hour, and finally waited for the long-awaited magic stone mine. It really exists. Jiang Xiaoshu, Lingling, and others were stunned. They didn't expect their luck to be so good. Although it was just a small magic stone mine, it was a huge fortune for them. But they knew that if it weren't for Song Jie, they would never have seen such a small magic stone mine with their own eyes. Song Jie, so many magic stones should be enough for you to train your summoned beast army. Lingling was surprised. She hadn't discovered the magic stone mine herself. But Song Jie helped her to achieve her wish. Others also nodded. After all, Song Jie had so many summoned beasts to raise. In the long run, I'm afraid that this amount of magic power might not be enough. The higher the level of the summoning system, the more magic stones are consumed. So there is not enough to squander. But Lingling discovered a very critical problem. Song Jie, do you have enough space bracelets? How can you take so many magic stones away? It's okay. There is a space attribute elf among those elves. I asked it to help me move to their plane. Song Jie explained. In fact, he didn't have any space elves. It was just his excuse. Because Song Jie couldn't tell them that he had a system space. Right? At this time, Xiaolu said something in his ear. They seem to have made a lot of discoveries over there. You can follow them to have a look, Song Jie said. They nodded and went to the discovery site together. After seeing them leave, Song Jie asked the earth element elf to cooperate with him, and then used the system space to collect the magic stone mine. Day passed. Welcome the night. Song Jie, how is your side? Lingling asked. I have solved it over there. Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoshu came over, both of them with smiles on their faces. Song Jie, guess what we got today? Bai Tingting asked with a smile. It won't be more than yesterday. Right? Bai Tingting smiled and said. Although not as much as yesterday. Today's harvest is not bad. A total of 5 spirit seeds. 5 spirit seeds. Worth at least 100 million. And they made 100 million in one day. It's so easy. What a small goal a year. Too rubbish. They are now 1 goal a day. In addition, they also obtained a lot of spirit seed fragments, which are also a huge sum of money after synthesizing these spirit seeds. Not bad. Not bad. You will be rich women in the future. And I will be a local tyrant. Song Jie also laughed. Everyone was happy that night. In the next few days, Song Jie and others continued to move forward. And their destination was still Yin Ji's place. They gained a lot on the way, making them think they were dreaming. With so many spirit seeds in their hands at night, they felt like they couldn't sleep well. Chapter 198. After several days, Song Jie and others finally came to a flat-top mountain that looked like a crater. Is this a volcano? Bai Tingting asked, looking at the magnificent flat-top mountain. It looks like it, Jiang Xiaoshu also said. Song Jie looked at the flat-top mountain. He finally came here, but it was not the right time yet. He said, there must be spirit seeds nearby. Let's look for them. When they heard about looking for spirit seeds, Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoshu became excited. They have been following the elves to find spirit seeds these days. And doing these things has become the fun of their trip. After their exploration, they found that there were actually 2 fire spirit seeds here. It's worth more than 40 million. How long has it been? Less than 2 hours. At this time, Song Jie saw Sha Xiaohu coming towards them not far away. Are you here? When he saw Sha Xiaohu coming, he knew that those people were coming without listening. Soon, Sha Xiaohu came to them. Song Jie, Sha Xiaohu said someone is coming. Jiang Xiaoshu is a spiritual mage, so he knows what Sha Xiaohu means. Song Jie said, you find a place to hide first. I go up the mountain to take a look. Shall we go with you? I don't know what dangers there will be up there. If you go with me, I can't take care of you. Songjia found an excuse to refuse. They didn't want to drag Songjia down, so they could only nod in agreement. Then we wait for you in the area over there, and you can come find us when the time comes. Lingling pointed in a direction. Songjia said, you can continue to look for spirit seeds. I'll be back soon. After he left a word, he summoned the wind-controlling Sky Eagle and headed straight for Pingdingshan. Lingling and the others are protected by Li Rui, so there shouldn't be any problems. In the distance, a group of people are heading towards Pingdingshan. Shaning, when we find the fire tribulation fruit, your mother's face will be saved, Xiao Yulin said in a good mood. Chining nodded and looked at her mother in white cloth. Her mother had been like this for a long time, and she had tried everything but failed to recover. But her mother said that the pulp in the fire tribulation fruit could heal her face. So they teamed up and came to the northern corner of Zhuiyuan, ready to seize the fire tribulation fruit. Although Chining didn't know why her mother brought her along, she was as happy as her father Xiao Yulin. Mom, when will we get there? Chining asked. It's almost there. Do you see the Pingdingshan over there? That's it. The white cloth man pointed to the mountain in the distance and said. Chining nodded and suddenly looked forward to it. At this time, Songjia, driving the wind-controlling Sky Eagle, had already arrived at the top of the Pingdingshan mountain. He saw the figure of the fire witch from above, and immediately let the wind-controlling Sky Eagle fall down. At this moment, a woman covered in flames was staring at him vigilantly. This is the fire witch after Qin Ying's mother and Yin Ji merged together. I have no ill intentions. Songjia was about to explain, but the fire witch threw a scorching flame at him. The raging flame stood between them, warning him not to get close. Although the fire witch can explore the mind, she doesn't want strangers to get close to here now. She stood in front of the fire tribulation fruit and didn't want anyone to take it away. Songjia didn't know what to say for a moment. Should he tell the other party that he knew about her? Wouldn't it be too abrupt? After thinking about it, Songjia planned to leave here first and then take action. He guessed that Chining and others should be here soon, so it would be okay to wait for a while. As soon as Songjia left, the fire witch took the fruit and prepared to leave here. After all, there were strangers here, and she was afraid that Songjia would come back again. Therefore, after picking the fire tribulation fruit, she turned around and entered the flame forest. Songjia knew that the fire witch was very strong, so he didn't follow her, but let the black cat, who was reproduced by the dimension, follow her. If something happened to her, he would know it quickly. At this time, Songjia seemed to remember something. He remembered that besides Chining, there seemed to be a team of military mages here. Fire Cloud Forest. A team of military mages was exploring the forest. They originally had a team of more than 10 people, but now only a few people were left. In addition, they didn't even know what kind of monster was against them. This place is like a maze. We can't get out now. The leading female soldier looked around with a serious look in her eyes. She was tall and had a proud figure. After she put on the military uniform, the proportion of her upper and lower body was perfectly outlined. Mu Ningxue, Mu Nujio and others were all school beauties. And this female soldier was the school beauties in the army. His face was stern. He was calm in the face of things, giving people a feeling that he was difficult to control. Here it comes again! Everyone be careful! Nanyu shouted in a low voice. And then he was alert to the surroundings, wanting to pull it out. At this moment, everyone was panicking, because they had tried various methods before, but they didn't know what the hell it was. Suddenly, while all of them were alert, there was a rustling sound around them. There should be more than one demon. Everyone be careful, Nanyu reminded. There were rustling sounds on both sides of them, which immediately made their nerves tense. Just as they were alert on both sides, a huge snake head was quietly approaching. This demon was the three-headed evil python of Yunlin. It had 3 heads, and was also the supreme ruler of Yunlin. The reason why Nanyu and others couldn't find out who attacked them was because the 3-headed evil python had other heads to cover them, so it strangled them without anyone noticing. However, just when the 3-headed evil python was about to attack, Songjia also appeared. Guang bless. Holy shield bless. His exclamation immediately attracted the attention of Nanyu and others, and soon they also realized that something was wrong. When they turned around, they saw that one of the 3-headed evil python's heads was biting on the golden shield. The military mage saw the bloody mouth in front of him. Gasping for breath, and his chest kept rising and falling. If it weren't for the holy shield around him, he might have died just now. Let's go together. Nanyu was the first to complete her magic star map. And suddenly a purple crossbow appeared in her hand. Kill music. Bow! She pulled the bowstring, facing the direction of the three-headed evil python, and suddenly let go. As the bow and arrow shot out, a sound wave suddenly rippled around. The sound wave was like a bow, and instantly hit the head of the three-headed evil python. The three-headed evil python roared, and its fierce eyes fell on Nanyu. Others completed the magic star map one after another, and greeted it one after another. However, the three-headed evil python did not seem to be afraid, and it carried the oncoming magic and rushed straight to Nanyu. Chapter 199. The surrounding military mages were knocked away by the three-headed evil python one after another. Its target was very clear. That was the female mage Nanyu. Nanyu certainly knew how powerful this three-headed evil python was, and they were no match for it. To deal with it, it might require a high-level mage, but they didn't have any high-level mages here, so they could only passively take the beating. In a flash, Nanyu immediately summoned the defensive magic tool and blocked the attack of the three-headed evil python without any danger. Because the three-headed evil python's powerful force, she flew backwards. Songjia was saving other people just now, and when he saw Nanyu using the defensive magic tool, he didn't take care of her. The other two snake heads of the three-headed evil python wanted to attack others, but it couldn't break Songjia's defense at all. Roar! The three-headed evil python roared, and it instantly resounded throughout the fire cloud forest. Attacking other people was ineffective, and the three-headed evil python once again stared at Nanyu, who was not far away. It moved its huge body and rushed straight towards her. Nanyu had just gotten up from the collision just now, and when she saw the three-headed evil python rushing towards her, she was a little confused for a moment. However, at this time, a figure blocked her in front of her, and a layer of golden halo immediately enveloped the two of them. The giant mouth bit the holy shield protection, but it was not hurt at all. The three-headed evil python looked at the others again, but they were all wearing holy shields. Nanyu was slightly relieved when she saw this. Fortunately, there was this person. Otherwise they might have been wiped out. Who would have thought? In a piece of fire cloud forest, there was such a terrifying snake python. This was not something they could deal with at all. Nanyu's steps were unstable, and the collision just now made her still unable to recover. Seeing this, Songjia immediately reached out to support her, and Nanyu took advantage of the situation and put it in his arms. Are you okay? Songjia regretted not putting the holy shield on her just now. Although Nanyu had no skin injuries, she might have been hit hard. Nanyu replied, I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. Songjia looked up at the three-headed evil python. He really wanted to kill this guy, but there were other people here. He didn't dare to expose his strength, so he could only let it live for a few more days. This guy should be able to explode a spirit, Songjia guessed in his heart. After all, the three-headed evil python was the ruler of Huiyun Forest. He didn't expect that along the way. It was this three-headed evil python that could make him a lot of money. The three-headed evil python kept biting the holy shield, but it was useless. It couldn't break Songjia's superclass defense at all, so it looked a little tired now. Keep biting. Songjia stared at it, not afraid of the other party's eyes. He dared to stare at the eyes of the totem black snake. How could this mere three-headed evil python be stronger than the black snake? The three-headed evil python roared, and then spit out flames, turning this place into a sea of fire. However, it still couldn't break the holy shield, and finally had to leave here angrily. Songjia held Nanyu in his arms, and felt that although the other party looked very capable, her body was still very soft. After all, girls are made of water. Nanyu also recovered, and seeing lying in Songjia's arms, she couldn't help but rush out. Thank you. Nanyu said a little unnaturally. You're welcome. Songjia stared at the direction of the three-headed evil python, and only relaxed his vigilance after it had no breath. Other military mages came over and thanked Songjia one after another. They all knew that if it weren't for him, they might have been finished. You came here for the fire disaster fruit, right? Songjia asked. Nanyu nodded. You too? I guess so, Songjia replied. But I advise you to give up. After all, you have seen the situation just now. You can't get close to there at all. Nanyu lowered her head and remained silent. But she agreed with Songjia's words in her heart. If they encounter the same situation as just now, Their fate can be imagined. So what they should think about now is not the fire tribulation fruit, but how to evacuate here. I know what to do. Nan Yu is the captain, and she doesn't want her people to die here. It's just that we are lost here and can't find the way back at all. You can follow my summoned beast out. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he summoned the wind-riding sky eagle. Follow it. It will take you away. Seeing this, Nan Yu nodded heavily. They just have no direction now. If there is a wind-riding sky eagle leading the way, they can completely get out of the fire cloud forest. Thank you very much. Nan Yu bowed to Song Jie. Song Jie happened to be looking at her, and at the same time found that the other party seemed to be a little exposed. He touched his chest in a fake way, motioning Nan Yu to take a look. The latter understood, and when he looked down, his cheeks flushed. It might be because of the three-headed evil python that the clothes on her chest were damaged, causing half of the bright full moon to be exposed. Nan Yu quickly blocked it, then took out a piece of clothing from the space bracelet and put it on herself. Song Jie immediately said, I didn't see anything. Nan Yu glared at him. What did she not see? What she saw was what she saw. However, because Song Jie had saved her life, she didn't say anything. Okay. You guys leave quickly. Song Jie urged them to leave here. What about you? I have other things to do. Nan Yu didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has secrets. This person was able to save them, which was considered to be a great kindness. By the way, can I know your name? Song Jie. Song Jie? Nan Yu whispered the name, feeling as if she had heard it somewhere. Soon, they chased the wind-controlling sky eagle and ran quickly towards the outside of the fire cloud forest. Seeing them leave, Song Jie turned and walked towards the direction of the three-headed evil python. The last time the commander-level spirit was sold for 800 million. This time the three-headed evil python must be higher than before. This is a commander-level demon with fire attributes, and the price must be higher than that of the swamp poison 1000 centipede. Song Jie figure quickly disappeared in the fire cloud forest. At this time, the three-headed evil python was still angry and was looking for other prey. It was not only bullied by the fire witch here, but now it was also bullied by outsiders. How could it bear such grievances? When it was about to go back, it suddenly noticed someone approaching its territory. It slowly turned its head to see who was desperate to break into its territory. But when it saw that the person coming was Song Jie, the anger in its eyes suddenly broke out. Although it was angry, the three-headed evil python did not take action, but turned around and left directly. The commander-level demons have their own spiritual wisdom, so they will also retreat when they know the difficulty. Hey, little snake, lend me your spirit for fun, Song Jie said to the three-headed evil python. Little snake. The three-headed evil python was furious. It was the overlord of Huiyin Forest, and it was not small. Hearing this, the three-headed evil python turned around and stared at Song Jie with murderous eyes. Chapter 200. Song Jie was not afraid of it at all. On the contrary, he liked the look of the three-headed evil python. In this way, he did not hesitate to attack. Roar! The three heads of the three-headed evil python roared at Song Jie. The next moment, it suddenly spit out surging flames, and dyed Song Jie's position into a sea of fire. However, Song Jie was not afraid of his flames at all. The holy shield enveloped him, and the surrounding flames could not hurt him at all. The three-headed evil python did not believe in evil, and continued to condense a larger flame, ready to kill Song Jie. But when it was about to finish, a light flew from the sea of fire, instantly destroyed it, and exploded. How could the three-headed evil python expect this to happen? It was caught off guard by its own flames. It flew backwards, and its body fell to the ground violently, sliding dozens of meters away. At this moment, their surroundings were all filled with flames, and rolling heat waves rushed towards them. Song Jie walked towards the three-headed evil python step by step. At this time, it had already raised its head from the ground. The three-headed evil python looked at the ever-changing Song Jie and suddenly fell into deep thought. At this time, Song Jie has become a demon. Every time the three-headed evil python saw Song Jie take a step forward, it felt like taking a step back. But now it is the overlord of Huiyin Forest. How could it retreat? Roar! The three-headed evil python roared and rushed straight towards Song Jie. Song Jie's holy shield emerged, and no matter how the three-headed evil python hit it, it could not shake it. The next second, a golden ball of light appeared in his hand. and then it suddenly blasted towards one of the heads. With a boom, the light in Song Jia's hand exploded, and the light with burning ability instantly blew the head of the three-headed evil python full of blood. It kept retreating, and the other two heads also let out painful wails. Song Jia slowly raised his hand, and the golden light pounced on the three-headed evil python like a firefly. This golden light is a penetrating soul, specifically targeting soul attacks. The three-headed evil python spewed out blazing flames, but it had no effect on the golden light. The next moment, the golden light rushed towards it and immediately sank into its body. Suddenly, the three-headed evil python wailed again, and even Song Jia took a breath when he heard it. He slowly rose up. His eyes fell on the three-headed evil python, and at the same time, he completed the star map. Painted wall cutting. Song Jia completed the light star map one after another, and the painted wall was constantly flying out, like a boomerang in the air. The three-headed evil python sensed the danger and had no time to scream, so he quickly resisted. It sprayed flames, but the painted wall also had amazing defensive power, and its flames could not do anything to the painted wall. In an instant, the painted wall cut diagonally towards the head. Blood splattered, and the head fell to the ground from midair. Roar! The three-headed evil python had 3 heads, but now only 2 were left. But the painting wall cut again, and the already painful three-headed evil python lost another head in an instant. Roar! The three-headed evil python screamed again and again, and the miserable sound resounded throughout the fire cloud forest. Go! Song Jia released the painting wall to cut again, in front of the painting wall with absolute defense. The painting wall was like a sharp blade, and the three-headed evil python was like tofu, and it was not enough in front of the painting wall. Song Jia slowly fell down, waiting for the spirit of the three-headed evil python to appear. Soon, the glow like a firefly drilled out from the body of the three-headed evil python and gradually condensed together. A soul of a three-headed evil python condensed by light suddenly appeared in front of him. Song Jia looked at it, and his face suddenly showed joy. It's not a residual soul. It's a spirit. A commander-level spirit. The spirit of the three-headed evil python seemed to want to run away, but Song Jia was quick and put it into the system space. He turned into a demon and retreated. This time he came to the north corner of Zhuiyuan. He made a lot of money. Not to mention the spirit seeds. This commander-level spirit definitely makes more money than the spirit seeds. At this time, Song Jia suddenly received the news sent back by Xiao He. Are they here? As soon as he finished speaking, he took the valuable parts of the three-headed evil python and left immediately. This is a commander-level demon. Useful bones and skins are all materials for making magic tools. It can also be worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Zhao Yulin, Jining, and others have come to the top of Pingdingshan from the passage. Mom, why is the fire disaster fruit gone? Jining asked, looking at the bare treetops. The man in white cloth said, it should have been moved away. Then where can we find the fire tribulation fruit? Zhao Yulin asked puzzledly. The fire tribulation fruit should be in that forest. Let's go in and take a look. The man in white cloth said, since they were here. Zhao Yulin nodded and led them to the fire cloud forest. After they entered the fire cloud forest, they searched for a while, but still found nothing. Why not? Did you remember it wrong? Zhao Yulin asked. No. It should be in front. The man in white cloth pointed ahead and said. Soon, they came to the depths of the fire cloud forest and saw a tree with a bright red fruit. Mom, is that the fire tribulation fruit? Jining exclaimed. Yes, that is the fire tribulation fruit. The man in white cloth was also a little excited. Come on. Go pick the fruit and take it away. Zhao Yulin immediately ordered the people behind him. But at this time, a figure hurried over and blocked those people. It was the fire witch. She turned around slowly and glanced at the person in front of her. When she saw Jining, her eyes changed slightly, and she froze in place. This is her daughter. Zhao Yulin, Jining and others were alert, and those who were about to pick the fruit stopped and dared not move. However, the man in white cloth glanced at Jining, and his eyes were telling her what to do. Jining nodded, and she slowly approached the fire witch. The fire witch wanted to talk to Jining, but she couldn't speak human language and didn't know how to communicate with her, so she looked very anxious at the moment. Jining walked towards the fire witch. In fact, she was afraid in her heart, but she lost her mother, so she was willing to take risks. Qining was her daughter, and the fire witch couldn't be wary of her daughter. But the next moment, Qining suddenly took out the ice trick and stabbed it into the fire witch's chest. The fire witch was startled, and was a little unprepared for the sudden attack. The white cloth man showed joy in her eyes. She felt that her plan was going to succeed. However, just when the ice trick was about to pierce the fire witch's chest, a golden light suddenly enveloped her. The ice trick pierced the holy shield, but failed to pierce it at all. Qining didn't succeed, and hurriedly turned around and ran back to the white cloth man. Who? Zhao Yulin knew that this was light magic. He turned his head and scanned the surroundings and said angrily, I won't change my name. I'm your grandpa Mo fan. Song Jia walked out and said. Chapter 201. Song Jia walked out of the dark and came to the side of the fire witch. The fire witch took a step back. She didn't expect this to happen. It was almost. The man in white cloth looked at Song Jia, who suddenly appeared, clenching his fists tightly. It was almost. They were almost successful. Zhao Yulin said angrily, Mo fan? I haven't heard of it. But you ruined our good thing. Do you know the consequences? Consequences? Song Jia smiled slightly and didn't comment. What consequences? Tell me. You? Zhao Yulin was furious. But now their situation was not good. If the fire witch attacks them, they may not be the opponent. At this moment, they are very passive. Song Jia looked at the fire witch on the side and whispered, I am a hunter. Do you see the white cloth man over there? This guy is the most heinous person. My purpose of coming here is to expose and arrest her. And you saw it just now. Right? They should also come for the fire tribulation fruit. Now we can say that we are on the same front. The fire witch has the psychic system, so she can know whether Song Jia is telling the truth or a lie. After she judged, she knew that what Song Jia said just now was true, because Song Jia is indeed a hunter. And the purpose of coming here is indeed related to the white cloth man. Zhao Yulin, Qining and others didn't know what they said, but they were all alert. They all knew that the fire witch was extraordinary. There was only one high-level magician in their group. How could she be the opponent? You go to deal with the white cloth man. I can help you block the others. You can rest assured that I will not hurt them, Song Jia said. The white cloth person frowned. She didn't expect such a situation to happen. She also has a psychic system, and can sense that the two people seem to be looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. Has she been exposed? The white cloth person was confused, because she had been disguised for so many years. And even Zhao Yulin didn't find it. This young man found her, and she didn't remember having any contact with this young man. The white cloth person's nickname is the Ghost Woman. This guy has done many evil things, and he is also on the wanted list. It is conceivable how many crazy things this guy has done. When the flame witch stared at her, the white cloth person noticed something was wrong. She hurriedly looked at Qining beside her, and when she was about to capture her, a golden shield suddenly enveloped her. Qining didn't know what was going on, but when she turned her head to look at the white cloth person, she saw a hint of coldness in her eyes. Mom! Qining didn't know why her mother suddenly said to her, Hurry up. Don't let her run away. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the flame witch suddenly took action. The white cloth man knew how powerful the flame witch was, so she hurriedly urged Zhao Yulin. Yulin? She's coming. Zhao Yulin had no idea what was going on, but he still chose to believe the white cloth man. When he was about to make a move, a golden shield suddenly enveloped him. What's going on? Zhao Yulin felt that he couldn't move, as if he was imprisoned. Seeing that he couldn't rely on Zhao Yulin, the white cloth man turned around and was about to leave. The flame witch saw that the white cloth man wanted to hurt Qining just now, so how could she let her go? The two of them left here quickly, one in front and one behind. Qining, Zhao Yulin and others were all confused, and they had no idea what was going on. Little brother, we are all from the Xiao family, so let's talk it out. Zhao Yulin couldn't get rid of Song Jia imprisonment and protection, so he could only say softly, Don't worry. I won't hurt you. And I can tell you the truth, Song Jia said. The truth? Zhao Yulin frowned, confused. That white cloth person is not your wife, but a wanted criminal, Song Jia explained. Wanted criminal? How is that possible? Zhao Yulin immediately denied it. Song Jia shook his head. No wonder Zhao Yulin didn't realize that the white cloth person was not his wife for so long. It turned out to be really stupid. If I hadn't acted quickly just now, the girl over there would have been threatened by her. Song Jia looked at Qining and said. Threatened. Zhao Yulin looked at Qining beside him in disbelief. Qin Ying's mind was blank now. She had this guess just now, but she didn't understand why her mother would attack her. If you don't believe it, you can ask the people behind you, Song Jia said. Zhao Yulin looked at the people behind Qining. Those people hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. Although they just saw the white cloth person attack Qining, they were also confused and had no idea what was going on. Qining, did your mother attack you just now? Zhao Yulin asked. Qining nodded blankly. How is it possible? Zhao Yulin suddenly took a step back, looking unacceptable. Could it be, as the young man said, this woman is not his wife? What's going on? Qining looked at Song Jia, wanting to know the answer. The truth is that the white cloth man pretended to be your mother, and she is actually the notorious ghost woman. Song Jia continued, and your real mother is the fire witch just now. What? Qin Ying's eyes were full of disbelief, and she couldn't accept this answer for a while. Nonsense! Zhao Yulin still didn't want to believe it. He had lived with the white cloth man for so long. How could he not notice it? Is it so difficult to admit that you are stupid? Song Jia looked at Zhao Yulin. This guy had lived with the white cloth man ghost woman for so long, but he couldn't tell whether she was his wife or not. It was ridiculous. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Song Jia smiled. A man who even admitted his wife wrongly is still here asking me for evidence? If she wanted to kill you just now, do you think you can still live until now? For a moment, Zhao Yulin was silent, and Qining was also digesting it. Wait! You will know the truth soon. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the fire tribulation fruit not far away. Little Yan Ji. Cute. The ghost woman is very strong, but she is still not enough to face the flame witch. After a while, the ghost woman was caught back. At this moment, she was covered with wounds and had become a useless person. Qining looked at the white cloth man, then looked at the flame witch, and hesitated in her heart. Her mother. Song Jia walked towards the white cloth man ghost woman, who was thrown on the ground like mud by the flame witch. Tell everyone the truth. However, the white cloth man did not give up, and looked up at Zhao Yulin and Qining not far away. Yulin? Qining? Come and save me! However, Zhao Yulin and Qining were powerless and hesitant. If you don't tell me, I can make you live a life worse than death. Song Jia looked down at her. There was no need to be soft-hearted towards such a person. Chapter 202. The white cloth man still did not give up and said to Qining, Qining, come and save Mom. Seeing this, Song Jia raised his hand, and the piercing sword came swiftly towards the white cloth man ghost woman. Ah! The ghost woman screamed in pain, and felt like her head was about to explode. Zhao Yulin clenched his fists. If the other party was lying, he would definitely fight him to the death. Are you still not going to tell me? Song Jia looked at her and prepared to release magic. The white cloth man's wife had a mental battle with the flame witch before, and was then injured by the other party. How could she withstand Song Jia torture now? I know I was wrong. I said yes, but after that, you have to let me go. The white cloth man did not speak, but communicated with the flame witch with his mind. The flame witch looked at the white cloth man in so much pain, and finally nodded. Compared to the ghost woman, she hoped that the other party would tell the whole story. Song Jia looked at the eyes of the two of them, and it was obvious that some kind of deal had been reached. Soon, the ghost woman of the white cloth told the story. She was chased to the north corner of Zuiyuan by the military magicians before, and her whole body was destroyed by the flames. Finally, she was rescued by Yan Ji, and she also knew about the fire witch Jiang Feng. Therefore, in order to plan all this and get rid of the arrest of the military magicians, she disguised herself as Jiang Feng, and then lived in the Zhao family. Hearing this, Qining, Zhao Yulin and others all looked unbelievable. Especially Zhao Yulin. He didn't expect that the person who had been with him for so many years was not his wife. The white cloth man said, I am not your mother. She is your mother. She knew that the fire witch would keep her promise, so she kept trying to please her. She is my mother. Qining looked at the fire witch Jiang Feng. The fire witch looked at Qining with loving eyes. She was burned by the flames to save your father before, and finally merged with Yan Ji to save her life. The ghost woman in white cloth explained. At this moment, Qining and Zhao Yulin believed most of it. Zhao Yulin looked at the flame witch and confirmed, Are you really Jiang Feng? The flame witch nodded. Zhao Yulin was silent. He had always wanted to make up for Jiang Feng. But he didn't expect to make up for loneliness. I said everything. Can you let me go? The white cloth man said. Seeing that the flame witch ignored her, she immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Song Jia suddenly said, she let you go. But I didn't say I would let you go. The white cloth man wanted to escape immediately. But she was no match for Song Jia now. After a while, she was caught by Song Jia and then tied up by him. Coincidentally, the wind-controlling eagle not far away also returned here. This ghost woman should be worth some money. Song Jia knocked the ghost woman unconscious and put her on the back of the wind-controlling eagle. He left a note on the ghost woman so that he could offer a reward later. Soon, the wind-controlling eagle took the ghost woman away again and flew towards Nanyu. At this time, Qining was already hugging the flame witch. Song Jia didn't care about them, but asked the wind-controlling eagle of the dimensional replica to pick up Lingling and the others. After a while, Lingling, Jiang Xiaoxiu, and others came to the fire cloud forest. Song Jia, what's the situation now? Lingling asked. Xiaoxiu, you are a spiritual mage. You can help them translate. Song Jia said. Ah! Jiang Xiaoxiu didn't understand, but still listened to Song Jia and walked over. Afterwards, she explained what the flame witch wanted to say to Qining and Zhao Yulin. Zhao Yulin had only believed half of it, but now he believed it completely. This person is really Jiang Feng. With the help of Jiang Xiaoxiu, the flame witch had no problem communicating with Qining, and Jiang Xiaoxiu gradually understood what happened, and told Lingling and others what happened. It's so pitiful. Bitingting felt that this matter was very sensational, but fortunately it didn't develop in a bad direction in the end. We will camp here tonight, Song Jia said, and then looked at them and asked, did you get anything today? It's okay. We found a spirit seed, Bai Tingting said. 1 spirit seed is 20 million. But compared with the previous harvest, this harvest is still a little worse. But this is also because there is no help from the elves. Otherwise they can get 1 or 2 more spirit seeds today. Is that the fire disaster fruit over there? Lingling looked at the fruit on the tree over there and asked. Yes. Isn't that our goal? Yes. Just let it go. After all, the fruit is guarded by the flame witch, Song Jia said. They nodded. When they came here, they naturally realized how powerful the fire witch was. They were simply not capable of dealing with her. Then you should continue to look for spirit seeds. You can then use the money to buy a contracted beast cub, Lingling said. Song Jia nodded, but he didn't think so. As for the result, he had to wait until the little Yan-Ji was hatched. In the next few days, Qining and Zhao Yulin did not leave Pingdingshan. Song Jia and others were the same. They would look for spiritual seeds outside during the day and return to Pingdingshan at night. One night, the flame witch and Zhao Yulin and others found Song Jia. Zhao Yulin was a little embarrassed when he saw Song Jia. Thank you. But as a member of a big family, he still had a big heart. Song Jia said, just a thank you. Are all the people in the Zhao family so stingy? Zhao Yulin was silent for a while. He didn't know how to respond. He wanted to say, young man, are you so realistic? But he didn't say it. After all, it was because of Song Jia that they didn't cause a big disaster. Otherwise, their family would not be able to get together. The flame witch looked at everyone, and then Jiang Xiaoxiu immediately translated for them. She said that the fire tribulation fruit is about to hatch, and we can go and take a look. Hearing this, everyone was very curious and followed the flame witch. They came to the big tree with flames, and now they all looked at the fire tribulation fruit on the tree. The flame witch stretched out her hand, and the fruit slowly fell from the tree into her hand. She held the fruit and then input a stream of energy, and the fruit suddenly showed signs of cracking. Everyone stared at the fruit in the flame witch's hand, looking forward to what would be inside. Song Jia knew that the little flame princess was about to hatch, and then summoned Xiao Lu out, and at the same time conspired with it. The fruit cracked, and there was a little guy lying inside. It stretched out its miniature hands, as if it wanted to get up. The flame witch peeled off the surrounding shells, and a little guy in the shape of a flame appeared in front of everyone. What is this? Qining didn't understand, and so did the others. This is Flame Princess, Ling replied. She had read a lot of information, and this little guy completely fits the symbol of Flame Princess. Chapter 203. Yan-Ji? Everyone was stunned. So this is Yan-Ji. Little Yanji is so cute. Just like a porcelain doll. The flame witch Jiang Feng looked at the little Yanji in her palm, as if she was looking at her own daughter. Yanji had saved her before, and now she has lived up to her. Little Yanji lazily turned over, as if she had not woken up yet. The flame witch smiled and put her in her arms, taking good care of her. She said, "This is Yanji from the north corner of Zhuiyuan." Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Song Jie glanced at Xiao Lu on his shoulder, who understood and made a ring 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 sound. Little Yanji was still sleeping, but suddenly opened her cute eyes and flew up. Soon, her sight fell on Xiao Lu. Ling Ling was so smart that she recognized Song Jie plan at once. Ring ring ring. Here, most people don't know what they are saying, but the Flame Witch and Jiang Xiaoxi know. Ling. Ling. The two people were talking and chatting happily. At this time, the Fire Witch also saw Song Jie's thoughts and couldn't help but look at him. Song Jie smiled embarrassedly, but he was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. After a while, the two little guys flew to play somewhere else. The Fire Witch told them not to fly too far, just like a mother's advice. Ling Ling came over and poked Song Jie's waist. "You are really amazing. You can even think of this method." "What method?" "I don't know." Song Jie just pretended to be stupid. 2 days passed. Because after the fire disaster, many people found opportunities. So they all came to the north corner of Zhuiyuan to pick up leeks. So their harvests were getting worse day by day. However, the relationship between Xiaolu and Zai Yanji was getting closer day by day. This was where Song Jie felt happy. Xiaolu was already outstanding enough. And now there is a cute little Yanji. These 2 days, the elves worked harder than the previous few days. At night, everyone began to count the spirit seeds and spirit seed fragments they had found in the past few days. There are a total of 25 fire spirit seeds and more than 130 fire fragments. Ling Ling said the results of the past few days. 25 fire spirit seeds. Bai Tingting and Jiang Xiaoxi were both surprised. They came to the north corner of Zhuiyuan these days, and they actually found so many spirit seeds. Before they put it, they didn't even dare to think about it. Now you can all become rich women. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he glanced at them and said, "There are just 5 of us here, so we can just divide it equally. I didn't help much. You can take it or not." Bai Tingting said. "Me too." Jiang Xiaoxiu also said quickly, "I can take it or not." Li Rui also expressed his opinion. "How can I refuse?" Song Jie knew that they were thinking about him. After all, they were all his women. 1 fire spirit seed per person. You can take the fire seed or the money. Everyone looked at each other, and seeing Song Jie so tough, they could only accept it. Part of the spirit seeds can be sold, and the other part can be kept for Xiao Yanji. As for the fragments of the fire spirit seeds, they can be used as snacks for Xiao Yanji. He didn't expect that a trip to the north corner of Zhuiyuan would solve Xiao Yanji's cultivation resources. In addition, the biggest gain is the commander-level spirit of the 3-headed evil python. At least 800 million as a base. At least 800 million were sold. And 200 million were spent on buying the galaxy vein. So there are 600 million left. And he has other income, such as helping the trial council to interrogate, which will give him rewards. But compared with the money from the spirit, this is just a small amount. At this time, Zhao Yulin came over with Chening. "How many spirit seeds did you find in the north corner of Zhuiyuan? I can take them here." Zhao Yulin walked over and smiled. The Zhao family did owe Song Jie a debt. Last time, they didn't have time to ask him what he needed. "I heard that Song Jie was looking for spirit seeds, so I wanted to come over and do him a favor." "Uncle, you don't want to take our spirit seeds and repay us, do you?" Song Jie looked at him and said. Zhao Yulin coughed lightly, feeling that he was seen through, and now he was a little embarrassed. Song Jie asked, "If I hadn't taken action, would you have caused a tragedy with your own hands?" Zhao Yulin nodded helplessly. "Look, I've helped you so much, so it's not too much to give you a galaxy vein, right?" Song Jie smiled. Galaxy vein. Hearing this, Zhao Yulin's mouth twitched. Although their Zhao family is in business, a galaxy vein must cost 100 million, right? He showed a very embarrassed look. "Can you discuss it again? This galaxy vein is really... Okay. Then help me find auxiliary materials that can be used to cultivate plant-based summon beasts." Song Jie continued. "Okay." Zhao Yulin weighed the pros and cons, and finally nodded. Compared to the Star River vein, this requirement is relatively low. Song Jie didn't ask for too much. It was easy to help them anyway. It was good enough to earn some auxiliary materials to help Xiaolu improve his cultivation. Xiaolu's current strength was very close to that of a great general. With the auxiliary materials, he could break through to the level of a great general in one fell swoop. After a while, Xiaolu returned to Song Jie and secretly told him something. Done? Song Jie was overjoyed. Ring. Xiaolu nodded. Xiaolu and Zai Yanji have become best friends these days. Xiaolu would share anything fun and delicious with Zai Yanji. As a result, Zai Yanji was very excited about the outside world, which aroused her desire to go out and see. Good job. Song Jie leaned over and kissed Xiaolu. Lingling looked like she saw through it but didn't say anything, and ate by herself. At this time, the fire which brought Zai Yanji to Song Jie. When Xiao Yanji saw Xiaolu, she immediately flew towards it happily, and the two best friends hugged each other tightly. The flame which stared at Song Jie with sharp eyes, and it was obvious that she was blaming him. Song Jie smiled and touched his head, but didn't say anything. The flame which said seriously, "Can you take good care of it?" Song Jie seemed to guess that the flame which asked this question. And then he also promised, "As long as I am here, it will be fine." The flame which saw that Song Jie's answer was not perfunctory, but was sincere. "I can give it to you, but you can't force it to sign a contract. And please bring it back every once in a while. Otherwise I will come to you," the flame which said. Seeing this, Song Jie already knew that the flame which had given in. "Don't worry. I won't force it." Song Jie immediately nodded and agreed. At this time, Xiao Yanji looked at Song Jie. It was cute and adorable, and then was pulled by Xiaolu to sit on his shoulder. Song Jie reached out and touched the little guy, and Xiao Yanji didn't resist. Seeing this, the flame which heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Little Flame Princess making trouble with her, she wouldn't have agreed to Little Flame Princess leaving the north corner of Burning Plain. The flame which said, "I hope you can do it. Otherwise, I will find you no matter where you are." Chapter 204. After the flame which gave him some instructions, Song Jie got little Yanji as he wished. At the same time, before they left, the flame which also gave Song Jie a lot of fire spirit seed fragments. There are also 3 spirit seeds and a soul seed. These are obviously found by the flame which herself and kept until now. Song Jie knew that these were all prepared by the flame which for little Yanji, so he would not be greedy for these things at all. And the fire spirit seed fragments on him were originally intended for little Yanji. But he didn't expect that the dowry was also quite a lot. Especially the soul seed. They have been looking for so long in the north corner of Zhuiyuan, and haven't found a fire soul seed. This is the biggest regret. The value of a soul seed is much greater than that of a spirit seed. Starting from 100 million units. There is nothing left to find in the north corner of Zhuiyuan. And they started to go back. The return was smooth, and they didn't encounter any monsters. And the sand-roaring tiger came back to find them. Song Jie thought the tiger was not bad, and gave it a lot of benefits. After that, they left the north corner of Zhuiyuan and returned to Dunhuang City. After they had been touring Dunhuang for a few days, Jiang Xiaoshu left early. Song Jie sat on the sofa and fed the little Yanji the fragment of the spirit seed. The little girl was very happy. At the same time, he also received news from Tengyu. He went to the north corner of Zhuiyuan without telling Tengyu, so the other party didn't know where he went. Song Jie immediately called Tengyu, and after the call was connected, he smiled and said, "Sister Yu, do you miss me? Where have you been? Why haven't you replied to my message for so many days?" Tengyu asked hurriedly. She thought the people of the Black Church had done something to Song Jie. "I didn't go anywhere. I just went to the north corner of Zhuiyuan, and now I'm going back," Song Jie said. "That's good." Tengyu nodded, feeling much more relieved. "We recently seized a Black Church nest, and need your help." "Sure. Sister Yu is great. I reward you when I go there," Song Jie said. "You little rascal," Tengyu spat, and her pretty face flushed as she recalled what happened before. "Wait for me. I come find you right away." Song Jie chatted with Tengyu for a while, and the latter went to work all night again. After hanging up the phone, there was a knock on the door, and Song Jie walked to the door and opened it. Bai Tingting was standing outside. She was wearing a white dress, with billowing waves. Very beautiful. Among the girls he knew, each one was different. Some were cold, Some were charming, and some were silly. Bai Tingting was the plump and reserved type, especially suitable for teasing. What's wrong? Song Jie asked. I'm bored alone. I want to chat with you, Bai Tingting said softly. Then come in. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he made way for Bai Tingting and closed the door. Suddenly, he hugged Bai Tingting from behind and smelled the fragrance emanating from her body. Song Jie. Bai Tingting felt the heat when Song Jie held her like this. Song Jie picked her up, and the two looked at each other. He lowered his head, and Bai Tingting closed her eyes. It was getting more and more intense, like a river bank bursting. Song Jie kissed her while hugging her to the sofa. He liked skirts the most, and he would just lift them up. Yeah, Song Jie. Lift them up a little. No words all night. The next day, Song Jie got up first, and Bai Tingting was so tired that she was still sleeping on the bed. He went downstairs to buy breakfast and happened to meet Li Rui. Did you receive the money I gave you? Song Jie asked. Li Rui nodded immediately after hearing this. Song Jie continued, It's not easy for you to control the Blood Clan, and you must need financial help. Take this money. If you need more, you can come to me again. We will find a way together. Li Rui nodded. She was just grateful to Song Jie before, but now she feels that Song Jie is very mysterious. It seems that nothing is impossible, and nothing can stump him. And such a boy is the most attractive to girls. Song Jie asked, Is this for Ling Ling? She eats so little? Give her more. She needs to keep up with nutrition when she is young. Otherwise she will regret it when she grows up. Song Jie reminded. Li Rui was puzzled, but she nodded, and then went back to get more. Back in the room, Bai Tingting had woken up and was brushing her teeth and washing her face. Song Jie said, Awake? Come and eat quickly. I bought you breakfast. I'm here. Bai Tingting came over, and Song Jie left a trace of saliva on her face. Her cheeks turned red again. You should brush your teeth too. Oh, you were so timid last night, and now you are teaching me a lesson. Song Jie smiled slightly. How can I teach you a lesson? Bai Tingting didn't dare to speak immediately. Really? Song Jie showed a wicked smile and decided to teach her a lesson after breakfast. After a simple dinner, the two prepared to take a shower. Not long after, a sound of pa-pa-pa came from the bathroom. They took a plane to the Magic City in the afternoon. They arrived in the Magic City around dusk. Song Jie didn't bring Xiao Yanji with him, and temporarily left it with Ling Ling. Xiao Yulin also contacted him, and said that the materials had been prepared for him. Song Jie said goodbye to Bai Tingting, Ling Ling and others, and then went to get the auxiliary materials for cultivation given by Xiao Yulin. After getting it, he couldn't wait to reward Xiao Lu, who absorbed it and entered the dimensional space to refine it. If Dean Xiao hadn't said that he had something to find him, he could have gone directly to Linen to find Tang Yu. Dean Xiao asked him to come back because of the nomination for the World Academy competition. This nomination competition is about to start. As long as he wins this competition, he will get a chance to be nominated. Okay. I do my best then. Song Jie nodded. Just take it as it comes. Dean Xiao explained some things to Song Jie, and finally let him go. Song Jie returned to the rental house and saw Ai Tutu. Where's Juju? Sister Mu hasn't come back yet. Ai Tutu said. I feel like I'm not feeling well recently. Can you come in and give me a massage? Song Jie hammered his arm and said with a smile. Bad guy. Ai Tutu knew what Song Jie wanted to do. Forget it. It turns out that someone is a coward. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Coward? I'm afraid you can't do it. Ai Tutu stood up immediately and rushed to Song Jie's bedroom angrily. After a massage, Song Jie felt a lot more relaxed, and the fatigue on his body disappeared in an instant. You have already massaged me. Let me massage you next. Bad guy. I am a serious massager. Not like some people. Song Jie. Ai Tutu blushed when he thought of the past. After a long time. Who did you say was not good before? I was wrong. Chapter 205. After staying in the Magic City for a day and a night, Song Jie went straight to Linen the next day. As soon as she got off the plane, Tang Yu drove to the airport to pick her up. Song Jie smiled and said, Sister Yu always picks me up. She is so nice to me. Xiao Por. Tang Yu drove seriously and pushed Song Jie back, who leaned his head over. At the same time, she also talked about the official business of the tribunal. This batch of people in the tribunal are very important to us. They may be carrying out some unknown secrets. Whether you can pry out this secret depends on you. Secret? Song Jie didn't understand. Has the Black Church made any moves recently? It's not certain at the moment. Based on the confessions of those people before, we finally locked on a city. Tang Yu said. That city? Ancient capital. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, she continued. These people were also preparing to move to the ancient capital. But they were finally caught by us. Ancient capital? Song Jie suddenly thought of the calamity of the ancient capital, which was indeed the work of the Black Church. Previously, the Black Church's Saran used Bo City as a pilot, and after success, it was officially launched in the ancient capital. This group of people is really crazy. Song Jie is not yet invincible. Otherwise he must find an opportunity to uproot them. So, you want to know what they are going to do in the ancient capital? Song Jie asked. Tang Yu nodded. Yes. Many of us sneaked into the ancient capital secretly, but found nothing. Fortunately you are back. Otherwise those people are so stubborn. We really have no way to deal with them. Tang Yu smiled. Then I came back at the right time. Song Jie smiled. And then his palm had already reached out. I'm driving. Drive if you want to drive. You little bad guy. On the side of the road, a woman came with a child. At this time, the car parked on the side of the road suddenly moved. Mom, look, the car is moving, the child said. The woman swallowed her saliva as she watched the car going up and down. At this level, it must be flying directly. When she thought of this, she felt wet there. It must be that the faucet was broken. She would ask Lao Wang next door to fix it at night. The car stopped for a long time. Then, it continued on the road. How come you have so many postures? Tang Yu said. A lot? Don't you like it? I see you are screaming happily. Song Jie laughed. Song Jie. Tang Yu stretched out her fist and punched him in the chest. Because they had a big fight in the car. Tang Yu's stockings were torn by Song Jie, so she had to go back and change them. Soon, they came to the trial. Song Jie had just arrived in the lounge, and Ling Qing was also inside. Hello, sister. Tang Yu was in charge of the interrogation, so she went to have someone escort the people from the Black Church out first. Are you here? Ling Qing smiled gently and asked Song Jie to sit down. There are fruits on the table. If you want to eat, I peel them for you. No, I can do this little thing. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he took 3 apples and started peeling them. Ling Qing smiled. This matter is very important to our tribunal. Please help me. Although they knew that the Black Church was doing something unknown in secret, they still had no direction. Like a headless fly, they now needed someone to guide them. Song Jie peeled the apple, cut off a piece, and stretched it in front of Ling Qing. Sister, come. Ah. Ling Qing was slightly startled. But when she saw the small piece of apple handed in front of her by Song Jie, she still moved her red lips and opened her mouth to eat it. Ah. I bit my hand. Ling Qing's red lips touched Song Jie's fingers, and her cheeks turned red instantly. Oh. What was she doing just now? Song Jie took out a piece of paper to wipe his hand. It's okay. Just wipe it. Ling Qing nodded, not daring to look at Song Jie. Tang Yu walked in, looked at Song Jie and said, Song Jie, I've brought the person to you. Song Jie picked up the apple and followed Tang Yu out. Ling Qing looked at Song Jie back as he left, his heart pounding. Interrogation room. A member of the Black Church was sitting in front of them. Kill me. Kill me now. The man grinned at them. Song Jie looked at him. I'm sure I kill you. But before that, you have to tell me everything you know. Hee, you guys should give up. I don't know anything, the man said stubbornly. Do you know? It's not just talk. Song Jie looked at the little black cat that had come out. It walked slowly over and then disappeared into the shadow of the man. Soon, the man told him everything he knew. Fortunately, you're here. Tang Yu took a bite of the apple and was recording what the man said. She looked at the information she had recorded and felt that the Black Church must be planning a big conspiracy in the ancient capital. And they seemed to be getting closer and closer to this conspiracy. After several interrogations, Tang Yu slowly grasped a useful piece of information. That is, the man called Hujin Deacon. And this was not known by those people. But Song Jie asked Xiao He to reveal it to Tang Yu. Hujin Deacon. Tang Yu looked at this code name and fell into deep thought. Song Jie asked, Sister Yu, how much do you know about this conspiracy? We only know that the Bo City crisis is a pilot project of the Black Church, and their target is likely to be the ancient capital, Tang Yu said. Song Jia nodded. He looked at Tang Yu, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Tang Yu felt that Song Jia had something to say, but he didn't say it. Wasn't Mu Yuang a running dog of the Black Church before? Well, Tang Yu nodded. Song Jia explained. I have a suspicion, but I don't know if it's true. Who? Tang Yu suddenly became interested and asked. Mu He. Tang Yu frowned as soon as he said this. Why do you suspect him? Song Jia explained. When I was in Bo City, I accidentally met him. At that time, he seemed to be talking to someone. But that person was very mysterious, and I didn't see his face clearly. Tang Yu pondered and carefully recalled Mu He's appearance. At the beginning, they investigated all the suspicious people in Bo City, but ruled out all the suspects. They also investigated Mu He mentioned by Song Jia. There was nothing suspicious about this guy. Not even a stain. Maybe I thought too much. I thought they were sneaky at the time, so I was very curious about what they were talking about. But unfortunately, I didn't dare to get close. Song Jia said. Tang Yu nodded. And Su? He asked someone to retrieve Mu He's information. After seeing Mu He's information, she frowned slightly. She didn't expect that the other party was also in the ancient capital. I will send someone to investigate this matter, Tang Yu finally said. Song Jia nodded. As for how to investigate, it was not something he should consider. Chapter 206. After a busy day, Song Jia and Tang Yu returned to their residence. As soon as Tang Yu opened the door, Song Jia carried her into the living room and closed the door at the same time. You little rascal. Isn't the daytime enough? Tang Yu poked Song Jia's chest. What do you think? Song Jia smiled and carried him into the bedroom. Tang Yu's pretty face was slightly red, and she was even more charming at this moment. After the last encounter, Tang Yu looked more mature and more delicious. Song Jia couldn't help but peck her on the face. It was fragrant. Let me see what new postures you have. Tang Yu covered her mouth and laughed. Then let's start. Song Jia looked at Tang Yu's arrogant appearance and couldn't help it. How to hold. Tang Yu had just finished speaking when something was torn apart with a sizzling sound. She murmured. And Song Jia began. Tang Yu strangled Song Jia's neck with both hands, like a frightened kitten. The next moment, Tang Yu followed Song Jia's instructions and put her legs on his waist. Tang Yu was so shy. This new move was very challenging for her. You little rascal. You know a lot. And I'm going to start. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, Tang Yu went to work early. Song Jia handed Xiao Hei to her and did not go to the trial with her. He had something else to do, which was to sell the commander-level spirit in his hand, then go buy some auxiliary materials for cultivation. His chaos system was about to break through the intermediate level. When he returned to the Magic City, he would apply to Dean Xiao to enter the 3-step tower for cultivation, and he would be able to enter the intermediate level faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Contract summoning. The outrageous transformation into a higher level. Contract fusion. The system prompt sounded, and Song Jia remembered that it was time for the outrageous transformation. Hey! Song Jia carefully observed this newly acquired skill. After understanding it, he realized that this was also an outrageous skill. Contract fusion means that the power of other summoned beasts can be combined together and then fused to another summoned beast. In simple terms, after the power of the summoned beasts with his spiritual imprint is integrated and all transferred to Xiaolu, Xiaolu power will increase greatly. If the summoned beasts with the same attributes are integrated, the power will be even stronger. For example, if Xia Yanji is integrated with the fire elf, then its improved power will definitely be stronger than integrating other attributes. And in Xiaolu Plain, Song Jia knows that there are very few plant elves, but the number of fire elves must be in the top 3. In this way, he only needs to let Xiaolu recruit fire elves for it. You can use the little black cat to do the experiment first. Song Jia smiled slightly. If the little black cat is not here now, he would like to see what level the little black cat can be upgraded to. He also wanted to know if he could inject Li Rui's strength into the little black cat. If it's really possible, that would be a bit scary. At the same time, it would be even more necessary to train a summoned beast army of his own. If he can't win, he can just use the ultimate move to merge all the summoned beast power into one of the contracted beasts. Just thinking about it is exciting. Song Jia put away his thoughts. then got up to wash up and prepared to go to the auction house. The commander-level spirit is also an item that can only be encountered but not sought. So it is also very popular. What's more, this is a fire spirit. There are many people who awaken the fire system. So there are naturally many people who want it. And there is a feeling of supply exceeding demand. Song Jia handed over everything he could sell to the auction house. And the rest was to wait for the results. After walking around the auction house, he found that there was nothing he needed. So he left. On the way to the trial meeting, he bought a few cups of milk tea and prepared to give them to Tang Yu and Ling Qing. When he gave Ling Qing milk tea, she was reading the information. Thank you. Ling Qing took a sip after he finished speaking. And it felt good. I heard from Ling Ling that you went to the north corner of Zhuiyuan and got Yin Ji. Yes. You are lucky. You can even find a creature like Yin Ji. No way. Once a person is lucky, nothing can stop him. Song Jia laughed. By the way, we have prepared training materials for Xiao He. You can go and get them later. Ling Qing said. Oh, this is so expensive. Then I will take it back? Sister, why are you starting to learn humor? Ling Qing smiled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. We still need your Xiao He these days. So you may need to stay here for a few days. Song Jia nodded. No problem. As long as sister needs me, I can do anything. Only you can talk. Ling Qing continued to smile. Sister is so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Song Jia asked. Hearing this, Ling Qing shook her head. She was so busy that she had no time to socialize. Moreover, feelings are dispensable to her. That's a pity. Sister is so beautiful. But she doesn't have a boyfriend. Song Jia said. Well, Tang Yu seems to have something to ask you. Go over and take a look. Ling Qing changed the subject. Okay. Song Jia said goodbye to Ling Qing and closed the office door. It's great to be young. Ling Qing smiled. Then looked at the cup of milk tea and took another sip. Song Jia knew that Tang Yu had an independent office. So he came here quickly. Closed the door. Locked the door. Tang Yu asked, why are you locking the door? What do you think? Song Jia smiled. Tang Yu immediately understood. And said, this is not good. It's lunch break time now. Song Jia came over. We can unlock new maps. You can still play like this. Tang Yu was stunned. Song Jia slowed down. This desk is about to fall apart. It's okay. I definitely accompany you if it breaks. Yeah. It wasn't until work time that the two of them finished exploring the new map. Why do you men always like to tear stockings? Tang Yu rolled her eyes at Song Jia. Because it relieves stress. Relieves stress? What kind of reason is this? Tang Yu took out a new pair of black stockings from her bag. Oh, it seems you prepared it. It's you. Isn't this the black stocking I prepared for you? Tang Yu complained. Yes. 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 Song Jia smiled and nodded. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? I've already reported Muhi's matter. And the higher-ups have approved the investigation of him. But it's a secret investigation. Tang Yu said. Then what? Tang Yu asked. I might go to the ancient capital. Can you go with me? Let him participate in the Black Church's affairs? Song Jia hesitated. Because the Black Church might have made sufficient preparations, and was just waiting for the plan to go on track. It's okay. But I must be free and not be bound by anyone. Song Jia replied. Okay. Tang Yu nodded. The reason why she brought Song Jia with her was because he had a little black cat on him. As for letting Song Jia take risks, she would definitely not do that. Chapter 207. Song Jia has nothing to do during this period. And the nomination competition is still a long way off. So there is no need to rush. Tang Yu saw Song Jia's hand suddenly grabbing over. It's working hours now. Then come after get off work. Come again. Tang Yu looked at Song Jia, revealing a pitiful expression. Then I let you go for now, Song Jia said, and asked Tang Yu where the little black cat was. It's eating in the lounge. This foodie. Song Jia laughed and scolded. Soon, he and Tang Yu came to the lounge. Little Black was eating, his mouth full of oil. Are you eating happily? Song Jia stared at it. Little Black ignored him. This evil capitalist. Do you want to know a secret? Song Jia looked at Tang Yu and smiled. What secret? You watch. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, a white hexagram appeared under his feet. And then, Little Black was suddenly branded with a mark. Tang Yu looked at the scene in front of her in confusion. And the next second she felt that Xiao Hei's breath suddenly became wrong. How could it be? Tang Yu noticed something was wrong. Because she felt that Xiao Hei had become more powerful. Song Jie was experimenting. But when he reached the peak of the general advancement period, he stopped. How is it? Song Jie looked at Tang Yu and asked. Tang Yu asked, what method did you use? It can actually improve Xiao Hei's strength. Tonight. No. Then I can only bury this secret in my heart. I can do something else. Why do I feel that you are playing more than me? You don't want it? Yes. 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 Then hurry up and say it. Tang Yu glanced at him. This is my new skill of summoning mutation, which may temporarily improve the strength of the summoned beast, Song Jie said. After all, this new skill is too amazing. So he didn't introduce it in detail. It's amazing. He can be promoted from a great general to an advanced general. Tang Yu had never seen such a skill before. By the way, when are we going to the ancient capital? Song Jie asked. Tang Yu replied. We be there in 2 days. Song Jie nodded. Although he had brought out the identity of the great deacon of Hujin, there were too many people from the Black Church in the ancient capital. Even Salon was there. In fact, he was also hesitating whether to kill Salon. For him who knew the plot, he knew which one of those people was Salon. However, if he failed to kill him this time, the other party might retaliate against him. And he had to figure out how to point out Salon. This was a difficult problem. And he also knew that Salon was just a name. When one Salon fell, another Salon would stand up. Song Jie felt that he was not strong enough. If he was invincible now, why would he care so much? He had another purpose for going to the ancient capital, which was to collect spirits. There were so many undead in the ancient capital, and he was a light system, so it was a good place to collect spirits. At night, Song Jie enjoyed a very unique treatment. 2 days later, Song Jie and Tang Yu came to the ancient capital. This season was when the undead in the ancient capital were rioting, so the ancient capital was most afraid of darkness. Once it got dark, the sleeping undead would wake up and constantly attack the ancient capital. Therefore, the mages in the ancient capital were very nervous now. But for the mages, it was also an opportunity to make money. Are you two booking 1 room or 2 rooms? The front desk asked. 1 room. 2 rooms. Song Jie and Tang Yu both gave different answers. He smiled, and then asked the front desk to book 2 rooms. What are you laughing at? Tang Yu asked, looking at Song Jie, who kept laughing. So sister Yu also has bad days. You? Tang Yu hesitated. How could she say such embarrassing words? I know. We are here to work, not to spend our honeymoon. Song Jie laughed. Humph. Good to know. They came to the 3rd floor. Tang Yu just opened the door. And then Song Jie picked her up. You just? At night, Song Jie and Tang Yu came to where Mu He lived. Tang Yu nodded. Mu He currently lives here. We monitor him like this every day? Song Jie couldn't stand it when he thought of such a boring thing. That's the case at the moment. Tang Yu nodded. Apart from them, not many other people knew about this task. That's really boring enough. If you are bored, you can leave this to me. You can go to the city wall, which is your light system's paradise, Tang Yu said with a smile. She said before that Song Jie was free, so she could just take care of the monitoring. Song Jie nodded. He was indeed a little curious about the ghosts of the ancient capital. If the Black Church is doing something in the ancient capital, it must have been carefully planned. Be careful when you are monitoring. If there is anything, call me directly, Song Jie warned. Don't worry. I have been dealing with the Black Church for so many years, and I know the severity of it. Tang Yu nodded in reply. The identity of the great deacon of Hujin is too attractive. She is now like a chicken blood, wanting to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Then I will go over and take a look, and try to come back as soon as possible. Song Jie left here as soon as he finished speaking. In the ancient capital, let alone the great deacon of Hujin, even Salon is here. Obviously, there must be many members of the Black Church here. How could those crazy perverts miss witnessing this grand ceremony of conferring the gods? However, the Black Church in the ancient capital has not started to act yet, so they will be more restrained and should not take the initiative to attack them. The people of the tribunal were also unable to capture the members of the Black Church in the ancient capital. Otherwise, with Xiao Hei's ability, he would be able to catch half of the members of the Black Church. By analogy, I'm afraid none of them can escape. The tribunal gave Xiao Hei the training materials, and Song Jia refined Xiao He every day. Now he is only one step away from the Ward General Advancement stage. It should take more than 10 days for Xiao He to truly enter the Ward General Advancement stage. Soon, Song Jia came to the bottom of the city wall of the ancient capital. And at this time, the wailing of the dead came from outside. It's quite creepy to hear this sound at night. Song Jia smiled bitterly. Classmate, are you here to practice too? We just need one person here. Do you want to come together? A girl suddenly asked. Song Jia turned his head and looked at the girl with glasses. Then, he saw a familiar face. Song Jia. Zhou Min saw Song Jia and said his name. It's me. Song Jia smiled. He didn't expect that they were so lucky to meet each other. The girl asked Zhou Min. Do you know him? Oh, he's my high school classmate. Zhou Min quickly explained. So we're old classmates. That's great. The girl with glasses smiled. Classmate, do you want to join us? Song Jia thought about it. He wasn't familiar with this place, so it was okay for him to join them. He then nodded. Chapter 208. There were 4 people. 2 girls and 2 boys. The girl with glasses was obviously the captain. The 5 of them walked towards the city wall. The girl with glasses looked at Song Jia and smiled. Your name is Song Jia, right? You can call me Yuer. She then asked, by the way, which school are you from? Are you also from the Ancient Capital Academy? He is a student of the Pearl Academy, and should be a year older than us now. Zhou Min said. Zhou Min. You know a lot. Do you have a crush on him? Yuer said with a smile. Zhou Min's cheeks were slightly red. And she pushed Yuer. Yuer. What are you talking about? Oh my. Look at yourself. Your face is red. And you still say no? Yuer continued to joke. Don't talk nonsense. We are just classmates. Zhou Min glanced at Song Jia and explained. Back in Tian'an Magic High School, Song Jia was indeed very outstanding among them. Others have never seen demons. But Song Jia has participated in killing demons. They participated in the training. While Song Jia directly participated in the higher level training, they also worked hard for a year. And Song Jia entered the university before them. And the school was like Mage Academy. In short, among them, Song Jia is the best one. Whether in high school or now, they can't compare with him. As a girl, who doesn't like boys who are better than themselves? Zhou Min, of course, is no exception. Okay. What department is your classmate in? Yuer asked. Light department. Yuer nodded. The light department is not bad. Just restraining these undead. But compared with other departments, the light department is still a little worse. Song Jia, you need to wear a mage badge here. Did you bring it? Yuer asked. Mage badge? Song Jia was slightly startled, and then thought of what it was. Mage badges are used to identify the level of mages. For example, beginner mages have beginner badges, and advanced mages have advanced badges. Yuer, Zhou Min, and the other 4 people were wearing the badges of the intermediate wizard. I looked for it. I don't usually need this thing. Song Jia smiled bitterly. It's okay. We can wait for you to find it slowly. Yuer said with a smile. At this time, a few more people came not far away. The man in the lead glanced at them, and finally his eyes fell on Song Jia. Where is your badge? Jiangli asked in a bad tone. Senior Jiang. He is looking for it. You wait. Zhou Min explained. Jiangli is responsible for the control of this area. So people who don't wear badges cannot go up to the city wall. What's going on? Haven't found it yet? Yuer asked doubtfully. It seems to have been found. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he took out a badge, which was a beginner badge of the chaos system. The 3rd level of the beginner badge? Jiangli frowned and glanced at Yuer. The requirement of the city wall is that you cannot go up to the city wall to kill the undead unless you reach the intermediate level of wizard. Senior Jiang. He is my classmate and also a student of Mingzhu Academy. He majors in the light department. This should be his other magic department class. Zhou Min helped Song Jia explain. I have no way to verify what you said. But there is a rule here. Anyone who has not reached the intermediate level cannot come up. So please ask your classmate to go down immediately. Jiangli did not make any sense at all. Zhou Min and Yuer looked at each other and looked at Song Jia, only to see that the other party suddenly took out a high-level badge. Yuer widened her eyes and exclaimed. At this moment, others were also attracted by her voice and immediately fell on the high-level badge in Song Jia's hand. Alas, It's not easy to find a badge. Song Jia took out the high-level badge of the light department. How is it possible? Jianli looked at the high-level badge in Song Jia's hand and couldn't believe it. At the same age, this guy is a high-level magician? Don't believe it? Song Jia rummaged again and took out the high-level badge of the summoning department. Look, this is another department of mine. It can't be stolen by me. Right? Song Jia asked. 2 high-level badges were spread out in Song Jia palm, and everyone around was silent. This guy, he actually has 2 high-level badges. That means he is a high-level mage who has reached high levels in 2 systems. Song Jia looked at Jianli and continued to ask, do you believe it? I still have a hunter badge here. You can take him to confirm it. Jianli was speechless and felt his face burning. No need. Jianli finally said 2 words with difficulty. Who knew that the young man in front of him was actually a high-level mage? Not only did he not know, Zhou Min didn't know either. Zhou Min, your classmate is quite strong. Yours big eyes have never closed since just now. I just found out that he is so. Zhou Min didn't know what to say for a while, and just felt that Song Jia was really a pervert. In their class, I'm afraid no one except Song Jia reached a high level. Right? Even. It is already very outstanding to cultivate to the 2nd level. Zhou Min, see if you can talk to your classmates and help me brush up the credits. Yu grabbed Zhou Min's arm and said, actually, I am not very familiar with him. Zhou Min said softly. Yu smiled and said, women's words are lies. Don't worry. As a sister, I will not compete with you. What's the point of competing or not? He and I are just classmates. Zhou Min continued to explain. Let's go! Let's go! There is a vacant place over there. Yu didn't say anything and urged them to go over. Song Jia followed them, and someone cleared the way for them, and they soon went out of the city. The undead outside made a creepy wail, and the undead stared at them as soon as they appeared. Song Jia, how about you be the captain? Yu suddenly felt that she was not qualified enough. It's okay. I'm just here to make soy sauce. You guys are busy with yours. Song Jia smiled. Then let's start. As soon as you are finished speaking, he commanded them to enter combat mode. They came to the city to kill the undead because the school had a designated credit task. So if they wanted to complete the credit task, they had to come out to participate in the killing of the undead. They are coming. Everyone get ready. As soon as you are finished speaking, he alerted everyone. Several slave-level undead were rushing towards him. But fortunately, they were not very fast. Fierce Fist. Boom. Zhou Min was the first to complete the Firestar map, and the hexagram pattern under his feet was extremely red. The flaming fist flew out and instantly destroyed the oncoming slave-level undead. They were not the only team here, so they only had to face the undead in front of them. Here they come again, Yu said again. Then, the ground in front of them suddenly had undeads drilling out, and their pupils were all emitting fascinating green light. 1, 2, 3, 4. This time there were more than a dozen undead. Why are there so many undeads all of a sudden? Someone in the team asked in confusion. Yu ordered, don't worry. Release the magic immediately. Don't let them come. Everyone nodded. And the flames, lightning, vines, and ice logs swept away the undead in front of them. At this time, a cry of surprise came from the side. Chapter 209. That's the Sword and Axe Corps General. The exclamation suddenly sounded in the dark night, and the mages in other directions also looked over. The Sword and Axe Corps General is a general-level demon, much more powerful than the slave-level corpses and skeletons. And they are dead things themselves. And it is more difficult to deal with them than to deal with a living general-level one. The man's exclamation has shifted everyone's attention there. We need support. The people in that team shouted. The teams they go out are all like this. As long as a general-level creature appears, they will join forces to deal with it. A team of mid-level mages alone may not be able to kill a general-level undead for a while. I have one here too. Fuck. A general-level undead has appeared here too. Two-Faced Ghost General. A Two-Faced Ghost General has appeared here. In an instant, many people in the dark night exclaimed. And it sounded like a mess. At this moment, an emergency occurred in the northwest city, and an eagle mage asked everyone to retreat. Everyone. Retreat to the city immediately. Everyone. Retreat to the city immediately. Everyone. Retreat to the city immediately. No one knew what was going on. The undead tonight was a little different. Why are there so many general-level undead tonight? One of the boys exclaimed. When they came here before, most of them were slave-level undead, and they were lucky to encounter general-level undead. But so many undead appeared at once, which made them very confused. Let's retreat first. There are more and more undead here. It's not safe anymore. You are ordered. At this time, a light burst from the sky, and the light illuminated the entire night. The next moment, they saw dense undead coming towards them at this moment. I was wondering why there were so many undead. It turns out they are all hiding in the dark. Yur exclaimed. This is the Northwest City. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many undead here. Why are they all here? Joe-min asked in surprise. Generally, powerful undead mainly appear in the North City, so this place becomes a place for students to train. But tonight is a little different. Although Songjie didn't know what was going on, he knew it was an opportunity. Now there are so many general-level undead. At least 1 or 2 spirits can be exploded. Right? 20 or 30 million is a small amount of money for him now. But even the smallest ants are meat. You go back first. I will cover you, Songjie said to them. Hearing this, the others showed gratitude. The surrounding undead were all approaching them. If Songjie was there to cover them, it would be much easier for them to go back. Not long after the 4 of them left, a boom sound came from behind them. The golden rain fell from the sky, like a falling lightsaber, and the undead were pierced through their bodies and then exploded. No matter whether they were slaves or generals, they were all swallowed by the golden rain. The undead that were originally densely packed suddenly had a large space. On the tower, they were all observing the movements outside, and at the same time witnessed the amazing scene just now. Fuck. What kind of magic was that just now? It's so powerful. Why do I feel that this is even more powerful than superclass magic? Which light master released this magic? While everyone was talking, they were alert to the situation under the city wall. The main reason was that Songjie made too much noise, and it was impossible not to pay attention. After a while, Yur and Joe-min returned to the city. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Where is Songjie? Why didn't he catch up? Yur glanced at his teammates and did not find Songjie. Joe-min was also a little worried, but he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, he has a flying eagle summoned beast in the summoning system. Let's go to the city wall and see if he has already reached the city wall. Yur and others nodded. At this time, Jiangli and others also ran back to the city in a very embarrassed manner. When he glanced at Yur, Joe-min and others, he did not find Songjie. Did this guy die outside? Jiangli guessed in his heart. There are so many generals. Even if he is a high level, he will probably die. High-level magicians are just like this. Jiangli followed them to the city wall. At this time, Yur, Joe-min and others had already come to the top of the city wall. And at the same time, they were watching the night not far away. Weren't there many undead behind us just now? Why is this place empty? One of them asked. Young man, you should have just come up. Right? A middle-aged man said with a smile. Yur asked, what happened? You know in a moment. The middle-aged man kept the secret and looked into the night excitedly. Yur, Joe-min and others were very puzzled, but they could only wait. Joe-min, where is your classmate? He didn't die outside. Did he? Jiangli came over and said with some pride. Joe-min ignored him, but scanned the crowd to see if Songjie had come back. Seeing that they didn't answer, Jiangli didn't care and looked at the undead outside the city. Fuck. Weren't there a lot of undead there just now? Why is there suddenly a large number missing? Jiangli said in surprise. Just see. In the dark night, a ray of light rose like a bright moon, and the next moment it exploded in midair. The falling golden rain illuminated the entire night, and it looked like sparks flying from a distance. At this moment, the wailing undead were instantly detonated by the falling golden rain. They finally understood why there was a large area of empty space. Joe-min, did he do it? Yur asked excitedly. Songjie didn't come back, and the other party was a high-level one, which meant that the person was probably Songjie. However, they could only see a blurry figure and couldn't see who it was. Joe-min didn't know either, but her sixth sense told her that the person was Songjie. Jiangli swallowed in astonishment. He was the person in charge of this area and knew that there were no high-level light mages here. Therefore, the person who was fighting in the army of undead might be Songjie. How is it possible? They are the same age. Why is the other party so much better than him? Song Jie kept shuttling in the dark night, while also collecting spirits. From just now to now, he has obtained 2 warrior-level spirits. It's so cool. Moreover, after his light system was upgraded to a high level, the primary magic was even more casual. So after he released 7 or 8 primary magics, the light system magic power was still sufficient. The exploding golden rain plus his light system spirit seeds are more powerful than the 3rd level of the high-level fire system. What's more, his light system can also restrain the undead. No matter what kind of sword and axe corpse general or two-faced ghost general, they can't survive even 1 round in front of him. In the dark night, no one can see who he is. They can only see the golden rain falling in the darkness. Chapter 210. Song Jie used the exploding golden rain to continuously kill the undead. And at the same time, he felt a strong breath. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the darkness not far away, where a powerful undead was crawling. It was the Meat Mound Corpse Minister. This Meat Mound Corpse Minister was as fat as a meatball, and his body was huge, just like his name. It turned out to be this guy. Song Jie remembered its name when he saw the body of the undead. He didn't think much, and used the devil's power the next moment. This guy is a commander-level undead, and it is very likely that he can explode a commander-level spirit. When Song Jie thought of this, he was immediately a lot more energetic. He liked the commander-level spirit the most. After he turned into a demon, his figure was hidden in the darkness, and he pressed directly against the Meat Mound Corpse Minister. With his current strength, the commander-level demon is not his opponent at all. After all, demonization has greatly increased his strength, even if it is a monarch level, as long as it is not too strong. There is nothing to fear. This Meat Mound Corpse Minister was killed by Song Jie in less than a minute. At the same time, the corpse of the Meat Mound Corpse Minister also exploded a commander-level spirit. Good luck. Song Jie went to the north corner of Zhuiyuan to get a commander-level spirit, and now he got one here. After a while, the city gradually returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. At this time, Song Jie had returned from outside, pretending that nothing had happened. After killing a lot of undead just now, he put away the wind-controlling Sky Eagle and used Xiao Hei's Shadow's skills to return to the city. He had a good harvest this time. In addition to the commander-level spirit, there are 3 general-level spirits, more than a dozen slave-level spirits, and thousands of undead residual spirits. The complete spirit can be sold directly. Anyway, he doesn't need these spirits at present. When needed, he can also use the broken ones to merge into spirits. When everyone saw Song Jie appear from behind, they were also stunned and didn't know what was going on. Why did you leave the team before? You were asked. Just now the team next to us needed help, so I went to help them, Song Jie explained. Before, Song Jie did help a team solve the problem. Otherwise, only 1 or 2 of the 5 of them would be able to return to the city wall. Yue was shocked. She was a mind mage, so she could judge whether Song Jie's words were true or false. It was actually true. She fell into deep thought. They all thought that he was the one who released the magic. Just as they were wondering, 2 figures flew over not far away. The leading men asked with a serious expression, "What happened here?" Jianli certainly knew the identity of the visitor, and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile and said, "Just now, we encountered a large number of undead attacks in Northwest City." The visitor was Xu Ming, and the demon men from the Hunter Alliance. They came here because they heard that something happened in Northwest City. Xu Ming glanced outside and found that there were quite a few undead, but not too many. He glanced at Jiangli, brushed past him, and came to Song Jie. "Why are you here too?" Xu Ming looked at Song Jie and asked. Xu Ming had seen Song Jie before in linen, so he recognized him at the first time. "Come here to gain experience." Xu Ming didn't ask much. Jiangli was stunned when he saw the scene. What the hell is going on? This guy knows Counselor Xu Ming. The situation here is not as urgent as the intelligence says? Xu Ming scanned the periphery and found that the undead were fine. That's because someone just killed a lot of undead, so it looks so few. Yue said. "Oh, who did it?" Xu Ming became interested. "We don't know either. We only know that he is a powerful mage." Yue answered. "Light mage?" Xu Ming looked at Song Jie. He knew he was a light mage. "It's you, right?" Song Jie saw this and could only nod helplessly. Xu Ming must know his background, but it's not a big deal. Anyway, he is already a high-level magician, and it's not too outrageous for him to use such powerful magic. Zhou Min and others all showed calm expressions, because they all thought it was Song Jie. So after they knew this definite answer, they were not too surprised. How could it be? Seeing that Song Jie was fine, Jianli thought it was not him. But Song Jie's answer now made him feel like he was struck by lightning. Zhu Meng nodded, admiring Song Jie very much, and then said, "Don't you want to experience it? Go to the West District. It's definitely suitable for you." Song Jie could hear that Zhu Meng wanted him to work as a worker. He refused. "Let's talk about it later. I have other things to do now." Zhu Meng didn't ask any more questions, and looked at the demon man next to him. "Go find 2 high-level light mages, and ask them to clean up the remaining general level." "Okay." The demon man nodded. Then, Zhu Meng's wind wings suddenly spread out, and the golden wings were particularly bright in the dark night. "There's a commander-level undead over there. I get rid of it." As soon as Zhu Meng finished speaking, he ran straight into the dark night outside the city. Commander-level undead? Everyone was surprised when they heard it. They didn't realize that if this commander-level attacked, they might not be able to defend, because most of the main forces were transferred to the West City. There might be only 1 or 2 high-level mages here. But who would have thought that a commander-level undead would appear here? Song Jie looked up and saw that there was indeed another commander-level undead over there. What a pity! I didn't find it before. Otherwise, I could have dealt with it together. Maybe there would be 1 more commander-level spirit. Zhu Meng is a super-level mage. With his help, this commander-level undead is not worth mentioning at all. Song Jie, Mu Bai and the others are also in the ancient capital. If you want to meet them, I can organize a class reunion. Zhou Min continued. By the way, Zhang Xiaoho seems to be here recently, so we can invite him out when the time comes. The undead only appear at night, so Zhang Xiaoho and the others basically have nothing to do during the day, and they only need to resist the invasion of the undead at night. It should be possible recently. When you have contacted them, let me know, Song Jie said. Okay. Zhou Min smiled and nodded. Since they graduated, these classmates have rarely met. Zhu Meng quickly killed the commander-level undead and eliminated a wave of undead. Therefore, the undead crisis in Northwest City was destroyed. As the crisis was resolved, most of the undead were also eliminated, and they did not leave the city again. Song Jie left the city wall and returned to where Tang Yu was. Tang Yu asked, "Why did you go for so long?" "I encountered something, so I was delayed," Song Jie explained. "Is there anything going on here?" "Nothing. Everything is normal," Tang Yu replied. "How about we just arrest him and interrogate him?" Song Jie suddenly suggested. After all, Mu He is the deacon of Hujin. This is a done deal. Chapter 211. If he is the deacon of Hujin, he is probably a high-level mage now. Tang Yu continued, with the current strength of Xiao Haimeo, I am afraid that he cannot be controlled. Hearing this, Song Jie felt that what Tang Yu said made sense. But he said so because he had recently gained a supernatural power. It was the contract fusion. He tried it before, and he could actually fuse Leroy power into Xiao Hei. As long as he is not afraid of exposing this supernatural power. Controlling Mu He is a piece of cake, but he doesn't know how to explain it. Besides, if we do this, it will also alert the enemy. He must be behind him. If we can also catch Saran, it is definitely more worthwhile than catching a deacon of Hujin, Tang Yu said. Song Jie nodded helplessly. What Tang Yu said was indeed reasonable. But for him who knew the plot, the final result was not what they thought. The water in the ancient capital is too deep. Song Jie decided to wait and see the situation first. They made such a thorough plan, and they must have prepared a lot of backup plans. He is just an ordinary time traveler. How can he fight these big villains? Let's take turns to monitor. I'm afraid you can't handle it, Song Jie said. It's okay. I can do it alone. Be obedient. Otherwise, Song Jie gave her a look, and Tang Yu nodded immediately. Men should be fierce. Look. Be more obedient. After several days of perseverance, there was no movement from Mu He. Song Jie felt that they might have other ways to contact each other. Otherwise, he would not have been silent. However, no one came to visit these days, which was also very suspicious. Tang Yu said before that this matter was very secretive, and not many people knew about it. So it was impossible for the news to be leaked. There was only one reason. That is, They had already made preparations, and were just waiting for the arrival of Sha Yuan. These bastards. This matter was all within their expectations, and the only solution might be to enter Sha Yuan. Song Jia sighed in his heart, and could only wait for that day to come. But he would not sit and wait for death. He told Tang Yu that there was a class reunion, and then came to the agreed restaurant. As soon as Song Jia arrived at the box, he saw many familiar faces. Mu Bai, Zhao Kunsen, Wang Sanpeng, Zhang Xiaoho. Some people have not seen each other for more than 2 years since the crisis in Bo City. Long time no see. Although Song Jia traveled through time, they were classmates for 3 years. It would be a lie to say that there is no affection. Brother Jia, we just heard from Zhou Min that you are now a high-level mage. Zhang Xiaoho asked immediately. Song Jia had just sat down and nodded when he saw Zhang Xiaoho's anxious look. Brother Jia, you are so awesome. We are all in the middle level, and you actually broke through to the high level without our knowledge. Zhang Xiaoho's eyes were full of surprise. At this moment, everyone at the round table looked at Song Jia with envy. It's only been 2 years. Some of them are still at the beginner level, but Song Jia is already at the advanced level. It's like they work 996 hours a day, and they make 6,000 or 7,000 yuan a month. But Song Jia is already financially free. Let's not talk about this. We are a classmate reunion today. We should drink. Song Jia laughed. Zhang Xiaoho nodded. Everyone present was much more mature than before, and they no longer ridiculed each other. And Zhang Xiaoho didn't argue with Zhao Kunsen anymore, as if they had grown up all of a sudden. At first they were a little reserved, but after all, they were classmates for many years, and they soon let go. They talked about the current situation from high school, then talked about the Magic City, and then talked about the current situation of the ancient capital. Mu Bai, are you studying in the ancient capital? Song Jia asked. Mu Bai nodded. I'm helping my uncle run the store while I'm in school. Your uncle? Song Jia pretended to be confused and got straight to the point. Your uncle seems to be Mu He. Right? Yes. It seems that you are doing well in the ancient capital. My uncle has some connections in the ancient capital, so we have been doing it for 2 years, and the business has slowly picked up. Mu Bai explained. What kind of business do you want to get me in? I'm short of money recently. Song Jia said bluntly. If you are short of money, I can introduce you to a big order. Mu Bai said. Is this also your uncle's client? Yes. Mu Bai nodded. He has been buying undead crystals. With your high-level strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Undead crystals are a kind of crystals on the undead, and they are also their fatal weaknesses. At the same time, this undead crystal also has the effect of restoring magic energy. However, only the undead crystals of the warlord level have such an effect, and those below the slave level do not have this effect of restoring magic energy. Song Jia also had a commander-level undead crystal in his hand, which he had taken from the Mead Hill Corpse Minister before. Warlord-level undead crystal can restore the magic power of any magic system. The first use within a day can restore a quarter of the magic power. The second use can only restore 1/8. The third use can be halved again, and so on. Mu Bai explained. But the later the undead crystal is, the less effective it is. In addition, the higher the level of the undead crystal, the more valuable it is. For example, the commander-level undead crystal is different from the warlord-level undead crystal. The commander-level undead crystal can restore half of the magic power, and so on. For high-level or super-level mages, being able to restore half of the magic power is already very good. Song Jia nodded. Although he knew that the undead crystal could restore magic power, he didn't know that the commander-level undead crystal could only restore half of the magic power. Can you give me his contact information? I want to talk to him. Song Jia asked. Sure. As soon as Mu Bai finished speaking, he hurriedly gave the man his contact information. The reason why Song Jia asked Mu Bai these questions was to find out who was around Mu He. Anyone who had contact with Mu He was likely a member of the Black Church. This time, it was not only Gu Du who paid the price, but also the Black Church. No one should escape. After Song Jia got the contact information of this person, he continued to chat with them. They chatted until very late, and then they left one after another. Zhang Xiaoho said, Brother Jia, it's getting dark. I go back first. Song Jia nodded. After a while, he also returned to Tang Yu's side. Drank? Tang Yu smelled the alcohol on Song Jia. Drank a little. Song Jia smiled and replied, Where would you not drink at a classmate gathering? You kept watch last night. And I keep watch tonight, Tang Yu said. Okay. Song Jia nodded. They were friends, so there was no need to be polite. Tang Yu was originally sitting against the wall observing Mu He's home. So Song Jia laid his head on her legs. She didn't mind and let him continue to lie there. But this guy couldn't even sleep properly and actually put his hand into her shirt. Chapter 212. Another half month has passed. Mu He is very careful. Even though they came quietly, they still couldn't get any useful clues. Song Jia has found out the situation of the people he has contacted through the person introduced by Mu Bai. These people, none of them can escape. At the same time, he may also get a good bounty. After all, there is a bounty for capturing members of the Black Church. A gray-robed cultist is worth 500,000. A black-robed priest is worth 9 million. And a blue-robed deacon is worth 120 million. And the people who have contact with Mu, he must be at least at the level of black priests. So now the list at his hand is worth at least a galaxy vein. If there is a big fish in it, it will be the price of a soul seed. Song Jia will certainly not miss this opportunity. At this moment, the system prompt sound also came quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Contract summoning. After 4 outrageous transformations, it becomes a higher level. Contract summoning +1. The system prompt sound fell. And Song Jia didn't expect that this time it was still an outrageous transformation of contract summoning. The first transformation skill is contract seizure. The second is contract summoning +1. The third is contract fusion. And the fourth is contract summoning +1. That is to say, he can now contract the third summoned beast. This contract summoning is similar to the previous contract summoning of Li Rui. After summoning, no magic energy is consumed. At the same time, there is also a strange feature. As long as it is a living creature, it can be contracted. That is to say, even if it is a blade of grass, or something with a certain consciousness, he can contract it. It's a bit weird. Song Jia couldn't help but smile bitterly, and he would definitely not contract a blade of grass. Only a fool would do this. Moreover, no matter how powerful the opponent is, he can contract it. But if you want to control the opponent, you may need to continuously improve your own strength. It's a forced contract. Song Jia was of course happy to get a new skill, so that Xiao Yinji would have a place to stay. However, he also remembered that after the summoning system reaches a high level, as long as the cultivation level continues to improve, it seems that he can get another contract quota. In this way, he may have 4 contracted beasts, which is a headache. But judging from the cultivation resources he currently has, he doesn't have to worry too much about their cultivation resources, because he not only has a large number of magic stones, but also enough to supply them with cultivation for a long time. At this time, Zhang Xiaoho suddenly sent him a message. Zhang Xiaoho, brother Jia, I may have to go on a mission, and come back to drink with you. Zhang Xiaoho, smiling expression. Song Jia looked at the message and quickly replied, Little monkey, are you going outside the ancient capital? Zhang Xiaoho, how do you know? Song Jia, it's too dangerous outside. If you go out, you may not come back. Song Jia, I call instructor Zhang Kong and ask him to stop you from going. Zhang Xiaoho, brother Jia, thank you for your kindness, but this is our duty as a soldier. Zhang Xiaoho, if you retreat when you encounter danger, you are not worthy of being a soldier. Song Jia, even if you will die there, you still want to go? Zhang Xiaoho, we are soldiers. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to go. Zhang Xiaoho, besides, if we don't go, someone else will definitely go. Song Jia was silent. But this is Zhang Xiaoho. What he said is not wrong. The Black Church is to blame. Song Jia chatted with Zhang Xiaoho for a few words, and then he went to perform the mission. At this time, Dean Xiao called him. Song Jia, the nomination competition is about to start. Have you returned to the Magic City? I'm in the ancient capital. Ancient capital? Aren't you in Lenin? Why did you go to the ancient capital again? I'm very busy. Dean Xiao. Or I won't participate in the nomination competition? Not participating? Dean Xiao pondered for a while, and then said, give me a reason not to participate. The Black Church wants to cause trouble in the ancient capital. So, Song Jia said. Hearing this, Dean Xiao fell silent again. Alas! He sighed deeply, and at the same time, he also knew about Song Jia and the Black Church. It's okay if you don't participate. Anyway, you have 3 votes. And this one vote is not bad. It can be regarded as giving it to Mo Fan. Dean Xiao said. If Song Jia went back to participate in the nomination competition, Mo Fan might not get a place. If he didn't go, there would not be many people of the same generation who could compete with Mo Fan. After all, Mo Fan was also on the yellow list. But Song Jia was the first on the yellow list. There are also rankings in China, such as Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The Heaven list, Earth list, and Xian list. These 3 lists are composed of strong people of different levels. Those who can be ranked in them are basically very famous and powerful. The yellow list is set up for young mages, and it is generally replaced every 4 years. During the replacement period, Song Jia also occupied the first place on the yellow list. Anyone who pays attention to the yellow list, if they mention Song Jia, they will definitely know that it is Song Jia who is number 1 on the yellow list. Thank you, Dean Xiao. You should also be careful. The Black Church is not so easy to deal with. Otherwise, they would not have been able to take root for so long, Dean Xiao said earnestly. After the 2 of them chatted for a while, they hung up the phone. Night fell. Song Jia came to Tang Yu's side. Sister Yu, I have a list here, and the people on the list are likely to be related to the Black Church, Song Jia said. Tang Yu was surprised. When did you get it? Doesn't Mu He have a nephew named Mu Bai? He is my classmate. At that time, we asked him at the class reunion. Song Jia told her the general process. So that's it. Tang Yu suddenly realized. Sister Yu, although I have a grudge against the Black Church, one thing is one thing. Song Jia smiled. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry. As long as we verify it, you will definitely get some benefits. Tang Yu promised with a smile. She has been here to monitor Mu He for so long. But there is no useful information. On the other hand, Song Jia actually got a dozen lists about the Black Church. You went out during the day for this, right? Tang Yu glanced at the list and put it away. Yes. I thought you went to find a new love. What? Are you jealous when I leave you? Song Jia hugged Tang Yu in his arms. No. Tang Yu let Song Jia hold her. And from time to time, she observed the situation on Mu He's side. Song Jia pecked Tang Yu on the face. The 2 of them had not been alone for several days. He smiled and said, After this mission is over, I will definitely compensate you well. Tang Yu's cheeks were slightly red, and she nodded gently. By the way, if you send people to monitor them, don't send people from the ancient capital tribunal. I'm afraid there are undercover agents of the Black Church among our people, Song Jia said. Tang Yu nodded slightly. She knew that Song Jia said this probably because of Bai Yang before. Why did you put your hand in again? Tang Yu said coquettishly. Chapter 213. Time flies. Another half a month has passed. The people sent by the tribunal are monitoring the people on the list given by Song Jia. Any action of theirs will be watched by the people of the tribunal. As long as the tribunal closes the net, these people will not be able to escape without exception. Song Jia was on guard last night, and Tang Yu just came to take over today. You have been on guard for 5 consecutive days. Let me do it for the next few days, Tang Yu said. Song Jia nodded. There is nothing to be polite between the 2 of them. Tang Yu rested at night these few days, and her complexion has become much better. You are not old, but you are very caring. Tang Yu covered her mouth and laughed. That's right. Song Jia patted Tang Yu's hips as soon as he finished speaking. Rogue. Tang Yu laughed and scolded. Song Jia smiled and said, I go back first. Send me a message if you have anything. Okay. Tang Yu nodded. After a while, Song Jia returned to the hotel. Just as he lay down, Mo Fan sent him a message. Mo Fan, Brother Jia. Have you heard about Xiao Ho? Song Jia. I heard about it. Mo Fan, I want to go to the ancient capital to find him. Song Jia. I'm in the ancient capital. You don't have to come. Leave this to me. Song Jia, and with your strength, you may encounter danger if you go out. Song Jia. I'm going to find Xiao Ho. If he's dead, I see his body. If he's alive, I see him in person. Mo Fan was silent for a long time, as if he was planning something. Song Jia, if I can't come back, you can come find us then. Under Song Jia persuasion, Mo Fan finally nodded and promised to go to the ancient capital after the nomination competition. If there is no news from Song Jia at that time, he will go to them. Song Jia. Xiao Ho is lucky, and he will definitely escape danger. Mo Fan. Brother Jia. You have to be careful too. Mo Fan knew Song Jia's specific strength. And if he went with him, he might be a drag. At the same time, Dean Xiao also told him that Song Jia didn't participate in the nomination competition just to give him the nomination quota. Xiao Ho. You must come back alive. Mo Fan gritted his teeth and said in his heart. Song Jia just wanted to rest. But now he may not be able to rest. He came to the Hunter Alliance alone. And at this moment, he was scanning the people in the hall. At this time, the short man should appear in the hall. Song Jia looked around and soon found the figure of that person. He approached the short man and muttered, I don't know if anyone has been to Yangong Village. The short man turned around and asked, Are you going to Yangong Village? Yes. I just happen to be going there too. If you come, give me this price. The short man raised a finger. 10,000? Fuck. Do you want to go? Song Jia smiled and asked directly. How much? 10 million. Deal. Seeing Song Jia agree so straightforwardly, he was a little confused. He even thought that he had offered a low price. The other party actually agreed so readily. By the way, I'm bringing more than just you this time. The short man continued. If you want to charter a car, that's fine. 20 million. No. 30 million will do. He thought this guy must be a rich man, and he must make a lot of money from him. It's okay. Just bring people if you want. Song Jia didn't mind. Because the person who followed him was Asharuyo. The short man was stunned. Why the hell didn't he play by the rules? Shouldn't you just wave your hand and give me 20 million directly? The short man took Song Jia 10 million and said, We won't leave until tomorrow morning. Add a contact number first. And I tell you where to meet. Understood? Song Jia nodded. With the contact number, he just had to wait for tomorrow's departure. At night, he came to the location where Tang Yu was monitoring. This was the rooftop of a residential building, where they had been monitoring Mu He's every move before. Tang Yu asked, Are you leaving tomorrow? Yes. Be careful. Tang Yu warned. Although she didn't want Song Jia to take risks. She knew why Song Jia went. So she wouldn't stop him. I will. Song Jia held Tang Yu in his arms. Tang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. And suddenly whispered, Let's go back today. You're not going to continue monitoring Muhi? The three of us took over for one night. Song Jia seemed to understand what Tang Yu meant. Sister Yu is so nice to me. To reward Sister Yu, I will teach you a new position later. You little bad boy. Tang Yu poked Song Jia's chest with her finger. The two of them used the shadow system, and soon found the hotel. Sister Yu also prepared this kind of stockings for me. This is too good. I will tear you to pieces tonight. Sister Yu, you have changed. I like you more and more. Black, white, mesh, everything. All night long, the bedroom would occasionally make a tearing sound. The next day, Tang Yu was still sleeping soundly. Last night, they had angered the customers next door so much that they came to knock on the door to protest. Song Jia received the news and quickly came to the meeting place. The outer south gate. When he arrived here, the short man not far away jumped up and waved at him. Song Jia walked over and looked at the people around the short man. In the crowd, there stood a woman wearing a black silk veil. After the outer south gate was opened, everyone could go out after registering. After Song Jia and others registered one after another, they came out from the door. There were 5 men and 1 woman in their group. The short man walked in front and led them to the direction of Yangong Village. Song Jia walked behind the woman wearing a black silk veil. And this woman was Asharuya. Her Chinese name is Yi Minghe. And she is also the saint of the Parthenon Temple, and one of the candidates for the goddess. But it must be said that Asharuya's figure is still very attractive. In addition to her big butt, she also has a graceful snake waist. I'm afraid that Mu Nujio and Jiang Shaoxi waists can't compare to hers. Moreover, when she walks, I'm afraid that men will have wild thoughts when they see her. Song Jia followed the short man and others all the way. The undead would not appear during the day, so they had nothing to worry about. During this period, Asharuya looked at him and seemed to have noticed something. The two of them walked unconsciously and suddenly walked together. Asharuya glanced at Song Jia and finally asked, Are you Song Jia? Huh? Song Jia was slightly startled, wondering how Asharuya knew him. Don't be surprised. I know your name because you are the first on the yellow list. Asharuya explained. Yellow list? Song Jia was immediately relieved. Asheruya is an intelligence dealer, so it is normal for her to know the first on China's yellow list. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Ming, Asheruya said to herself. Song Jia nodded, and at the same time admired Asheruya's fluent Chinese. If I didn't know her background, I would really think she was Chinese. Chapter 214. The yellow list is the ranking list of young Chinese mages. Generally, they are ranked according to their contribution to society and their strength. And your name is the first on the yellow list, Asheruya introduced. Song Jia really didn't know about this ranking list. He had indirectly saved Oil City before, and also captured many members of the Black Church. At the same time, with the help of the little black cat, he helped the Inquisition a lot. The Black Church alone might have put Song Jia in the top. There is also the plague incident in Linen, etc. And with Song Jia's current strength, he may have no rivals among mages of similar age. The conversation between Asheruya and Song Jia was also heard by the people around. Hearing this, the short man immediately turned his head and asked, "You are the first on the yellow list?" "I don't know either," Song Jia said helplessly. He really didn't understand this. "What realm are you in?" the short man asked curiously. "High level." The short man opened his mouth wide when he heard the answer. He didn't expect Song Jia to be a high-level mage. At this time, he also understood why Song Jia was the first on the yellow list. At this age, he became a high-level mage. And it was not surprising to be the first on the yellow list. "Which system did you reach a high level?" The short man was also a little curious. "Light system." "Fuck. Light system. This is great." The short man was immediately happy. The nemesis of these undead is the light system. With Song Jia in the team, their safety is guaranteed. Song Jia smiled and said, "Don't be too happy too early. I remember you said before that your team does not provide protection." The short man suddenly panicked at this time. They really did not provide protection. After all, they came to this kind of ghost place. It was good enough to protect themselves. They could not spare their hands to protect others. Song Jia smiled and said, "You could also want my protection. The protection fee is 1 million per person." "Fuck. You are asking for a higher price." The short man jumped and exclaimed. "Okay. You are a guide. I won't take you." Song Jia still admires the short man. He is really dangerous. That's more like it. The short man breathed a sigh of relief. They also needed money urgently to take risks. However, the two men behind Asheruya were immediately unhappy. When they were about to say something, Asheruya raised her hand to interrupt them. "Okay. But we can't give it to you now. We can give it to you when we go back," Asheruya said. A few million is nothing to her. What he wants is to go back safely. "We can also protect you," the two men said immediately, although they were a little lacking in confidence when they spoke. "Okay. There is no need to argue about this kind of thing. It's best for everyone to be safe," Asheruya said lightly. The two nodded. The short man urged, "It's getting dark. Let's speed up. We should be able to reach Yangyang village tonight, so we have a place to stay." Everyone heard this and quickened their pace. After all, the short man was their guide and was most familiar with this place. However, the sky gradually darkened, and the atmosphere around was also very quiet and terrifying. The short man took out black garlic and handed it to them one by one. "What is this thing for?" one of the bodyguards asked. "This thing can save your life." As soon as the short man finished speaking, he began to eat. "I won't eat it. How can I possibly eat this thing?" the bodyguard said with disdain. "Then give it to me." Song Jia smiled. The bodyguard didn't even think about it and threw it to him. And the other bodyguard did the same. Asheruya wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The things given by the short man must be useful. These two guys actually gave them to others. Song Jia smiled slightly, and then took a bite of black garlic. "Damn it! It's really not something people should eat. You shouldn't give this thing to others." Asheruya glanced at them and shook her head. The two were speechless and didn't know what to say. Asheruya also ate black garlic with them and felt a little drunk. The short man said to the two bodyguards, "Don't ask me for it later. I don't have much here." "What do you mean?" they asked at the same time. "After eating this black garlic, the undead won't attack us," the short man explained. "Really?" As soon as they finished speaking, the ground around them suddenly loosened. The next moment, the undead suddenly came out from the ground. "Fuck!" The two of them finally panicked when they saw so many undead. Moreover, after the undead came out, they all looked at them. Black garlic. Give us back the black garlic quickly, they said anxiously. Song Jia smiled and said, 1 black garlic costs 1 million. You are taking advantage of the fire. Forget it. They looked at each other, unable to fight, and could only look at Asheruya beggingly. The latter sighed and looked at Song Jia at the same time. She had never suffered a loss at the hands of anyone. But this guy actually made her suffer a loss. Asheruya nodded helplessly and agreed to exchange 1 million for a black garlic. Deal. Song Jia threw the black garlic to Asheruya. Asheruya said goodbye to Song Jia and said, You are better at business than me. She didn't expect that this man was so mean and had noticed them. Same here. Song Jia smiled. Although he looked down on the money, it was also a kind of enjoyment to let Asheruya suffer a loss. The 2 bodyguards quickly ate the black garlic in their hands. Although they felt disgusting. Who cared whether it was disgusting or not in order to save their lives? Just after they finished eating, the undead continued to wander in the dark as if they couldn't see them. Hurry up. Hurry up. Try to get to Yanglong village as soon as possible. The short man urged again. They didn't have much black garlic in their hands. If they didn't go to Yanglong village to replenish black garlic, they might have to fight the undead head-on. The originally dark night suddenly had moonlight, and they could vaguely see the road ahead. They finally arrived at the location of Yanglong village. However, the short man looked around and found that there was nothing here. Hey, something's wrong. This is Yanglong village. The short man looked at the map and said, Did you take the wrong road? There's not even a shadow of a village here. How can it be Yanglong village? A bodyguard said. The short man also looked confused. He remembered that this was really Yanglong village. There are many traces left by the villagers here. Maybe this is really Yanglong village. Asheruya said. They began to look for it, and found that there were indeed things left here. Will this village not be destroyed by the undead? A bodyguard said. It's not impossible. Another bodyguard responded. It's over. If there are no supplies from Yanglong village, we can only return the same way or go to the next village. The short man said. Then let's go to the next village. Song Jia said directly. I agree too. Asheruya came here with great difficulty, and it was impossible for her to choose to go back, seeing that the 2 customers had said so. The short man had no right to refuse. After all, he had received the money. Chapter 215. I don't have enough black garlic to reach that village, so I may have to save it next time. The short man said helplessly. Who would have thought that Yanglong village would become like this? If they knew, they would definitely not come here again. Okay. We have a high-level magician here. He has received our protection fee, so it is his duty to protect us. Right? Asheruya smiled. At the same time, there was a feeling of turning the tables in her smile. I will definitely save you once when you are in danger. As for the next time you are in danger, I don't know if I can still save you. Song Jia smiled slightly. This is really a dog. In other words, he may save you once, but whether he can save you next time is none of his business. You? Asheruya didn't expect Song Jia to be so dog. Song Jia smiled and said, 1 million to save a life. Just tell me if it is worth it. Asheruya immediately shut up. She didn't want to communicate with Song Jia now. The short man jumped up and waved his hand, saying, What about us? What about us? We will definitely save them if we can. The short man suddenly felt that Song Jia was a little unreliable. Don't worry. You will be fine tonight, Song Jia said firmly. They didn't know why Song Jia said that, but they had to leave now. They walked in the dark for a long time, and were thankful that the undead didn't attack them. Otherwise, they might face waves of undead attacks. The short man walked in front. Hold on a little longer. There will be another hour before daytime. But at this time, the surrounding undead suddenly changed. What's wrong with the surrounding undead? One of the bodyguards explained. The undead were gathering towards them, as if they wanted to surround them. The dwarf also exclaimed, There is actually a corpse general. Corpse general? Is it difficult to deal with? The dwarf replied, Of course. Even a well-trained mid-level hunter team may not be a match for this big corpse general. Unless. The dwarf looked at Song Jia at this time. Fortunately, they had such a high-level mage here. Leave the corpse general to me, and leave the others to you, Song Jia said. Okay. The dwarf nodded. Only this corpse general was a threat to them. Moreover, if this corpse general was given a chance, It might also summon the undead from a few kilometers around. Ashiruya and others nodded. Song Jie quickly locked onto the corpse general in the undead group. This one was the sword and axe corpse general he had encountered before. With a thought, the light star track was completed instantly, and a beam of light flew towards the sword and axe corpse general. Guangye against the undead? Is this guy serious? Do you really think Guangye can kill? The bodyguard hadn't finished speaking when the next scene made him shut up immediately. Guangye quickly flew towards the sword and axe corpse general. The next moment, there was only an explosion, and the sword and axe corpse general didn't even leave his body. They were all shocked. What the hell are these Guangye? It can actually kill the sword and axe corpse general directly. Even though Ashiruya has seen a lot of things, she was a little surprised to see this scene. Not because of anything else. Just because Song Jie killed a ward general level undead with a Guangye. Is this the ability of mutant talent? Ashiruya muttered in her heart. She also knew a lot about Song Jie mutant talent, but she didn't expect it to be so outrageous. The short man knelt down directly. Awesome. He almost shouted out. But he suddenly thought of something. The sound here might attract the surrounding undead. I've already dealt with that corpse. Song Jie sighed. Just now I used 1/5 of my magic power to kill it. Now it's up to you. Ashiruya suddenly narrowed her eyes, and she was even more confused about the mutant talent. A Guangye used 1/5 of his magic power? What the hell is this? But the surrounding undead have already surrounded her, and she can't think about it anymore. The undead are coming, and everyone is in combat mode. Song Jie turned his head and looked in the direction not far away, where many undead appeared. Leave this to you. I stopped the undead from coming over there. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he ran straight over there. You? The bodyguard wanted to say something, but in the face of the undead in front of him, he finally didn't say it. Didn't he say to protect us? Ashiruya glanced in the direction of Song Jie and said nothing, because if the undead over there come over, they will definitely be under more pressure. Ashiruya said, don't let the undead get close to us. We must hold on until daytime. A golden hexagram pattern appeared under Song Jie's feet, followed by a wall painting. Cut the wall. Facing so many undead, cutting the wall is a powerful weapon for harvesting. He controlled the painting wall and killed all the way. Those undeads could not withstand the power of the painting wall's cutting, and were cut in half one by one. The place where the undead were originally densely packed became empty the next moment. Countless residual souls and occasional spirits entered the bronze bracelet one after another. It feels good, except for the blood-sucking ants and lizard skull giant monsters last time. Song Jie had never killed so much again. As long as the undead appeared in front of him, whether they were slaves or warriors, they were all taken by the painting wall. Song Jie was getting farther and farther away from Ashiruya and the others, so he could show his skills without anyone watching. Opening a painting wall to cut was not enough, so he immediately completed another painting wall cutting. Song Jie now only needs to move forward, and there will be a steady stream of residual souls coming to him. He checked the residual souls in the bracelet. If this continues, he will have fused 400 slave-level spirits. If he can sell them, he won't have to worry about money in the near future. A slave-level spirit can be sold for 5 million. If all 400 spirits are sold, 20 small targets can be obtained. What a pity! On the other side, Ashiruya and others were resisting wave after wave of undead. Why hasn't he come back yet? We can't hold on any longer, one of the bodyguards said. Ashiruya didn't want to listen to his nonsense and ignored him. The short man looked in the direction of Song Jie and felt that there seemed to be fewer undead over there. Let's go to his direction quickly. There are fewer undead there. Everyone looked and found out the situation, but they didn't have time to think about why there were so few undead here. As soon as they left, the undead followed them and chased them relentlessly. Fuck. Why are there so many undead corpses here? The short man exclaimed. They hadn't noticed it just now. After coming over, they saw the undead corpses all over the ground. Could they all be killed by him? One of the bodyguards swallowed his saliva and said, they worked themselves to death over there, but they killed less than 1/10 of the others. Ashiruya was also surprised. She became more and more curious about Song Jie and felt that he might have many secrets. Chapter 216. They retreated towards Song Jie, and the closer they were to him, the more shocked they felt. Did he really do this? They looked at the corpses of the undead all over the ground and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Although the two bodyguards were very surprised, They didn't believe that it was Song Jie who did it. How is it possible? Even other high-level mages can't kill so many undead silently. They didn't hear anything over there. Deal with the undead first. They are coming, the short man said immediately. There are too many undead here. And it's good that they can hold on until now. Asharuya said, they are surrounding us. Kill the undead in front first. She majored in the shadow system, and secondly in the summoning system. If it weren't for her summon beast, the pressure would definitely not be lower than it is now. At this time, the range of their activities was getting smaller and smaller. And the undead were coming from all sides. And they were now surrounded. Where did that guy go? Why hasn't he come back yet? A bodyguard cursed. Take care of the undead on your side first. Don't let them come so quickly, the dwarf warned. Damn it! Asharuya shouted. And then completed the Shadow Star map. Giant Shadow Nail. Twins. The giant shadow nail flew out. And the undead coming in front of her was immediately nailed by the giant shadow nail. Asharuya looked at the sky. And it was almost time now. She turned her head to look in the direction of Song Jie. And cursed in her heart why he hadn't come back yet. It's over. It's over. One bodyguard couldn't stand it anymore. And quickly retreated to the center. The same was true for the others. Except for Asharuya. They were all forced to retreat to the central area. Come back quickly, the dwarf shouted. Asharuya had the help of the summoned beast, so she was not as unbearable as them. However, after the others couldn't stand it anymore, the undead naturally broke through their defense line. The undead immediately divided them into two waves, and Asharuya left the team. The dwarf and the others were willing but not strong enough. After all, they didn't have much magic power left. Asharuya didn't expect that the others would collapse so quickly. And many undead appeared in front of her. She couldn't solve them all. However, at this time, just as Asharuya was resisting the undead, a figure suddenly appeared. She was surprised for a moment, but soon knew who approached her. The person was Song Jie. Are you not injured? If you come later, you may not receive the millions, Asharuya said unhappily. Sorry. Something delayed me. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he looked at her and said, come and hold me tight. I take you there. Asharuya hesitated, but still walked in front of Song Jie. The next moment, Song Jie picked up Asharuya in a princess hug, and then put a holy shield on himself. No matter how the undead hit the holy shield, it was still useless. Song Jie looked down at Asharuya, who was wearing a black silk scarf in his arms, and suddenly felt a hazy beauty. At the same time, she also exuded a different fragrance, like the fragrance of roses. Song Jie just held Asharuya and returned to the short man and the others. The two bodyguards saw Song Jie holding Asharuya and became anxious. Put her down, they ordered immediately. Song Jie smiled and said, if you two keep barking, I will send her back. Hearing this, Asharuya pinched Song Jie's arm fiercely. Song Jie gasped in pain. He was just joking. There was no need to be so cruel. Right? Asharuya broke free from Song Jie's arms, and she looked away from him unhappily. Is it necessary to hold her with a holy shield? This is obviously taking advantage of her. This guy. If she hadn't been afraid that he wouldn't bring her here, she would have come down directly. The undead are around. You should think of a way. The short man immediately came to Song Jie's side. Although he couldn't deal with the undead, he was right to hug Song Jie's thigh. Others also looked at him, with nervous expressions on their faces. If they couldn't deal with the undead around them, they might be bitten by the undead. Song Jie's mind moved, and the light star map suddenly emerged. The next moment, the big guardian enveloped them, isolating the undead outside. The short man asked, is your holy shield okay? With so many undead, I'm afraid the guardian won't be able to withstand it. It's not a big problem. Just rest assured. Song Jie was still very confident in his defense. As time passed, the undead gathered outside and occupied half of the guardian. The dark undead were full of oppression. The two bodyguards didn't dare to open their eyes, because once they opened their eyes, they would see the dense undead around them. Can your defense really block it? The short man looked at the undead outside, and his legs trembled with fear. If the shield disappears, they might be drowned by the sea of undead corpses in front of them. Just rest assured, Song Jie said. If he didn't want to expose too much, he would have taken these undead directly. Fortunately, everything went well, and they finally made it to daytime. The short man looked at the undead, who kept falling asleep again and again. And he breathed a sigh of relief. The same was true for the two bodyguards. They were surrounded by the roars of the undead just now, and their legs were so scared that they went limp. Just now, Asheruya couldn't stand it either. After all, the undead around them could chop them into meat sauce if they took turns. They rested for a while, and then continued on their way. When it was almost night, it suddenly started to rain. Black garlic was useless against the undead on rainy days, so they could only find a place to shelter from the rain. Everyone was soaked, and Asheruya was no exception. Her clothes were thin, and after being soaked, the clothes stuck to her skin, outlining her perfect figure to the fullest, especially the wet long hair on her forehead, like a beautiful woman who just got out of the bath. Pure hell wind. Soon, the bonfire drove away the chill, and they gathered around the fire to warm themselves. Asheruya was sitting next to Song Jie. She looked at him and asked, "Did you kill all those undead before?" "What undead?" "I don't know." Song Jie pretended to be stupid, although it was meaningless to pretend like this. The other party could still guess, but he just didn't admit it. Asheruya rolled her eyes at him, except for Song Jie, who had been there. No one else had been there. Moreover, they were all together, and only Song Jie left the team. Who else could it be if not him? However, Asheruya was curious about what level of strength Song Jie had to kill so many undead. She thought she had understood Song Jie before, but she didn't know that his strength was actually higher than the information she had collected. Song Jie didn't want to tell her, and she didn't make trouble for herself. Asheruya said, "Guide, we will go our separate ways when we reach Hua village." The short man nodded, although he didn't know what Asheruya and the others were doing in Hua village. He would take the money and lead the way. Chapter 217. Then how can I contact you? You have to pay the protection fee. Right? As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Asheruya immediately came up with a plan. I am not Chinese, so I don't have Chinese contact information. What? You are not Chinese? Then you speak Chinese so well, the short man exclaimed. Asheruya smiled and said nothing. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want to pay them protection fees? Song Jie laughed. The short man shut up immediately. Give me your contact information, and I will contact you when I go back, Asheruya said. Song Jie looked at the other person's pure eyes, but she knew that the other person might be making a small calculation in his heart. What if you don't contact me? Song Jie looked at her and asked. No. I am a businessman, and I value integrity the most, Asheruya affirmed. What's more, we can afford 10 million. So what are those millions? Song Jie smiled in his heart. The more he talked, the less he wanted to pay it back. Okay. If I don't see my millions in a month, I will bear the consequences myself. Song Jie smiled. Asheruya nodded. Song Jie didn't dwell on this matter anymore. After all, millions were nothing to him. The rain was over and the sky cleared. They were on the road again. After arriving at Hua village, Song Jie and others parted ways with Asheruya. The short man said, Hua village is ahead. Let's go there quickly. Song Jie nodded. Now there were only 3 of them left in the team. When they arrived in front of Hua village, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. At this moment, the village was in a mess, and the houses were in tatters, as if something had happened. In addition, there were a lot of bloodstains on the ground, which were obviously not long ago. The short man didn't pay attention to these. He glanced around and soon saw a well. Song Jie also walked towards the well, and soon the short man suddenly exclaimed, Fuck! At this time, a head suddenly appeared in the well, and the short man was scared. You are from Hua village, the strong man next to him said. The strong man was from Yan'an village, and Hua village was not far from Yan'an village, so they had seen each other. The man who poked his head out nodded and said at the same time, I know you. You are Yu Miao from Yan'an village next door. Hong Jun. Why did the people from our Yan'an village disappear? Yu Miao asked. Hong Jun shook his head. I don't know, but I have something to do now. After a while, someone quickly climbed out of the well, and Zhang Xiaoho was among them. Song Jie came here to save Zhang Xiaoho. Come up quickly. A girl stretched out her hand and pulled Zhang Xiaoho out of the well. Zhang Xiaoho? Song Jie looked at Zhang Xiaoho and called out his name. Su Xiaoho, who was standing next to him, looked at Song Jie in surprise, then turned around and asked, Do you know him? Zhang Xiaoho shook his head. Song Jie also knew that Zhang Xiaohe was pretending, but he did not expose him. I am his classmate and also his friend. I came here just to find him, Song Jie said. Su Xiaoluo ignored Song Jie. She held Zhang Xiaohe's hand tightly, as if she was worried that he would be taken away by bad guys. What's wrong with him? Song Jie asked. He has lost his memory and can't remember some things, Su Xiaoluo replied. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Our first task is to leave here, Hong Jun said. Leave here? Su Xiaoluo was surprised. Do we have to leave? Hong Jun nodded. Yes, we have to leave. Hua village is no longer as safe as before. So they are going to the ancient capital now. Under the persuasion of everyone. Only 1/3 of the more than 100 people chose to leave. This was also within Song Jie's expectations. Anyway, the plot was written like this. Afterwards, Song Jie, Zhang Xiaohe, and others led more than 30 people back along the same route. They currently had enough black garlic in their hands, so going back should not be a problem. With Song Jie protection, they did not encounter any danger along the way, and it was extremely smooth. When they were halfway there, they met Mo Fan, who was coming towards them. At this moment, he was following a team, and it seemed that he was also coming to find Zhang Xiaohe. Brother Jie, Little Monkey. When Mo Fan saw the two of them, he immediately waved and greeted them. Mo Fan came quickly, following a team of hunters, and was considered to be a hitchhiker. At this time, Zhang Xiaohe saw that not only Song Jie came, but also Mo Fan. He was very excited, but he couldn't expose himself now, so he could only bury this feeling in his heart. Little Monkey. Mo Fan came quickly and hugged Zhang Xiaohe tightly. Let him go. Su Xiaoluo pushed Mo Fan away, as if he didn't want others to get close. Little Monkey, don't you remember me? I'm Mo Fan. Mo Fan said. The little monkey has lost his memory. Let's go back first, Song Jie said. Lost his memory? What happened? Mo Fan was confused and had no idea what was going on. They went back all the way and easily dealt with the undead they encountered. Didn't I ask you to participate in the nomination competition? I'm sorry, Brother Jie. The little monkey is in danger. I can't participate in the competition with peace of mind. Mo Fan apologized. I understand. Song Jie nodded. At this time, Zhang Xiaohe was even more moved, and at the same time, he felt a little guilty. Under Song Jie's escort, they quickly returned to the ancient capital. Under the arrangement of the Magic Association, the villagers were also properly resettled. Okay, I have other things to do, and the little monkey will be left to you to take care of, Song Jie said to Mo Fan. Leave it to me. Mo Fan nodded. Song Jie left the place where the villagers lived and contacted Tang Yu at the same time. Are you back? Tang Yu's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. I'm back. Is there anything going on over there? No. This guy never goes out. He doesn't even give me a chance to follow him, Tang Yu said angrily. Song Jie could understand Tang Yu's feelings. After all, they had been monitoring for so long and didn't find anything. It was really annoying. Is Zhang Xiaohe okay? Xiaohe is fine, but he has lost his memory, Song Jie said. How could that be? Song Jie didn't tell Tang Yu on the phone, but came to the place where the other party was monitoring. When the two met, they gave each other a kiss. Song Jie roughly told what happened, and Tang Yu understood. It's good that he's okay. Tang Yu nodded. Zhang Xiaohe is also her student. She must hope that he will come back safely. Song Jie looked in the direction of Mu He's residence. He knew that this conspiracy was about to begin, and the final winner will not be the Black Church, but them. Sister Yu, are there any more members of the Black Church dug out by the tribunal? Song Jie asked. We just need to monitor those people, and then slowly analyze the people they are related to. As long as they are related to the Black Church, none of them can escape. Yes, those people are already monitored by us. As long as they take action, our people will take action, Tang Yu said. Chapter 218. Song Jie nodded after hearing the arrangement of the trial meeting. It should be perfect now. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and said, Sister Yu, I have been away for a few days and communicated with Xiao He. It said that it can control high-level mages. Tang Yu became interested. Song Jie explained. It can control, but it may take some time to recuperate. So, Xiao He can control Mu He? Tang Yu asked. Song Jie nodded. You have seen me improve Xiao Hei's strength before. So it is possible. He said this because he can improve Xiao Hei's overall strength. In this way, he can control Mu He and identify who Saran is. At that time, Saran must stay too. However, he must not show up. After all, it is his summoned beast who identifies Saran. Saran is just a code name, and anyone can become Saran. So Song Jie needs to be careful. I can raise Xiao Hei to the peak of the advanced stage of the general level, which is enough to deal with high-level mages, Song Jie said. Even if Mu He's mental strength is strong, he can destroy him at that time. And then Xiao Hei can directly control him. As long as the mind does not slip. There are always more solutions than problems. Is it really not a big impact on Xiao Hei? Tang Yu confirmed again. After getting along with Xiao Hei for a long time, she must have developed feelings. If this choice will hurt Xiao Hei, she would rather not do such a thing. Moreover, Xiao Hei's role is far more important than the present. It can help the trial council do more meaningful things. Song Jie shook his head. As long as he improves Xiao Hei's strength, controlling high-level mages is no problem. After hesitating for a while, Tang Yu nodded. Shall we do it now? It's all right. It depends on whether your trial council wants to close the net now, Song Jie said. Tang Yu nodded. Then let's wait a little longer. We want to dig deeper. I always feel that there are other members of the Black Church who have not been dug out. Song Jie whispered, okay. But Sister Yu, I have a small request. That is, don't give me out. Although Song Jie knew that he couldn't hide it for long, he didn't want to be entangled by the Black Church during this period. Tang Yu understood what Song Jie meant. So for his safety. She nodded. Song Jie smiled and said, okay. Then when you take action, just notify me. Tang Yu responded. And then said, you should have heard of the evil abyss in the ancient capital? Evil abyss? Song Jie nodded. He knew about the evil abyss. The palace of the ancient king was inside. The ancient king, that is, Qin Shi Huang. Battle robe and armor. Song Jie seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. What are you thinking about? Tang Yu saw Song Jie in deep thought and asked in confusion. Nothing. Song Jie shook his head. His idea had yet to be put into practice. But it was very bold. If it succeeds, it will be done once and for all. If it fails, there will be no loss. Seeing that Song Jie didn't say anything, Tang Yu didn't ask any more questions. Sha Yuan is very dangerous. I heard from them that no one can survive wherever Sha Yuan appears. Tang Yu said solemnly, if Sha Yuan passes through the ancient capital, then the ancient capital. It shouldn't be. Hasn't Sha Yuan come yet? It will definitely not pass through the ancient capital. Song Jie comforted. Although he knew that Sha Yuan would definitely come, he still had to comfort Tang Yu at this time. If Sha Yuan comes, you must survive. Tang Yu looked at him seriously. I will. Song Jie smiled and nodded, and at the same time hugged her in his arms. When the time comes, I will definitely take you with me, and both of us must survive. Tang Yu didn't speak, but buried her head in Song Jie's arms. After Song Jie left, he returned to where Zhang Xiaohou and his friends lived. Are you all settled? Song Jie looked at Mo Fan and asked. Everything is settled. Mo Fan nodded. By the way, Mu Bai, Zhou Min and others are also in the ancient capital. I met with them once before. Song Jie said. It's been a long time since I last met them. Mo Fan sighed. I'm here. You can go and meet them. Song Jie said. Mo Fan shook his head. Forget it. I stay here. I want to wait until Xiaohou gets better, and then we can get together. Song Jie didn't say anything, watching the sky getting dark. And there was going to be a big battle tonight. At this time, Zhou Min sent him a message, asking him if he wanted to go to Northwest City. She was on duty tonight, and wanted to invite Song Jie to go with her. However, this was not sent by Zhou Min herself, but by Yu, who grabbed Zhou Min's phone and sent it to him. Mo Fan happened to see this message at this time, and immediately became interested. Kill the undead? Mo Fan said, looking at Song Jie. Brother Jie, are you going? If you go, take me with you. Song Jie thought about it. He was in the ancient capital, so he couldn't stay out of it. What's more, the undead here were his supplies, which was not available in other places. Let's go! Song Jie replied and took Mo Fan to the direction of Northwest City. At this time, Leroy also sent him a message saying that she had arrived in the ancient capital. Arriving in Northwest City, Zhou Min and others were already waiting downstairs. This time, not only Zhou Min and Yer were there, but Mu Bai and others were also there. Mo Fan, Zhou Min, Zhao Kunsen and others were surprised to see Mo Fan coming. Zhou Min asked, "When did you come?" "I came 2 days ago. I just arrived. I heard that you were going to kill the undead, so I came to meet you." Mo Fan smiled. Neither Mu Bai nor Zhao Kunsen spoke. After all, they had never gotten along before. "Green Tea Man, long time no see." Mo Fan greeted Mu Bai. Mu Bai immediately got angry. "Who is the Green Tea Man?" "Slip of the tongue." Mo Fan smiled and waved his hand apologetically. "Okay, let's go up quickly," Zhou Min said to them. With Song Jie and Mo Fan, the undead outside the city were no match for them. Even if they were at the Ward General level, they could handle them with ease. Song Jie would not take the initiative to attack when he met a Ward General level. After all, he needed to give others a chance to gain experience. Just when they dealt with a Ward General level and returned to the city, there was suddenly an extra one in the sky. A huge layer of blood light. Buzz. At the same time, a crisp bell sounded in their ears. Song Jie knew that when the bell sounded, it meant that the catastrophe was about to begin. "That's the signal for the North City to assemble," Zhou Min said, looking at the blood light in the distance. "If there is no special situation, there will be no assembly signal over there. And there must be a big guy." Mu Bai also said, "What should we do? Should we go over there?" Someone asked. "There must be a need for manpower over there." "Let's go over there," Yer said first. Zhou Min nodded. Mu Bai did the same. "Brother Jie, should we go over there too?" Mo Fan looked at Song Jie and asked. Chapter 219. Brother Jie, are we going with them? Mo Fan thought that if Song Jie went, it would be fine for him to go with him. After all, this guy was his big brother, so it was right for him to follow Song Jie. Go! Song Jie came here to kill the undead and take the spirit, so he would not miss this opportunity. Then let's go together. As soon as Zhou Min finished speaking, the leader of the students led them straight to the north wall. When they arrived at the north wall, they realized the seriousness of the situation here. "You are here too?" Zhu Ming looked at Song Jie and noticed Mo Fan at the same time. He had seen both of these guys, but he had a deeper impression of Song Jie. "I come and take a look." "Just take a look?" Zhu Ming said unhappily. "Okay, now is not the time to discuss this." Suddenly, a figure came out. The person who came was Fei Jiao, the chief instructor of the ancient capital military magician. At the same time, this was also Zhang Xiaohu teacher. "You are the ones who saved my students." "Right. Thank you." Fei Jiao thanked sincerely. Song Jie and Mo Fan both nodded. "You are still talking nonsense, aren't you?" Zhu Ming got straight to the point. When he mentioned the Sha Yuan, everyone present was shocked. Sha Yuan. For them, that is hell. Everyone who sees it will probably have a shadow in their hearts. In addition, we gathered you here for another task. Zhu Ming continued, that is to help us stop the White Ghost Minister and its White Ink Ghost group of the Ghost Tyrant. These superclass mages gathered here to kill the Ghost Tyrant. But this guy leads a lot of undead. If they are disturbed in the middle, they will have no intention of dealing with the Ghost Tyrant. So, now they want to gather a team of people to help them clean up the surrounding undead, so that they can free up their hands to deal with the Ghost Tyrant. This guy wants to invade the ancient capital. How could they let him succeed? Everyone heard this and expressed their willingness to join. Although Mo Fan hesitated, he still nodded. If Song Jie was not here, he would never go with him. You can see how dangerous the undead outside are by looking at them on the city wall. Get out. It is very likely that they will never come back. Okay, I will tell you so much, and I will leave those undead to you, Zhu Ming said sincerely. Everyone nodded. Most of the people here are from the ancient capital. Behind them are their families. Of course, they will not let the undead set foot in their homes. Soon, a team of hundreds of people gathered and left the city. Their mission this time is not simple, but it is to buy time for Fei Jiao and others. Hello. Yao Nan came to Song Jie and Mo Fan and said, "You should not know me. Right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Yao Nan. We have met before. Yao Nan is from the Hunter Alliance. When dealing with the scaly-skinned mother demon at Mingju Academy, Yao Nan and others were guarding outside. But at that time, Song Jia and Mo Fan quickly solved the powerful situation. There was no need for those people. So they only met once. I remember that both of you are quite strong. You two have to cooperate with me. Yao Nan laughed sissy. I will try my best to kill the undead. And you let Mo Fan cooperate with you. Song Jia really couldn't stand this voice at first. Brother Jia. This is not good. Right? Mo Fan just wanted to follow his brother Jia. How could Song Jia not know what Mo Fan was thinking? If there is anything, just call me. I will come to save you as soon as possible. Okay. Mo Fan nodded immediately after hearing this. He still believed what Song Jia said. As soon as they went out, they were met with a black mass of undead. Those undead seemed to be wearing armor, holding long swords, and rushing towards them like an army. After the team of hundreds of people appeared, they all released magic at them. Flame, lightning, ice lock. Countless magics exploded and splashed in the sea of undead. In an instant, they opened a breakthrough. Song Jia did not attack the undead in front of him, and let the bracelet collect the remaining souls of the killed undead. Damn, this guy can actually dodge. After Zhou Min released her skills, she saw that the undead dodged her magic attack. But the next moment, her flame seemed to be reversed by some force, and then fell accurately on the body of the undead. Hula! The flames immediately engulfed the undead. Zhou Min suddenly turned her head and looked at Song Jia next to her. She thought carefully. It seemed that the only magic system that could change the trajectory of magic was Song Jia. Your third system is the chaos system? Zhou Min asked doubtfully. Song Jia nodded. No wonder. Zhou Min finally understood why his magic turned. Song Jia observed the surroundings. Whenever he needed help, he would practice his chaos skills. He rarely used chaos at present. After all, his realm was still a bit low. For him, it was not very useful. But if it was used to cut the wall, it could be used together. Last time he killed so many undead outside, he used the two together, and the effect was very good. Everyone around was helped by Song Jia, and they didn't expect that there was a chaos in their crowd. Boss, I'm here. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Song Jia turned his head and didn't see anyone. Boss, look down. Song Jia looked down and saw that the person coming was the short man. The short man smiled and said, I hang out with you tonight. Compared to surviving, face is nothing. Okay, 1 million for saving a life. Song Jia nodded and smiled. Ah, we are people who have experienced life and death. Isn't it too hurtful to talk about money? The short man kept smiling. Really? You asked me for 10 million yuan at the beginning, Song Jia said with a smile. The short man hesitated suddenly. Okay, I was just kidding you. Song Jia smiled slightly. Anyone who could leave the city at this time was a hero. So how could he still take money? As for the short man, it would be okay for him to take care of him a little more. Warlord level. We have a warlord level here, someone exclaimed. A warlord level undead is much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary warlord level. However, when everyone looked at the undead, a radiance condensed and grew, and suddenly exploded in the area of the warlord level undead. At the same time, the surrounding undead followed, leaving no residue behind. Fuck. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. This Guanyo actually killed the general level undead and dozens of undead around him. It's too powerful. They searched for the person who released the magic and soon locked onto Song Jia. Chapter 220. This young man has the style of my past. Uncle, can you stop bragging? I've been listening to you bragging all the way. Why don't you try to shine now? Old men don't talk about their past achievements. Just let him go. Everyone was really surprised when they saw the magic released by Song Jia. They didn't expect that there was such a strong magician in the team. And he was a young man. Everyone, pay attention. There is a group of undeads in front of us. They are surrounding us. The voice of the demon man came from the front. Song Jia turned his head and saw that there were at least hundreds of undeads, and it might be difficult for them to deal with them. But there were also many undeads on both sides of them, and it was not easy to deal with them. Xiao He, go out and control the undead over there, Song Jia said. He didn't know if it would work, so he let Xiao He go and try. If it really works, then pick a commander level 1. If you control a commander level 1, these people should be able to survive. Soon, Xiao Hei turned into a black shadow, passed through the group of undead, and selected a general level undead. When it sank into the shadow of the general level undead, the undead suddenly stopped moving. Although Song Jie didn't know whether the undead had souls, he knew that the undead must have shadows. Xiao Hei was a shadow system in spirit, as long as its strength was higher than the opponent. Controlling the shadow was equivalent to controlling the opponent. Soon, there was a response from Xiao Hei, and Song Jie showed joy on his face. It actually worked. In this way, he could let Xiao Hei control those commander-level undead. Song Jie asked Xiao Hei to try whether he could use it to influence the surrounding undead. After trying, it felt that it didn't work, probably because this general-level undead was too low-level. Song Jie glanced around, and he remembered that they would encounter a commander-level undead. It seems that it hasn't appeared yet, Song Jie said in his heart. He asked Xiao Hei to control the Sword Axe Corps General and continue to kill the surrounding undead. Fuck. Did that Sword Axe Corps General betray? Why did he chop his own teammates? Someone noticed this scene and exclaimed. However, now they were too busy to watch. They kept going deeper and attracted the attention of the undead army. The surrounding undead were densely packed towards them, which was extremely terrifying. Xiao Hei controlled the Sword Axe Corps General and killed several undead with one axe. Those undead were a little confused. But they were just servants. How could they be the opponent of the Sword Axe Corps General? It appeared. Song Jie looked at the exclamation from the front and realized that the Meat Mound Corps Minister was about to appear. He immediately sent an order to Xiao Hei and completed the magic of contract fusion. Song Jie absorbed some of the power of the elves and transferred it to Xiao Hei. As a result, Xiao Hei's current strength continued to rise, breaking through the level of the commander in one fell swoop. Very soon, he went from being a small commander to a big commander, and summoned beasts such as Xiaolu, Yufeng Tianying and others did not escape the absorption. Xiao Hei was very fast. It swept past all the undead and immediately sank into the shadow of the Meat Mound Corps Minister. Yao Nan and Mofan, who were in front, saw the Meat Mound Corps Minister and their faces became solemn. Commander level. It has to be at the commander level. As soon as Yao Nan finished speaking, he was completing the magic when he suddenly saw that the Meat Mound Corps Minister was a little bit wrong, because its body, which was originally trying to come over, suddenly stopped moving and stood there in a daze. What's going on? Mofan was also ready for a big fight. Maybe the Meat Mound Corps Minister didn't move. Suddenly, the Meat Mound Corps Minister covered with undead roared. The surrounding undead seemed to have received some instructions, and their movements became slow, and they no longer rushed to Song Jie and others. Song Jie knew that this should be Xiao Hei's success and control of the Meat Mound Corps Minister. That Flesh Mound Corps Minister didn't seem to attack us. Mo Fan was surprised. Yan Nan also found something wrong, but their mission was to clean up the undead. And this Flesh Mound Corps Minister was also within his surveillance range. If the Flesh Mound Corps Minister made any move, he would definitely take action immediately. At this time, the mages present suddenly found that the surrounding undead seemed not as crazy as before. They seemed to be calmer, although they didn't know the reason. They knew that such a situation was good for them. Xiao Hei, gather those undead to my side. Song Jie sent a message to Xiao Hei. After Xiao Hei understood, he gathered all the undead to Song Jie in the name of the Flesh Mound Corps Minister. They came to the depths, and except for the injured people in front, few people were injured afterwards. This was also the result of Xiao Hei's control. Song Jie watched the undead gathering towards him, and the next moment he completed the star map. Wall cutting. He used the sequential track cutting to change the direction of the wall cutting. In the blink of an eye, countless undeads died in the cutting of the painting wall. Song Jie was right next to him, and those residual souls and spirits rushed towards his bracelet. Hundreds of undeads directly vacated an area at this moment. Fuck. Can the painting wall be played like this? A light mage shouted. There were many light mages present, and they all showed astonishment when they saw the scene. A Guangyao killed without leaving any residue, and a painting wall played the effect of darts. This is fucking amazing. Is this young man not from our ancient capital? Otherwise, how could we not know? Because the undead around them became slower. Everyone was able to take a breath. This gave them free time to pay attention to Song Jie's current killing. At the moment, no matter whether it was the slave level or the general level, as long as they touched the painting wall, they would be cut in half. Someone exclaimed, This young man can fight an army by himself. Zhou Min, Yura and others were also surprised when they saw the scene. Before, although they knew that Song Jia was strong, they had never seen it with their own eyes. At this moment, they finally knew how strong Song Jia was. The undead were like rice in the field, allowing Song Jia to harvest them. They agreed with what they said before, that Song Jia could fight an army. With so many undead killed, the pressure on the team was reduced by more than half. Everyone cast a grateful look at Song Jia. If it weren't for him, they didn't know how many people would die now. Switch to the other side. After Song Jia harvested the undead in front of him, he turned to the other side. The painted wall was like a harvester. No matter what kind of undead it was, it could not escape his harvest. Countless residual souls and spirits all flew over and sank into the bracelet. Mo Fan also saw the situation on Song Jia's side at this time, and also saw the residual souls and spirits. He was surprised. Fuck! It turns out that Brother Jia has the same thing as me. Mo Fan can see the spirit because he has a pendant, so he guessed that Song Jia also has it. This kid is not bad. The demon man also praised generously. Chapter 221. Song Jia knew that he still had to do something at this time, and he couldn't let these heroes die here. They should be alive. The team continued to advance, and Zhu Meng had already started hunting. They just needed to hold off the surrounding undead and buy time for Zhu Meng. Guanyo. Painting wall cutting. Song Jia completed the light star map again, and the painting wall cutting harvested the undead again. The undead that originally required several people to fight were killed in the blink of an eye in front of him. Awesome. Boss. Just like me when I was young. As soon as the uncle finished speaking, everyone around laughed and scolded him for being shameless. It was also because of Song Jia's existence that they could have fun in this environment. Song Jia could take on their entire team. And now no matter how many undead there were, they couldn't get close to them. Xiao Hei was also helping Song Jia gather the undead, and he was much more relaxed when he started. Unconsciously, he didn't know how many undead he had killed. Damn. This kid is too fierce. The demon man was surprised. He thought it was nothing before, but after seeing Song Jia kill so many undeads one after another, he couldn't stand it anymore. He killed more than all of them combined. Fortunately, the commander-level undead didn't find them. Otherwise, they wouldn't come so easily. We're almost there. Let's work harder. The demon man shouted in the crowd. Their mission is to deal with those undeads and escort the military wizard and hunter to the designated area. Now, they are not far from the mission area, and the farther away from the city wall, the more undead there will be. At this moment, they saw a large number of undeads gathering towards them. The mighty army of undeads exudes resentment, roars, and unwillingness. However, those who came out are determined to die. How could they be timid? Kill! Everyone saw hope. As long as they sent those people to the designated area, they could return. Moreover, with Song Jia beside them to boost morale, they are not afraid at all now. Undead. Nothing more than that. Mo Fan, who was standing by, looked at the spirits that Song Jia had harvested and was envious. Damn it! If he had such ability, wouldn't it be enough to harvest spirits with hands? But he was so miserable now. When Song Jia collected 100 residual spirits, he might not even have received 10. Afterwards, they led the team to the designated location in a mighty manner. Yao Nan saw that the missions had been completed and immediately commanded everyone to evacuate. What happened next was not what they should do. When they went back, Song Jia would lead the way. They only had to kill scattered undead and would not need them at all. This group of people had an idea that the undead were nothing more than that. But they knew that without Song Jia, it would never be so easy for them. Song Jia was communicating with Xiao Hei while killing the army of undead. Seeing that it was almost done, he asked Xiao Hei to come back. After all, they were going back. Suddenly, the Flesh Hill corpse exploded, and the zombies climbing on it were shattered in an instant. Xiao Hei traveled through the night at a very fast speed and soon sneaked back to Song Jia's side. It's okay. Song Jia just saw that scene. He didn't expect that Xiao Hei actually had the ability to make the main body commit suicide. Amazing. But think about it. You can control people, so it's nothing to cut their necks. Song Jia and Yao Nan and others quickly returned to the city, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although some people died because of this escort, it was relatively small. You kid. You turned out to be so capable. Yao Nan came over and said with a smile. No. My magic power is dry now, Song Jia said helplessly. In fact, he didn't use a quarter of his light magic power. Okay. Our mission is completed. Let's rest here and restore magic power, Yao Nen said loudly. Song Jia nodded. The time they spent on this escort was not long, and the difficulty was controlled by Xiao He, which was much easier. He thought about it, and then thought of something, and prepared to go back to where Zhang Xiaohou lived. At this time, an uninvited guest came to the courtyard. Fang Gu. Why did you kill them? Su Xiaolu asked. Zhang Xiaohou and the head of Hua village also came out. They were staring at the middle-aged man in the courtyard. Fang Gu sneered. Why did I kill them? Ask these people what they did to our Yangyang village? Before, Yangyang village was destroyed due to an accident, causing the villagers of Yangyang village to seek help from other villages. But Hua village did not receive them, and did not allow them to enter for refuge. So they could only wander outside, and face the fear brought by the undead. As a result, Fang Gu, a necromancer, could not bear the villagers being killed by the undead. So he killed the villagers himself. Let them become his army of undead. At this time, Fang Gu summoned a lot of undead, all of whom were villagers from Yangyang village. Su Xiaoluo didn't know what happened. She looked at the village chief Xie Sang, but the other party didn't say anything. Fang Gu said, I am here for revenge today, and none of you can stop me. However, at this time, a figure walked out from the side, and it was Li Rui. Su Xiaoluo, Zhang Xiaohou, and others all looked over. They didn't know when Li Rui appeared. Who are you? Fang Gu looked at Li Rui in confusion and asked. This matter is between me and Huazun. I hope you don't interfere. Li Rui said nothing. Song Jia gave him the task of protecting Zhang Xiaohou and others, and capturing Fang Gu at the same time. And the person in front of him was probably the Fang Gu that Song Jia mentioned. Fang Gu saw that Li Rui had no intention of leaving, and immediately ordered the undead in front of him to attack her. However, Li Rui went around the undead at a very fast speed, and came to Fang Gu. Seeing this, Fang Gu wanted to react too late, and was immediately pinched by the other party. Let them go back. As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, the strength in her hand increased a little. Fang Gu's life and death depended on Li Rui's thoughts. So how could he not obey? He directly ordered the undead to burrow back into the soil. Su Xiaoluo and Zhang Xiaohou were both stunned. They didn't know who this person who suddenly appeared was. Seeing this, Li Rui immediately knocked Fang Gu unconscious, and then asked them to tie him up with ropes. They all knew that Li Rui was helping them, so they immediately went over to tie Fang Gu up. Li Rui looked at Zhang Xiaohou. You should know Song Jia, right? Zhang Xiaohou was stunned for a moment, but Su Xiaoluo quickly realized who she was talking about. It might be your friend. Su Xiaoluo smiled at Zhang Xiaohou. Fortunately, his friend's friend was there. Otherwise, they might have been in danger just now. Zhang Xiaohou also breathed a sigh of relief. They were no match for Fang Gu at all. Fortunately, Li Rui appeared. Li Rui approached Su Xiaoluo and asked in a low voice, Who among you is called Hong Jun? Chapter 222. Song Jia returned to Zhang Xiaohou residence from the other side of the city wall. When he found that Fang Gu and the others were caught, he nodded immediately. Well done. Li Rui didn't say anything, but nodded slightly in response. Where's Hong Jun? Song Jia turned to ask Su Xiaoluo. He's inside. Su Xiaoluo shouted into the room as soon as she finished speaking. Hong Jun trotted out and said with a smile, What do you want to talk to me about? Song Jia smiled slightly and looked at the other party. Are you a member of the Black Church? Hearing this, Hong Jun was suddenly startled. He didn't expect Song Jia to be so direct. Song Jia didn't worry when he saw that the other party didn't answer, because this guy was indeed a member of the Black Church. What Black Church? How come I don't know? Hong Jun pretended not to understand. Let me tell you this. I'm a judge and have been monitoring you for a long time. Do I need to be more straightforward? Song Jia looked at him and said. Hong Jun was completely panicked now. He didn't expect this person to monitor him. But, Song Jia continued, you take the well water from your village to the people of the Black Church. At this moment, Hong Jun's face changed. He believed that the other party really knew. Seeing this, Xie Sang, Su Xiaoluo, and others also immediately understood that Hong Jun might really be the Black Church. Hong Jun, you are not really the Black Church. Are you? Xie Sang asked suspiciously. Hong Jun glanced at Song Jia in front of him, and he ran straight to the door without thinking. He was discovered. How could he dare to stay here? But when he was about to reach the door, Li Rui grabbed him quickly. This guy is worth 500,000. Don't let him run away. Song Jia smiled. At this time, Zhang Xiaoho saw this scene and suddenly felt a little shaken. Brother Jia. Hearing this, Song Jia turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaoho. Although he knew that Zhang Xiaoho was pretending to have amnesia to disguise himself, he did not expose it. Remember me? Zhang Xiaoho scratched his head embarrassedly. He pretended to have lost his memory because he was afraid that there were still people from the Black Church hiding around him. Now that Hong Jun was caught, he felt that there was no need to hide any longer. Brother Jia, I was actually pretending to have lost my memory before. Zhang Xiaoho smiled innocently. I don't blame you. You are right to do so. Song Jia smiled. But you have to give him an explanation. Zhang Xiaoho looked at Su Xiaoluo. Thank you. I didn't pretend to have lost my memory on purpose. I had no choice at that time. Song Jia didn't want to listen and was ready to leave here to help Tang Yu. He also wanted to send the little black cat over. After all, he still needed this guy to control Mu He and identify who Saran was. Outside Mu He's residence, Tang Yu was monitoring his every move. At this moment, she suddenly received a call saying that the Black Church had taken action. Hearing this, Tang Yu reported to his superiors, and after the decision, they agreed to take action. After all, the ancient capital is in danger now. If the people of the Black Church are allowed to act recklessly, the ancient capital may become more chaotic. Tang Yu received the order and immediately issued orders to other members of the tribunal. Soon, the people who were monitoring the Black Church took action. Some members of the Black Church were caught before they knew what was going on. After this arrest, dozens of members of the Black Church were arrested. Among the members, there were mostly gray-robed believers and black-robed priests. And there were 3 blue-robed deacons. For this arrest, the tribunal was fully prepared. So even the blue-robed deacon of the high-level mage could not escape arrest. And Tang Yu also started to act. And Mu He was surrounded by people from the tribunal. Among them were several high-level mages and a super-level mage. In such an encirclement, Mu He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Tang Yu followed the super-level mage into Mu He's residence. Mu He sat in the living room and didn't expect anyone to break in. Mu He said coldly, "Who are you? It's not good to break into someone else's house." Right? Mu He. The Black Church's Hu Jin Grand Deacon. Tang Yu looked at Mu He and said. Mu He knew Tang Yu. After all, they had met at school. Hu Jin Grand Deacon. What are you talking about? Mu He pretended not to understand anything. Don't pretend. Tell us what you want to do to do. What conspiracy do you have? Tang Yu stared at him. I don't understand. You broke into a private house. If you don't get out, I will call the police. Mu He still looked like it had nothing to do with me. At this time, Tang Yu's mobile phone rang. It was Song Jia calling him. She said something to the super-level mage, and then ran out. The person standing outside was Song Jia, holding Little Black in his arms. Here it is for you. Leave it to me. Tang Yu received Little Black, was kissed secretly by Song Jia, and then turned around and returned to the living room again. Everyone looked at the little black cat in her arms, and they all showed surprise. Tang Wei, is this what you said before? The superclass mage asked. Yes. Tang Wei nodded, and then put the little black cat down. Mu He lowered his head, looking at the little black cat walking towards him step by step. He always felt that something was wrong. But the next moment, before he could react, the little black cat had merged into his shadow. Mu He clearly felt that he was being torn away from his body, and he lost control. What happened? The superclass mage asked. They saw that Mu He's eyes, which were originally divine, suddenly became confused. It's almost there, Tang Wei replied. After Song Jia handed the little black cat to Tang Wei, he saw the purple alert above when he was about to go back. He knew that the real disaster was coming. Song Jia quickened his pace and rushed towards the direction of the city wall. But when he passed those streets, countless undead suddenly fell from the sky. All fell heavily into the city. At this moment, everyone who saw the undead was stunned. They didn't expect the undead to appear in the city. Ah! The streets that were originally peaceful and tranquil. Suddenly everyone panicked. The movement here also attracted the attention of the military magician, and they kept sending people to reinforce. Run! Save me! Please! Help me take my child away! The horror of the undead made all the residents extremely desperate at this moment. Songjia painting wall emerged and cut across the street at a very fast speed. The undead, who kept moving forward, and the undead, who just stood up, were instantly split in half. Get out of here! Songjia said to those who had not had time to leave. Thank you. Thank you. Those who thought they were dead suddenly saw the hope of survival. When they passed by, they would say thank you to him. Songjia just killed hundreds of undead with that one move. But the undead still continued to fall from the sky. In other streets, waves of undead fell from the sky, filling up the entire street in an instant. Chapter 223. Seeing a wave of residents being stopped by the undead, Songjia finished painting the wall and instantly cut towards the undead. Seeing this, the residents immediately showed their gratitude. They thought they were going to die here, but they didn't expect there was such a powerful magician here. Thank you. Thank you. Young man. Thank you. Big brother. These people's faces were full of gratitude. If it weren't for Songjia action, they might have become one of the undead. Infinite Frenzy. Songjia completed the high-level constellation of the summoning system, and the dazzling constellation surrounded him. In an instant, dozens of elves flew out of the plane space, and Xiaolu was also summoned by him. Xiaolu, take them to kill these undead, Songjia urged. Xiaolu, ring, 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 answered, and then commanded the elves to release magic, thunder and lightning, plants, fire. The entire block suddenly became a magic bombing zone. Under Xiaolu's continuous influence, the number of elves doubled again. Moreover, what Songjia lacks the least at the moment is resources, and he has a lot of magic stones. So with his help, some elves were promoted from slave level to general level in one fell swoop. In this team, the number of generals has reached half. Moreover, there are also several great generals and advanced generals. Although there are no elves at the commander level, so many generals can change a lot of things. Songjia still has to go to where Zhang Xiaohu lives, so he has to kill them. These slave level and general level undead are as simple as cutting rice for him. Basically, none of the undead that appeared in front of him could escape his magic bombardment. Soon, Songjia bypassed several streets and came to Zhang Xiaohu residence. They haven't encountered undead attacks here, but it may not be the case in a while. Brother Jia, what happened outside? Zhang Xiaohu asked anxiously. The dead have entered the city. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu and Su Xiaoluo were both shocked. They didn't expect that the dead could enter the city. But isn't it daytime now? Shouldn't they all retreat? Su Xiaoluo asked in confusion. When daytime comes, the dead will return to the earth. But this time the dead did not. I don't know either. Songjia said he didn't know. But he did know. Because the rain outside is mixed with the holy spring. These dead can appear in the daytime. But I think we have caught the Black Church's Hujin Grand Deacon, Songjia said. Hujin Grand Deacon. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this word, he suddenly remembered something. Brother Jia, who is this Hujin Grand Deacon? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Mu He, Songjia replied. Zhang Xiaohu originally had a forget worm in his body, which is a worm that devours memories. The Black Church planted this forgetfulness bug on Zhang Xiaohu, just to make him forget who the great deacon of Hujin was. However, Songjia told him directly that he didn't need to think about it. Zhang Xiaohu said, I remembered something. Brother Jia, let's go tell the high-level people here right now. Songjia thought about it, and finally nodded. He asked Li Rui to take these people away, and Songjia took Fang Gu away from here. On the bell tower, Han Ji, the president of the Magic Association, was scanning the people in front of him. At this time, a masked man came out. There are people from the Black Church among you, and that person is probably Saran himself. The mysterious man wearing a mask said. Everyone was slightly startled. No one thought that there would be members of the Black Church mixed in here. And it was Saran. Just now, the mysterious man left not long ago and was assassinated by the people of the Black Church. But the assassinated person was not the mysterious person, but the puppet arranged by the mysterious person. For this reason, everyone believed what he said. Otherwise no one would assassinate him. Han Ji said, so everyone, I hope you will bear with it for a while, and I will give you an explanation when the time comes. Among these high-level officials, there are Counselor Zhu Ming, Li Yujian of the Li family, and Ling Shi and others from the Hunter Alliance. They are all in high positions. But now they have all been captured by Han Ji. President Han. Is Saran really among us? Zhu Meng asked. Han Ji nodded. The mysterious man just told him that they had captured the Black Church's Grand Deacon Hu Jin, who was coming here at this time. Han Ji originally wanted to behead everyone, and didn't want Saran to live. After a while, Song Jia and Zhang Xiaoho, as well as Mo Fan and others who met on the way, all came to the bell tower. Also came with the chief of the royal guards, Lu Huan. There are two masters in Gudu. One is Han Ji, the president of the Magic Association, and the other is Lu Huan, the chief of the royal guards. Both of them are outstanding among mages. Zhang Xiaoho, the chief instructor of the ancient capital military magician, smiled when he saw that Zhang Xiaoho was safe and sound. Teacher, Zhang Xiaoho looked at Fei Jiao over there and said hello. Who are these people? Han Ji looked at Lu Huan and asked. Lu Huan replied, I also met them on the road. They said they had something important to report. What is it? Han Ji looked at Song Jia and others. Mu He is the great deacon of Hu Jin, and they are plotting something, Zhang Xiaoho said. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Xiaoho. They all wanted to know what the Black Church wanted to do. But when Zhang Xiaoho thought about it carefully, his face suddenly began to twist. Han Ji and the mysterious man seemed to have found something wrong and quickly interrupted Zhang Xiaoho memories. They all saw that Zhang Xiaoho had forget bugs on him. President Han, your minor seems to be healing. Right? Save Zhang Xiaoho, Fei Jiao said immediately. Han Ji didn't need Fei Jiao to ask for help. He took the lead to treat Zhang Xiaoho. Song Jia didn't know whether his penetration would work, so he could only lead Zhang Xiaoho here. And he came here to participate in the following things. Although the current task is to deal with Saran. As long as Mu He points out who Saran is, the other party's disguise will be torn apart soon. Speak of the devil. The devil will appear. At this time, Tang Yu and others brought Mu He to the bell tower. Elder Lingxi of the Hunter Alliance saw Mu He, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon, she hid herself. Even if Mu He was caught, he would not betray her. So she was not worried about it at all. The mysterious man saw that Tang Yu had brought people here, and he looked at everyone and said, This is Mu He, the great deacon of Hu Jin of the Black Church. In an instant, everyone looked at Mu He. The mysterious man said, Next, we have a way to make him identify who is Saran. When this was said, everyone was shocked again. Let the chief steward Hu Jin identify Saran. Is this possible? Chapter 224. Perhaps you don't know that someone in our judgment council has summoned a beast that can control people. The mysterious man explained. This beast can control people and make them tell what they know. At least we have tested this matter, and there is no mistake. And the fact that the great deacon Hu Jin is Mu He is also the identity that we slowly dug out with it. What the mysterious man said was half true and half false. But no one present knew it. Only a few people such as Song Jia and Tang Yu could hear it. Zhu Meng asked, Summoning beast that controls people? Is it really so magical? If you don't believe it, you can let your subordinates do experiments at that time. The mysterious man didn't want to waste time, and then glanced at Tang Yu. Lingxi saw this, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. She didn't know whether it was true or false, and she was still a little panicked at the moment. It's just that there are so many people here. It's impossible for her to get out of here unscathed. Therefore, he could only take a gamble to see if what the mysterious man said was true. Mu He suddenly started to move, and he slowly walked towards Zhu Meng and others. Lingxi looked at Mu He, and she became more and more nervous, because Mu He was walking towards her. How is it possible? Lingxi was surprised. She didn't know whether the other party was deceiving her or really had some ability. Finally, everyone saw Mu He stopped in front of Lingxi, the elder of the Hunter Alliance. Catch her. Han Ji saw this and immediately asked the surrounding guards to capture Lingxi. Lingxi said angrily, What are you doing? I am the elder of the Hunter Alliance. But she couldn't resist at all, because the people around her had already caught her. Stop pretending. Sarung. The mysterious man stared at her and said. Lingxi then angrily said, What, Saran? You would rather believe that summoned beast? I don't accept it. I want to see the president of the Supreme Association. Saran Lingxi didn't expect this situation, but she couldn't admit it. Only by not admitting it can she find a glimmer of hope. Everyone looked at the mysterious man, and they had no idea what was going on. They caught Saran so easily, the elder of the Hunter Alliance in front of him. Lingxi, is Saran himself. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Put a bracelet on her. These bracelets can control the use of magic, and magic cannot be released after wearing them. I say again, I'm not Saran. Lingxi continued angrily. The mysterious man looked at Zhu Meng and asked, is there someone here? Zhu Meng heard this and nodded immediately. Call a high-level mage over. Soon, a high-level mage came to the bell tower. Blindfold her eyes. Don't let her see, the mysterious man said to Saran. The next moment, Saran's eyes were covered, and everyone saw Xiao He come from Mu He's shadow to the shadow of the military mage. Therefore, the white cloth covering Saran's eyes was removed. Mu He, who was standing next to him, glanced at Lingxi and had no idea what was going on. Wasn't he at home just now? How did he come to this place? Grand Deacon Hu Jin? The mysterious man looked at Mu He. Mu He frowned slightly. He had no idea what was going on. I don't know what you are talking about, the mysterious man said. If you don't admit it, all of them will be executed. Mu He's mind was blank. He didn't even understand what was going on. Come on. Execute all of Lingxi and the others. Starting with Lingxi, the mysterious man said. Wait. Mu He looked at Lingxi and the others who were captured. He seemed to think that what the mysterious man said was true. I am the Grand Deacon Hu Jin of the Black Church, Mu He admitted frankly. We asked you to identify who Saran was just now, and you did it, the mysterious man said. Mu He frowned. Identifying Saran? How is that possible? Why don't I have any impression? However, the mysterious man did this just to prove that at least Mu He was indeed controlled, because the difference between the two was enough to prove that the situation just now was true. Zhu Meng said angrily, Lingxi is really Saran. What's going on? Mu He was confused. He didn't identify it. How did they know Lingxi was Lord Saran? At this time, Lingxi was furious. She didn't expect that she would be caught after planning for so long. You? Mu He looked at them and took a step back. Do you still need me to prove it to you? The mysterious man originally wanted Zhu Meng's people to prove it, but now it's probably not necessary. Everyone understood, because Mu He's performance was enough to tell them that this was true. Zhu Meng said, Salong was caught. Let's interrogate her. The ancient capital is still invaded by the undead. If it can't be resolved, the ancient capital will probably be swallowed by the undead. Report. Shaoyuan is getting closer and closer to us. Now only a few kilometers away. Someone came to the bell tower to report. Everyone frowned. They didn't expect Shaoyuan to come so quickly. And the purpose was very clear. That is, to come for the ancient capital. Salong, tell us the solution. Zhu Meng glared at Salong. However, Salong laughed. She couldn't pretend now. What are you laughing at? It's all death anyway. But I have so many people buried with me. It's worth it. Salong laughed immediately. Obviously, she didn't want to tell them the solution. We know it even if you don't tell us. As soon as the mysterious man finished speaking, he continued, we have learned from Mu He and the intelligence we have collected that we need to enter the Shaoyuan to solve this crisis. Enter the Shaoyuan. They were suddenly startled. How could people enter the Shaoyuan? Isn't this going to die? The Shaoyuan is full of undead. What's the difference between entering the Shaoyuan and going to die? The intelligence in my hand tells me that people from Jue village will not be attacked by the undead in the Shaoyuan when they enter the Shaoyuan. The mysterious man continued. Jue village. At this time, they remembered the village outside, and those people were all from Jue village. The Black Church actually rehearsed the crisis in the ancient capital when they were in Bo City. The mysterious man said, they used Bo City to rehearse and plan this shocking conspiracy. At this moment, they thought of what happened in Bo City. So this is what the Black Church had planned before. In fact, there is also a Weiju village relocated to Bo City. So the holy spring in Bo City is very similar to the well water in Weiju village. Speaking of this, the mysterious man looked at Su Xiaoluo and Fang Gu. We have two people from Weiju village right now. Su Xiaoluo. She is from Jue village. At the same time, Fang Gu woke up, and he didn't dare to say a word after waking up. But now there are many eyes looking at him, making him feel that he has to do it. I am willing to go. Fang Gu originally wanted to kill the villagers of Hua village, but he didn't kill them. However, he must be guilty for doing such a thing, and it is difficult to escape prison. Therefore, it is better to make meritorious service while serving his sentence. And there may be a glimmer of hope. Zhang Xiaohu had woken up at this time. I was standing next to the evil abyss before, and was not dragged into it. The evil abyss may not pose a threat to me. Perhaps. I am at least a member of the Weiju village. So I can go too. One more person means more strength. Besides, he didn't want Su Xiaoluo to take risks. And Mo Fan couldn't sit still when he saw this. After all, he was a step late when he saved Zhang Xiaohu before. So he should stand up now. Chapter 225. I am also from witching. Maybe I can do it too. Mo Fan followed and stood up and said. Everyone looked at them and nodded. One more person means more hope. I will go too. Song Jia also stood up. He must go to this ancient royal tomb. Very good. Han Ji's eyes were full of admiration. And he said in a heavy tone, the crisis of the ancient capital depends on you. We will try our best. None of them knew what the outcome would be. And it was impossible to say that the mission was completed 100%. The evil abyss is coming. The next moment, not far outside the city, a huge abyss appeared in the army of undead. The undead around were sucked into the abyss in an instant. At this moment, everyone realized how terrible this evil abyss was. It was full of undead, and they might not even be able to leave their bodies if they jumped in. Lu Huan originally wanted to deal with the Lord of the Underworld, but Salon appeared here, so he stayed on the bell tower. They saw that the monarch-level skeleton lord was absorbing the abyss, and suddenly couldn't withstand the suction of the abyss and fell into the abyss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that even such a monarch level couldn't resist the suction of the abyss. Zhu Ming said, if they want to go, they may have to be careful of the mountain corpse. The mountain corpse is from the same era as the totem black snake. It is now behind the undead. But if they want to go to the abyss, they may be targeted by the mountain corpse. This mountain corpse is one of the 8 dead kings of the ancient king. And it is also the leader of the 8 dead kings. You can imagine how strong it is. And it attacked the ancient capital just to give a gift to the ancient king who is about to wake up. The mountain corpse commands tens of millions of undead. At this moment, whether inside or outside the city wall, there are countless undead. Time waits for no one. The abyss has appeared. We will send you there. Han Ji suddenly said. Lu Huan said, I will lead Zhu Ming and others to fight their way out. He was originally going to deal with the Lord of the Underworld, but the other party was sucked into the abyss. It's up to you. Han Ji glanced at Zhu Ming and others. This was the best way to solve the problem. Zhu Ming and others nodded. If there were more opportunities, they would certainly want to try. At least, they tried. Follow me down. We will escort them over. Lu Huan left first. Song Jia and others followed. When they left, Tang Yu stuffed a bead into him. He opened his palm and saw that it was the totem bead. Obviously, Tang Yu also brought the totem black snake. In this way, they would not have to die too many people this time when they entered the abyss. After a while, Song Jia and others followed Lu Huan and others out of the city, and the undead came in large numbers. However, they were all superclass mages here. So how could those undead be their opponents? Painting wall cutting. There were so many undead in front of them that they could not kill them all in a day. He just released a wall cutting move, and hundreds of undead were killed in an instant. It is conceivable how dense this army of undead is. Be careful when you get close to the mountain corpse, Lu Huan reminded. He had already noticed that the mountain corpse was staring at them, and would definitely attack them. At this moment, the guards surrounded Song Jia and others. They were all superclass mages, but facing so many undead, they also felt a little helpless. Song Jia was also staring at the direction of the mountain corpse. If it moved, he would summon the totem black snake without hesitation. We are almost at the evil abyss. Let's work harder, Zhu Ming said loudly. The wailing of the surrounding undead continued to come, as if they wanted to tear them apart. It's coming! Lu Huan raised his head and saw the huge body of the mountain corpse suddenly walking towards them. The tiny undead on the ground were trampled into mud in an instant. Facing such a powerful monarch-level creature, everyone was shocked, but had to keep moving forward. Stop him, Lu Huan ordered. He was the first to bear the brunt. There was no one who could deal with the mountain corpse. Even he could only resist slightly. The royal guards began to line up. Now they were not far from the evil abyss, and they could not give up all their efforts. However, the superclass mages were like ants in front of the mountain corpse. Their magic could not cause any harm to the mountain corpse at all, just like an egg hitting a stone. Therefore, What they could do now was to attract the attention of the mountain corpse, and let Song Jia and others go to the evil abyss safely. Song Jia felt that it was time to take action. Otherwise someone might die later. Seeing this, he took up the totem bead, and suddenly, a huge figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of the mountain corpse. Everyone was ready to resist the mountain corpse. But when they saw this huge figure, they all stopped suddenly. This is the giant snake in West Lake. Zhu Ming immediately looked at Song Jia. The only people who can make the black snake come are probably Song Jia and Tang Yu. You can do it, kid. Zhu Ming was right next to Song Jia, and he couldn't help but laugh. In an instant, the totem black snake fought with the mountain corpse, while Lu Huan and others helped to clean up the undead around the totem black snake. Let's go. Take this opportunity to send you over, Zhu Ming said. Song Jia was surrounded by them, and came to the vicinity of the evil abyss. But they didn't dare to go forward, because they were not villagers of Weiji village. They would probably be sucked into the evil abyss. In the strong wind passport, Song Jia and others stood outside and looked very small. Let's go! As soon as Zhang Xiaohou finished speaking, he took Su Xiaoluo over. At this time, Song Jia felt that he was the same as Mo Fan, and he could actually feel the suction of the evil abyss. Obviously, neither he nor Mo Fan were authentic people from Weiji village. However, Song Jia bracelet had absorbed the holy spring, so a layer of protection immediately enveloped him. The same was true for Mo Fan next to him. After they had the protective shield, the suction of the Sha Yuan slowly disappeared. Let's go! Song Jia also followed. He didn't know if he could succeed, but at least he had to try. They came to the front of the Sha Yuan, looking at the countless undead below. Everyone was a little scared. Song Jia was right next to him. After seeing the horror of the Sha Yuan, he also took a breath in his heart. Seriously? Who the hell has the courage to jump in? However, Zhang Xiaohou and Su Xiaoluo hesitated for a while, and took the lead. After they jumped into the Sha Yuan, Fang Gu also jumped in. Mo Fan glanced at Song Jia, and the two of them closed their eyes, and followed them into the Sha Yuan. Song Jia didn't know how long it had been, but he felt someone calling him. Brother Jia. When Song Jia opened his eyes, they had already entered the ancient king's tomb. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't find any accidents. Song Jia stood up and began to look around. They shouldn't be in any danger at the moment. Danger is behind. Chapter 226. They looked around the tomb in front of them. There was no way for them to go now. Zhang Xiaohou said, there should be a place to open the passage here. Let's look for it. Song Jia didn't even need to look for it, because he knew who could open it. After a while, they all noticed that there was an evil eye bronze mirror in the ancient tomb. And Song Jia knew that this evil eye bronze mirror was the most critical link to open the tomb door. Then, Fang Gu took out an ancient mirror and shone it at the slanted bronze mirror. A moment later, a tomb door suddenly opened, and they all showed joy. Let's go! As soon as Zhang Xiaohou finished speaking, Song Jia and others hurriedly followed. The next level is the Eternal Life Lotus level. And Song Jia hurriedly looked at the Eternal Life Lotus. To go to the ancient king's tomb, they must exhaust the power of the Eternal Life Lotus before they can enter the next level. At this time, Song Jia and Mo Fan seemed to look at the Eternal Life Lotus. They looked at each other, and both of them showed meaningful smiles on their faces. Brother Jia, how about we each take half? Mo Fan whispered. Sure. Song Jia nodded. After all, everyone who saw it had a share, so it was reasonable to split it in half. It turned out to be the Eternal Life Lotus. It seems that we will be locked up here forever, Fang Gu said with a look of despair. However, Song Jia and Mo Fan both walked over and took down the Eternal Life Lotus. Brother Jia, Brother Fan, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohou asked curiously. I tell you after we go back, Mo Fan said. And the two of them blocked the Eternal Life Lotus with their bodies, and then divided the energy of the Eternal Life Lotus. At this time, Han Ji and others on the bell tower were also watching everything happening in the ancient tomb through an ancient mirror. However, they didn't know what Song Jia and Mo Fan were doing, because they couldn't see it. What are they doing secretly? Zhu Ming frowned and said in surprise. However, no one could answer his question because they didn't know. But soon, the door of the tomb suddenly opened. It's open, Su Xiaoluo said in surprise. Song Jia and Mo Fan have divided the energy of the Eternal Lotus, and now both of them have improved their cultivation. Mo Fan is just a little bit away from breaking through the high level of the fire element, while Song Jie Chaos element has reached the third level of the intermediate level. It is conceivable how huge the energy contained in this eternal lotus is. Let's go! As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Mo Fan followed closely. So far, the two of them have gained the most. They walked for a while, and came to the edge of a cliff. And at the same time, there were gusts of whistling wind. Fang Gu exclaimed, "This is the Bridge of 9 Deaths." "What is the Bridge of 9 Deaths?" Su Xiaolu asked. "The Bridge of 9 Deaths is these 10 bridges. Only one bridge can let us survive. If we take the other bridges, we will definitely die," Fang Gu said. "There are 10 bridges in front of us, but only one bridge may allow them to survive. Little monkey, how should we choose?" Su Xiaoluo looked at Zhang Xiaoho. Zhang Xiaoho hesitated and turned to look at Song Jie and Mo Fan. "Brother Jie, Brother Fan, you should make the choice," Fang Gu said at this time. "I think you can go separately, so that our chances of success will be greater." Go separately, however. Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaoho and others did not speak. "Brother Jie, we will follow you wherever you want to go," Mo Fan said. He felt that it was right to follow Song Jie. Even if they walked on a dead bridge, they would die together. Obviously, they did not want to separate. Fang Gu heard what they meant and shook his head. "You make your own decision. I choose this bridge." Fang Gu pointed to the bridge in front of him. "If we die together, then we will walk on your bridge together," Song Jie said. He just pondered for a while and felt that it was right to follow Fang Gu. At least, he would not encounter so many troubles. "What?" Fang Gu was stunned when he heard Song Jie answer. "You are?" Fang Gu sighed. He did not expect Song Jie and others to follow him. Fang Gu said, "Then you take this one. I have another one. How about we go together?" Song Jie looked at him and said, "No. I take the other one. At least I can walk to the ancient king's tomb with a 1/5 chance," Fang Gu said. Song Jie tried to persuade him. "Why don't you think about it again?" "No. I think this bridge is also good." Fang Gu chose another bridge. Song Jie was about to persuade him, but Fang Gu had already stepped onto the bridge. Song Jie shook his head. This guy still couldn't escape death. "Brother Jie, do we really choose this place?" Mo Fan hesitated. "Let's go. We die sooner or later anyway." After Song Jie said that, he stepped onto the wooden bridge. The others followed him without hesitation. On the bell tower, everyone saw the four of them walking together, and someone couldn't help but sigh. The four of them walked on one bridge. Isn't this just magnifying the probability of 1 in 2 to 1 in 5 for nothing? Li Yujian said angrily. Tang Yu said angrily, "Why are you yelling about your incompetence? If you can do it, you can go to Shaoyuan to choose now." Li Yujian wanted to refute something, but when he thought of the totem black snake just now, he held back what he wanted to say. At this moment, no one said anything. After all, the totem black snake was staring at them. "Look! They seem to be walking on the Bridge of Life," someone exclaimed. In the ancient tomb, Song Jie, Mo Fan and others quickly walked to the end of the bridge. At the same time, they went straight to the ancient tomb of the ancient king. "Brother Jie, Brother Fan, we made the right choice. This is the Bridge of Life among the bridges of life and death," Zhang Xiaoho said excitedly. They didn't expect that they actually made the right choice. At this moment, Song Jie's eyes were on the throne in the palace. This was the Blood Throne. And on the Blood Throne was a set of armor that exuded an evil aura. At the same time, a voice suddenly appeared in their minds. Song Jie's mind was the same. "Do you want to have powerful power? Do you want to be the king above thousands of people? Do you want to lead the entire undead empire? Come here! Come here! Come here, and I will make you the king of the undead empire." This evil voice seemed to have magic power, which made people very excited. But Song Jie knew that this evil armor was just to tempt him to put it on, and then absorb his blood. At this time, the necklace he was wearing suddenly emitted a bright light, and the voice in his mind retreated. Song Jie looked at Mo Fan and the others, who were about to approach the armor, and immediately woke them up. Zhang Xiaoho asked, "What happened to us?" "You are controlled by this armor," Song Jie said. Seeing this scene, everyone in the bell tower also breathed a sigh of relief. They just saw Song Jie and others walking towards the Blood Throne like puppets, and their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, everything has returned to normal. Mo Fan said, "This armor is too weird. We were almost controlled by it. Song Jia nodded. And at the same time, he remembered what he was going to do. Will it succeed? Logically speaking, this armor should also belong to a living body. Chapter 227. Song Jia stared at the evil armor on the blood throne, and then began to contract. He used his mind to put his spiritual mark on the evil armor. However, how could his spiritual mark be stronger than the armor? So his spiritual mark was like rain flowing into the sea. It was useless. But he was sure that he could make a contract with the evil armor. However, Song Jia's current strength was not enough. So he could not make a contract with the evil armor. However, at this time, a footstep suddenly appeared, and they all turned their heads. Instructor Zhang Kong. Zhang Xiao exclaimed immediately. He didn't know why Zhang Kong appeared here. Song Jia turned his head and saw Zhang Kong. He didn't expect Zhang Kong to arrive here so quickly this time. Don't get close to him. Leave this to me. Zhang Kong took a step forward. He knew that someone had to do this. Instructor Zhang Kong. What are you going to do? Mo Fan saw Zhang Kong walking towards the blood throne. But the other party pretended not to hear and continued to walk towards the blood throne. At this moment, everyone watched Zhang Kong put on the evil armor. Instructor Zhang Kong, they said. Suddenly, Zhang Kong put on the evil armor, and his soul seemed to be torn apart. Ah! Do you think you are strong? You will die if you eat my soul. You should have died, and should not live in this world. If you want to occupy my body, show your sincerity. Zhang Kong endured the pain of his body being sucked by the armor. And at the same time, he was talking to the evil armor. At this moment, he was also fighting with the evil armor. And neither of them was convinced. Either listen to me, or we die together, Zhang Kong said loudly. He was now in a state of madness in front of Song Jia and others. As if he had a split personality. Song Jia felt that it was time. And he immediately put a contract mark on the evil armor. Don't mention it. Now the evil armor is entangled with Zhang Kong. And he didn't notice him at all. So his contract mark has fallen into the evil armor. Even if you were the ancient King Qin Shi Huang, you are now my contracted beast. But Song Jia found that he couldn't control the evil armor now. It may be because of his strength. However, after Song Jia made a contract with the evil armor, he could suppress half of its strength. At this time, the evil armor came back to his senses. But it was too late. Zhang Kong saw that the evil armor seemed not as powerful as before, and his own offensive became more fierce. In a blink of an eye, he was able to control the evil armor, and the backlash he suffered became smaller. What's going on? Zhang Kong didn't know what happened at all. He thought he had to fight with the evil armor for a while before the other party compromised. Unexpectedly, the evil armor was suppressed in just a while. Zhang Kong no longer had the pain and madness before. But now he became calm. He glanced at Mo Fan and others. And finally his eyes fell on Song Jia. Because Zhang Kong felt a vague connection from the evil armor. And this connection might be related to Song Jia. But now is not the time to ask this. But to stop the undead from attacking the ancient capital. On the bell tower. They did not see the scene where Zhang Kong became the ancient king. What's going on? Why is there no picture? I could see it just now. What's going on now? Village Chief Xia sang. What's wrong with this mirror? Everyone looked at Xia sang. But the latter shook his head helplessly. He didn't know either. The undead army is almost under the city wall. Someone exclaimed immediately. At this moment, they all raised their heads and looked at the outside of the city, which was like a sea of undead. The dark undead. People with intensive phobia. Might be scared to death. It seems that this battle cannot be escaped. Hanji shook his head while looking at the outside of the city. However, at this time, just when everyone was preparing to resist the army of the undead, the army of the undead below suddenly stopped moving. Not only the undead outside the city stopped moving, but also the undead inside the city. What's going on? Everyone didn't know what was going on. Before, with the suppression of the totem Black Snake, the mountain corpse didn't dare to let the undead be too radical. But now, the entire army of the undead stopped moving. They may have succeeded. Tang Yu's face suddenly showed joy. In this way, Song Jia and others can come back safely. And she is very happy at this moment. Muhi looked at the motionless army of the undead with disbelief in his eyes. How is it possible? How could this be possible? Shut up. Zhu Meng was right beside Muhi. And he raised his hand and slapped Muhi. In an instant, all the undead began to retreat. Just like the tide receding. In the ancient capital, the people saw the undead leave, and their faces showed ecstatic expressions. The undead retreated. The undead retreated. The undead retreated. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because they had received news before that the outer city was about to be lost, and they were not afraid. At most they would die with their homes. However, they heard that someone was willing to enter the Shaoyuan to risk saving the ancient capital. Obviously, those people succeeded. They saved the ancient capital. At this moment, everyone was extremely grateful to Song Jie and others. It was they who saved the entire ancient capital, their homes, and their families. In the ancient tomb, John Kong walked towards Song Jie and others. I will send you out now. After a while, John Kong, Song Jie, and others came to the sky above the Shaoyuan. John Kong looked at Song Jie and smiled. I have a lot of questions here, but now is not the time. I will ask you later. Song Jie nodded. He felt that John Kong should have discovered something. He is now a high-level 1-level cultivator, which can suppress the evil armor by 50%. Maybe after reaching the super level, he can suppress it directly. I don't know if he can control the other party at that time. And I suddenly feel a little excited. At this time, they all saw the peaks beside them. But now it is staying beside John Kong like a follower. On the bell tower, Tang Yu, Han Ji, and others have seen the figure of Shaoyuan. Tang Yu saw Song Jie at a glance, and she quickly asked Totem Black Snake to take her there. The same is true for others. Although they don't know what the situation is, they, the senior staff, must find out what's going on. Chief Instructor, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho looked at John Kong, not knowing what to say. John Kong smiled and said, people from Bo City are different. They are all men. He didn't say much. Took Shaoyuan, turned around and left here. At this time, Tang Yu and Totem Black Snake came behind Song Jie and others. Song Jie heard this, turned his head and looked at Tang Yu, revealing a smile. Chapter 228. Are you all okay? Although Tang Yu was concerned about Song Jie, others also had to ask. Teacher Tang Yu, we are all fine, Zhang Xiaoho said with a smile. They were able to get out of the evil abyss safely, which was a life and death experience. But they made the right choice. So the life and death experience did not exist. At this time, Han Ji, Zhu Ming and others also came to Song Jie and others. Young and promising. They all knew that it was this group of young people who saved the ancient capital. You guys are great. Zhu Ming landed in front of them with a smile, and then hugged them. Mr. Zhu Ming, let go quickly. We are all about to be strangled to death. Song Jie said hurriedly. This guy is very strong, and his necks are red. Sorry. I'm just too happy, Zhu Ming said with a smile. Song Jie glanced at the people who came here, and suddenly frowned. Where is Saran? Is there no one watching Saran? Song Jie asked. Lu Huan replied, Saong is under the watch of my royal guards. Before he finished speaking, a sound came from the bell tower. It's bad. The crowd realized that Saran might have a backup plan. At this moment, they all rushed back to the bell tower. They couldn't let Saran escape. Song Jie didn't expect that there was a black church in the ancient capital. It seems that they are hiding very deep here. On the bell tower, many black church appeared, just to rescue Saran. However, the royal guards are not vegetarians. Those black church are no match for their royal guards. Everyone listen to the order. Anyone who approaches the bell tower will be killed as a black church. The leading royal guard said Zwafeng. This is the order Lu Huan gave him. No one can approach Saran. After a while, Han Ji, Song Jie and others returned to the bell tower. What's going on? Han Ji asked immediately. Zwafeng replied, President Han. A group of people wanted to come up to rescue Saran just now. But we killed them. How many people? Zwafeng said again, about 20 people. Han Ji frowned. He didn't expect that there were so many people in the black church. He looked at Saran with murderous eyes. If it weren't for the black church, Gu would not have this crisis. President Han, how about we make a deal? Saran said calmly. Deal? What can you trade with us now? Today is your death day. A senior executive said angrily. His student died in this crisis, and he wanted to chop Saran into pieces and feed him to the dogs. However, Saran didn't care at all and continued. You just saw that they were all my people. Think about it. I have been planning for so long. How could I have only hidden so few people? I gave those people to you. Hearing this, everyone could tell from Saran's words that there were still people from the Black Church in the ancient capital. Moreover, she dared to let more than 20 people come to die. So it was obvious that there were more people. What do you want to trade? Hanji asked with a cold face. Saran looked at him. Let me go. Let you go? How is it possible? Zhu Meng immediately objected. They finally caught Saran. How could they let her go? This is the culprit of the ancient capital. She should pay tribute to those who died. Think clearly. If I die, the people you protect will be buried with me. Saran sneered. At this moment, she was extremely crazy. As if at this moment, she was the master of the world. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the mysterious man. They didn't know whether the other party was telling the truth, so they could only see if the mysterious man had any relevant information. However, the mysterious man shook his head. You should know about the life and death worm. Right? Sarang glanced at everyone and said, Life and death worm. The mysterious man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were a little nervous. Life and death worm is a parasite that reproduces very quickly. As long as the parasite dies, other infected parasites will also die. When everyone heard the mysterious man's explanation, everyone's heart shuddered. Parasite. This is a terrifying creature for anyone, because no one knows whether they are parasitized. Sarang looked at their nervous appearance and laughed. Some of you are also parasitized. After this, some people panicked even more. They didn't want to be buried with Saran. And these people are generally from big families. As for Zhu Meng, they don't care at all. You don't care about your own life or death, but you should care about the people behind you. Right? Sarang's face was full of smiles, but in their eyes, it was the devil's laugh. I don't know how many people it has infected. Maybe it's one area, or maybe half, or maybe all. Sarang laughed, but everyone present was silent. Songjia looked at Saran. It seems that he is still too young. The other party must have planned this conspiracy very thoroughly. If they use the residents of the ancient capital as a threat, everyone will know what to choose. For the sake of the ancient capital, Hanji was willing to ask Saran before. And in this situation, Saran must have won. Don't have any crooked ideas. As long as any of you dare to mess around, they will be buried with me. Saran stared at them and said, her one thought can trigger the life and death worms, and then they will all die together. Hanji looked at the mysterious man, only to see that the mysterious man shook his head, indicating that he should not act rashly. President Han. What do you think? Saran looked at Hanji and asked. Hanji pondered, and at this moment, he looked at others helplessly. He didn't expect that he still couldn't keep Saran in the end. Hanji looked at the mysterious man and asked doubtfully, is there a way to know if there are life and death worms in her body? Psychic mages can see it. The mysterious man answered. Soon. Several psychic mages came here. Hanji was afraid that Saran was deceiving them, and that there were members of the Black Church among the psychic mages. So he called several psychic mages to come and check together. After a while, Saran was fearless, and was not afraid of these psychic mages checking. Soon, Hanji and others got the same answer. Saran did have a parasitic life and death worm in his body. Hanji's face was very ugly. Saran's ancient capital residents came to threaten him, but he could only compromise. President Han, have you thought it through? Saran smiled. I can let you go, but you can't take the life and death worm with you. Hanji said, I have thought of a good way for you. You can leave a curse on the life and death worm, but do this curse according to my instructions. Otherwise you know the consequences. Saran said. Lu Huan looked at a guard mage with the curse system. He was the second one to practice the curse system, and he was also the person he trusted the most. You must do whatever I tell you to do, and don't do anything unnecessary. Otherwise, Sarang threatened, she must have her own confidence if she dared to let them leave the curse. Chapter 229. The curse-type guard mage did not dare to make any extra moves and curse Saran's life and death worm as ordered. Seeing this, Saran smiled and looked at Hanji. How is it? You should be relieved now. Right? Hanji did not speak. The curse-type forbidden spell mage said, the life and death worm will die in an hour. As long as the life and death worm does not commit suicide, it will be fine. Killing it with external force will not threaten the infected. Saran smiled. Can you let me go now? Everyone looked at Hanji. He was the only one with the power here. As long as he said no, Saran could not leave. Get out. Hanji finally let go. They exist to protect the people. He thought he could not ignore the safety of those people for Saran. Saran smiled triumphantly. And the two guard mages let go of her. And then she swaggered away. Everyone looked at Saran's back as she left. And they all hated her so much that their back teeth were broken. They finally caught Saran. But they watched her run away. Although they were upset. They all knew Hanji's difficulties. Compared with others, they all felt that Hanji wanted to kill Saran more. Lay the foundation for those who died in this crisis. If it weren't for Saran, how could their ancient capital suffer such a disaster? Did you leave a mark on her? Hanji looked at Lu Huan and asked. Lu Huan replied, I have left it. And my people will follow her until an hour later. Hearing this, Song Jia couldn't help but sigh that the old ones are still the best. Hanji looked at Song Jia and others. And said seriously, thank you for saving the ancient capital. I am here to thank you for your efforts. Our ancient capital people will always remember you. Her eyes. Hanji bowed to Song Jia and others. Seeing this, no one went to help. Or felt it was inappropriate. Because these people really saved the ancient capital. Song Jia, Zhang Xiaohou and others couldn't say anything. After this farce, everyone's tense nerves relaxed at this moment. Good. Alive. On the bell tower. After everyone left, only Hanji and Lu Huan were left. Hanji nodded. The things that marked Saran were usually said in private. Hanji asked, Song Jia and Zhang Xiaohou did a good job. How do you think they should be rewarded? Lu Huan replied, you can give them more cultivation resources appropriately. After all, they are grassroots mages. They can't do without cultivation resources. Hanji nodded. I will implement the cultivation resources. But I think it's not enough. Lu Huan nodded slightly. They saved Gudu. And this reward was indeed not enough for them. How about rewarding them to practice in Huashan? It is indeed a feng shui treasure land. Lu Huan suggested. Hanji thought about it, and felt that this suggestion was also okay. Their contribution could indeed be used to practice there. Then it's settled. Song Jia didn't know what Hanji and Lu Huan were planning at this time. He returned to Tangyu residence and slept comfortably on the bed. Tangyu hadn't come back yet. And he had done his best in this matter. He just had to stay out of the next thing. Tangyu came back from the trial very late. Exhausted? Are you exhausted? I've bought you some food. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he took out all the midnight snacks. Tangyu was busy all day and was very hungry. When she came back, she didn't want to buy food, but just wanted to have a good sleep. She didn't care about her manners and started to eat voraciously. She looked really hungry. Song Jia pushed the soup in front of Tangyu. Eat slowly. There's more soup here. Tangyu nodded. Soon, several meals were consumed by her. Song Jia looked at her. Take a shower and go to rest. Leave this to me. Tangyu was not polite either. Their relationship didn't need to be so polite. After eating, she felt much more energetic. So she immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. Tangyu might have seen Song Jia, and her originally tired body was swept away at once. At this time, Song Jia was sitting on the sofa and looking at his phone. Tangyu came over and sat beside him, and suddenly buried her head in Song Jia's arms. Fortunately, you are okay. I will be fine. Song Jia touched Tangyu's cheek and smiled, smelling the fragrance emanating from Tangyu. She suddenly felt refreshed. Not tired now. Tangyu said, I am not tired when you are around. Really? You little bad guy. Although Tangyu laughed and scolded, she still did it obediently. But this is not yet. Forget it. I can only let it. One night passed. The next day at noon, Tangyu had left the hotel. And Song Jia also received a call from the Magic Association at this time. Song Jia, Mo Fan and others came to the trial meeting. Those who participated in the Shaiyuan operation were given the opportunity to practice in Huashan. Song Jia had no one else during this period, so he chose to start practicing in Huashan. Mo Fan did the same. Zhang Xiaohou did not go with him at this time, because their military magician still had a lot of follow-up work. 2 days later, Song Jia and Mo Fan came to Huashan under guidance. There was an old man in Huashan, and he laughed when he saw the two of them. Huashan hasn't been so lively for a long time. Now 2 of you are here, so the work here will be handed over to you, the old man said, and then handed them the broom and bucket. Song Jia and Mo Fan were both very upset, but they all felt that this old man must be extraordinary, so they didn't say much. After completing these, The two began to practice and improve their own cultivation realm. Mo Fan's fire system is about to break through the high level. After practicing here for a period of time, it is very likely that he will reach the high level. Songjia mainly practices the chaos system, and the other two systems will not improve much in a short time. Therefore, he planned to upgrade the chaos system to a high level first, and then all three of his systems would be high level. Every day, apart from sweeping the floor and fetching water, the two of them would quietly practice in Huashan. Chapter 230. During this period of time practicing in Huashan, Songjia had plenty of time and was happy at the same time. After all, anyone who sees his cultivation level improving rapidly will definitely be happy in his heart. Songjia Chaos System had absorbed the power of the Eternal Lotus before, and had already reached the third level of the intermediate level. Therefore, it was only a matter of time for him to break through to the high level. During this period of practice, Songjia felt that the Chaos System had already shown signs of a breakthrough. Before he came, the Magic Association prepared 2 galaxy veins for them, allowing them to break through to the high level in one fell swoop. Today, Songjia was in charge of sweeping the floor. He looked at the fallen leaves in the yard and slowly swept them up. And the old man was lying on a recliner drinking tea, very happy, as if he was taking care of his old age. At the same time, he would stare at the bronze bracelet on Songjia's hand from time to time. Songjia also noticed this, but he hadn't asked yet. After he cleaned up the fallen leaves, he looked at the old man in the recliner. "You saw the necklace on my hand before. Did you recognize it?" The old man smiled a little when he heard it, and explained, "I do recognize it. It's an old friend of mine." Old friend. Songjia felt that the old man might really know, because Mo Fan's pendant was the old man's friend's item. But he didn't expect that his bracelet was also related to the old man's friend. The old man smiled. "Don't worry. Since she gave it to you, I naturally can't take it back." Songjia didn't say anything about this, and then asked, "Who is your old friend?" "Her? She may not be here anymore, and I don't know if she is still alive." The old man shook his head and sighed. Seeing the old man's sad expression, Songjia didn't ask more questions. After all, it's not good to poke someone's pain. "You guys are busy. I go to the back mountain to see my old friends." The old man stood up and walked towards the back mountain with his hands behind his back. Songjia looked at the old man. He felt that he must have a lot of stories, but he didn't tell him, so he was too embarrassed to ask. In the next few days, Mo Fan took the lead in breaking through the high level of the fire system and became a high-level mage. Songjia entered a few days later, and at this moment, he was already a mage with 3 systems reaching high levels. While the 3 were eating, Mo Fan saw his favorite cola chicken wings. "Brother Jia, you have at least 2 systems reaching high levels now." "Right?" Mo Fan guessed. 3 systems. Hearing this, Mo Fan looked at the cola chicken wings he had just picked up, and suddenly felt that he had no appetite. What's the point of asking? Mo Fan stood up. "I won't eat anymore. I'm going to practice." Songjia has reached high levels in all 3 systems, and he has only reached high levels in 1 system now. Comparing people. I'm so angry. After a while, Songjia cultivation has also improved, and he has made further progress in the construction of the Chaos System constellation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Chaos Whirlpool, for undergoing an outrageous transformation and becoming a higher level. Chaos Whirlpool Tornado. After waiting for so long, Songjia finally obtained an outrageous transformation of the Chaos System. After roughly understanding this Chaos System skill, he already understood the information of the skill. Whirlpool Tornado can absorb all attack skills into the vortex. After that, the Vortex Tornado can condense those attack magic skills and create the strongest tornado attack. Songjia found a deserted place and tried it. At first, the vortex was only as big as a 1-story house. But Whirlpool Tornado is as tall as a 3-story building and can absorb more magic skills than before. At the same time, it is not necessary to absorb the opponent's magic skills. He can also inject magic skills into the Vortex Tornado, with his abnormal skills of elementary magic comparable to superclass magic. If it is condensed, the power can be imagined. It can develop into a nuclear bomb tornado, and even the monarch level may not be able to stop it. For him, a high-level magician, the magic energy released by elementary magic is simply a drop in the bucket. After practice, Songjia returned to calmness. He continued to draw star maps of the chaos system stars, and then constructed them into a constellation. What? You said Xinxiao was selected by the Parthenon and will go in the afternoon? Mo Fan couldn't help but worry when he heard the news. Xinxiao went abroad alone? How can this be possible? What if she was bullied? No. Absolutely not. Mo Fan refused directly. Sorry. I didn't expect you to refuse. But Instructor Lu Ping was explaining to Mo Fan. Soon. He hung up the phone, looked at Song Jia and said, Brother Jia, Xinxia is going to be taken away. Help me intercept them. Although he didn't want to ask Song Jia for help. After all, he saw that Xinxia seemed to have some feelings for Song Jia. But as a brother, he couldn't let his sister go abroad alone. Leave it to me. Song Jia nodded. Or I can go with you. With 2 people, the speed of the summoned beast will be halved. Song Jia was telling the truth. He had just heard that time was very tight there. Okay. Mo Fan nodded. He could only compromise. Please, leave it to me. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he immediately said goodbye to the old man, summoned the Wind Eagle, and headed straight for Linen. Not long after, Mo Fan told him the address where Yi Xinxia would take off. They were in Kunshan Private Airport. At this time, Decius and Glocken from the Parthenon were sitting opposite Yi Xinxia. Don't worry about anything. Someone will arrange your daily life in the Parthenon, Decius said. In fact, Yi Xinxia was not worried about this. She was worried that she hadn't told Mo Fan. And there was that person. She picked up her phone, looked at Song Jia chat box, and suddenly fell into a brief contemplation. But when she hesitated, Song Jia took the lead and sent her a message. Song Jia, wait for me. After seeing this message, Yi Xinxia suddenly showed a hint of joy on her pretty face. Decius and Glocken looked at each other, wondering why Yi Xinxia was so happy all of a sudden. Xinxia, we're going to take off soon, Decius reminded. So soon? Yi Xinxia raised her head, obviously reluctant to leave. There's no way. We've stayed here for too long. Now we can only go back quickly, Decius said helplessly. Can you wait a little longer? Seeing Yi Xinxia say this, the 2 of them looked at each other, looking very embarrassed. Xinxia, I'm sorry. We leave when the plane arrives, Decius said. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment suddenly flashed across Yi Xinxia's eyes. Soon, the 3 of them walked out of the lounge and headed towards the airport. At this time, Yi Xinxia raised her head and looked at the sky, as if she was expecting something. Xinxia, let's get on the plane quickly, Decius urged. Yi Xinxia nodded slightly. And just as she got on the plane, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Wait! The person coming was Song Jia. Chapter 231. After hearing Song Jia's voice, Yi Xinxia turned her head suddenly and looked in his direction, with a happy look on her face. At this moment, Decius and Glocken turned their heads and noticed something strange about Yi Xinxia. They looked at Song Jia and sized up the young man in front of them. He was a little handsome, but at this age, he was probably still in college. Right? And he might just be a mid-level mage. So, neither of them took it seriously. Xinxia, the plane is about to take off. I take you up now, Decius said. That's my friend. Can I say something to him? Yi Xinxia asked. She was already very happy to see Song Jia coming to see her off. Even if she left now, she would have no regrets. Xinxia, time is very tight here. It might not work. Decius shook his head. But at this moment, Song Jia walked towards them. Seeing this, Decius frowned, and then immediately took Yi Xinxia to the private plane. At the same time, he gave Glocken a look, asking him to stop the young man in front of him. Glocken nodded, turned his head to look at Song Jia, walked over and stopped him. You can't go over there. Song Jia looked at him. He knew that these 2 were the people escorting Yi Xinxia. Didn't you hear that she wanted to talk to me just now? We are in a tight schedule now, and we don't have spare time. We can talk about it later if there is anything. Glocken refused. Song Jia smiled. What if I insist on talking to her? Sorry. You can't do it at all. Glocken is very confident in his own strength. Is this young man in front of him stronger than him? He is a high-level mage. Song Jia looked at Glocken, smiled slightly, and walked straight to the private plane without taking it seriously. Seeing this, Glocken felt that Song Jia was forbidden to drink and had to drink a penalty. In an instant, the plant star map suddenly appeared under his feet, and the vine cage wanted to cover it. However, the next moment, the cage suddenly exploded, and a layer of light golden light appeared on Song Jie's body, and he continued to move towards the direction of the private plane. Glocken frowned. He didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. But that was it. He didn't want to use high-level magic to deal with the student. But if he didn't end this battle quickly, their time would be delayed. The next second, Glocken stared at Song Jie, and the star maps in his spiritual world were constructing constellations. Ghost with hand, Glocken shouted in a low voice, and high-level plant magic emerged, and a huge ghost vine suddenly emerged from the ground. Song Jie was not in a hurry. He stretched out his arm and aimed at the ghost vine, and a golden light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Light, Glocken smiled. This light wanted to deal with his ghost vine? Are you kidding? However, his smile suddenly froze for a moment, and his eyes almost popped out, because he just saw that the light directly blew his ghost with hand into pieces. He looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment, not knowing that this would be the result. I advise you to stay there obediently. Otherwise, if you lose your arms and legs, I will not be responsible, Song Jie threatened. Glocken swallowed his saliva. He did not expect it to be like this. He was hesitating about what to do next. The light is an elementary magic, but in the hands of the other party, it has become such a powerful magic. This made him hesitate and dare not take action again. This young man is so weird. Song Jie came to the door of the plane, looked inside and said, Xinxia. However, it was not Xinxia who came out, but Decius who set Xinxia up. He looked at Song Jie coldly, and then glanced at Glocken, and couldn't help wondering, how does this guy Glocken do things? But now is not the time to think about these things. They may have to deal with the young man in front of them before they can take off to the Parthenon normally. Young man, you can't afford to offend the Parthenon. I advise you to leave quickly. Decius's sharp eyes immediately fell on Song Jie. But Song Jie didn't care at all, and let the other party say whatever he wanted. You are talking too much nonsense. Let's go together, and leave some dignity for your Parthenon, Song Jie said. Hearing this, Decius frowned. Just now, Glocken didn't beat this young man. But when he heard Song Jie being so arrogant, Decius couldn't help laughing. You asked for it. Since this young man doesn't listen to advice, let him know that the Parthenon is not a place where anyone can trample on its majesty. Song Jie looked at Decius indifferently as he got off the plane and came to Glocken's side at the same time. What's the situation? Decius said. Glocken smiled bitterly. I said I was stunned by the other party's glory. Do you believe it? Glow. Decius didn't expect to get such an answer. What a joke. Use whatever tricks you have. Or don't say I didn't give you a chance, Song Jie said. How arrogant, Decius said angrily. Glocken didn't dare to speak. He felt that this young man had the capital to be arrogant. He felt that if the other party threw 2 glows at him, he might not be able to block it. The power of the glow was completely comparable to the power of high-level magic. Otherwise his ghost vine would not be blown to pieces. Glocken, you watch the situation from behind. I meet him. He is so arrogant. I want to see how strong he is. As soon as Decius finished speaking, his star map was completed in an instant. For high-level magicians like them, after becoming proficient, the star map is basically completed in an instant. Wind disc. Tear. The huge tornado swept Song Jie in an instant. But the latter was not in a hurry at all, and had no intention of avoiding it. Decius smiled coldly and couldn't help saying, what a waste. You can't even avoid a mid-level magic. However, a golden light was looming in the tornado, and then appeared in front of everyone. Song Jie put on a holy shield, and those tornadoes were no threat to him at all. Moreover, he just walked out of the attack area like nothing happened. Decius frowned again. He knew that mid-level magic could not do anything to the opponent, so he could only use high-level magic. You can block mid-level magic. I don't believe you can block high-level magic. After Decius said this, the Earth star map suddenly constructed, and a brilliant constellation appeared, facing the opponent's high-level magic. Song Jie was not afraid at all, and he looked calm and confident. Decius had never seen such an arrogant young man, and he was still walking towards them. Then let me give you a taste of what it's like to be petrified. Decius's high-level earth element was completed, and then his pupils suddenly flashed a cold light. Eyes of the Rock Demon. Chapter 232. Eye of the Rock Demon. Everywhere his eyes touched, they were quickly petrified. In an instant, the wind seemed to be mixed with fine sand. But when Dicaius thought that Song Jie could not escape, Song Jie stood in front of him safely. How is it possible? Dicaius was surprised. He did not expect such a result. Glaucon did not speak, but just watched the scene in front of him quietly, as if he had already made up his mind. This young man is ridiculously strong. They cannot look at this young man with a previous concept. Song Jie raised his arm, and a glow appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing this, Glaucon hurried to Dicaius and summoned his defensive magic tool. Dicaius did not know what happened. Isn't it just a glow? Why use magic tools? But as soon as his mind fell, a loud noise suddenly pulled him back to reality. Glaucon's defensive magic tools were not enough to resist such a powerful light. So the two of them flew backwards in an instant. They both fell heavily to the ground. Especially Dicaius, who was not prepared at all, and fell flat on his face. Song Jie summoned Xiaolu, and asked it to pick up Yixinxia. At this time, Dicaius and Glaucon had already climbed up, and both of them were in a very embarrassed state. They were both high-level mages, but in front of Song Jie, they had no chance to fight back. No wonder the other party said that before. It turned out that this young man had such strength. Dicaius's face was very ugly, but he suddenly felt powerless when facing Song Jie. Before, he had used all the high-level earth magic, but still couldn't hurt the other party at all. Not to mention, the other party's light embarrassed them. At this time, he also remembered what Glaucon said before, and at this moment he had truly experienced it. It seems that you are very thick-skinned. Do you want another light? Song Jie looked at them and asked. In an instant, Decius and Glaucon shook their heads. How dare they do that? At this time, Xiaolu had already brought Yixinxia down from the plane. Song Jie turned around and smiled at Yixinxia, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Yixinxia asked with concern, They didn't do anything to you, did they? Now it was Decius and Glaucon's turn to be embarrassed. It wasn't them who did anything to Song Jie, but Song Jie who did something to them. I'm fine. Song Jie shook his head and walked to Yixinxia. Your brother couldn't come, so I came here alone, Song Jie said. Yixinxia nodded. She looked at Song Jie and didn't know what to say for a while. Xinxia, our time is really tight. We can give you a few minutes to reminisce, Dicaius said. Although they couldn't do anything to Song Jie, at least they felt that Yixinxia was reasonable. Is it urgent? How urgent? Song Jie turned around and asked. This private plane will take off soon. Then, Dicaius wanted to explain something, but the next moment, the private plane was pierced by the green vines. You are not in a hurry now, right? Song Jie asked with a smile. Dicaius and Glaucon were silent. By the way, Xinxia will not go with you now, and I am not discussing it with you. Song Jie finished speaking and pushed Yixinxia away. Song Jie. Yixinxia looked at Song Jie. She was worried that he would offend these two people. It's okay. They can't do anything to me. Song Jie continued. You don't know when you will come back this time. I will take you to play more. Yixinxia nodded slightly. She knew that after leaving this time, it might take a long time to return to China. Dicaius and Glaucon looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and they showed helpless expressions on their faces. What a shame! After Song Jie picked up Yixinxia from the airport, the two returned to the city. Where do you want to go? Can we go to the amusement park? Because of her own reasons, Yixinxia had never been to an amusement park. Of course. Song Jie smiled and nodded. As long as he could do it, it was okay to go anywhere. Soon, Song Jie brought Yixinxia to the amusement park. Even though the two of them attracted a lot of attention, they all pretended not to see it. They rode the roller coaster, the bumper cars, and basically tried all the attractions in the amusement park. It was getting dark, and Song Jie and Yixinxia were waiting in line to get on the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel here could overlook the entire city, and you could also enjoy the high mountain scenery in the distance. Let's go! Song Jie bent down and picked up Yixinxia in the wheelchair. Everyone looked at them, and some girls enviously said, they are definitely in love. So envious. This boy is so manly. Yixinxia listened to the voices coming from the surroundings, and her pretty face flushed in an instant. Soon, the two of them boarded the Ferris wheel. Song Jie put Yixinxia on the bench, and he sat next to her. Why are you blushing? Song Jie asked knowingly. Ah? Yixinxia hadn't noticed yet. and her pretty face suddenly became even redder when Song Jia asked her. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and Yi Xinxia's eyes were all outside the window. It was her first time to overlook the entire city. So the city is so big, Yi Xinxia said. Because of her physical condition, she rarely went out to play, so she knew very little. And the Bow City where she was before was just a small place, which was not comparable to other big cities. When you get to the top, you can see farther. Song Jia approached Yi Xinxia and said. Yi Xinxia nodded and blushed again. When you get to the top, you can overlook the entire city. Song Jia said. This should be the highest point. Yi Xinxia's eyes fell on the outside. At this moment, it was the most unmissable scenery in the Ferris wheel. Does it look good? It looks good. Yi Xinxia nodded heavily, and she suddenly felt a little happy at this moment. But when she slowly turned her head, she was met with Song Jia's eyes looking at her. Instantly, Yi Xinxia felt her heart beating, and it was getting faster and faster. The two looked at each other, and neither of them avoided it. Suddenly, a different feeling sprouted. The atmosphere was so intense that Song Jia didn't care about anything else. He slowly lowered his head. Yi Xinxia was a little nervous. Her hands clenched, and she didn't avoid it when she saw Song Jia lowering his head. Song Jia lowered his head and kissed her, and his soft red lips were about to come, and the two of them were immediately immersed in it. Yi Xinxia grabbed Song Jia's shoulders with both hands, and felt as if all the strength in her body was about to be drained. It was unknown how long it took before the two of them came to their senses and let go of each other. Yi Xinxia turned her head away. Her face was as red as an apple, and she didn't dare to look directly into Song Jia's eyes. The cockpit dropped down, and Song Jia walked out again, holding Yi Xinxia in his arms. Chapter 233. In the next few days, Song Jia took Yi Xinxia to visit many places. Mo Fan originally wanted to accompany Yi Xinxia, but was directly rejected by Yi Xinxia. Yi Xinxia didn't want Mo Fan to waste such a good opportunity to practice, so Mo Fan could only stay in Huashan, and Song Jia followed Yi Xinxia to travel around. However, in the end, Decius found a lot of people, and they all came to persuade Yi Xinxia. So, Yi Xinxia told Song Jia that she still wanted to leave. Song Jia knew it, so he didn't persuade her, but took Yi Xinxia to play and let her leave when she was tired. When they were about to separate, Yi Xinxia was still reluctant. She looked at Song Jia in front of her and asked, "Will you go to the Parthenon to find me?" "I will definitely go." Song Jia nodded seriously. Yi Xinxia responded, "Then I wait for you at the Parthenon." "Okay." Song Jia nodded again, and looked at Decius and Glocken at the same time. "Protect Xinxia. If she gets wronged, I find you too." Decius and Glocken looked at each other. They had no words to say. It was really too difficult. As members of the Parthenon, they should be majestic and respected. But they didn't dare to put on airs in front of Song Jia, because this guy's strength was too terrifying. Decius said helplessly, "Don't worry. As long as we are here, we won't let Xinxia get wronged." Song Jia squatted down and looked up at Xinxia. "If you don't want to stay there, call me, and I take you back." "Okay." Yi Xinxia felt warm in her heart, and reached out to hug Song Jia in front of her. Decius and Glocken pretended not to see anything, and turned their heads away. After a while, the private plane took off, and flew towards Greece immediately. After Song Jia sent Xinxia away, he came to the linen tribunal. Because of Han Ji's layout, many members of the Black Church were caught through Saran. These people were determined to escort Saran, and they would not hesitate to protect Saran even if their identities were exposed. And Tang Yu came to him, of course, to use Xiao Hei's ability, so that the tribunal could get more information. Perhaps more members of the Black Church could be caught. And Han Ji's plan was also to catch more members of the Black Church, and they wanted to clean up the Black Church base. Song Jia handed Xiao Hei to Tang Yu, and then he went to the lounge. After all, Tang Yu was familiar with the interrogation, and he didn't need him at all, and he was not a member of the tribunal. The commander-level spirit he auctioned before had been sold, so his account had another 900 million. And the spirit he sold before still had several hundred million, so he now had more than 1 billion. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have suddenly become a rich man. Although not very rich, the feeling of being rich was very good, and he came to the auction house. And at this moment, he also wanted to auction something, which was the commander-level spirit of the Meat Mound Corpse minister he had obtained before. It is obvious that there will be hundreds of millions of dollars in the near future. In this way, he will soon become a promising young man with assets of 2 billion. Looking at the present, among his peers, there is probably no one who can compete with him in terms of money. It is just that his light system has reached a high level at present, and he can sell a good soul seed while he has money on hand. After Song Jie told the person in charge of the auction house, the other party would help him find a light system soul seed according to his requirements. He has money now, so as long as it meets his requirements, no matter how much money is a problem. He didn't even look at the soul seeds without domains. Late at night, Song Jie came to the trial to pick up Tang Yu. At this time, she was busy all day and looks tired. Here, Tang Yu returned Xiao He to him. Song Jie summoned beast has reached a high level, so Xiao He will have no problem staying outside for a few days. He took Xiao He back to the contract space and then chatted with Tang Yu. You look so tired. I carry you up. Song Jie parked the car and quickly picked up Tang Yu. After a while, he opened the door of Tang Yu's house, and the two entered the living room. Tang Yu sat on the sofa, looked at Song Jie and asked, the quota for the national government team has been confirmed. Did you know? Ah? Song Jie really didn't pay attention to this, so he had nothing. It seems that you don't know that you are already a member of the national government team. And Mo Fan is a member of the guarding team. Tang Yu continued, if Mo Fan participated in that nomination competition, he might also be a formal member of the national government team. Although he is in the guarding team, he should also be a formal member of the national government team. Right? Song Jie asked. Tang Yu nodded. If he performs well, he has a chance to become a member of the national government team. Song Jie responded. With his current strength among his peers, it should not be a problem. I'm going to take a shower. Tang Yu stood up. I go with you. You little rascal. After a while, an embarrassing sound came from the bathroom. Song Jie stayed in linen for a few days. When he woke up one day, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first level second level magic order mark, which has undergone an outrageous transformation and become a higher level order mark diffusion. Afterwards, Song Jie learned about this new skill. In short, the previous order mark can only mark one person at a time, but this mark diffusion is different. As long as the opponent is within the range, he will be marked by the mark. Therefore, this skill may be very useful in the future. The order mark is generally used for precision strikes, as long as the mark is marked. After releasing the skill will unswervingly choose that person as the target. It's like a tracking missile. And Song Jie Guanyo can also be called a missile, because its power is comparable to high-level magic. Song Jie received a message from Dean Xiao that he had been selected for the national government team. But he had known this news for a long time. Dean Xiao told him that the national government team was gathering, and he also had to go to the gathering place. Therefore, Song Jie had to leave linen. But when he left, he was personally sent off by Tang Yu, imperial capital. At this time, a team of people was already gathering. They were all young mages from various forces. They were also candidates for the World National Government competition. Zhao Manyan knew that Mo Fan was not selected, and he was not interested. There were 13 people in the team, but one person was missing. Why hasn't one person arrived yet? Are you playing big? Guan Yu said, a little unhappy. If it weren't for him, they might have set off long ago. However, at this time, Jiang Shaoxu looked at him and said in a bad tone, will you die in a moment? Guan Yu suddenly frowned. He was not talking about her just now. Jiang Shaoxu put his hands on his waist. If anyone dared to say that Song Jie was not, she would definitely be the first to stand up. In the crowd, Mu Tinjing's eyes were a little expectant. She hadn't seen Song Jie for a long time. Chapter 234. Sorry. There was a problem with the flight, so I'm late. Song Jie came to the meeting place and apologized to everyone first. Hurry up and join the team. Dean Songha knew Song Jie, so he quickly let him join the team. Instructor Fengli glanced at the late Song Jie and said nothing. At this time, Ai Jiang Tu, Jiang Shaoxu, Nan Yu, Mu Ningxue, Mu Tinjing and Zhao Manyan were all staring at Song Jie. They all knew Song Jie, and they also knew that he was one of the members of the Guofu team this time. The others were Guan Yu, Zhu Jiming, Jian Yu, Li Kaifeng, Nan Rongni, and Zhou Su. Senior Song. Zhao Manyan came quickly. Song Jie was one grade higher than him. so it was okay to call him senior. With Imofan not here, he could only change his thigh to hug. And Imofan also asked him to hug Song Jie's thigh. Long time no see. As the captain, Ai Jiantu came over and smiled. Welcome to join the Guofu team. Song Jie nodded. Jiang Shaoxu also smiled. Welcome to join. Guan Yu then realized that Jiang Shaoxu knew this person. No wonder he had been arguing with him just now. Instructor Fengli said, since everyone is here, your experience has officially begun. Just as Song Jie expected, they will have to go to Sakura country with great difficulty. They don't leave us anything. And let us find a way to go to Sakura country. What are these instructors thinking? Guan Yu complained. Song Jie didn't take it seriously and continued to follow the team. Song Jie, you can't have reached high levels in all three systems now? Jiang Shaoxu asked. Song Jie nodded. Really? Jiang Shaoxu was stunned. Did I lie to you? Jiang Shaoxu shook her head quickly. And she looked very surprised at this moment. 3 high levels of systems. Too strong. I'm afraid their captain Ai Jiantu doesn't have such strength. In addition, she felt suffocated when she thought of the elves summoned by the opponent in the north corner of Burning Plain before. As long as the Guofu team has Song Jie, it is not a problem for them to get the first place in the world school competition. At this time, Nanyu also gradually approached, and she turned to look at Song Jie. Thank you. This was her heartfelt thanks. Song Jie nodded. He knew why the other party thanked him. Because when he was in Pingdingshan before, he gave the ghost woman white cloth man to Nanyu. What's your card number? I will give you the bounty when the time comes, Nanyu said. Jiang Shaoxu was stunned, completely unaware of the situation. Song Jie originally didn't want it, but Nanyu had his own principles, so he couldn't refuse. Jiang Shaoxu asked curiously, you were also in Pingdingshan before? Nanyu nodded. We were in danger in Pingdingshan before, and it was Song Jie who saved us. She still remembered that danger. If it weren't for Song Jie, she might have died there. Therefore, Nanyu was grateful to Song Jie, and she owed him a life. So he did something like this. Jiang Shaoxu nodded. If it hadn't been mentioned at this time, she wouldn't have known. Guan Yu looked at Song Jie, who was now hugging people on both sides, and gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't understand why Jiang Shaoxu and Nanyu were close to each other. And he also found that Mu Tingjing and Mu Ningxue would look at Song Jie from time to time. That look was completely different from the look they gave to others. There were 5 girls in the team, and now 4 of them seemed to have a good impression of Song Jie. Soon, everyone came to a fishing village, and they needed to take a boat from here to the Cherry Blossom Country. We are penniless now. How can we take a boat to the Cherry Blossom Country? Someone asked. However, this was also the doubt in their hearts. They were penniless, and every step was very difficult. Ai Jiantu said, okay, since we have no money, then we should think more about it. The instructors would not let us come here for no reason. So there must be something fishy here. As the captain of the Guofu team, he naturally couldn't be as irritable as others. So he had to lead them through the difficulties together. Jiang Shaoxu asked, what should we do next? We need to solve the problem of the boat. Because without the boat, we can't get to the Sakura country. Ai Jiantu pondered. Everyone nodded. They knew this. Nanyu said, then we can only go to the shore to see the situation. After all, our passports have been taken away. Hearing this, the faces of others changed. If the passports were taken away, then they would have sneaked in. If they were caught, it would be really embarrassing. Soon, everyone came to the shore and asked about the situation here. A kind fisherman took them to the port. Fisherman Lu Ming reminded, we often have demons here, which has caused panic recently. You should be careful when you approach the sea. Everyone was not surprised by the demons, but looked at the port and felt a little abnormal. After all, such a large port. The trade seems to be not going well. Fanio City has a favorable time and location. Why is the port so deserted? Zhu Jiming said. Is it because of the appearance of demons? Someone asked. After some investigation, they got the news from Zhao Manyan. It is said that demons often appear in Fanio City, which makes the top leaders here very distressed. Therefore, Fanio City is in such a predicament. But soon, they found the person in charge of Fanio City and reached an agreement. If they help to get rid of the demons in Fanio City, the other party will help them reach the Sakura country. Afterwards, Song Jie, Ai Jiangtu and others went to the place where Fanio City last encircled and suppressed demons. Along the way, Guan Yu was looking at Song Jie. He didn't know why Jiang Shaoxu and others were circling around him. This puzzled him. Moreover, this guy teased Mu Dingxue from time to time, which made him even more upset. Song Jie, if there is danger later, you will definitely protect me, right? Jiang Shaoxu blinked. There will be no danger. Song Jie smiled. He was familiar with Fanio City. Of course, he was not familiar with this place, but familiar with the plot. As long as they killed the commander level, the matter would be almost solved. And killing a commander level was a simple matter for them. If it were him, he could kill it alone. But this was without retaining his strength. The ship escorting them had an accident and sent them to another island. Everyone looked at the island in front of them and did not find anything unusual. But they did not relax because of this. After all, this was an unfamiliar environment. If there were any strange monsters hidden here, they would probably die here. Although they were all from big families and big forces, they still knew this common sense. However, when they thought there was no danger, the danger just appeared in front of them. The demon is coming. Chapter 235. Song Jie noticed that a demon had come nearby, but it had not yet appeared. At the same time, Ai Jiangtu seemed to have noticed the situation, and his eyes became sharp. Be careful. A demon is approaching us. Ai Jiangtu immediately reminded everyone. After hearing this, many people looked around to see what kind of demon it was. Jiang Shaoxu hurried to Song Jie, and Mu Tinjing also moved closer, because they knew that the strongest fighter here was probably Song Jie. Following him. It's definitely right. However, Guan Yu frowned when he saw this scene, and felt a little unhappy. Song Jie, you have to protect me later, Jiang Shaoxu said. These demons are not strong. You can handle them. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, those redling monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. Redling monsters are sea monsters. They have 2 huge feet, gills on both sides of their heads, and their arms are like sharp blades. The most important thing is that these redling monsters are very tall. The servant level redling monsters are okay, but the general level redling monsters are 3 or 4 meters tall. It's a redling monster, Jiang Yu said hurriedly. They are coming. Everyone prepare to fight. Ai Jiangtu immediately entered the battle state. Guan Yu was not far from Song Jie at this moment, and he suddenly felt a sense of comparison. Your name is Song Jie, right? Do you dare to compete? Guan Yu came to Song Jie's side and said. Song Jie frowned slightly. This guy had competed with Mo Fan before, but now he wants to compete with himself. But he smiled slightly and did not refuse. Compare what? Guan Yu smiled. Compare who killed more redling monsters. Are you sure? Are you sure? Guan Yu nodded. He felt that everyone was a member of the national government team. How could you be stronger than me? There will be a good show to watch. Jiang Shaoxu ate melons on the side. Hearing this, Mu Tinjing also looked over. Although she knew Song Jie's strength before, after so long, she didn't know how strong he was. Since you want to compete, then compete, Song Jie said indifferently. Guan Yu was very confident. They were all people with full cultivation of dual systems, and they could kill even the general level ones. At this moment, those general level redling monsters rushed towards them with other redling monsters. At this moment, Song Jie's 7 stars connected into a line, and a star track suddenly emerged in the spiritual world. Before everyone made a move, they saw a light piercing into the group of redling monsters. A light. Before Guan Yu finished speaking, the light suddenly exploded in the group of redling monsters. Some of the 7 or 8 general level redling monsters that originally rushed over turned into blood mist, and some died with missing arms and legs. Very miserable. At this moment, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This was the Guan Yu they knew. Okay. You lose. Song Jie glanced at Guan Yu, whose face was livid. The other party didn't expect this to happen. Instant kill. A Guan Yu actually killed a group of generals in a large area. How could it be? Guan Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't expect Song Jie to be so strong. The same was true for others. They all looked at Song Jie and kept looking at him, wanting to re-examine him. Isn't he the Song Jie who ranked first on the yellow list? Nanrongni suddenly said. After this, some people seemed to remember something and looked like they had suddenly realized something. Most of the people here are powerful people. so they will naturally pay attention to the yellow list. So when the yellow list is mentioned, everyone can think of Song Jie, who ranked first on the yellow list, and his mutant talent. It turns out that his mutant talent is so strong, Jiang Yu said in surprise. He is also a light element, but his light doesn't have such an effect. So they can guess that this is probably the effect of the mutant talent. One light killed so many warlord-level redling monsters. They didn't dare to think about it before. But Song Jie made it happen. Originally, they wanted to show their strength. But Song Jie killed them all with one skill. And they didn't want to come out and embarrass themselves at this time. Guan Yu was silent. He was like a clown now. Before, they were talking about who killed more. But now, he didn't touch any redling monsters. And the other party killed so many warlord-level monsters. There are still slave-level monsters over there. Don't let them run away, AI Jiantu suddenly said. Hearing this, Mu Ningxue followed AI Jiantu and attacked at the same time. Those slave-level redling monsters were no match. A bunch of them died in an instant. But they still left one alive. They walked over one after another. But at this time, AI Jiantu suddenly stopped them. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoshu asked puzzledly. However, the next moment, AI Jiantu released his telekinesis and peeled open the belly of a redling monster. Those who couldn't bear it felt sick and turned their heads away. Fuck. Captain, what are you doing? So disgusting. Everyone was puzzled. But AI Jiantu did not stop. He then took out 2 dead babies. This is babies. Jiang Yu looked at the babies on the ground and frowned. Logically speaking, these redling monsters could not enter the city. How could babies be in their stomachs? No wonder the instructor asked us to come here. It seems that this place is not as simple as we thought. AI Jiantu stood up and said. Jiang Yu stood up and said, leave this matter to me to investigate. I go too. Mu Tinjing also volunteered. Okay. Then you two will investigate this matter. If there is anything, contact us in time, AI Jiantu said. Understood. Jiang Yu and Mu Tinjing nodded at the same time. After the two of them left, AI Jiantu looked at everyone and said, let's go to the lair of the redling monster. They came here to kill the redling monster and help Fanio City solve this matter. Everyone boarded the ship again and headed towards the redling monster's lair. Song Jie, do you think the leader of the redling monster will be a commander-level leader? Jiang Xiaoshu turned around and asked. It should be. Can you kill him? Jiang Xiaoshu continued to ask curiously. It depends on the situation. If he reveals his strength, he will be killed in minutes. Jiang Xiaoshu nodded, looked down at the sparkling sea, and enjoyed the oncoming sea breeze. The ship moved forward and soon came to a triangular area, which was where the redling monster appeared. It's not easy for us to fight in such an environment, Zhao Manin said while looking at the sea. The redling monster was originally a sea monster, and naval battles were too advantageous for them. I can freeze the area here, but I may not be able to join the battle, Mu Ningxue said. AI Jiantu said, it's okay. Leave the rest to us. Seeing this, Mu Ningxue nodded and looked at the sea. I need someone to take me there. I take you there. Song Jie stepped forward and summoned the wind-riding sky eagle. Chapter 236. Because Mu Ningxue needed someone to protect her when she released her domain, Song Jie followed Mu Ningxue. At this moment, the two were sitting on the wind-controlling eagle, heading towards the center of the triangle area. However, the wind-controlling eagle suddenly braked again, and Song Jie hugged Mu Ningxue in an instant. Mu Ningxue was silent and said nothing, but Song Jie saw that her cheeks were a little red. To be honest, Mu Ningxue was a cold goddess before, and it was too difficult to see her blush. But what Song Jie didn't know was that Mu Ningxue seemed to have discovered something. The last time the wind-controlling eagle seemed to have done something like this, so she thought that the other party must have done it on purpose. Are you okay? Song Jie asked with concern. Mu Ningxue shook her head and didn't expose Song Jie. Soon, the two of them came to the triangle area. Is it okay here? Yes. Mu Ningxue nodded. And then the wind-controlling eagle stopped on the sea and let her release her domain. The next moment, Song Jie felt as if the air was frozen, and the wind around him was chilly. When he looked at the sea, the ice was spreading around them with them as the center. When the ice spread to the ship, AI Jiantu, Zhao Manyan, and others also came over. Although we are in someone else's territory, we have to lure the redling out. Right? Li Kaifeng said. AI Jiantu nodded and looked at Song Jia at the same time. Song Jia, how about you go? Song Jia has a flying summon beast, which is the most suitable for this job. Will you let me go? I'm afraid they won't come out yet. And I blocked them in the nest, and they can't get out. Song Jia said. Everyone was silent. It's true that with the strength Song Jia just showed, I'm afraid he doesn't need them at all. AI Jiantu said, it would be best if you can solve it. In this way, they can solve this matter, and go to Sakura country for training faster. Okay. I go then. Song Jia said. Jiang Xiaoxu quickly said, I go with you. I can too. Nan Yu also said at this time. Okay. You stay here. I be back soon. Song Jia said, got on the back of the wind-controlling Sky Eagle, and headed towards the Redling monster's lair. Song Jia came to a reef cave of the Redling monster, which was the Redling monster's lair. Without thinking, he threw a light at the cave, and suddenly there was a shocking explosion. AI Jiangtu and Mu Ningxue could hear it clearly from a distance. Then one after another, basically without stopping. At this time, the entrance of the cave was full of the remains of the Redling monster. Whether it was the slave level or the general level, none of them escaped. Too fierce. Zhao Manyan admired it in his heart. They probably didn't have the strength to block the entrance of the monster. However, Song Jia did it. Guan Yu was very upset when he saw Song Jia showing off, but he couldn't say anything. It was really frustrating. Song Jia did this. I'm afraid that commander level Qi Lingya wouldn't dare to come out. Nan Yu said. If the commander level hides, it will be difficult for them to kill it. Of course, it was Song Jia who gave them confidence. Otherwise they would have a hard time dealing with the commander level. You know. Besides Song Jia, they only have one high-level mage, AI Jiantu. The others are all mid-level. If you encounter a commander level, a mid-level mage is useless. So to kill a commander level, you need a high-level mage. Song Jia received the news from AI Jiantu, and then returned to the ice surface and stopped bombing the cave. After a while, he got hundreds of residual souls, but no complete spirit appeared. What a pity. Zhao Manyan smiled and said, Senior Song, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. How can it be your turn? Song Jia, let me massage your shoulders. Jiang Xiaoxu came over. Guan Yu gritted his teeth in anger, and the wind and the team blew towards Song Jia. Everyone prepared to fight. The Red Lingyao should come. AI Jiantu told everyone. So many Red Lingyao were killed. How could the commander swallow this breath? So at this time, all the Red Lingyaos were dispatched and rushed to the ice. Zhao Manyan exclaimed. Fuck. So many Red Lingyaos. Others didn't expect it either, thinking that the damn Red Lingyao's nest had all been dispatched. Song Jia, what did you do? Those Red Lingyaos may all come? Jiang Xiaoxu swallowed his saliva. Song Jia was helpless. I just released a few Guangyao. Zhao Manyan wanted to ask. Was it the Guangya from before? If so, then there is nothing wrong with sending all these Red Ling monsters out. I'm afraid Song Jia Guangya would directly destroy the Red Ling monster's lair. If it were him, he would definitely come to kill us. Zhu Jiming took a breath. Why don't we just leave? There are dozens of War General level Red Ling monsters. They are approaching us. It is too late to leave. If we take a ship to leave, it may be more dangerous than fighting them head-on. AI Jiantu explained. After hearing this, no one spoke. Some people looked at Song Jia. If Song Jia hadn't made such a big noise, they wouldn't have faced such a big crisis. Here they come. Jiang Xiaoxu moved closer to Song Jia. Song Jia looked at her. You can't just train me. You should also train me. I will protect you. Jiang Xiaoxu was seen through. After smiling, he joined the team to kill the Red Ling monster. This time, Song Jia didn't rush to take action. He was waiting because the commander-level monster hadn't appeared yet. These Red Ling monsters in front of him were probably here to test. And the commander-level monster was hiding in the dark. Jiang Xiaoxu, Zhao Manyan and others were all outstanding among their peers. So there was no rush when they killed the Red Ling monster. And with AI Jiangtu in command, they blocked the siege of the Red Lingyao, and were not in a very embarrassing situation. However, at this time, Song Jia noticed that a Red Lingyao was sneaking towards Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue seemed to have also noticed the danger coming. Just as she was about to launch an attack, a halo suddenly appeared around her. Holy shield! The general level Red Lingyao wanted to attack Mu Ningxue from behind. but was protected by Song Jia Holy Shield. Mu Ningxue turned around and looked at the Red Ling Yao. She had to maintain the ice surface, so she couldn't participate in their battle. But the demons who approached her would not have a good end. The next moment, the coldness suddenly hit, and the legs of the Red Ling Yao were instantly covered with a layer of ice. The ice kept climbing, and the body of more than 3 meters tall was instantly frozen into a tall ice sculpture. Mu Ningxue turned her head, and her eyes showed gratitude to him. Song Jia nodded, and then looked in one direction. Is it coming? Song Jia's mouth curled up. He couldn't get it to come out even after all the bombing just now. But now it seems that it can come out. Chapter 237. Just when everyone was dealing with the Red Ling monster, something suddenly emerged from the water. This body was taller than the average Red Ling monster, and they looked very small in front of it. Red Crack Monster. When Nanyu saw this demon, he immediately called out its name. The Red Crack Monster is a leader-level creature among the Red Ling monsters, and its strength can be imagined. Senior Song, can you deal with this leader-level creature? Zhao Mannion asked. To be honest, he was a little scared when he saw this leader-level creature. If he had to deal with it himself, he would definitely die. Roar! The Red Crack Monster roared, and the Red Ling monster's offensive became more fierce. Back off. AI Jiantu ordered everyone to retreat. There were too many Red Ling monsters. They were in a very bad state at the moment. Even though they were many, they were not as many as the Red Ling monsters in front of them. Soon, they all retreated to Song Jia's side, and everyone was a little embarrassed. There are too many Red Ling monsters here, and there are also commander-level ones. Let's leave first, Nanyu said. They originally wanted to lure out the Red Crack monsters, but who would have thought that they would come out in full force? They really couldn't deal with so many Red Ling monsters. It's all your fault. If you hadn't lured so many Red Ling monsters here, we wouldn't have been forced to leave. Guan Yu suddenly blamed. Guan Yu, can you speak with conscience? It was everyone who unanimously decided to let Song Jia lure out the Red Ling monsters. Now you want to blame him? Jiang Shaoxu immediately denounced Guan Yu. Guan Yu wanted to say something, but was forced back by Ai Jiantu's eyes. Okay, now is not the time to blame anyone. Let's leave here first, Ai Jiantu said. Song Jia shook his head. No, you deal with these Red Ling monsters, and I take care of the commander-level Red Crack monster. Guan Yu sneered. You deal with the Red Ling monster alone? Are you kidding? Song Jia looked at Guan Yu. Then you go? Suddenly, Guan Yu did not answer Song Jia directly. He did not want to deal with the Red Crack monster, and he thought of something, sneered in his heart, and did not continue to mock Song Jia. If Song Jia was killed by the Red Crack monster, he would be too happy. So he wanted Song Jia to go. Are you sure? Ai Jiantu suddenly asked. They had no problem holding back the Red Ling monster, but the problem was Song Jia. If Song Jia could not solve the Red Crack monster, they would not be able to support him when he encountered danger. Then Song Jia would probably die. Even if I can't deal with it, it can't do anything to me, Song Jia replied. Hearing this, Ai Jiantu nodded. The reason why he asked them to retreat was because the Red Crack monster appeared. If someone can deal with it, they can still hold out for a while. The Red Crack monster is in your hands. If you really can't solve it, call me, and I may be able to bring you back, Ai Jiantu said. Okay. Song Jia nodded, and his eyes fell on the Red Crack monster. Song Jia, you have to be careful, Jiang Shaoxu said with concern. At this time, Mu Ningxue also cast a solemn look, but her eyes seemed to say, be careful. Then go. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Guanyu was completed, and the Red Ling monster in front of him was eliminated in an instant. The Red Crack monster roared, and it seemed to become more angry when it saw Song Jia killing its people. Give Song Jia some time, Ai Jiantu shouted. Jiang Shaoxu, Nanyu and others nodded one after another. Some of them believed in Song Jia, while others did not. For them, it was impossible for one person to deal with a commander-level monster at their age. Even their strongest captain Ai Jiantu was the same. Guan Yu dealt with the oncoming Red Ling monster while watching what was happening on Song Jia's side. Song Jia had already killed the Red Crack monster, and the Red Ling monsters on the other side were gathering towards him. You're courting death, Guan Yu sneered repeatedly, thinking that Song Jia was definitely dead. But when he saw that the Red Ling monsters couldn't break Song Jia's holy shield, he couldn't help but frown. thinking it was a bit outrageous. Boom! With a sound, the redling monsters around Song Jia were blown away, and their limbs were everywhere. The next moment, the explosions continued, as if artillery fire exploded around them. Shocking. Senior Song is awesome. Zhao Manian protected Jiang Xiaoshu while flattering Song Jia. AI Jiangtu glanced at Song Jia's position, and Song Jia had already killed the red crack monster. The red crack monster saw that all his people were killed by Song Jia, and he couldn't hold his temper at this moment. It controlled the seawater and suddenly slapped him. However, Song Jia had a 6th level holy shield protection, so this attack could not harm him at all. Roar! The red crack demon was extremely angry. It had never felt so aggrieved before. If Song Jia hadn't wanted to hide his strength, he felt that he could have killed the red crack monster with his radiance. Now it only takes him half a second to complete the radiance, and a radiance comparable to high-level magic in half a second. The power can be imagined. Even the commander level might not be able to withstand such a bombardment. However, although Song Jia couldn't make too much noise on the surface, he could use mental attacks. Penetrating soul. Soul attack. The golden light quietly penetrated into the soul of the red crack monster and suddenly burned it. In an instant, the red crack monster suddenly roared, and the pain from the soul made its whole body tremble. Song Jia didn't give it a chance to roar, and instantly completed the radiance and threw it at it. Boom! The radiance suddenly exploded on the red crack monster, and the skin continued to bleed, making its whole body stained with blood. In order to make the red crack monster lose its combat capability, Song Jia did not hesitate to give it another penetrating soul. At this moment, the red crack demon wanted to die. Flesh injuries were nothing, but the pain in the soul was the most unbearable. Now it wanted to escape, but it couldn't. Its soul was torn apart, and it couldn't move its feet. Captain! Song Jia glanced in the direction of AI Jiangtu. The latter understood, and AI Jiangtu moved in an instant and came to Song Jia's side. My magic power is almost gone. It has no room to fight back. Kill it together. In order to hide his strength, Song Jia called AI Jiangtu. AI Jiangtu glanced at the red crack demon on the verge of collapse, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he did not hesitate, constructed the cursed magic constellation, and suddenly shouted, Ghost punishment. Ghost punishment is like a trial, taking it to hell and strangling its soul in the most cruel way. The red crack demon's soul was originally injured by Song Jia, and AI Jiangtu's attack directly took the red crack demon's life. In a blink of an eye, the tall body of the red crack demon suddenly fell in front of everyone. Fuck! Zhao Minyan's exclamation also attracted the attention of others. They all turned their heads and saw the scene in front of them. Chapter 238. How is it possible? Guan Yu saw this scene and never expected such a result. One person killed the commander level. How is this possible? He could actually do it. As the red crack monster fell, the surrounding redling monsters panicked. Their leader was dead. How dare they continue to fight against Song Jia and his men? The next moment, they fled without hesitation, without any intention of fighting again. Kill them all! AI Jiangtu's voice sounded not far away. At this time, everyone came to their senses and killed those redling monsters, as if they wanted to get back their previous place. Some redling monsters were drowned by their magic before they could escape, and turned into corpses. Guan Yu looked into the distance and found AI Jiangtu with Song Jia. He quickly realized that it was not Song Jia who killed the red crack monster. I thought it was so powerful. It still depends on others to kill it. Soon, more than half of the redling monsters were killed by them. After losing their leader, these monsters could not make any waves. Senior Song, you are awesome. Zhao Manyan turned into a flatterer and flattered him. What's awesome? You just asked the captain for help, Guan Yu said. Song Jia smiled slightly and didn't care. There was still a long time, so he took his time. I didn't do anything. When I went over, the red crack monster couldn't hold on, AI Jiangtu explained. As soon as this was said, others looked at Song Jia. If it was really as AI Jiangtu said, then Song Jia would have the ability to fight against the commander level. When Guan Yu heard AI Jiangtu's explanation, his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Song Jia's body suddenly shook, and he suddenly fell into Jiang Xiaoshu's arms, soft and caring. Jiang Xiaoshu worriedly said, Song Jia, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. It's just that the magic I released just now consumed too much energy, Song Jie explained. Everyone was startled. And then, they thought that the light released by Song Jie before might be related to this. Although it was only the initial stage of light. Such a powerful light might consume a lot of magic energy to release. This is what they imagined. And it is also what Song Jie wanted them to know. If they knew that he released such a powerful light, it only consumed the magic energy required for the initial stage of magic. They would treat him like a monster. So Song Jie came up with this way to deal with it. Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly made a subtle sound that only Song Jie could hear. Just now, he wanted to change his position. And accidentally rubbed it. And then Jiang Xiaoxiu. Ahem. Jiang Xiaoxiu's cheeks were slightly red. I help you to rest on the ship. Nanrongni is also on the ship. Let her take a look at you. Okay. Song Jie nodded. And he could feel that Jiang Xiaoxiu's body suddenly became a little hot. Arriving on the ship, Jiang Xiaoxiu put Song Jie down. And then asked Nanrongni to help Song Jie check his body. After the examination, Song Jie was fine. Not injured. Nothing happened. It's good that he's fine. Jiang Xiaoxiu was really worried about Song Jie. Song Jie said, if my magic power hadn't been exhausted, I could have killed that commander-level creature. I believe you, Jiang Xiaoxiu said with a smile. At this time, Nanrongni was not calm. She had been on the ship just now and only saw them fighting, but didn't know what happened. After they said that, Song Jie went to fight with a commander-level creature? And they seemed to have one? Nanrongni suddenly became interested. She hurriedly said, Song Jie is fine. I go see how the others are. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded. And Nanrong left here immediately. Pop. Suddenly, Song Jie left a trace of saliva on Jiang Xiaoxiu's cheek. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoxiu covered his cheek with his hand. A little shy? There are only us here. Why are you shy? Song Jie smiled. Rogue. Jiang Xiaoxiu cursed. I'm a wounded soldier now. A kiss is not too much. Right? Song Jie still said shamelessly. Jiang Xiaoxiu didn't say anything. She was afraid that the other party would do something else. There were other people here. After solving the red crack monster, Ai Jiangtu and others decided to call the person in charge of Fanio City. After all, their ship couldn't bring back the body of the red crack monster. So they still needed the help of Fanio City. After completing this matter, they could also ask for the help they wanted, so that they could go to Sakura country as soon as possible. Nanrongni came to the scene. She looked at the body of the red crack monster, and didn't expect that this commander level was really dead. She thought to herself, no wonder Mu Tingjing said this person was different before. So that's it. Ai Jiangtu called Fanio City, and the other side responded quickly, saying that someone would be sent over. After waiting for a long time, the people from Fanio City came, and Lin Junxian from the Lin family also came with them. The Lin family is as famous as the Zhao family, and they are also rich. This is the Lin family's investment. When Lin Junxian saw the red crack monster dead, his previous sorrow was swept away. Lin Junxian smiled and said, young and promising. Really young and promising. Thank you so much this time. Facing Lin Junxian's thanks, no one said anything. After all, they didn't kill the red crack monster. Ai Jiangtu looked at him. So what we want? Don't worry. I ask someone to prepare it after I go back. Lin Junxian smiled. Compared with the things of Ai Jiangtu and others, it was a drop in the bucket. Now that his problem was solved, he was so happy. After they took the body of the red crack monster, they headed towards Fanio City together. Song Jie sat on the ship, looking at the sea water slowly flowing behind him. And he was in a good mood, because he just got another commander-level spirit. Originally, he wanted to give half to Ai Jiangtu, but the other party said that he didn't need to give it to him. He didn't need money. Hearing this, Song Jie himself felt bad. It was different to have a big family behind him. I find a chance to sell this spirit when the time comes. Song Jie thought to himself. He has made a fortune entirely from spirits recently. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worth as much as he is now. Song Jie's previous spirits have been sold, and he is currently worth more than 2 billion. He can finally say that pretentious sentence. I don't like money. I'm not interested in money. Everyone returned to Fanio City, and Jiang Yu and Mu Tingjing reported to them about the investigation. Ai Jiangtu asked, do you think someone is behind this? Jiang Yu nodded. They have only investigated to this point so far. and further investigation may require more information. Nan Yu asked, how can we find out who is behind this? If another child goes missing, maybe we can follow the clues, Jiang Yu said. AI Jiang shook his head. They couldn't use children to lead out the person behind the scenes. At this moment, a figure came hurriedly. It was Lin Juinxian's female secretary. Song Jia knew the plot, so he naturally understood what was going to happen. Chapter 239. Boss Lin. Something bad has happened. The female secretary came in hurriedly and looked at Lin Junxian in the living room. Lin Junxian frowned slightly and asked, what's the matter? Boss Lin, your sister's child suddenly disappeared, the female secretary said hurriedly. When this was said, Lin Junxian was suddenly startled and asked anxiously, what happened? Then, the female secretary told Lin Junxian the general situation. At this time, Lin Junxian's sister also called him, and there was a cry on the other side. After hanging up the phone, Lin Junxian immediately looked at Song Jia, Ai Jiangtu and others, and said solemnly, everyone, can I ask you for another favor? He knew that these people could solve the commander-level demons, and they must be very capable. At the moment of emergency, he couldn't find anyone so quickly, so he could only rely on Song Jia and others. At this moment, they didn't speak, but looked at Ai Jiangtu. Ai Jiangtu didn't speak, thinking, and then nodded. He looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, find out the man behind the scenes, and we will go get the child back. Leave it to me. Jiang Yu nodded. He will definitely find this person. Ai Jiangtu said, Song Jia, you have a flying summon beast. This may need you. Leave it to me, but I can't guarantee that I can bring him back safely. Song Jia didn't finish his words. I go with you, Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly said. Song Jia nodded. The two of them left the living room and then went to look for the child, who was captured by the demon. Song Jia knew that it was the sea monkey monster that captured the child, so they just needed to find the sea monkey monster. Then, they came to the place where the sea monkeys often appeared. Just after they left, Ai Jiangtu and others also started to act. After all, Song Jia and the others had limited abilities. Just when they were about to go out to sea, the figures of Song Jia and Jiang Xiaoxiu appeared on the sea. Back so soon? It seems that they didn't find it. Guan Yu gloated. Ai Jiangtu glanced at him, and Guan Yu said nothing more. However, when Song Jia and Jiang Xiaoxiu approached them, they saw a baby in Jiang Xiaoxiu's arms. They found it, Zhao Mannion said excitedly. They didn't expect Song Jia to find it so quickly, and they wanted to help. Guan Yu looked at the wind-controlling sky eagle slowly falling, his face livid. He didn't expect Song Jia to really find it. At this time, Lin Junxian came quickly, looked at the baby, and said excitedly, Xiao Di? Xiao Di. This baby is his sister's child. Song Jia knew the plot, and knew that the sea monkey monster would rest at the bamboo reef. So he found the bamboo reef. But he didn't find the sea monkey monster that took the baby away. Then Song Jia used the method in the plot to let Xiaolu ask the sea monkey monster that took the baby away. The Chilling monster group had been wiped out by them, and it was obviously impossible for the sea monkey monster to offer the baby to the red crack monster. Song Jia and Jiang Xiaoxiu arrived, rescued the baby, and finally brought it back. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Junxian hurriedly thanked them. The female secretary next to him also notified Lin Junxian's sister, who was rushing over at this time. Lin Junxian's sister Lin Qi came quickly, and after seeing that her child was fine, she hurriedly thanked Song Jia and Jiang Xiaoxiu. They solved the Qi Ling monster group and rescued the baby at the same time, which can be said to be a successful completion of the mission. In order to thank them, Lin Junxian specially set up a table of banquets, and everyone finally had a meal. As for the ship, Lin Junxian patted his chest and guaranteed that they could leave Fanio City at any time. They originally thought that it might take a few days to solve the Qi Ling monster group, but they didn't expect it to be solved so quickly. I'm afraid it didn't even take a day. And some people also understood that all this was probably because of Song Jia. Senior Song, come! I pour you a glass of wine. Zhao Mannion hurriedly showed his courtesy to Song Jia. When Guan Yu saw it, his eyes were full of disdain. People without strength are lackeys. Although Zhao Mannion saw Guan Yu's disdainful look, he didn't care. What did the other party know? Mu Ningxue was full and left the table first. She went upstairs alone and prepared to go back to practice. Song Jie drank a little wine and felt that the wine seemed a bit strong. Jiang Xiaoxiu said, Song Jie, pour me another glass. Don't drink anymore. I think you are almost drunk. Song Jie persuaded. I'm not drunk. Look, I can still walk in a straight line. Jiang Xiaoxiu stood up and was about to show Song Jie how to walk in a straight line. However, the next moment, she had just stood up for a while, and her body was shaky and about to fall. Song Jie hurriedly supported her and persuaded, You are drunk. I'm not drunk. Jiang Xiaoxiu said stubbornly. Okay. I help you go back and rest. Song Jie said. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded and didn't continue drinking. Song Jie helped Jiang Xiaoxiu leave. And no one said anything because they knew they had a good relationship. Soon, they took the elevator and were heading to their room. Song Jie looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu, whose cheeks were slightly red, and said, You still drink even though you can't drink. Is that okay now? Jiang Xiaoxiu raised his head, looking unconvinced, and said, Who said I can't drink? Then you walk back by yourself? Song Jie smiled. Just walk by yourself. Jiang Xiaoxiu broke away from Song Jie, and before he finished speaking, his body began to sway again. Come on, little ancestor. You're not drunk. You're very good. Song Jie was really afraid that Jiang Xiaoxiu would fall. Lin Junxian was very generous and booked a room for each of them. Song Jie swiped the card to open the door, helped Jiang Xiaoxiu in, and soon the door was closed. I sober you up first, and then you can take a shower. Song Jie put Jiang Xiaoxiu on the sofa. However, Jiang Xiaoxiu reached out and pulled Song Jie in front of her. You kissed me before. Now I want to kiss you back. As soon as she finished speaking, her soft red lips kissed him. Song Jie was slightly startled. He didn't expect Jiang Xiaoxiu to do this, although he also had feelings for Jiang Xiaoxiu. It was not the right time to do such a thing. At least the other party was sober. Song Jie broke away from Jiang Xiaoxiu. Okay. I go and help you sober up first. Even if it was an opportunity now. But the other party was so proactive. Would he be afraid that there would be no opportunities in the future? Jiang Xiaoxiu was startled. She didn't expect Song Jie to be able to hold back. She was just testing it just now, wanting to see if Song Jie would take advantage of this to do something to her. Of course, this was also her own will. If Song Jie wanted to, she wouldn't say anything. Jiang Xiaoxiu's face was slightly red. She looked up at Song Jie. Actually, I wasn't drunk before. After saying this, Song Jie could see that this little girl was testing him. I'm very angry. Song Jie put on a serious look. Jiang Xiaoxiu whispered, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to see your reaction. However, Song Jie ignored her, and his face remained calm. Didn't I say before that I would let you do whatever you want? Jiang Xiaoxiu looked at him. You can do whatever you want to me now. Chapter 240. Jiang Xiaoxiu put her legs on the side. Her face flushed, and said in a coquettish voice, I let you do whatever you want. How could Song Jie resist? Those long white legs. Who would not have thoughts when seeing them? Thinking of Jiang Xiaoxiu testing him just now, a restless anger suddenly ignited. Song Jie squatted down, picked up Jiang Xiaoxiu, and walked towards the bedroom. Song Jie, I'm afraid. Be gentle to me. Jiang Xiaoxiu whispered. That won't work. Who asked you to test me? Please. Jiang Xiaoxiu raised her head and said pitifully. The next day, when Jiang Xiaoxiu got up, Song Jie was no longer in the room, and there was a breakfast in her living room. After breakfast, they all came to the meeting place. Then she yawned again. Didn't you sleep well last night? Nan Yu asked. Jiang Xiaoxiu pursed his lips. How could he sleep well last night? Yeah. Maybe I'm used to the bed and couldn't sleep all the time. Jiang Xiaoxiu lied. Song Jie didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he became energetic after what happened last night. Lin Junxian had prepared a ship for them to go to Sakura country. They boarded the ship and started to sail to Sakura country. On the deck of the ship, Mu Ningxue was practicing in the room, while Jiang Xiaoxiu, Mu Tinjing and others were basking in the sun in bikinis. Song Jie was also on the deck. He was lying on a lounge chair, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. Mu Tinjing looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu's gorgeous appearance. She seemed to see that Song Jie would look at her intentionally or unintentionally, and she also began to show off her figure. But Mu Tinjing's figure was still a lot worse than Jiang Xiaoxiu. Therefore, Mu Tingjing looked at her chest, and then looked at Jiang Shaoxiu's chest, and she couldn't raise her confidence. Song Jia and others were not in a hurry. Anyway, they had set off, and it shouldn't take long to reach Sakura country. This was their first stop, and many people began to look forward to it. At night, when everyone was practicing in the room, two figures suddenly appeared on the deck in the dark. Song Jia whispered, "So you have such a hobby. Don't you men like excitement? It seems you know a lot." Jiang Shaoxiu's pretty face was slightly red, but it was not seen in the dark. Soon, the two of them were entangled together, and waves of intriguing sounds came from the dark. There was no conversation all night. The next day, the sea was still calm, and they lived a leisurely life. They sailed for a few days, and there was nothing but the sea here, and they were a little tired. Every night, Song Jia would be visited by Jiang Shaoxiu. Moreover, the other party actually prepared nurse uniforms, Lolita skirts, and student uniforms. It felt like they were well prepared. Just when everyone was basking in the sun on the sea, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared not far away. Xiao Mannion looked at the black shadow not far away and exclaimed, "Fuck! What the hell is that?" Everyone turned their heads, and was frightened by the huge shadow in front of them. Song Jia also saw the huge shadow. He guessed that it was probably Boss Xia. The huge shadow only flashed and did not stay for long. But they were deeply shocked. The ship moved forward and soon arrived at the Sakura country. But they had no documents, so they could only go ashore secretly. However, they still could not escape the inspectors. But under the arrangement of the Lin group, they finally got rid of the inspection. They had no identity documents, so they could only choose to rest in the temple, and then go to the place where they first challenged the club. Just like the plot, Song Jia and others came to Yinming Temple, where they lived temporarily. Song Jia had nothing to do and planned to go out for a walk. And at this time Mu Tingjing suddenly followed her out. "Why did you follow me out?" Song Jia asked after glancing at Mu Tingjing, who had been following him. Mu Tingjing looked at him. She had been looking for an opportunity before, but Jiang Shaoxiu didn't give her one. She even knocked on Song Jia's door, but he didn't respond. She thought Song Jia was angry about the galaxy vein. Before Mu Tingjing came to Song Jia, she had done a good job of ideological work. She came to him because she had the evidence on him, not for any other reason. "Are you angry with me?" Mu Tingjing asked. Song Jia frowned. "What's going on? I really can't get the galaxy vein now. But when I advance to a higher level, I can pretend to fail to advance, and then ask the family for a galaxy vein," Mu Tingjing said. Song Jia was slightly startled and thought that the other party's method was very good, seeing that Song Jia hadn't responded to her yet. Mu Tingjing thought that the other party might still be angry with her. She whispered, "If you are not satisfied, you can come to my room at night. I will let you do whatever you want. You can hit me wherever you want." Song Jia suddenly remembered something when he heard it. He almost forgot that Mu Tingjing was still a. As soon as Mu Tingjing finished speaking, she turned around and left. She didn't know if Song Jia would come back, but she was looking forward to it. Song Jia ignored her and walked straight down the mountain, and soon met a monk. He didn't know if he could see the girl, but he wanted to give it a try. Song Jia looked at the monk in front of him. "Hello. Is this the way down the mountain?" The monk nodded, and then asked, "Are you from outside?" Song Jia nodded. Just then, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure walking towards them. Song Jia immediately understood that this monk was probably Narahara Sora, and the girl was Miyata. Narahara Sora seemed to notice something strange in Song Jia's eyes, and he turned his head to look at Miyata below. "Can you see her?" Narahara Sora frowned. "Yes." Song Jia pretended to look at Narahara Sora in confusion. "What's wrong? She's not a human." As soon as these words came out, Song Jia suddenly showed a surprised expression, and immediately looked at Miyata's feet. "No footprints." Narahara Sora said, "You'd better not get close to her. She's dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately walked up and ignored Song Jia. Song Jia sneered in his heart. If he didn't know the plot, he would have been deceived by this monk. He watched Narahara Sora leave, and then Miyata came to him. Chapter 241. "Hello?" Miyata greeted Song Jia with a sweet smile. "Hello." Song Jia also nodded with a smile. He knew that Narahara Sora was manipulating Miyata to seduce people for him, but he didn't say it out. What he had to do now was to pretend that nothing had happened and then solve the matter. Miyata asked. I see that you don't seem to be a local. Are you from outside? Song Jie replied, yes. We are from abroad and come here to experience. What are you doing? Why don't you catch up? Narahara Sora stood in front and said unhappily, then you have fun. I go first. Miyata smiled and said, and ran straight to Narahara Sora. Song Jie didn't stop him. Just watch Narahara Sora act. Narahara Sora wanted to use Miyata to ask other people's names, and then seduce them to complete the plan he had been making. However, Song Jie already knew what this guy wanted to do, so he just had to wait for him to come. When he returned to his residence, Jiang Shaoxu pestered Song Jie and asked him to accompany him to go shopping at the foot of the mountain. Song Jie did not refuse and followed her down the mountain. Just as they were going down the mountain, they met Gong Tian, who was coming towards them. Song Jie smiled slightly. It seemed that Narahara Sora had found him. Gong Tian smiled sweetly and said, we are destined to meet. I didn't expect to meet again after just meeting in the morning. Song Jie nodded. Are you going down the mountain to play? Gong Tian asked. Song Jie nodded. Yes. Let's go down the mountain to go shopping. Gong Tian then asked, I forgot to introduce myself last time we met. My name is Gong Tian. What about you? My name is Guan Yu. Song Jie said. Gong Tian nodded slightly, and then looked at Jiang Shaoxu beside Song Jie. Is this your friend? She's so pretty. What's her name? Oh, her name is Nanrong and I. It's a nice name. I won't bother you anymore. Have fun, Miyata said. Thank you. Song Jie took Jiang Shaoxu, who was stunned, away. Jiang Shaoxu asked. Song Jie, who are you talking to just now? Are you possessed? Song Jie pretended. Didn't you see someone there just now? Song Jie, don't scare me. There really is someone there. And you can see it? Jiang Shaoxu asked. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, I would talk to the air? Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxu suddenly became scared. There are ghosts in broad daylight. Ha ha ha. I lied to you. Song Jie laughed. Song Jie. Jiang Shaoxu pinched Song Jie's shoulder angrily. They walked for a long time at the foot of the mountain, and only came back from outside at night. But at this time, Jiang Shaoxu poked Song Jie back. What's wrong? Song Jie. Do you think there's anyone here? It's late at night. No one should be out running around. Right? Song Jie analyzed carefully. And there are rumors that this temple is haunted. So generally no one comes here. Especially at night. Except for a little moonlight. The surroundings are strangely quiet. Song Jie. Jiang Shaoxu showed a sly smile, as if he meant something. Miss Jiang, you are particularly good at finding places recently. Song Jie sighed. What? No more. You little girl. If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know your position. Song Jie immediately punished Jiang Shaoxu severely without saying a word. They returned to the temple, and at this time, the residence was in a mess. Zhao Manning came over. Where did you go? We couldn't find you just now. We went shopping at the foot of the mountain. What's wrong? Jiang Shaoxu asked. Zhao Manning explained. We heard that there are evil spirits here that can take souls away. And we thought that you two were also taken away. Ah? Jiang Shaoxu was stunned. But she heard the hidden meaning. Has anyone been taken away? Go in and see. Zhao Manning raised his chin and asked them to go into the room and see for themselves. Song Jie didn't need to look to know who it was. It was nothing more than Guan Yu and Nan Rongni, whose souls were taken away by Narahara Sora. Jiang Shaoxu liked to join in the fun. So she hurried into the room and saw Guan Yu and Nan Rongni lying unconscious. Ai Jiangtu and others were beside them, with solemn faces. But they were relieved when they saw Song Jie and Jiang Shaoxu coming back. Are you alright? We couldn't find you just now, Ai Jiangtu said. Song Jie shook his head and didn't explain too much. What happened to them? Jiang Shaoxu asked curiously. Jiang Yu explained, we don't know. They suddenly became like this. The only healing mage in the team also fell down. And now we don't know what to do. Do you think they were taken away by evil spirits? Li Kaifeng said. As soon as he said this, everyone else looked at him, because they had heard this rumor in the temple. But they didn't take it too seriously. But the current situation of Guan Yu and Nan Rongni forced them to take it seriously again. Song Jie thought carefully. The original plot was that Nara Yuankong took away Zhao Minyan's soul. And then he took away Mu Ningxue. But now the characters have changed. And in addition, Nara Yuan Kong may take action. Before, he took away Zhao Minyan's soul, which was not enough. But after taking away Mu Ningxua's soul, it was obviously enough. In this way, their current time is very tight, and they must deal with Nara Yuan Kong. In fact, Nara Yuan Kong and Miyata were both good people before, but they were framed and slandered, and eventually both died. But Nara Yuan Kong also embarked on a road of no return, refining other people's souls to improve his strength. This practice has reached an intolerable point. If he was just taking revenge and not hurting others, Song Jia felt that he was not wrong at all. But the other party hooked the soul of someone who had nothing to do with this matter, which was definitely wrong. This matter is very strange. There is no way we can go on like this. Let's go look for it somewhere else, Ai Jiangtu suggested. But after experiencing such an incident, they no longer dared to go out at night. It's too dangerous at night. Let's look for it during the day, Ai Jiangtu said. He asked where Guan Yu and Nan Rongmi had been, and then they went to look for it separately. Mu Ningxua and Jiang Yu stayed to take care of Nan Rongmi and Guan Yu, while the others went back to rest and recuperate. Just when Song Jia was about to return to the room, a slender hand came in. Song Jia, I'm scared, Jiang Xiaoxiu said timidly. Then come in. Hey, that's not right. Why are you holding black silk in your hand? Chapter 242. Song Jia looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu, who was still sleeping soundly, but did not wake her up. As for the matter of Guan Yu and Nan Rongmi, just leave it to others. Anyway, this matter can be solved naturally at that time. However, at this time, Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly woke up and looked at Song Jia beside him. Awake? Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded, and she smiled evilly. Song Jia, in fact, the matter of Guan Yu and Nan Rongmi was done by you, right? Ah? What? Didn't you say something to the heir last night? You seem to have mentioned the two of them at that time. Jiang Xiaoxiu showed a fox-like cunning. So, you must have lied to me yesterday. You must have seen something. Really smart. I did see a girl, but you said you couldn't see it. And at the same time, in order not to scare you, I said it was fake. Song Jia explained. Jiang Xiaoxiu didn't care. She was more curious about the truth. So, the two of them were really taken away by the evil ghost? I don't know. They said there are evil ghosts here. It may be true or false, Song Jia said. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded thoughtfully. This matter is very dangerous. Let's not get involved in this muddy water. Let's see what happens, Song Jia replied. Song Jia, it seems to be quite early now. I still want to. Jiang Xiaoxiu immediately showed a sly smile. I'm not afraid of you. The two wrestled together. As for Guan Yu and Nan Rongmi's affairs, that was someone else's life and death. Although they were in the same team, their relationship was not so close that they could risk their lives for others. What's more, everyone knew that it was very dangerous here, and everyone just had to do their best. The result was none of their business. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone arrived at the gathering place. Mu Tingjing had two faint black circles because she waited for Song Jia all night last night and didn't see him. In addition, such a thing happened again, and she didn't dare to sleep alone. She was also glad that she called Song Jia to her room, so that he could stay with her. However, Song Jia didn't come at all, leaving her alone in the empty room for a night. So much so that Mu Tingjing's eyes revealed a little resentment when she looked at Song Jia. But Song Jia didn't notice at all. He was discussing something with Ai Jiangtu. Soon they made up their teams and started to go to the place where Guan Yu and Nan Rongmi had been. Song Jia, Jiang Xiaoxiu, Ai Jiangtu and Nan Yu were in one team, and they were walking towards the back mountain. I heard them say that Guan Yu had been to the back mountain, Nan Yu said. Ai Jiangtu said, then let's go there and have a look. They came to the back mountain and didn't find anything. Jiang Xiaoxiu suggested, let's split into two teams. The back mountain is too big. It will take a long time to find it. Ai Jiangtu nodded. Then I will be in one team with Nan Yu, and you will be in one team with Song Jia. He naturally knew that Jiang Xiaoxiu had a good relationship with Song Jia, so he didn't separate them. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Xiaoxiu smiled and nodded, and followed Song Jia to the other side. Song Jia knew that there was a totem vessel here, which was related to the totem beast tyrant. He and Jiang Xiaoxiu searched all the way, and soon came to a place with dense weeds. Song Jia, there seems to be a house over there. Jiang Shaoxu pointed to the house in the weeds and said. Song Jia nodded. He also saw the house. And the totem vessel was probably inside. There are too many weeds here. How can we get in? Jiang Shaoxu asked. Leave it to me. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the weeds suddenly fell down by themselves and turned into flat ground in an instant. How did you do it? I won't tell you. Song Jia smiled slightly. This is the spatial ability he obtained by contracting with the evil armor. This evil armor is the incarnation of the ancient king. At the same time, he also has the space system, earth system, undead system, as well as chaos system and mind system. And the contract he had taken away was the ability of the space system. Stingy. Jiang Shaoxu didn't care. Looking at the house not far away. Let's go and take a look. Song Jia nodded and walked in front of Jiang Shaoxu. In front of them was a very old building, which had obviously stood for many years. Song Jia and Jiang Shaoxu entered carefully and began to search inside. He scanned the dusty room. And then his eyes fell on a wooden fish. This wooden fish is the totem vessel of Totem Basha. But Song Jia didn't know whether this vessel could establish a relationship with him. If not, he could only let it follow Zhao Manyan. The moment Song Jia touched the wooden fish, he felt a little different, as if he had established some connection with the wooden fish. However, this feeling was fleeting. A contract was really established? Song Jia was slightly startled. He didn't expect that the contract was so easy. Although he didn't know the reason. It might be because he was a light mage that he came to him. But no matter what, if the other party chose him first, he would certainly take him. Jiang Shaoxu asked Song Jia. What are you doing? Nothing. Song Jia shook his head and asked Jiang Shaoxu if he had found anything. And the other party shook his head. They searched for a while, found nothing, and then left here. Until the evening, Ai Jiangtu and Jiang Shaoxu and others did not gain anything. Nan Yu said, we went to the places they all went, but still found nothing. Ai Jiangtu pondered. He didn't know what to do now. If it really didn't work, he could only ask the mentors for help. Song Jia was not in a hurry, because Nara Yuan Kong would definitely seek revenge on those monks. So he only needed to wait until that moment. Nara Yuan Kong would appear, and then they could deal with each other. It's already night. Why don't we go back first? Jiang Shaoxu suddenly said. She guessed that Song Jia might have really seen a ghost before, so she was a little scared at this time. Ai Jiangtu nodded. Since there is no harvest, let's go back first. I will contact the instructor tomorrow and let them find a solution. As the captain, he naturally cannot let the two people continue to develop if something happens. After all, these two people are also members of major forces, and they will also bring a lot of trouble to the Guifu team. When everyone turned around and wanted to leave, a blood light suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. This blood light is like sunlight, shining on the entire night, which is particularly spectacular and weird. What happened? Jiang Shaoxu suddenly asked. It should be something wrong. Jiang Shaoxu and Nan Yu go back and call them. Song Jia and I will go to take a look first. Ai Jiangtu ordered. Chapter 243. After all, they are a team, and they can lend a hand when the team members are in danger. This is what Ai Jiangtu hopes for. Nan Yu and Jiang Shaoxu nodded and then left. Song Jia and Ai Jiangtu ran straight towards the red light on the mountain. They were very fast, and they could reach the location of the red light in a few minutes. Song Jia knew the plot, and of course knew what was going on. It was nothing more than Nara Yuan Kong's revenge on the monks in the temple. And now, Nara Yuan Kong has obtained the souls of Guan Yu and Nan Rongni, which is just right to complete his plan. He collected souls just to curse the blood map. He wanted to use this blood curse to kill all the monks in Yanming Temple. At this time, the monks in Yanming Temple found something wrong. But they were just ordinary people. How could they resist the cursed blood map? In an instant, they were all backfired by the cursed blood map. And everyone felt extremely painful. And the monk Nanami, who had slandered Nara Yuan Kong and Miyata before, was nailed to a tombstone at this time. Narahara Sora. I know it's you. Come out if you dare. Monk Nanami said in a low voice. Hee hee. Narahara Sora came out. But the people here couldn't see him. They could only hear his cold laughter. It was you who slandered me before. I've waited for so long. And finally waited for this day. Narahara Sora said. And then Monk Nanami's ears were removed. Blood flowed down his jaw, staining his clothes red. Ah! Monk Nanami thought it was a fraud. But at this moment, he was scared. And you? You have eyes but don't use them. Then don't use them. As soon as Narahara Sora finished speaking, one of the eyes of everyone was poked out. They wailed, covered their eyes. Blood stained their palms red, and everyone was filled with fear. I was wrong. I was wrong. Narahara Sora. I know I was wrong. I framed you. I said nonsense. Please let me go. After the monk Nanami seemed to be blinded, he could see Narahara Sora's appearance. At this moment, he was no longer as tough as before. Narahara Sora sneered, Let you go? You killed us all. How can you let me go? You all have to die. As soon as Narahara Sora finished speaking, the monk Nanami turned into blood mist in an instant, as if he had never appeared. When the other monks saw this scene, they were all shocked. They didn't expect Narahara Sora to be so cruel, so terrifying. Narahara Sora, if you want to do anything, come at me. They are all innocent. Please let them go. An old monk suddenly stood up and said. However, Nara Yuan Kong did not even look at them and said, Have you finished? You can die after you finish. At this moment, the monks present were heartbroken. Their eyes were full of despair, and they regretted doing such a thing. If it hadn't happened before, they wouldn't be like this. The next moment, monks continued to turn into blood mist. These people were the monks who had pointed fingers at Nara Yuan Kong and Miyata before. If they hadn't spread this false thing, this matter would not have been spread so widely. And finally Miyata chose to commit suicide to prove his innocence. Who are you, and why do you want to kill these monks? Ai Jiantu's voice came from behind Nara Yuan Kong. At this moment, Song Jia followed Ai Jiantu here, and he also saw Nara Yuan Kong. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? Nara Yuan Kong looked at them with murderous intent in his eyes. Today, no matter who comes, you can't stop him. If you stop him, you will die. However, Nara Yuan Kong was not worried about Ai Jiantu, because the other party couldn't see him at all. Therefore, his sight also fell on Song Jia. Song Jia said, I give you a chance to reform. Otherwise, your soul will be scattered. He knew that Nara Yuan Kong was also misguided because of his deep hatred. Nara Yuan Kong laughed. Ha ha ha. You want me to be scattered? Then come on. Then let's go. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the light star track was suddenly completed. Piercing sword. In an instant, the golden light turned into a long sword, breaking through the air in the dark night, and rushed straight to Nara Yuan Kong. Nara Yuan Kong seemed to sense the danger, but when he wanted to react, everything was too early. No! Nara Yuan Kong exclaimed. He didn't expect Song Jia to be so strong, and he was just a soul. Song Jia penetrating sword was just a soul-type magic attack. It was exactly what Nara Yuan Kong wanted. Although Ai Jiantu had never really seen Song Jia take action, he originally had the space system and curse system, and his mental power was stronger than others, so he could sense the power of Song Jia's skill. If he was asked to block it, he didn't dare to say that he could block it. As Nara Yuan Kong let out a painful wail, the whole night fell into silence again. The red blood light in the sky quietly disappeared, and the cursed blood map below also disappeared with the disappearance of Nara Yuan Kong. Song Jia, can you see that person? Ai Jiantu asked. Although he could hear the other party's voice just now, he couldn't see where Nara Yuan Kong was, so he couldn't do it. At the same time, he felt that Song Jia seemed to know Nara Yuan Kong. Song Jia explained, I met him yesterday, and I didn't know he was a ghost at that time. It was not until just now that I found something wrong. Ai Jiantu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He then said, Song Jia, call Muningshua to see if Guan Yu and Nanrongni have woken up. Song Jia took out his mobile phone and called Muningshua, who told him the situation. Ningxua said that Guan Yu and Nanrongni have woken up. Well, Ai Jiantu responded and felt relieved. After a while, Jian Xiaoshu, Nan Yu and others also came here. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Ai Jiantu said, we called an ambulance. They should be on the way. Jiang Xiaoshu came to Song Jia's side. Song Jia, what happened here? Then, Song Jia told them what happened here, and they all suddenly realized it. After the ambulance came, there was nothing for them here, and they returned to their residence. Guan Yu and Nanrongni both woke up, but when Ai Jiantu asked them what happened, they didn't know. They just slept for a while, and then they didn't know what happened later. Jiang Shaoxi was holding back her laughter. She knew that all this might be the work of Song Jie. You are so bad. Jiang Shaoxi approached Song Jie and whispered secretly. Song Jie didn't think so. However, this scene was seen by Mu Tingjing. She looked at the backs of the two and fell into deep thought. She always felt that Song Jie and Jiang Shaoxi had an impure relationship. But she was still angry with Song Jie. So she turned her head away and didn't want to pay attention to Song Jie affairs. Chapter 244. Guan Yu, Nan Rong and I. Your lives were saved by Song Jie. Remember to ask the family to give him some benefits. Jiang Shaoxi looked at the two and said. Hearing this, Guan Yu frowned and looked at Ai Jiangtu next to him. Ai Jiangtu nodded and admitted it. He couldn't see Nara Yuan Kong. So Song Jie took action. And it was because of Song Jie that the two of them were saved. Nan Rong and I raised his head and looked at Song Jie blankly. With a grateful look in his eyes. Guan Yu pursed his lips. It seemed difficult to accept this fact. After all, the two of them were mortal enemies. I will save you regardless of the past. I don't ask for much. Just ask your family to give me the entire Light Soul Seed. Or the commander level spirit. Song Jie said. When this was said, everyone else took a breath. And Guan Yu secretly cursed Song Jie for being shameless. These two things are worth hundreds of millions. How could the family give them to Song Jie? Jiang Shaoxu smiled secretly with her mouth covered. She felt that Song Jie was really cunning. He cheated others and wanted to cheat others' things. Ai Jiangtu couldn't stand it anymore. In order not to destroy the unity of the team, he quickly said, okay, I will report Song Jie's rescue of his teammates to the instructor. And they will reward you then. Song Jie nodded. Even the smallest ant is meat. And he is not picky at all. After everyone stayed in Yinming Temple for a few days, they continued on the road and headed to Osaka City. What are we going to Osaka for this time? Someone asked. To compete and learn from each other. Ai Jiangtu continued, we came to Sakura country and need to learn from some well-known universities here. I see. Jiang Shaoxi nodded. The train was whirring. And there was a sea view outside their window. I heard that Sakura country has one of the 4 major ocean battlefields in the world. And it seems to be located in Tokyo. Jiang Shaoxi said. Nan Yu beside him nodded. That place seems to be the war city in Tokyo. Our next destination is there. Nan Yu. Have you been there? Is it dangerous there? Jiang Shaoxu asked. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived in Osaka City. After they had eaten their fill, they came to Osaka Academy. Zhao Manning came over. Senior Song. I see you are tired of carrying things. Let me help you. Song Jie shook his head. These were the black and white silks that Jiang Shaoxu had just taken him to buy. How could he let others carry them? Guan Yu turned his head away with a look of disdain. Although Song Jie saved him, he was not grateful at all. He thought that the other party had saved him for a reward. After they entered Osaka Academy, they saw a young woman in a kimono holding an umbrella and looking at them. Are you Chinese? The kimono woman asked. She spoke in interlingua. So Song Jie, Ai Jiangtu and others could understand. Someone asked. How do you know we are Chinese? Only you Chinese tourists don't know that there is a sign at the bottom of the mountain that says tourists are not allowed to enter. The kimono woman said in a bad tone. Everyone could hear that the kimono woman was implying them and looking down on the Chinese. Ai Jiangtu stepped forward to respond. And Song Jie looked at the kimono woman. Because he suddenly thought of someone. It was Chishuan Mochizuki, a teacher at Osaka Academy. And the woman in front of him, just like in the comics, looks very Japanese. We are not tourists. Ai Jiangtu answered immediately. But when he was about to continue, Chishuan Mochizuki interrupted him. It's not okay to come here to work. You should leave quickly, and don't force me to drive you down. Chishuan Mochizuki looked down at them, and said. At this moment, everyone was suppressed with anger in their hearts. If Ai Jiangtu hadn't asked them not to be impulsive, they might have taken action. What? You still want to fight? Then come on. Mochizuki Qianshuan didn't seem to be afraid, still staring at them condescendingly. Song Jie sighed in his heart. This Mochizuki Qianshuan is really hot. And he wants to fight without saying anything. But Mochizuki Qianshuan is actually a good person. After all, when Mo Fan was comprehending the domain, the other party stopped in time to admit defeat. This is enough to show that this woman is not bad. Mu Tingjing said, Captain, let me do it. I want to let her know how powerful we are. She was also holding back a lot of anger, and had no place to vent. Seeing that Mochizuki Qianxuan was so arrogant, she felt that it was most appropriate to stand up at this time. However, Ai Jiangtu frowned and didn't speak. Soon, a figure came hurriedly and appeared in front of Song Jie, Ai Jiangtu and others. The person who came was an old man with a beard. He looked at Mochizuki Qianxuan and sighed. Qianxuan, why are you still like this? They are honored guests of our Osaka Academy. Honored guests? Mochizuki Qianxuan glanced at Song Jie and the others, and had no good impression of them at all. Okay. They are members of the Huaxiaguafu team, and they came here to challenge us. The old man, with a beard explained. Wang Wei Qianxuan did not speak and remained silent. The old man with a beard said, Okay. Sorry for the offense just now. Everyone, follow me, and I will arrange accommodation for you. Ai Jiangtu and others were a little unhappy, but they did not say anything. After all, they came out to smooth things over. As they walked, Ai Jiangtu suddenly asked, Don't you want to check our identities? No need to check. Anyway, who would come here to challenge us for no reason? And whether you or the Guafu team will be known after the fight. Anyway, it's just a matter of a few rounds. A blond man walked out and said, A few rounds. Xiao Manyan and Guan Yu couldn't sit still. You take yourselves too seriously, Guan Yu said. However, the blond man didn't say anything. He smiled and walked in front of the team. They had just entered the West Guard Pavilion, and there was already a lot of gunpowder between them. Jiang Xiaoxiu said, The people here are so arrogant. Song Jie, you have to teach them a lesson when the time comes. Leave it to me. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded, and looked at Mochizuki Qianxuan at the same time. You will challenge her when the time comes. There was no other reason. Just because Mochizuki Qianxuan's but was a little bigger than hers. Song Jie didn't expect Jiang Xiaoxiu to make such a request. He could only smile and nodded. Afterwards, the blond man took them to visit the West Guard Pavilion, and also saw the forbidden area of the West Guard Pavilion. The blond man said, You can't go there. No one can. What's there? Why is there such a big restriction? Jiang Yu asked. The blond man said, If there is anything that is none of your business, just don't go there. Otherwise no one can save you. Everyone looked at each other, although they were curious about what was there. But no one asked any more questions. Soon, they were taken to the resting place. You just rest here. Don't run around. Someone will come to notify you of the dinner when the time comes. The blond man left as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 245. At the dinner, important figures from the West Guard Pavilion arrived one after another, as well as the students who were going to compete next. At this time, the students on both sides were full of gunpowder, and everyone's eyes showed a strong desire to fight. Song Jie, here is the bracelet I bought at the foot of the mountain. Does it look good? Jiang Xiaoxiu handed the bracelet to Song Jie. Song Jie replied, It's quite nice, and suits you very well. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded with satisfaction. At this time, a charming female student from Osaka Academy across the street couldn't stand it anymore. It's better to improve yourself than to spend time shopping. Then, a teacher from the Osaka Academy national team also said, Indeed. I remember that when the Koreans came to our Osaka Academy, they were not as casual as you. They came here and still trained very hard. They are them. We are us. And I think you are just average, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. As soon as this was said, the faces of the teachers and students present changed, and they were indeed angry by this. It is not the turn of others to point fingers at what Jiang Xiaoxiu does. Not to mention that she is from Sakura country. The seductive female student said, Everyone can talk, but don't cry if you lose. Jiang Xiaoxiu sneered. She looked at the female student and said, There is nothing delicious at the dinner. Why don't we start the competition tonight, so that we won't delay our next trip? Hearing this, the faces of the people in Osaka Academy suddenly fell, and they all thought Jiang Xiaoxiu was too arrogant. Come if you want. I'm not afraid of you. The seductive girl stood up and said. Jiang Xiaoxiu glanced at Ai Jiangtu, who shook his head helplessly. But since he said so, just fight directly. I'm not afraid. Ai Jiangtu asked, How do you compete? Is it one-on-one? Or a ring match? Or a team match? One-on-one means selecting students and having a one-on-one competition. A ring match means that each side will send out a student at the beginning, and the side that loses all the students will be the loser. The team competition is that both sides send several people to compete, and then decide the winner. Fujikata Nobuko said, "You are the guest. You choose?" At this time, Jiang Xiaoxiu, Nanyu and others looked at AI Jiangtu. As the captain, he decided how to choose. "What do you say?" AI Jiangtu looked at them. "We don't care." AI Jiangtu pondered. He felt that if it was a ring match, Song Jie could solve it alone. After all, the light released by Song Jie was a little tricky even for him. But they are a team, so they can't let only one person bear it, and others have to work together. One-on-one, AI Jiangtu suddenly said. In this regard, no one had any objection. Fujikata Nobuko said, "If it's one-on-one, it's 5 games and 3 wins. Each choose 5 people, and then compete." "Okay." AI Jiangtu nodded, and then looked at the other team members. "Does anyone want to go?" As soon as this was said, Jiang Xiaoxiu immediately raised Song Jia's hand, and raised his own hand at the same time. Guan Yu then raised his hand. He also wanted to show off. After all, he seemed to have never shown off all along. Fanio City was crushed by Song Jie, and when he was in Yanming Temple, he was suddenly possessed by a ghost. Now, he can finally show his strength. "I think the 3 of us are enough to deal with him," Guan Yu suddenly said. "Anyway, he will definitely not lose. And Song Jie may not lose either. But if Jiang Xiaoxiu loses, this is what he wants to see." And Jiang Xiaoxiu is so close to Song Jie. Guan Yu has already classified them as the same kind of people. 3 people? You Chinese people are really arrogant. The seductive woman sneered. Jiang Xiaoxiu retorted, "You need to have strength to be arrogant. And we happen to have this strength." "Very good. I hope you won't regret it later." The blonde man also stood up and said, "If you regret it, I will pin you to the ground and beat you up later." Guan Yu's eyes went straight to the blonde man. This guy has the same hairstyle as Xiao Manyan. So he plans to challenge this guy. He feels sick when he sees people with this hairstyle. "Are you sure?" Fujikata Nobuko looked at AI Jiangtu and asked. AI Jiangtu replied, "Since they all said so. As the captain, I certainly believe them. This is their first battle." He believes in his teammates. After all, they are all in various major forces, and their strength must be not low. Fujikata Nobuko said, "Since this is your choice, we respect you." Guan Yu stretched his muscles. "What are you waiting for? Let's start quickly." "I can't wait." Soon, everyone moved to the venue for the competition. "You are a guest. You can choose who to challenge from among us students." Fujikata Nobuko smiled. He has seen many arrogant people, but they all ended up miserably. "I go first." Guan Yu stood up without saying anything. He pointed at the blonde man and asked him to come up and fight. The blonde man would not refuse the challenge. The 2 started fighting immediately. Song Jie knew the plot, so he knew who would win. However, neither of them had the upper hand at the moment, so they couldn't see anything. They seemed to be testing each other and had not yet used their true strength. Jiang Xiaoxiu asked Song Jie, "Who do you think will win?" "I don't know. How about we make a bet?" "What do you bet on?" "If you guess right, I were the one you chose for me tonight." Song Jie suddenly laughed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Song Jie shook his head. He didn't expect Jiang Xiaoxiu to run into the gun himself. "Guan Yu wins." "Then let's wait." After a few minutes, Guan Yu barely won. Both of them suffered a lot of injuries in the fight. "You really guessed it right," Jiang Xiaoxiu said in surprise. Song Jie smiled and said, "It seems you can't escape tonight." Hee hee. Jiang Xiaoxiu was angry. Guan Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. I was almost able to deal with him, and I wouldn't have to suffer such a serious injury. That's because you are not strong enough. Practice more when you have time. Don't regret it after the fight." Jiang Xiaoxiu glanced at him unhappily. Hearing this, Guan Yu's back teeth were about to break, but he could only hold back what he wanted to say. AI Jiangtu ignored the 2 people's quarrels. After all, they were used to it along the way. Who will go up next? He looked at Song Jie and Jiang Xiaoxiu. "I go first. Song Jie will go up last." "The finale." Jiang Xiaoxiu smiled. "Okay." AI Jiangtu nodded. Then, Jiang Xiaoxiu stood up and looked at the charming female student, and said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Come up." The charming female student had never gotten along with Jiang Xiaoxiu, and she came to the opposite side of Jiang Xiaoxiu without thinking. The 2 of them faced each other, and the battle was about to start. Jiang Xiaoxiu majored in the spiritual system, and secondarily studied the sound system. You can imagine how high her spiritual realm is. She has absolute confidence in winning this game. Chapter 246. This charming female student is called Xiaoqi Xiangzi, and she is waiting for the referee to announce the start of the competition. After the two nodded in agreement, the referee immediately announced the start of the competition. When Xiaoqi Xiangzi wanted to release magic, her star track was suddenly interrupted. Psychic system. At this moment, Xiaoqi Xiangzi finally understood what kind of magician the opponent was. Song Jia watched from the side, and he had confidence in Jiang Xiaoxiu. After all, it is difficult for you to release magic in the hands of a person who majored in the psychic system. In addition, Jiang Xiaoxiu also has a sound system magic, and it is even more difficult to withstand the double. Every time Xiaoqi Xiangzi wanted to complete a magic, Jiang Xiaoxiu would interrupt it immediately. Everyone could see that Jiang Xiaoxiu was humiliating her. From just now to now, Xiaoqi Xiangzi has not completed a magic. She gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Xiaoxiu, her eyes full of helplessness and humiliation. She did not expect this result. She had fought many opponents, but never felt so unwilling and humiliated as she did now. Do you want to admit defeat? Or do you want me to beat you down? Jiang Xiaoxiu looked down at her. Xiaoqi Xiangzi's back teeth were about to break, and she had no choice. Staying on the court would only make their defense team more embarrassed. Then, she chose to admit defeat. Jiang Xiaoxiu clapped her hands and easily defeated her opponent. There is still a difference between the national team and the defense team. Also, don't think that you have won the whole world just because you beat other national teams. You are not worthy. After saying this, Xiaoqi Xiangzi's eyes were red, and she turned around and left. Others dared not to be angry. After all, they lost the game, so they could only let Jiang Xiaoxiu do it. The teachers of Osaka Academy all looked unhappy, and they all stared at Jiang Xiaoxiu and returned to their seats. Song Jia. How is it? I did not perform well. Did I? Jiang Xiaoxiu smiled slightly. In front of everyone, Jiang Xiaoxiu also has a strong side. But in front of Song Jia, she was as gentle as water. And those strong qualities seemed to disappear quietly in front of Song Jia. Great. Song Jia gave her a thumbs up. We won 2 games. And now it's up to you. Jiang Xiaoxiu glanced at Mochizuki Chishuan, who was sitting opposite. Just challenge her. Song Jia looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu with hostility on his face, and couldn't help but smile. Then I challenge her. Ai Jiangtu approached and whispered to Song Jia, I know you are very strong. But now it's just a challenge. So you don't need to reveal too much strength. Otherwise you may be targeted by other national government teams. Song Jia nodded. He knew what Ai Jiangtu was talking about. The more he exposed, the more information the national government teams of other countries would collect from them. By then, your trump cards will be known by the other party. And then they will find a way to deal with you. But Song Jia doesn't have to worry about this, because in the face of absolute strength, any preparation will be futile. Song Jia stood up and glanced at the Osaka students in front of him and Mochizuki Chishuan, who was sitting next to them. It's you. Song Jia looked at Mochizuki Chishuan, and everyone else looked at him. Except for the people from the Kakufu team. Everyone else was stunned. You want to challenge me? Mochizuki Chishuan looked at Song Jia, not expecting that the other party would challenge him. Some students almost laughed out loud. Mochizuki Chishuan was their instructor. She was stronger than them. Before, Mochizuki Chishuan abused them like a weakling. And this Kakufu team member actually wanted to challenge her. Isn't this asking for death? Mochizuki Mingjin frowned. And when he was about to speak to stop her, Fujikata Nobuko next to him pressed his thigh. What's wrong? Fujikata Nobuko said, let him challenge Mochizuki Chishuan. She is an instructor. How could she accept the challenge? Mochizuki Mingjin said immediately. It's okay. At worst, we can give them another place when the time comes. Haven't you seen how arrogant they are? Fujikata Nobuko said. Especially what Jiang Xiaoxiu said to them just now. It was as if he was scolding them in the face. This breath was a bit hard to swallow. Therefore, Fujikata Nobuko wanted to let Mochizuki Chishuan extinguish the spirit of these Chinese people. But this is not in line with the rules. Mochizuki Mingjin still insisted. Fujikata Nobuko looked at Song Jia and asked, do you really want to challenge her? Yes, I will challenge her. No one can come. Song Jia nodded in response. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded very satisfied. This is her man. I must reward him well in the evening. Fujikata Nobuko was also very satisfied with Song Jie's answer. He looked at Mochizuki Mingjin on the side and said, "Look. Now I can't stop it." Mochizuki Mingjin sighed, looked at the eyes of Mochizuki Chishuan, and then nodded. After getting the consent, Mochizuki Chishuan smiled slightly, stood up, and looked calm and confident. Someone is miserable. Now we're going to have a good show. This guy dared to challenge Miss Chishuan. I don't know how many rounds he can last in her hands. The students were talking, but they were speaking in bird language, so Song Jie didn't understand. The two came to the competition area. They looked at each other, waiting for the competition to begin. You shouldn't challenge me. But it doesn't matter. It's just a good opportunity to cure your arrogance. Mochizuki Chishuan looked at Song Jie and said coldly. Song Jie was calm and composed. I return this sentence to you later. Mochizuki Chishuan didn't argue with Song Jie anymore. She quietly waited for the competition to begin. Soon as the referee finished speaking, the two of them took action. Mochizuki Chishuan was best at plant magic, so much so that in an instant, many plant vines appeared around Song Jie. However, Song Jie was not panicked at all, and his speed in completing magic was not slower than Mochizuki Chishuan. The vines kept attacking Song Jie like a long snake, but Song Jie was not afraid at all. The holy shield emerged and blocked the vines around him, but the vines became more and more, and in an instant, the vines wrapped Song Jie inside and outside. This guy is doomed to lose. How long has it been? Miss Chishuan is going to win? It seems that the Huaxia national government team is just SOSO. They seem to have forgotten the two previous losses, and this time, they suddenly mocked the Huaxia national government team. But Wang Chishuan didn't think she was going to win, because she thought it was too easy to win. The next moment, a golden light suddenly emerged from Song Jie's position, and those vines were blown away in an instant, and the broken branches flew around. Wang Chishuan looked at Song Jie. She had been waiting for an opportunity, and now was the opportunity she was waiting for. The stars were bright, and the high-level plant constellation suddenly appeared. Wang Chishuan planned to defeat Song Jie in one fell swoop, so that these Chinese people would suffer. Ghost with hand. The high-level plant magic reappeared. A huge magic vine suddenly emerged from the ground, and its huge body immediately moved towards Song Jie. Chapter 247. The ghost vine was moving quickly, and Mochizuki Chishuan looked at Song Jie. You still have time to admit defeat now. However, Song Jie smiled slightly, and did not respond. Mochizuki Chishuan frowned slightly, and ignored Song Jie, controlling the ghost vine to suddenly hit him. She wanted to see what other tricks the other party had. The next moment, a holy shield appeared around Song Jie, and the ghost vine was blocked by the holy shield when it swooped down, and could not move forward any further. What? At this moment, those who saw this scene showed astonishment. This is a high-level magic, and the opponent's mid-level skill can block the ghost vine. Mochizuki Chishuan frowned. She looked at Song Jie, and she had to re-examine this man. The next moment, a light appeared in Song Jie's hand, and suddenly threw it towards Mochizuki Chishuan. Guanyao. Mochizuki Chishuan didn't know what this person was doing, but suddenly she realized something was wrong. This energy. I'm afraid it's not something that Guanyao can possess. Mochizuki Chishuan didn't even think about it, and immediately released a high-level water defense magic. The next second, the golden Guanyao exploded in front of Mochizuki Chishuan, with dazzling golden light and loud explosions. Fuck. The students of Osaka Academy were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that a Guanyao would have such an effect. What's wrong with this guy? It looks like low-level magic. How can it be so powerful? This is incredible. None of us can force Miss Chishuan to use two high-level magics. But this guy actually did it. Everyone was talking about it, and they were still scared of Song Jie magic. If it were them, they would naturally not take Song Jie magic to heart. It is conceivable how serious the consequences would be. When they thought of this, everyone took a breath. The power of this Guanyao might be able to blow them to death. Then, Song Jie completed the Radiance magic again, and threw it towards Mochizuki Chishuan. Mochizuki Chishuan's eyes condensed. Song Jie completed the magic so fast that she didn't have time to think about it. She completed the water defense magic again. But when the Radiance came, it was just an ordinary Radiance. Is he teasing Miss Chishuan? This is not teasing Miss Chishuan. This is clearly a slap in the face of our Osaka Academy. Damn it! Song Jia move directly angered everyone. On the contrary, the Guofu team smiled. And Zhao Manin smiled and said, "It's really senior Song. Awesome." Jiang Shaoxu nodded with satisfaction. This is his man. Mu Tinjing was still angry. But she was surprised to see that Song Jia was getting stronger and stronger. Nan Yu's face didn't change much. Mu Ningxue looked at Song Jia, who was just average in cultivation before. But now, he is far better than herself. Nan Rongyi looked at Song Jia with admiration in his eyes. Guan Yu gritted his teeth, seeing Song Jia pretending so much. He even wanted to leave here directly. But he couldn't. You? Mochizuki Chishuan stared at Song Jia, her beautiful eyes full of anger. What about me? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he raised his hand and shone again. This time it must be fake too. After one of them said this, the shone exploded instantly, and the man immediately shut up. Mochizuki Chishuan clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth and looked at Song Jia. The other party was playing her like a monkey. But she was powerless. Song Jia released the speed of elementary magic. If Mochizuki Chishuan wanted to block it, she had to release high-level magic. The speed at which she released magic must be slower than that of Song Jia, so she had no chance to fight back. Mochizuki Mingjian, Fujikata Nobuko, and others were silent. They didn't expect this result. They wanted Mochizuki Chishuan to teach these people a lesson. But now they were taught a lesson by the other party. They didn't even want to reveal Mochizuki Chishuan's identity. The students of the opposite national government team actually beat their instructors. How embarrassing it is to say this out loud. And now Chishuan Machi's situation is just as aggrieved as the fight between Shaoqi Xiangzi and Jiang Shaoxu before. She had no power to fight back, and was even constantly humiliated by Song Jia. So that now she was furious, but had no power to fight back. Chishuan Machi wanted to control the vines around Song Jia to get closer to him. But before those vines got close, they seemed to be imprisoned. Space system. Chishuan Machi frowned. She didn't know what was going on. 2 systems high level? How could she be a student? If she was a student, then the strength of the Sakura country's national government team would be gone. Jiang Yu was surprised. Immediately, many people in the national government team reacted and felt that Jiang Yu was right. Anyway, Song Jia won. Who cares what he is? Jiang Shaoxu smiled. Song Jia looked in the direction of Fujikata Nobuko and said, "Your students don't seem to be very good. If they are really not good enough, why don't you use the instructor? Maybe the instructor can beat me." He said this just to disgust the other party. After all, Mochizuki Chishuan's identity is an instructor. Hearing this, Mochizuki Chishuan was immediately filled with rage. But she was suppressed by Song Jia and could not vent it at all. Fujikata Nobuko's face was livid. They were told by Song Jia, but they could not say anything to refute. And they felt very aggrieved. Give you a choice. Do you admit defeat or be beaten out by me? Song Jia looked at Mochizuki Chishuan. Mochizuki Chishuan was very aggrieved. She didn't say anything. Just wanted to continue to be stubborn. And then find an opportunity. But how could Song Jia let the other party find an opportunity? Piercing sword. His eyes flashed. And the penetrating sword penetrated Mochizuki Chishuan's defense at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the penetrating sword sank into Mochizuki Chishuan's mind. She suddenly widened her eyes, and her body suddenly shook. Song Jia seized the opportunity, and Guan Yu released again. And in the blink of an eye it exploded in front of Mochizuki Chishuan. Mochizuki Chishuan's spirit had just been affected by the penetrating sword. And it was too late to react at this time. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Wei Mingjian immediately released a defensive magic to protect Wang Wei Qianshuan. At this moment, everyone present knew that Song Jia had won this battle. The faces of the students of Osaka Academy were burning with pain. They didn't expect that the winner would be Song Jia. That was their instructor. He actually lost to a member of the Huaxia Guofu team. It's outrageous. Wang Wei Qianshuan entered the high-level realm before Song Jia. So her mental power was stronger than Song Jia. Therefore, the mental attack only made her pause for a while, and did not cause much damage to her. Wang Wei Qianshuan looked at Song Jia. She didn't expect this guy to be so strong. She wondered if this guy was really a member of the Guofu team. If he was really a member of the Guofu team, what else would the others play? Song Jia won the game. But only Jiang Shaoxu and Zhao Manyan and others made happy noises. As for the Osaka Academy, everyone's face was very exciting. They were silent and unbelievable. Mochizuki Chisaki looked at Fujikata Nobuko and Mochizuki Meikin. I'm sorry. I lost. Chapter 248. Fujikata Nobuko and Mochizuki Meijian were watching the sparring. And they knew that Mochizuki Chishuin was very upset when she lost. They also knew that Song Jia's strength was too abnormal. Otherwise Mochizuki Chishuin would not be completely helpless. Mochizuki Meijian comforted him. It's okay. You have tried your best. Although Mochizuki Chishuin was very upset, she still had to be surprised at Song Jia's strength. This guy is really strong. This is already the strongest student here. Right? How about I fight with your instructor? Song Jia smiled slightly. After saying this, Mochizuki Chishuin had the urge to rush up and beat up Song Jia. But she was not the opponent's opponent just now, let alone the idea of rushing up and beating him up. Fujikata Nobuko was very smart, and he directly changed the subject. If your Huasha Guafu team wins, we will give you badges at that time. The Guafu team challenged the defending team, and after winning, they could get the badge of their defending team. This was done to prove that they successfully challenged the team, and it was also related to the next game. Song Jia didn't go too far. Seeing that Fujikata Nobuko changed the subject, he returned to his seat directly. At this moment, the students of Osaka Academy all cast unfriendly eyes. Song Jia didn't care and chatted with Jiang Shaoxi beside him. Zhao Manyang came over immediately to congratulate Song Jia for his previous battle. He just boasted about it. Mochizuki Chishuin stared at Song Jia. She couldn't understand why this man was so strong. The competition was over. They all returned to their residences. After tomorrow, they might leave and go to the next place. Jiang Shaoxi told him that he could sneak into her room at night, and she had prepared a surprise for him. Song Jia nodded. If there was a surprise, he would definitely go. However, he was also wondering if there would be other things happening tonight. Soon, Song Jia felt that the wooden fish he had obtained in Yinming Temple had reacted. He quickly took it out, and there seemed to be a voice calling in his mind. At this time, something happened on the coast of Shisho Pavilion. Report. Something happened to our floating piles at sea, and it seems that an unknown creature is approaching. Are there many? Only one. Only one. General Gaomu frowned when he heard the news. How big a creature must be to touch hundreds of floating piles? He then asked, what's the situation now? It seems to have left. Yeah. General Gaomu was a little surprised. He didn't expect the other party to leave like this. This creature may have lost its way and came to us. Maybe. General Gaomu nodded. As long as Shisho Pavilion is fine. It's fine. In the room, Song Jia suddenly understood what was going on. The voice in his mind just now must be Boss Xia communicating with it. Moreover, there was a lot of noise outside just now, which must have been caused by Boss Xia. He came outside and headed towards the coast. Shisho Pavilion was on the coast, and Song Jia lived very close, so he came here quickly. After a while, Wang Wenmingjian suddenly came towards him and bumped into Song Jia. Why are you here? Wang Wenmingjian asked. Song Jia explained, oh, I think something happened here, so I came to take a look. This is our West Guard Pavilion's business. If you have nothing else to do, go back. We will solve it ourselves. Wang Wenmingjian glanced at the officer Shiza behind him. Send him back, and don't let him walk around. Yes. Officer Shiza nodded. After Wang Wenmingjian left, Shiza looked at Song Jia. Let's go. Okay. Song Jia nodded. When they went back, they passed by the suspension bridge corridor in the same restricted area. At this time, screams of fighting suddenly came from the opposite side, and several figures were running towards the suspension bridge. But the next moment, those figures were all killed by the ghost with hand that suddenly appeared. Song Jia saw this scene, frowned slightly, and seemed to have guessed what it was. Shiza swallowed his saliva and immediately urged Song Jia to leave here quickly. Song Jia walked indifferently and soon returned to his residence. After Officer Shiza left, Song Jia decided to go in Mo Fan's direction and look for Wang Weiqianxuan. When he used the shadow ability to reach Wang Weiqianxuan, he suddenly came to the wrong place. Ah! Wang Weiqianxuan had just gotten up from the bath, and Song Jia had just appeared. The two looked at each other, and finally she cried out, Alas! I said I didn't mean it. Believe it or not, Song Jia didn't know the layout of the other party's room, so he just came in casually, and didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But don't say it. The butt is definitely bigger than Jiang Xiaoxiu. Wang Weiqianxuan's face was gloomy. She was beaten by Song Jie before, and she was still angry. Now the other party appeared in her room and saw her naked. How could she bear it? She gritted her teeth. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you will not only lose your qualification for the national government team, but also be imprisoned in the West Guard Pavilion prison. Song Jie could see that Mochizuki Chishuan was really angry, and he quickly explained, "You should also know what happened outside just now? When I passed the suspension bridge corridor, I saw someone releasing the ghostwood hand. I thought it was you, so I wanted to come and see if you were in the room." Hearing the ghostwood hand, the anger in Mochizuki Chishuan's eyes receded a little, and he quickly asked, "Did you really see it?" Song Jie immediately nodded in response. Mochizuki Chishuan frowned. In addition to her high-level plant system, the only person left in the West Guard Pavilion was her brother. "Do me a favor, and I won't report you." Song Jie pretended to be slightly stunned, and then asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" "You know when you get there." As soon as Mochizuki Chishuan finished speaking, he continued, "You go out first. I get dressed first." Song Jie responded, and then walked towards the living room. He naturally knew what Mochizuki Chishuan wanted to do, which was nothing more than entering the restricted area to save her brother Tsuruta. Soon, Mochizuki Chishuan came out of the bathroom in a kimono. She looked outside at the door and found no one, then said, "Follow me." After a while, Song Jie followed Mochizuki Chishuan to the bottom of the mountain. Song Jie asked, "What are we doing here?" "Come with me into the restricted area." "Enter the restricted area? Didn't you say you can't enter the restricted area?" "That's why we came here and sneaked in." Mochizuki Chishuan looked at Song Jie. "If you go in with me, I won't blame you for what happened before. I don't care. I be responsible for you." Hearing this, Mochizuki Chishuan suddenly took a deep breath and stared at Song Jie. "Hurry up and go up." Song Jie immediately changed the subject. Mochizuki Chishuan didn't hesitate anymore. She looked at the mountain and then controlled the vines to send them up. There were guards on the suspension bridge corridor, so they couldn't get through. So they could only choose to enter the restricted area from here. The two of them slowly ascended and soon reached the end of the mountain top. Chapter 249. Song Jie followed Mochizuki Chishuan and sneaked into the East Guard Pavilion, and also dealt with the guards. Because there was a battle here before, many people have been transferred to guard other places. Therefore, Song Jie and Mochizuki Chishuan sneaked in here so easily. "Who are you looking for here?" Song Jie asked knowingly. "My brother." Song Jie asked, "Why is he imprisoned here?" "I don't know. But my brother is imprisoned here. It must be related to those people," Mochizuki Chishuan said. And she had entered the cell at this moment. The East Guard Pavilion is a place for criminals to be imprisoned. Those who can be imprisoned here must have killed at least 100 people. Song Jie followed Mochizuki Chishuan and searched along the cell, but did not find Tsuruta at the moment. "This is a cell. Your brother didn't commit any crime, did he?" Song Jie asked. "He is not guilty. He was just imprisoned here," Mochizuki Chishuan explained while searching. Soon, she saw a figure in the cell, and tears flashed in her eyes. "Brother!" Shifumi Mochizuki shouted at Tsuruta in the cell. "Shifumi!" The man in the cell suddenly made a sound. Shifumi Mochizuki said, "Brother, why did they bring you here?" Tsuruta explained, "I found the condensed pearl, and I wanted to give it to the Osaka high-level officials. But General Takagi wanted to take it for himself. I didn't give it to him, but he locked me up here." Shifumi Mochizuki completely believed Tsuruta's words. "How can I save you from here?" Tsuruta shook his head. "It's useless. I'm in the nightmare room. I can't leave here at all. In addition to a dark formation, there is also a cursed formation called Nightmare Room. This Nightmare Room is prepared to devour other people's souls, and it is extremely evil. You take the condensed pearl. Maybe he will let me go if he knows that the condensed pearl is not with me," Tsuruta said again. Shifumi Mochizuki nodded without doubt. She naturally knew that the condensed pearl could not be given to General Galmu. If an ambitious person like him got hold of the condensed pearl, the East Guard Pavilion would be in danger. Mochizuki Chishuan said, "Song Jie, let's leave here." Song Jie nodded. After a while, they took the condensed pearl and left the East Guard Pavilion. "Where are you going?" Song Jie asked, looking at the back of Mochizuki Chishuan. Mochizuki Chishuan explained, "I want to hand over the condensed pearl to the high-level officials in Osaka. and I must not let it fall into the hands of General Galmu. She turned her head and said, You don't have to follow me. You have helped me. Let's write it off now. As soon as Mochizuki Chishuin finished speaking, she immediately set off to leave the West Guard Pavilion. She must now report this matter to her superiors. Song Jia looked at the back of Mochizuki Chishuin leaving, sighed helplessly, and chose to follow, because he knew that Wang Weiqianshuan would definitely be affected by the Ninghua Pearl. Who told him to know the plot? Song Jia called Jiang Xiaoshu and told her not to wait. Maybe not tonight. But before that, he still went to find Wang Weimingjian first. After all, this guy was not bad. Afterwards, Wang Weiqianshuan left Shisho Pavilion with the Ninghua Pearl and then came to the city. Hey, you hit me. Don't you even say an apology? The man who was hit pointed at Wang Weiqianshuan and said. Wang Weiqianshuan looked indifferent. She stared at the man in front of her, and raised her hand, and the vines quickly emerged. In an instant, the man was entangled by the vines, and instantly wrapped him into a ball. Others were scared. This woman is a magician. In a blink of an eye, many people were frightened by the scene in front of them, and fled in all directions. Stop it quickly. Otherwise the Magic Association will punish you severely. The man's friend said. Punish me severely? You are full and have nothing to do. You can only talk nonsense. Do you know who is protecting you? Mochizuki Chishuin was in a crazy state at this moment, which was completely different from her previous rationality. Okay. Wake up. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Mochizuki Chishuin. She turned her head slightly, and her eyes fell on Song Jia. Song Jia said, Look at your current appearance. Do you still look like yourself? Don't be controlled by the Ninghua Pearl. After these words came out, the originally crazy Mochizuki Chishuin suddenly regained her sanity at this moment. Mochizuki Chishuin looked at her hands, and then looked at the people around her. At this moment, she finally woke up. Song Jia said again, Don't be affected by the pearl anymore. You have to stay rational. He walked over slowly, and soon came in front of Mochizuki Chishuin. It's just that the Ninghua Pearl seemed to want to escape. It slipped instantly, and wanted to get into the sewer. However, Song Jia just glanced at it, and a force of space immediately imprisoned it on the ground. The condensed pearl did not affect Wang Weiqianshuan anymore, and the latter's body softened and seemed to fall. Song Jia was quick-witted, and hugged Wang Weiqianshuan's cotton-like body in an instant. Are you okay? Song Jia asked. Wang Weiqianshuan was sweating at this moment, and he didn't know why. At this time, Wang Weimingjian also came hurriedly, and after seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. Take her away first. I will take care of the things here, Wang Weimingjian said. Song Jia nodded, and took Wang Weiqianshuan away. How could this happen? How could I be like this? Wang Weiqianshuan fell into deep self-blame. Song Jia comforted, Those people are not dead yet. You don't have to worry. Wang Weiqianshuan didn't know what to say at this time. Song Jia said, Have you ever thought that maybe your brother lied to you? I mean, he might have been bewildered by the Ninghua Pearl, so he gave you this terrible thing. Mochizuki Chishuin didn't say anything, but a trace of relief flashed in her eyes, and she obviously accepted this guess. This pearl is too dangerous. She didn't even know when she was affected. Can you put me down? Mochizuki Chishuin's pretty face was slightly red. She was now being held by Princess Song Jia, and she was a little uncomfortable. Okay. Song Jia put Mochizuki Chishuin down as soon as he finished speaking. Mochizuki Chishuin said, I know there is a good place here. Let's go there to meet him. Song Jia nodded indifferently. If it weren't for this matter, he would have confronted Jiang Xiaoshu now. Thank you. If you hadn't followed me, I might have caused a big disaster now, Mochizuki Chishuin said. Song Jia nodded seriously. You really should thank me. You don't know what I gave up for you. What did you give up for me? You can't talk about this kind of thing. Mochizuki Chishuin stared at Song Jia, frowned and said, You won't sneak to that kind of place at night? What kind of place? Song Jia looked like he knew nothing. Chapter 250. Don't look at me like that. I'm a serious person, Song Jia explained again. However, after hearing this explanation, Mochizuki Chishuin was even more unconvinced. Hey, what's wrong with your suspicious look? Song Jia asked. Nothing. Mochizuki Chishuin looked like he understood everything. All men are the same. Song Jia smiled bitterly and said, Oh my god. What are you thinking about? Go ahead. What's there to be afraid of? Mochizuki Chishuin glanced at Song Jia. Song Jia also glanced at this self-righteous woman. He suddenly grabbed her hand and pressed it against the wall. Then what? How do you want to compensate me? Song Jia asked, approaching Mochizuki Chishuin's face. How could Mochizuki Chishuin have thought that Song Jia would do such a thing? This was a Waldong. Her heart was beating wildly. And she was no match for Song Jia. She didn't know what to do at this moment. You were so tough just now. Why don't you continue now? Song Jia smiled slightly. Just now. Wang Weqianshuan spoke so tough because she thought every man was the same. But now, being pressed against the wall by Song Jia, she didn't know what was going on and couldn't say a word. With a bow sound, Song Jia kissed the soft cheek and then let Wang Weqianshuan go. Okay. This matter is written off. You? Wang Weqianshuan stared at Song Jia angrily. And was very angry. But she couldn't beat him. So she could only stamp her feet and look at Song Jia leaving figure angrily. It was unknown how long it took. And Wang Weimingjian found them. Wang Weqianshuan would glare at Song Jia from time to time, as if venting her anger. Song Jia didn't think so, and looked calm and composed. Wang Weimingjian said, let's talk about this matter. Song Jia nodded. This condensed pearl was related to the Red Devil, so he still wanted to know about it. Then, Wang Weimingjian told a story about the condensed pearl. When they were young, they used the condensed pearl to improve their strength. After that, they got deeper and deeper into trouble. And finally one of their friends took the condensed pearl away alone and saved them. Wang Weimingjian sighed. The person who took the condensed pearl was Ichio. And he was also Tsuruda's father. If it weren't for him, we might have become puppets controlled by the condensed pearl. Song Jia nodded. He still knew about this. So, the first generation of Red Devil also escaped at that time? Song Jia asked. When this was said, Wang Weimingjian and Wang Weqianshuan were slightly startled. They didn't expect Song Jia to know about this. Indeed, Wang Weimingjian nodded helplessly. Song Jia explained, the father of one of my friends died because of the Red Devil. So she has always wanted to investigate the cause of her father's death. I understand. Majimi nods and continues, the condensed pearl is too evil. In fact, I am not very confident to hand it over to my own people. I have a friend in Tokyo who can help purify the evil in the condensed pearl. So I need you to bring the condensed pearl to Tokyo and give it to him. Majimi looks at Song Jia. Aren't you very concerned about the first generation of Red Devil? My friend knows a lot about it. You can ask him when the time comes. Also, after the condensed pearl is purified, it contains a lot of energy that can be absorbed by the summoned beast. In my information, you seem to be a summoning mage? Song Jia nodded. He didn't expect that the other party actually knew him. This ability is very helpful to your summoned beast. Mochizuki Mingjian emphasized again. If Song Jia had not been affected by the condensed pearl, he would not want to support the enemy team. After all, their Sakura country's national government team also wants to win the world's first place. Song Jia nodded reluctantly. Okay. This matter will be left to you too, Mochizuki Mingjian said, in order not to attract other people's attention. Mochizuki Chishuin may go to Tokyo with you at that time. Song Jia nodded. Late at night, in order not to arouse suspicion, they all returned to Shisho Pavilion. Song Jia did not return to his room, but used the shadow ability to enter Jiang Shaoxi's room. Who? Jiang Shaoxi was still very vigilant. When she noticed someone entering the room, she immediately reacted. Guess? Where did you go? I went to help Shisho Pavilion a little. What's the matter? Song Jia explained. This matter cannot be said now. I will tell you later. Jiang Shaoxi. After that, the sound of continued to ring. The next morning, Song Jia, Ai Jiangtu and others were preparing to leave Shisho Pavilion, and Mochizuki Chishuin followed them to Tokyo. Along the way, Song Jia and others took the train and headed towards Tokyo along the coast. When they were about to arrive in Tokyo, he received a call from Tang Yu. Sister Yu. What's wrong? Tang Yu said, Song Jia. We have a major breakthrough here, and we may need your little black cat. But I'm outside now. We have already agreed with the instructor of the national government team that we will let you return to China at that time. In order to avoid the Black Church associating you, we will let you temporarily become a student of the guarding team, Tang Yu said. Although this is very unfair to you, our judgment council really needs your little black cat, and we will compensate you at that time. Song Jia knew that Tang Yu and the others were doing it so covertly. And they were also quietly protecting themselves. How long will it take? Song Jie asked for the specific time. Tang Yu was not sure. I don't know how long it will take yet. But we will do it as soon as possible. Okay. I will try to go back in the next few days. Tang Yu nodded. Okay. I will wait for you in the Magic City at that time. Song Jie hung up the phone. He didn't expect this to happen. Let's go back. Anyway, staying here means killing demons, which is too boring compared to guarding the hall. After arriving in Tokyo, Song Jie temporarily left the team because he wanted to go to a place with Mochizuki Chishuan. At noon, they came to a temple in Chi Mountain. Song Jie was helpless because he knew that Mochizuki Mingjian's friend had died half a year ago. But he couldn't say it. What should we do now? Or you can take it back, Song Jie said. Mochizuki Chishuan said, don't worry. I will contact the teacher when there is a signal and ask for his opinion. Song Jie didn't have to think about it. Mochizuki Mingjian, the old shaman, would definitely let him take the Ninghua Pearl. When they came to the foot of the mountain, Mochizuki Chishuan finally had a signal. And she quickly contacted Mochizuki Mingjian. Song Jie hurriedly said, come back to the team with me first. They seem to be in danger. At this time, Ai Jiangtu and others seemed to have to guard a block. And Mu Ningxue would also be in danger. Before Wang Weiqianxuan responded, Song Jie grabbed her arm and pulled her onto the back of the wind-controlling Sky Eagle. Chapter 251. Mochizuki Chishuan was dragged onto the back of Yufeng Tianning by Song Jie. And then Mochizuki Mingjian called. And she had no time to care. Okay. I know. I understand. Mochizuki Chishuan kept replying to Wang Mingjian. Suddenly, Yufeng Tianning braked suddenly. And Mochizuki Chishuan's delicate body rushed forward. Fortunately, Song Jie was quick-witted and grabbed Mochizuki Chishuan's slender waist and held her in his arms. Mochizuki Chishuan was still talking on the phone with Mochizuki Mingjian. And now, the phone fell from midair. Song Jie was silent. He didn't expect Yufeng Tianning to use this trick. My phone. Mochizuki Chishuan looked at the fallen phone. And she had no hope. Falling from such a high place, the phone might be shattered. Fortunately, this was the phone she used to make calls. And there was no other important information in it. Can you let go of your hand first? Mochizuki Chishuan said. Song Jie nodded. The waist was really thin. It felt thinner than Jiang Shaoxu. What happened? Song Jie asked. Wang Weiqianxuan said unhappily. The teacher didn't have time to say anything. And the phone fell. Song Jie was silent again. You don't have a flight permit here, right? You are flying over the city. I'm afraid. Wang Weiqianxuan hesitated. Song Jie said, what are you afraid of? Don't you have you? You solve the problem when you encounter it. Wang Weiqianxuan wanted to hit him on the head. See Battle City. Ai Jiangtu, Mu Ningxue and others came here for training. At the same time, their mission is to defend the block, which is the test of their mentor. In the process of guarding the block, Nanrongmi was unfortunately injured by the White Weeping Demon and was in danger. In order to solve the poison in Nanrongmi, it is necessary to catch the White Weeping Demon that originally injured her and remove a white tumor from its head to completely solve the poison in Nanrongmi. Mu Ningxue and Nanrongmi had a good relationship, so she went deep into the danger to catch the White Weeping monster and help Nanrongmi detoxify. However, there were too many sea monsters nearby, making it difficult for Mu Ningxue to move. Next to Mu Ningxue, there was a night Rakshasa following her. This was Jiang Yu's summoned beast. It was 1 meter tall and agile. With its speed, the sea monsters couldn't touch it at all. Yu said, if I can lead this sea monster away, you can find the White Weeping monster? Mu Ningxue asked. Night Rakshasa nodded. Mu Ningxue glanced around and her eyes fell on the Blue Valley Fierce Beast. If you catch the White Weeping monster, you won't come back to find me, but go back to the team directly. After Mu Ningxue said this, she hurriedly went in the direction of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast. The Blue Valley Fierce Beast was a leader-level demon. It was obviously impossible for Mu Ningxue to deal with it with her current strength. Therefore, she kept shuttling between the buildings, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast. But she seemed to have underestimated the determination of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast, because Yi Luosha had blinded one of its eyes, and seemed to be chasing her relentlessly. Mu Ningxue was now in a situation of isolation, and no one could help her at this moment. When she came to the Sea War City before, she used the Ice Crystal Bow once, and now she couldn't use it a second time. She was in danger. But even so, Mu Ningxue remained calm, because she didn't want to give up. But when the Blue Valley Fierce Beast slowly approached, she suddenly felt a little helpless. She was still too weak. Facing the commander level, she could only run for her life. Even if she released magic, she still couldn't hurt the other party. At this moment, Mu Ningxue suddenly thought of someone. Song Jie. She sighed. If he was here, this commander level should have been killed by him long ago. Right? Mu Ningxue didn't know what was going on in this kind of thing. She suddenly thought of Song Jie. Maybe it was because of the things that happened before that she immediately thought of the other party. Danger? Get out of the way. Suddenly, a figure rushed out, as if trying to stop the Blue Valley Fierce Beast from moving forward. However, he was just a mid-level magician. How could he stop the attack of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast? In an instant, the man was blown away. His companion helped him up. Why are you looking for death? She doesn't like you at all, and she is dead. This man really likes Mu Ningxue, and when the other party is in danger, he really wants to save her. Guangsa was about to say something, and couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look in Mu Ningxue's direction. The Blue Valley Fierce Beast approached quickly, and almost came to the range of attacking Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue knew that she couldn't escape, so she stopped and looked at the commander level in front of her with cold eyes. She didn't know if she could survive, but at least she couldn't give up. The ice surface quickly froze into ice. Even if she hadn't recovered yet, her rock field was still terrifying. In a blink of an eye, the surroundings were suddenly filled with chills, and even the air was chilly. However, Mu Ningxue's domain was useless against the commander-level beast, and the Blue Valley Fierce Beast still attacked her. I can't stop it. Mu Ningxue looked at the attacking Blue Valley Fierce Beast and breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared around her, and immediately blocked the attack of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast. Mu Ningxue was slightly startled, and immediately glanced around, and her eyes instantly fell on Song Jie. It's too late. Song Jie smiled slightly, and turned to look at the Blue Valley Fierce Beast. Mu Ningxue warned, be careful. It's very powerful. At this time, the Blue Valley Fierce Beast also looked at him. Song Jie lowered his head, and said fiercely, what are you looking at? However, the Blue Valley Fierce Beast seemed to understand, and its eyes were fierce, as if it wanted to swallow Song Jie. You dog! I kill you today! As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he started with a bursting laser. In an instant, the surrounding buildings were destroyed by the laser, and the Blue Valley Fierce Beast was also blown away. When Guangsa and others saw this scene, they opened their mouths wide, looking unbelievable. When Song Jie saw the Blue Valley Fierce Beast being blown away, he immediately came to Mu Ningxue's side. Are you okay? Mu Ningxue shook her head. You said you were okay, but look at your hand. It's injured. Song Jie grabbed Mu Ningxue's fair and tender little hand and took care of it. Song Jie. Mu Ningxue called softly. Her face was already red at this time. I have a potion here. Apply it, and the scar won't look bad. Song Jie said, and took out a bottle of potion. Leave it to me. You just watch from the side. At this moment, the Blue Valley Fierce Beast also came back to its senses. It straightened its huge body, like a building. Are you angry? Then come and attack me, Song Jie challenged. The Blue Valley Fierce Beast was really angry. It let out a piercing roar, and then controlled the surrounding sea water, suddenly covering Song Jie and Mu Ningxue. Chapter 252. Even though the sea water kept coming, Song Jie was still not afraid. He stared at the Blue Valley Fierce Beast calmly. Mu Ningxue didn't know what was wrong with her. Anyway, she felt very safe with Song Jie by her side. At this time, a golden light enveloped the two of them, and the sea water suddenly surged and submerged them in an instant. However, when the waves rose hundreds of feet high, Song Jie was also completing his magic. In the deep sea water, it can be concealed, so that no one knows how he killed the Blue Valley Fierce Beast. The huge waves bravely hit them, but still failed to break through the holy shield comparable to the superclass defense. Mu Ningxue was next to Song Jie. She saw Song Jie constantly completing the star map, and the painting wall suddenly cut through the huge waves and went straight to the position of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast. She couldn't help but sigh that after the magic mutation, it can still be played like this. The painting wall cut through the huge waves, hiding in the water, and cutting towards the Blue Valley fierce beast. Even other people might not be aware of such danger. As a result, the Blue Valley fierce beast didn't know the danger was coming, and was still controlling the seawater. The next moment, the Blue Valley fierce beast let out another painful wail, which resounded throughout the entire area. The blood dyed the sea red, and the originally azure sea water turned blood red in an instant. The scream attracted a lot of attention from the surroundings. When they saw the seawater turn blood red, they couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Who is fighting with the Blue Valley fierce beast? He was injured like this? Too scary. The Blue Valley fierce beast is a leader-level demon. The seawater has turned into a sea of blood. I'm afraid that this demon is seriously injured if not dead? Everyone was talking about it, and they were all surprised by the scene in front of them. The Blue Valley fierce beast's wail continued, and Song Jia seemed not to have let it go. The painting wall was cutting in the water, and other people couldn't see it at all. Soon, the blood dyed a large area of sea water red. Because of this, the Blue Valley fierce beast no longer targeted Song Jia, and the surrounding sea water sank immediately. After the sea water sank, Song Jia immediately dealt another heavy blow to the Blue Valley fierce beast. Penetrating soul. Horrible soul attack. In an instant, the soul of the Blue Valley fierce beast seemed to be torn apart, and its huge body suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea. Everyone was surprised, and no one knew what was going on. Song Jia and Mu Ningxue appeared in front of everyone. Although they were submerged by the seawater just now, they were fine now. She's still alive. That man saved her. Guangsa murmured in the direction of Song Jia. If it was him, he might have died countless times. Song Jia looked at the fallen body of the Blue Valley fierce beast, and immediately walked towards him. He wanted to see if the Blue Valley fierce beast could explode its spirit. If it could, it would be amazing. However, when he passed by, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It really is another commander-level spirit. This time, hundreds of millions have arrived. Song Jia did not hesitate, and let the bracelet absorb the spirit of the Blue Valley fierce beast into the bracelet. Mu Ningxue came over. What's wrong? This guy has spirit. When Song Jia said this, Mu Ningxue next to him was surprised. After a while, Ai Jiangtu rushed over first. When he saw the body of the Blue Valley fierce beast, he also showed a surprised look. Did you do this? Ai Jiangtu asked in surprise. He had seen Mu Ningxue use the ice crystal breaking bow before, which was very powerful, and Song Jia was also very strong. So he guessed that the two of them did it. It was us. When we met it, it seemed to be seriously injured, which gave us a chance to seize it. Song Jia nodded and answered. The people around heard what happened, and immediately knew what happened. It turned out that the Blue Valley fierce beast was seriously injured. But even so, they didn't think the other party was lucky. After all, it was a commander-level creature. When these mid-level mages met a commander-level creature, the result would undoubtedly be death. Mu Ningxue looked at Song Jia. He didn't expect the other party to lie so shamelessly. But she knew that the Blue Valley fierce beast was not seriously injured. It was killed by Song Jia alone. But she knew that Song Jia must have wanted to hide something when he said that. So she didn't expose it. Captain, this body can also be sold for a lot of money. Right? I give it to you. And I give you some when the time comes. Song Jia was not familiar with this place, so it was better to give it to others. I can help, but you don't need to give me a share. Ai Jiangtu shook his head. He looked at Mu Ningxue. Yi Luosha has brought back the white weeping monster, and Nam Romi is out of danger. Thank you. As the captain, Ai Jiangtu naturally hoped that the team would be united, so he had a good impression of Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue nodded and didn't say much. The seawater receded, and the mages in the sea battle city gradually breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Song Jia and Mu Ningxue also returned to their neighborhood. Are you alright? Jiang Shaoxu looked at the two of them and asked. Nothing. Song Jia shook his head. Jiang Shaoxu had a much better impression of Mu Ningxue. After all, she would never have dared to take risks for a companion she had just met. She came to Mu Ningxue. Ningxue, are you injured? Mu Ningxue replied. I just had some minor skin injuries. Fortunately, Song Jia came quickly, so I was not injured. That's good. Jiang Shaoxu nodded. However, at this time, Guan Yu also rushed back from the other side. Seeing Mu Ningxue return safely, he was very happy. Ningxue, It's really great that you are okay. Jiang Shaoxu looked at him with disdain. Oh, you are here to show your courtesy at this time. Why didn't you go with Ningxue when she went to find Bai Qia just now? Guan Yu explained. I had my own things at that time, so I didn't have time to go. Okay, this is just your excuse. Jiang Shaoxu rolled his eyes at him and didn't talk nonsense with him anymore. Guan Yu was furious. Suddenly, Ai Jiantu also returned to the block. Well, this time thanks to Mu Ningxue and Song Jie. Otherwise our team would be short of people. Song Jie? Didn't this guy lead the team? What's wrong with him? Guan Yu said unhappily. Ai Jiantu explained, fortunately, Song Jie just came back to save Mu Ningxue. Otherwise Mu Ningxue would be in danger. Guan Yu was slightly startled when he heard this. He thought Mu Ningxue was back and things were going smoothly. Ai Jiantu continued, and the two of them also teamed up to kill a Blue Valley fierce beast. What? At this moment, everyone else was not calm. They had encountered the Blue Valley fierce beast before, and that guy was very strong. Even with so many of them, it was impossible to kill a Blue Valley fierce beast. Ningxue, did you really kill that Blue Valley fierce beast? Jiang Shaoxu asked immediately. Mu Ningxue nodded. The Blue Valley fierce beast was seriously injured, so we were able to kill it. Everyone suddenly realized that if they could really kill the Blue Valley fierce beast that was not seriously injured, it would be too terrifying. Chapter 253. Song Jie looked at Mu Ningxue, who was very cooperative, and nodded with a smile. Isn't this a wider road? Guan Yu glanced at Song Jie and immediately praised. It's all Ningxue credit. Everyone has seen her arrow. Right? It's ridiculously strong. When this was said, some people felt it was very reasonable. After all, even they might not be able to withstand the power of Mu Ningxue arrow. The tide receded, and the next period was a truce. They were all preparing to break through to the high level during this period, because only by breaking through to the high level, they would not be eliminated. Mu Ningxue saved Nan Rongmi and performed outstandingly in the team, and received more than 10 million commissions. However, compared with the more than 100 million galaxy veins, this more than 10 million is too little. Even a genius like Mu Ningxue needs the galaxy veins to break through to the high level. It is conceivable that many people have no money to buy the galaxy veins, and finally they are trapped in the middle level forever. Everyone else was breaking through to the higher level, and Song Jie didn't need it at all, so he was very bored alone. Where are you going? Song Jie looked at Mu Ningxue and asked. The auction house. Then let's go. I just happened to go to the auction house. Song Jie still had a commander-level spirit essence in his hand to sell. By then, there would be several 100 million in the account. Mu Ningxue didn't refuse. After all, Song Jie had helped her so many times, and she knew what kind of person he was. The two came to the auction house. Song Jie took the commander-level spirit essence to auction, and Mu Ningxue asked about the price of the galaxy vein. The galaxy vein here sells for more than 100 million, and it is obvious that she can't afford such a price. Mu Ningxue's eyes were a little disappointed. Now he is eager to advance, because only by advancing to the higher level can he stay in the national government team. However, she can't afford such a price. After Song Jie's spirit essence was auctioned, he immediately found Mu Ningxue. When he saw the other party's face full of disappointment, he obviously guessed something. Song Jie asked, Are you here to buy the pulse of the galaxy? Mu Ningxue nodded slightly. Do you need help? I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. Song Jie smiled slightly. No, I find a way myself. Song Jie knew that Mu Ningxue was such a person. Instead of giving her money, it would be better to give her a way to make money. He joked. If you feel bad about it, you can give me your body. I will support you then. Mu Ningxue ignored him and turned to leave. Song Jie didn't care either. After all, Mu Ningxue was such a person. Aloof, independent, not relying on others. Soon, the spirit of the Blue Valley fierce beast had been auctioned off, and he also achieved a small goal of several 100 million. Now, he is about to break through the 3 billion mark. At this time, he felt that he didn't like money anymore. Making money was too easy. It had only been a short time, and he had easily earned 30 small goals. It was meaningless. Song Jie was also thinking about whether to buy the pulse of the galaxy from Mu Ningxue and then give it to her directly. However, he felt that Mu Ningxue might not accept it if he did so. So he did not buy it. At worst, he could take her to make money when he returned to China, And then, he could cultivate feelings. Kill two birds with one stone. Song Jia and Mu Ningxue returned to the neighborhood. The latter went to practice. And he came to the door of Mu Tingjing. When he came back, Mu Tingjing sent her a message, asking him to go to her room. After knocking on the door, Mu Tingjing quickly opened the door and welcomed Song Jia into the room. Song Jia looked at her and said, "You called me here because of the matter of the galaxy vein, right?" Mu Tingjing nodded. She was actually very hesitant about whether to give Song Jia the galaxy vein, because if they gave the galaxy vein, the two of them would probably never meet again. "Where's the galaxy vein?" Song Jia asked. He just wanted to get the galaxy vein and leave. Because this Mu Tingjing was very strange. Mu Tingjing thought about it and decided not to give it to him. "No." Song Jia looked at her. "No. Why did you ask me to come here?" He was about to leave. But Mu Tingjing grabbed his arm. "Aren't you going to teach me a lesson?" "Why should I teach you a lesson?" Song Jia finally understood Mu Tingjing's thoughts. So she was waiting for him here. Mu Tingjing looked pitiful and said, "Teach me a lesson." "I won't resist." Song Jia couldn't help but take a breath. This Mu Tingjing was getting more and more strange. But Mu Tingjing had already grabbed his arm. And she didn't intend to let him go. "Let go." "I won't let go." Mu Tingjing hugged him. "If you don't teach me a lesson, I will call someone to say you." Her face turned red. And she didn't say it in the end. "Oh my god." Threatening. Song Jia turned around and immediately picked up Mu Tingjing. "Threatening me? Right? Threatening you?" Mu Tingjing was still stubborn. But the next moment, the voice rang in the room. "Still threatening." I don't know how long it took. But the night passed quietly. The next day, Song Jia returned to the room last night. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Contract summoning. It has undergone an outrageous transformation 5 times, and has become a higher level. Contract strengthening. After Song Jia obtained the new skill, he also had some understanding of it. In short, this contract strengthening is used to strengthen the contract beast, which can upgrade it to a higher level. For example, he uses the contract strengthening on the Ward General contract beast. And the contract beast can be upgraded from the Ward General to the Advanced Ward General. At the same time, it can also upgrade the Advanced Ward General to the Commander level. No matter what realm it is, it can be upgraded to a higher level. Song Jia is very satisfied with this skill. After all, it takes a long time to upgrade a level. And the later the summoned beast is, the greater the level gap is. If it can be upgraded to a higher level, its strength will become stronger. Today is the elimination day. So Dean Songha, as well as the national team Minter Fongli and others are here. Everyone in the Guifu team has advanced to the high level. And among them, only one person has not advanced. That is Mu Ningxue. Teacher, Mu Ningxue has performed well all the way. I think we can give her the resources in our team. After all, she is the best in our team. Ai Jiantu pleaded. I agree. Jiang Shaoxu immediately stood up and agreed. When they entered the Sea War City before, Jiang Shaoxu encountered danger. If it weren't for Mu Ningxue rescue, she would probably have died. Therefore, Jiang Shaoxu owed Mu Ningxue a life. So she must be with Mu Ningxue now. Others also wanted to plead. But Teacher Fongli said firmly, rules are rules. Even if you plead for her, it's useless. After this, no one spoke again. They knew that they could not shake Fongli at all. Mu Ningxue said, Teacher, I accept this result. But can I apply to join the guard team? The guard team is a team that accepts challenges from other national government teams. And it is also a way to return to the Huaxia national government team again. Chapter 254. Fongli and Dean Song, he looked at each other and sighed. Fongli nodded. Okay. You can go back with us when the time comes. We will explain it to the guarding team. Thank you. Instructor. Mu Ningxue nodded in gratitude. Jiang Shaoxu sighed. She didn't expect Mu Ningxue to leave the team. But she couldn't do anything. Are you sad? Song Jia looked at Jiang Shaoxu and asked. I just think it's unfair. Since you think it's unfair, then resist the unfairness. Song Jia smiled. Jiang Shaoxu shook his head. They represented not only themselves, but also the forces behind them. Therefore, they were not as free as Song Jia. Come on. I lead you. Song Jia stood up. Mu Ningxue's strength is stronger than many people here. And she has done so many things for the team before. Even she was eliminated. I think it's unfair. At this time, everyone looked at Song Jie. They didn't expect him to dare to talk to Feng Li like this. Senior Song, don't be impulsive. Zhao Manyang came over immediately and advised. Feng Li glanced at Song He, his eyes full of doubts. They were about to talk about Song Jie, but they didn't expect him to jump out. They were entrusted by someone to let Song Jie return to China. It was obvious that they valued Song Jie very much. Originally, they wanted Song Jie to go back in the name of leave. But the other party had no family, which was not acceptable. They thought of many ways, and finally found a breakthrough in Shishou Pavilion. They were ready to let Song Jie return to China in the name of breaking into Shishou Pavilion for observation. Of course, the trial did this just to avoid suspicion, and finally let Song Jie get into trouble. If you eliminate her, you don't have to stay in this team, Song Jie said bluntly. As soon as this was said, everyone felt incredible. They didn't expect Song Jie to say such a thing. So manly. Jiang Xiaoxu felt that this was a real man. At this moment, there was a bright light behind Song Jie. She supported it. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoxu also felt that the Guofu team would naturally not want Song Jie. After all, his strength was there. If she wants to leave, I will report to the guard team with her, Song Jie said again. Guan Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Song Jie to be so willing to leave. Why are you gritting your teeth? Don't you like Mu Ningxue? You dare to be with Song Jie? Jiang Xiaoxu rolled his eyes and said. However, Guan Yu shut up. They finally entered the Guofu team. How could they quit? Even if they quit, the family behind them would definitely not let them. Actually, Mu Ningxue was about to say something, but Feng Li didn't give her a chance to speak. Very good. Then I will meet your request. On the plane, Song Jie and Mu Ningxue followed Ji, Dean Songhe and others back to China. Mu Ningxue said, actually, you don't have to do this. Actually, if I don't do this, I will leave the Guofu team, Song Jie said with a smile. Ah? Why? This matter cannot be said. I will tell you after a while. Mu Ningxue nodded. Since it is something that cannot be said, it is better for her not to know. What do you think? I have more than enough to support you. Song Jie teased again, looking at Song Jie's face leaning towards her with his chin propped up. Mu Ningxue's pretty face blushed slightly, and she couldn't help but step back. No. That's a pity. I have too much money now, and I don't know where to spend it. Song Jie shook his head and sighed. However, Mu Ningxue felt like hitting someone after hearing this. How about I lend it to you? Song Jie looked at her. Mu Ningxue shook her head. If she wanted to borrow, she wouldn't be eliminated. Where do you get all this money? Mu Ningxue asked. Song Jie saw Mu Ningxue's thoughts and explained, a lot. Such as the Hunter Alliance? Or maybe I got the spirit by luck. And I helped the trial council before. And they still haven't settled some of it yet. She then asked, do you have a way to make money? I don't know now. But I can ask Lingling. He should have a way to make money. Then I ask you to join me. Thank you. Mu Ningxue is very short of money now. At least she has to buy the Galaxy Vein first. At present, High Level has become the standard of the national government team. So she can't fall behind. Song Jie and Mu Ningxue were sent back to the guarding team. And the guarding team also sent 2 people to the national government team. One is Mo Fan. He has reached the high level, and is in the top 3 of the guarding team. In addition, he has many magic systems. And the people from other national government teams, who come to challenge the team are hard to guard against. Therefore, Mo Fan has the greatest contribution in the guarding team. The other one is Mu Ningxue. Before, Song Jie gave some of the plant matter that Ling Tianqing gave him to Mu Ningxue. Therefore, Mu Ningxue's current plant system is ridiculously strong. Who would have thought that the vines can release poison? Moreover, the poison she controls is very strong. And ordinary people can't solve her poison at all. Basically, everyone who fought against Mu Ningxue was poisoned silently. And then eventually lost to her. Some people even didn't know how they lost. After arriving at the Magic City airport, Song Jie got off the plane and went straight to Qitian hunting house. Because Mu Ningxue found a place to stay in the afternoon and would report to the guard team tomorrow. Song Jie found Lingling at Qitian hunting house. And the latter was very happy to see Song Jie. Especially when she saw from the location that Song Jie returned to Magic City and went straight to Qitian hunting house. Little girl. Long time no see. You have grown up. Song Jie smiled and walked towards Lingling. You are finally back. It's so boring to stay in school. I won't be bored when I come back. If there is any big order recently, let's go and do it, Songjia said. Lingling nodded immediately. I saw a big order recently, and I'm worried that no one is available. Then take it. By the way, there may be one more person. It's okay. This big order needs more people. Songjia nodded. That person is Muningshua. Lingling nodded slightly. She had heard of Muningshua. Songjia came to Lingling for the next plot. This big order will definitely make him a lot of money. Where is Xiao Yanji? Why don't I see her? Songjia asked. Oh, Xiao Yanji was taken away by my grandfather. Lingling still needs to prepare. So Songjia simply returned to the rental house. But he didn't see Ai Tutu. It's time to suddenly reach the second level of the high-level summoning system. Songjia has been practicing the summoning system recently. So his summoning system has reached the edge of a breakthrough. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to practice. I don't know how long it has been. The summoning system galaxy in the spiritual world is constantly converging. And it seems that it is about to break through. Chapter 255. Breakthrough. Songjia was overjoyed. His summoning system had already broken through to the second level of the high level. This way, he could make a contract with Little Flame Lady and let her become his contracted beast. Others only have 2 contracted beasts. But Songjia has 4. Little Black Cat, Li Rui, Evil Armor Robe, and Little Flame Lady. Although he didn't know what was going on with the Evil Armor Robe, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to suppress it. This Evil Armor Robe could be said to be the incarnation of the Ancient King. So, he actually contracted the Ancient King. It was a bit absurd to think about it. So he didn't think about it any further. Songjia didn't know how many summoning beast training resources he had obtained in the north corner of Zhuiyuan. As far as the spirit seeds alone were concerned, it was completely enough for Little Flame Lady to practice. So there was nothing to be afraid of. What's more, he was worth more than 3 billion. So he could make anything he wanted. Songjia hadn't seen the strength of those elves for a long time. After his mind entered the plain world, he was really shocked by them. 7 or 8 great generals. More than a dozen young warriors. There is even one warrior who is in the advanced stage. At the same time, the wind-controlling Sky Eagle is also doing well. It has collected more than a dozen wind-controlling Sky Eagles, among which there are 4 or 5 warriors. Now he has a large army of warriors. The next morning, Songjia received a call from Tang Yu, and he immediately opened the door. He smiled and said, Sister Yu, long time no see. I may not have time to accompany you because of official duties. Tang Yu said, It's okay. Songjia could see that Tang Yu was very anxious. But he didn't do anything more. He called out the little black cat and smiled slightly. This little guy seems to be promoted. How could Tang Yu not know what Songjia was thinking? But the other party was one of his own. So he didn't say much. Leave it to me. Tang Yu nodded. The trial council certainly hoped that the little black cat would be as strong as possible, so that they could be more efficient. Songjia's current level of summoning system means that it is not a problem for the little black cat to stay outside for a few days. Then I leave first. Tang Yu said goodbye to Songjia and then left the apartment. Songjia sent a message to Lingling last night, and they had replied to him. It's just that Xiao Yinji was taken away by Old Man Bao and has not returned yet. Songjia can only wait for a while, and then follow Muningshua to report to the guarding team. At the same time, he also remembered the current plot, and it seemed that the team to be challenged was the Egyptian government team. Songjia didn't care, and then agreed with Muningshua to meet at the door and go in together. When they arrived at the meeting place, Muningshua was wearing a snow-white long dress, which was extremely eye-catching on the roadside. Songjia smiled and walked over, and followed Muningshua into the National Pavilion shoulder to shoulder. In the National Hall, a student was casting magic, and the cold ice chains kept piercing the targets. Someone asked, "What's wrong with Lu Yilin? He doesn't seem to be in a good mood." Of course he is in a bad mood. He didn't get any of the 2 places. That's right. Everyone was talking about it. But after Munugio and Mo Fan went to the national team, Lu Yilin was the strongest in the guarding team. The withdrawal of Songjia and Muningshua gave the national team 2 more places. Therefore, the national team directly selected people from the guarding team. Munugio represented the Mu family, and her strength was beyond doubt. And Mo Fan, like Songjia, had the support of a big boss. and because of his natural duel system. He also met the conditions of the national team, and their strength was above Liu Yilin. So the place naturally did not go to Liu Yilin. What are you looking at? Why don't you go to training? Liu Yilin glared at those people. Dong Fanlai and the others stopped chatting and practiced on their own. They couldn't afford to offend this guy. Song Jie and Mu Ningxue also came to the National Pavilion at this time, and many people also found them. Liu Yilin also looked over with the crowd, and finally his eyes fell on Mu Ningxue. He stared at Mu Ningxue without blinking, and almost drooled. He had played with many internet celebrities and small stars, but he had never tried to be with a cold goddess like Mu Ningxue. However, at this time, a figure walked in from outside, looked at them and asked, "Excuse me, is this the challenge pavilion of the Huaxiao World Academy competition?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked over, and they were all looking at this foreigner. "Who are you?" "I am a member of the Egyptian national team, and I am here to challenge you." Said looked at them and said. Hearing this, Song Jie felt that the plot was about to begin, because the Egyptian team had arrived. After a while, Dong Fanlai went to inform by Dong Wei, the instructor of the guarding team. Not long after, a middle-aged man came over and looked at Said. "Are you from the Egyptian team?" "Yes." "You are the only one. Where are your teammates?" "I don't need them to deal with you. I am enough." When Said said this, the other members of the guard team gnashed their teeth. This guy is too arrogant. Liu Yilin glanced in the direction of Mu Ningxue, then stood up and said, "I don't know if you have the ability." Said didn't care and looked at Bai Dongwei. "Tell me how to compete. Don't waste my time." Everyone heard this and felt that Said was even more arrogant. "Teacher Bai, since he said so, then satisfy him," Liu Yilin said. Bai Dongwei nodded. Although their guard team did not have Mo Fan and Mu Nujio, fortunately there was still Liu Yilin. This player is also a high-level player, and his strength is currently the strongest in the guard team. "Then it's one-on-one," Bai Dongwei said. Said nodded. "Okay, but we have to agree that I win if I win a certain number of people. If you can win 3 people, then you win," Bai Dongwei said. He didn't believe that this guy could fight 3 of them in the defense team. "Then come on," Said said indifferently, not taking Liu Yilin and others seriously at all. "Teacher Bai, how about I go first? This guy looks so confident. He may have a trump card in his hand." Dong Fanlai said. "Here Liu Yilin is first, and Dong Fanlai is second." Liu Yilin looked completely indifferent, and sneered, "Even if he has a trump card, he will lose today." "Are you sure?" Bai Dongwei asked. "Don't worry. I guarantee that this arrogant guy won't last more than a minute." Liu Yilin looked at Said and said, "Okay, you go." Bai Dongwei finally decided that Liu Yilin would go. Dong Fanlai and others were a little disappointed, because Mu Nujio and Mo Fan left the guarding team. After all, the strength of their guarding team suddenly dropped a lot. If it weren't for Mo Fan and Mu Nujio, their guarding team might not have won so many games in a row. Therefore, Bai Dongwei planned to let Liu Yilin regain the confidence of the guarding team members. So, they must win this game, and they must not lose this game. Chapter 256. Liu Yilin came to Said, looking just as arrogant as him. "You want to challenge our guard team alone? I hope you won't let me down." "I will never let you down." Said smiled slightly, as if he had seen Liu Yilin's miserable state. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. The person who defeated you is called Liu Yilin," Liu Yilin said proudly. Said didn't care. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the competition between the two of them officially began. Song Jie and Mu Ningxue were watching them sparring and chatting at the same time. Lingling has already responded. "We will go together when the time comes. This time we will face the Black Church," Song Jie said. Mu Ningxue had no expression on her face. Although their family was like this because of the Black Church, she was still able to remain rational. Song Jie said, "You only need to listen to my instructions this time. I guarantee that you will have no problem buying 2 galaxy veins." He knew that Saran was also among the places they were going to this time, and he might have a chance to meet him again. And a blue-robed deacon can't escape, so they can easily get 120 million. Adding others, they will definitely make a lot of money this time. "I just want my part," Mu Ningxue said calmly. "Hey, why are you being polite to me? If you can't pay it back, just pledge yourself to me, and then you don't have to worry about it," Song Jie joked. However, Mu Ningxue ignored him and stared at the situation on the field. Obviously, Lu Yilin is going to lose. Although he broke through the high level, he can't complete the high-level magic release. Therefore, the skills he is using now are still mid-level. Saeed is an Egyptian, and he is best at the undead system. Their undead system is similar to the summoning system, but the opponent's is the undead, and the summoning system is the summon beast. Saeed summoned 2 general-level undead. Lu Yilin is no match, and he is incomparably embarrassed at this moment. Guanyo, guard! Lu Yilin shouted, and then released the light defense magic. But the 2 warrior-level undead still attacked. 1 fist and 1 long sword, and immediately hit the defense. Lu Yilin looked at the shield, and it was obvious that he couldn't stop it. He was careless. Break his shield. As soon as Saeed finished speaking, the 2 warrior-level undead attacked again. Lu Yilin was very scared, and without thinking, he said directly, "I admit defeat." Hearing the surrender, Saeed glanced at him with boredom, as if provoking. However, after seeing Saeed's cultivation, Lu Yilin's previous arrogance was swept away. Lu Yilin said, "This guy's undead is too strong, but I consumed a lot of him, and it's up to you next." As soon as these words came out, Donfanlai almost burst out. Consumption? They only saw Lu Yilin being chased by the undead, and then he was passively defending. Where did the consumption come from? When Bai Dongwei saw that Lu Yilin had lost, he immediately frowned. Didn't this guy just say that he could win? How could he admit defeat so decisively? Bai Dongwei was furious. When it came to reliable people, he was not as good as Mo Fan and Mu Nujio. But now he knew that it was not the time to pursue, but to deal with the Egyptian student in front of him first. Who else wants to go up? Bai Dongwei glanced at the crowd, and they all lowered their heads. These people knew how powerful Saeed was, and when they saw the 2 general-level undead, they no longer had any intention of fighting, because even Lu Yilin was so powerful. He was still completely defeated by the opponent, and they could only be beaten if they went up. So no one stood up now. Donfanlai thought about it, and finally stood up. "I can go up and try." Although he knew he couldn't win, at least he couldn't be timid. Bai Dongwei sighed helplessly. After seeing Saeed's strength, others obviously didn't dare to go up. "Come on. Go!" Bai Dongwei still encouraged. Donfanlai nodded and came to the opposite side of Saeed. Saeed smiled and said, "I thought no one from your guard team dared to come up." Donfanlai didn't waste time talking to him, and waited quietly for the competition to begin. Lu Yilin was very unwilling, but he was not Saeed's opponent. He originally wanted to show off in front of Mu Ningxue, but unfortunately he failed to show off. However, when he saw Song Jie talking to Mu Ningxue, he suddenly felt jealous. "When are we leaving?" Mu Ningxue asked. Song Jie said, "Wait for Lingling to notify. Maybe 1 or 2 days." Mu Ningxue nodded slightly. She urgently needed money to buy the Galaxy Vein, so she could leave at any time. Donfanlai's strength was lower than Lu Yilin's, so he was not Saeed's opponent. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel fear towards Saeed. Bai Dongwei frowned. He didn't expect that an Egyptian student could make them so embarrassed. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Is it really going to be a 1-on-3 fight between him and me? Bai Dongwei thought to himself. Seeing this, Song Jie and Mu Ningxue, who were sitting, stood up and walked towards him. "This is China's guarding team. How could they let others be so arrogant here? Are you the teacher of the guarding team? My name is Mu Ningxue, and I'm here to report today." Mu Ningxue looked at Bai Dongwei and said, "My name is Song Jie, and I'm here to report as well." Song Jie followed. "I've heard of you. You seem to have retired from the Guofu team, right?" Bai Dongwei suddenly realized. The people who retired from the Guofu team must be stronger than Lu Yilin and others. Therefore, he rekindled hope at this moment. Lu Yilin frowned when he heard this. It turned out that these 2 were eliminated. He looked at Song Jie and felt that the opponent was just SOSO. How strong could he be after being eliminated by the Guofu team? "You came at the right time. In the last game, who of you is sure to beat him?" Bai Dongwei asked directly. The 3 of them in the guarding team couldn't beat one person, which was really embarrassing. Therefore, Bai Dongwei could only pin his last hope on Song Jie and Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue looked at Song Jie. She knew that if the opponent played, he would win 100%. However, Song Jie shook his head and smiled. "You go. Give you a chance to show your ability." Mu Ningxue nodded. She didn't pretend to be hypocritical, and asked Bai Dongwei to play. Okay. Then you go. Bai Dongwei had no choice but to try his luck. Song Jie asked Mu Ningxue to go up because the opponent wanted to achieve results. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to return to the Guofu team. But he was different. He had a backer, and was not afraid at all. As long as Huaxiao wanted to win the first place in the World Academy competition, they would definitely hope that he would go back. Of course, he also has the strength to fight back. But now is not the right time. Song Jie knew the plot. So when Mu Ningxue came on stage, Saeed had already lost. Mu Ningxue went on stage expressionlessly. Saeed looked at Mu Ningxue and did not speak. The two were silent. And then the competition officially began. Chapter 257. When Mu Ningxue came on the field, she went straight to the domain without caring about anything else, which surprised everyone present. Domain! Soul Seed? Too strong. Everyone was talking about it, guessing that Mu Ningxue domain came from the Soul Seed. Generally speaking, only Soul Seeds of higher levels can have domains. However, Mu Ningxue domain did not rely on Soul Seeds, but on her own talent. She was born with the Spirit Seed of Ice at the beginning, and she had a domain at that time. As her ice cultivation became higher and higher, her domain became stronger and stronger. So much so that Saeed, who was now facing her, suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Saeed said, "What if I have a domain? I can still win." Grey Cloth Iron Corpse. Dead Knife Mummy. Go over and tear her apart. As soon as he finished speaking, the two warrior-level undead rushed towards Mu Ningxue in an instant. The Grey Cloth Iron Corpse relies on its great strength, huge physique and impact force. The Dead Knife Mummy relied on the long knife in its hand. When it was close to Mu Ningxue, the long knife in its hand also chopped out quietly. However, Mu Ningxue did not give them a chance. In an instant, she drew a star map, and the ice chain flew out, freezing the opponent's long knife in midair. On the other side, she controlled the field of ice and froze the legs of the Grey Cloth Iron Corpse in an instant. It couldn't move at all. Song Jie found a place to sit down. He knew that Mu Ningxue would definitely win this game. Lu Yilin kept staring at Mu Ningxue, but he saw that Donphan Lai's eyes were not right. As if he was staring at Song Jie. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Donphan Lai nodded and explained, "He is a student of Mingzhu Academy like me." "How strong is he?" Lu Yilin said more. Donphan Lai said, "Although I haven't fought with him, he is very strong." "You know he is very strong without fighting?" Lu Yilin snorted coldly. Donphan Lai ignored Lu Yilin, and he did not explain anything more. Said was not Mu Ningxue's opponent, and he was about to collapse. Damn it! He did not expect that there was such a strong student stationed in the guarding team. Bang! The frozen Grey Cloth Iron Corpse exploded. In addition, the Dead Knife Mummy was also restricted by Mu Ningxue and could not move. Said decided to fight to the last time, and it was not certain who would win or lose. "Dead Knife Mummy!" he roared. And the Dead Knife Mummy heard the order and suddenly burst out with a powerful force. In an instant, Mu Ningxue ice locks were shattered. And then the Dead Knife Mummy raised the long knife and chopped at Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue was prepared, and the wind track appeared under her feet, constantly dodging the chopped long knife. However, others only knew that Said had the undead system. And as for other magic systems, others did not know. Mu Ningxue was being entangled by the Dead Knife Mummy, and he seized the opportunity to use shadow magic and rushed towards the other party. Soon, he suddenly appeared at Mu Ningxue's foothold, and a demon-slaying tool appeared in his hand. However, when everyone saw Saeed coming to Mu Ningxue's side, it was too late to remind him. It's over. This guy is too insidious. She is in danger. Everyone was helpless, and could only watch Saeed raise the demon-slaying tool and slash at Mu Ningxue. His demon-slaying tool did not stop, and was slashing at Mu Ningxue's arm. But the next moment, Mu Ningxue suddenly turned around, as if he had already judged that he would come. At this moment, Saeed's eyes widened, and he didn't expect this at all. In a blink of an eye, Mu Ningxue drew an ice star map, and the ice chain flew out instantly, tying him up. Afterwards, an ice chain suddenly rushed out and pierced Saeed's hand holding the long sword. Ah! Saeed immediately let out a pig-killing scream, and the whole stadium could hear his wailing. Song Jie was also worried after seeing what happened just now, but fortunately he still kept his composure. If Mu Ningxue hadn't expected the other party to attack, this sword would have seriously injured Mu Ningxue's arm, and the lightly injured would have been cut by the long sword. It is conceivable that this guy didn't even think about holding back. Do you admit defeat? Mu Ningxue looked at Sayed calmly. The reason why she hit hard was that the other party wanted to hit him hard. Sayed looked like this. How could he not admit defeat? He immediately nodded and admitted defeat. Mu Ningxue let go of Sayed, and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Bai Dongwei's face suddenly showed joy. Their guard team finally had someone who could hold up the team. Heal me quickly. Where is the healing mage? Come and heal me. Said looked at his hand that was bleeding and called out. Bai Dongwei frowned and came to Said. If you want treatment, talk nicely. Otherwise get out of here. Said looked up at Bai Dongwei. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please let the healing mage heal me. Come on. A healing mage, Bai Dongwei said. The others were indignant, but still said nothing. When Lu Yilan saw Mu Ningxue coming down, he hurried over. You are really amazing. However, Mu Ningxue ignored him and walked straight to Song Jie. Seeing that he was ignored by Mu Ningxue, Lu Yilan gritted his teeth and said nothing. Song Jie smiled and said, I thought you were going to be defeated by him, and I almost took action. Mu Ningxue did not answer this question directly, but changed the subject. Let's talk about the bounty issue. Okay. Song Jie nodded. Said was the only one who came to challenge, so their guard team returned to their previous calmness. After Song Jie and Mu Ningxue left the guard team at the appointed time, they came to Qitian hunting house. At this time, Lingling was not the only one in the living room of Qitian hunting house. There was another person. It was Lung Qing. She was wearing a cheongsam at the moment, and looked more attractive than those young girls. She felt like a married woman. I heard from Lingling that you are going to take this task, Lung Qing said. Song Jie nodded. Lung Qing smiled and said, I am very relieved to give this task to you. After all, you have dealt with the Judgment Council so many times. She was relieved because she believed in Song Jie's ability. Not to mention that Lingling and Mu Ningxue were with him. Lingling told you that the place you are going to this time is Chongmi Island, where Saran escaped, and it is also the last base camp of the Black Church in China. Lung Qing explained. We only know the following information now. Lung Qing nodded. I leave this matter to you. But you must also pay attention to safety, and put safety first. Their trial is not very safe now, so they can only let hunters like Song Jie go. Chapter 258. After Song Jie and Mu Ningxue asked for leave from the guard team, they took Lingling to the island. It was a long way from the Magic City to the island, and they had to pass through many islands before they could reach the place they were going to. And they also had to pretend to be tourists, so they were more cautious. Song Jie knew what this plot was like, so he was very confident in it. He remembered that there were 2 blue-robed deacons in this mission, one of whom was a student of Saran. So, if Saran's student was captured alive, it would be worth at least 200 million. And this is the last base camp of the Black Church, and there must be many black-robed priests. The 2 blue-robed deacons are worth more than 300 million. Plus these black-robed priests, who are 9 million each. Maybe it can reach 500 million more or less. To be honest, Song Jie is not afraid of the Black Church at all now, and even hopes that the Black Church will come to him, especially the blue-robed deacons. The more the better. He has now regarded the people of the Black Church as a tool to make money. After all, you may work yourself to death, but you may not get as much money as catching a member of the Black Church. They took the bus and were heading to Pingy Town. A man sitting next to Song Jie asked, Are you a couple? Yes. She is my girlfriend. Song Jie hugged Mu Ningxue's shoulders while speaking. Is that right? Mu Ningxue's cheeks blushed slightly, and she nodded. The man Rongxing praised, Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Thank you. Song Jie looked at the people on the bus, and didn't expect that they were so lucky to actually meet them. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Rongxing. What's your name? Rongxing asked. Mo Fan. Hearing Song Jie answer, Mu Ningxue was slightly startled and looked at Song Jie meaningfully. What a good name. Are you here to play too? Rongxing asked. Song Jie nodded. Yes. I brought my girlfriend and sister here to play. Rongxing looked at Lingling next to him. Your sister is so cute too. Hello, big brother. Lingling smiled sweetly and greeted Rongxing politely. Hello, little sister. As soon as Rongxing finished speaking, he saw the car stopped. Let's go. We should be in Pingy Town. The people in the bus got off the bus one after another. After getting off the bus, the people in front were impressed by the magnificent scenery and buildings here. My God, there is such a big ranch here. Wow. Is that the villa we are going to stay in tonight? It's so spectacular. I have never been to such a good place in my life. The bus was full of young people, so they felt very novel about this. Song Jie, Mu Ningxue and others got off the bus one after another. Not long after they got off the bus, Mu Ningxue beauty attracted many people's peeping. He searched among the people who looked over, and then fell on a man who stood out in the crowd. Obviously, this person is Xiao Pinlin. His family is rich, so his clothes and jewelry are very different from those present. But Song Jie knows that this guy will become a member of the Black Church in the future. Rongqing, do you know those people? Xiao Pinlin thought Mu Ningxue was really good looking, so he asked. Oh, we talked a few words on the road. They are also here to travel, Rongqing said. Is that so? Since we are all here to travel, it is fate to meet each other. Then let's go together. It will be lively, Xiao Pinlin said, but asked them if they agreed to this. Rongqing couldn't make a decision. Xiao Pinlin smiled and said, then let's go and ask. Song Jie and Mu Ningxue heard that they invited them to join. At Lingling instruction, they agreed to follow them. After all, their current identities are very sensitive. If they can join Xiao Pinlin and his friends, it can also solve the identity problem. Xiao Pinlin took them into the villa, and everyone had their own room. At night, they came out to chat around the campfire and told ghost stories. When it comes to ghost stories, Song Jie is the best. He is a time traveler. What ghost blowing light? Tomb robbers notes. He can come up with it. If this is not a magic world, Song Jie can make a fortune by writing novels. He just talked for a while, and those people trembled. But they were not good at it, and loved to listen, and kept begging Song Jie to tell it. Rongqing told the story of Inu, which Song Jie was also familiar with. But now he has no time to deal with it, and he will talk about it when he recovers. This Inu is related to the totem beast. It was the turn of others, and one of the girls also told a ghost story. Guowini is also an islander, so what she told was also related to the island. She said that when she went out at night, she saw something eating something, and she was scared. However, she couldn't say what it was, and everyone was afraid and thought it might be fake. But for Song Jie, who knew the plot, he knew what was going on. In fact, a black beast came out hungry to look for food, and just happened to eat the cows or sheep in the ranch, and was just caught by Guowini. The next morning, everyone set off again, and they walked to Jinming Town. This is completely a place for rich people. After all, there are 3 private ranches and manors here, each of which is extremely luxurious, and they came here to enter the ranch manor to investigate the Black Church. And now they just got the opportunity. Xiao Pinlin's father has some shares here, so he immediately took them to one of the ranch manors. When they arrived at the ranch manor, a butler in a tuxedo came to them and introduced the things here to them attentively. Then, a person in charge in a red dress took them upstairs. When he took Song Jie and the others into the room, she showed a professional smile and said, if you have any questions, you can come to me. My name is Carly. Hearing this name, Song Jie looked at Carly in front of him, because this guy is also related to the Black Church. But it was just a trick of the Black Church to cover up. It can also be said to be a pawn. Lingling quickly got the information about this Callie, but it was not very useful. Lingling asked, what should we do next? Leave this matter to me. I will investigate, and then you will obey my orders. Song Jie took over. Mu Ningxue had no opinion. Lingling didn't know how to start now, so she could only let Song Jie go to test the wind. By the way, don't drink anything here when you go out. After all, the Black Church may be next to us. Song Jie then reminded them not to drink anything carelessly, and to pay attention to precautions, because he knew that the Black Church had a plan long ago. They used tea to curse everyone who came to the ranch manor. He didn't know if his demon blood could remove the curse in the tea, so he didn't dare to try it rashly. Song Jie knew the plot. He just needed to play steadily, and then he could easily wipe out the Black Church. Chapter 259. Mu Ningxue and Lingling stayed in the room, while Song Jie went out to gather intelligence. However, not long after they checked in, a group of hunters came to the door. This group of hunters seemed to be looking for something, and had been negotiating with the people in the ranch manor. Will those hunters alert the enemy? Mu Ningxue asked. I don't know. Ling Ling shook her head and cursed the hunters for coming at the wrong time. The Black Church must be in Jinming Town. These hunters' open door is likely to make the people of the Black Church more vigilant. But they have no choice now. So they can only take one step at a time. At night, Song Jia was going to go out to find Guowini and ask about the location of the black beast that ate the sheep. Mu Ningxue had nothing to do in the room. So she simply followed Song Jia. At Song Jia's request, Guowini had to follow and show him the way. When they arrived at that place, Guowini looked at it from a distance and dared not take a step forward. Song Jia and Mu Ningxue looked relaxed. They walked over to check the situation. Both of them saw the skeletons left behind. It was obvious that they were bitten by the Black Church. After all, there would be no other demons here. Now we can be sure that there are members of the Black Church here, Mu Ningxue said. Song Jia nodded. Then he looked at Guowini behind him and said, Thank you for bringing us here. We want to take a look around. You can go back first. You want to go around? Guowini was a little surprised after hearing this. But this place had a psychological shadow on her. So she turned around and left. Mu Ningxue actually wanted to check around. After all, there were black beasts here. And there must be other clues around. The two walked quickly into the forest. But they heard other sounds in the forest after walking for a while. Song Jia knew what it was. He hurried over and saw the two enjoying the excitement of the night. Mu Ningxue was also curious. She walked over. But when she saw the scene in front of her, her cheeks turned red. Good fellow. It turns out that these two people are together. Song Jia had known the plot here for a long time. And it was just a matter of convenience for him to come here. But it must be said that this Callie has a good figure. With a protruding front and a curved back. Especially the slender waist. It's just that this guy is related to the Black Church. And he is completely uninterested. Did you hear any sound just now? Callie did not make any more sound. But turned her head and asked. Sound? What sound? I only heard your beautiful voice. The man who was talking behind her was the leader of the hunter team. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice became deeper unconsciously. Ah, you are so bad. At this time, Song Jia released the ability of the shadow system, covering him and Mu Ningxue. Song Jia kept watching without saying anything. But Mu Ningxue didn't want to watch anymore. Just when she turned her head to say something, her bright red lips suddenly touched Song Jia's lips. In an instant, Mu Ningxue quickly turned her head again, as if nothing had happened. Song Jia was also startled. He was so engrossed in watching just now that he didn't expect Mu Ningxue to be so sudden. But that softness was real. Mu Ningxue didn't expect this to happen. She never thought Song Jia would get so close. However, she noticed something was wrong and blushed even more. Soon, Carly and the captain were done. We are operating legally here. There is absolutely no other violation. You just need to go through the motions, Carly said while lying in the man's arms. Actually, I came here to find you. The rest is just a show. The captain hugged Carly and rubbed her upper body with his hand. Hate. Mu Ningxue's ears were red at this time. She had such a thing in front of her and such a thing behind her, which made her feel a little helpless. Well, I can't control it either. After all, the current situation is very complicated. Song Jia tried his best to explain. Mu Ningxue didn't reply. And she didn't want to reply now. Of course, if you still want to kiss me, I can also sacrifice myself. After Song Jia said this, Mu Ningxue stood up and turned to leave immediately. At this time, Carly and the captain had already left. Song Jia looked at Mu Ningxue's figure hurriedly leaving, and couldn't help but click his tongue twice. They had experienced many intimate actions before, so they were not surprised. But Mu Ningxue's cold temperament did make people feel that they couldn't stop. Mu Ningxue quickly returned to her residence. She looked at the black silk she had just worn, and it was torn by something. Mu Ningxue thought carefully, as if she remembered something, and immediately bit her red lips. Just when she was about to take a shower, there was a knock on the door outside. She walked to the door and opened the door. The person knocking on the door outside was Zhao Pinlin. Hello. The moon is beautiful today. Can I invite you to go upstairs to watch the stars? Zhao Pinlin smiled. However, Mu Ningxue glanced at the night outside. It was cloudy, and there were no stars. It was Zhao Pinlin's turn to be embarrassed. He didn't expect this result. No time. As soon as Mu Ningxue finished speaking, she immediately closed the door and prepared to take a shower. Zhao Pinlin looked at the closed door, and a wave of anger surged in his heart. He clenched his fists and went upstairs angrily, ready to find his prey Wang Xiuxiu. They were classmates, and although Wang Xiuxiu was not as beautiful as Mu Ningxue among the girls, she was definitely a very outstanding existence. But when he came to Wang Xiuxiu's door, a figure suddenly walked out. Rongxing, why are you in Wang Xiuxiu's room? Zhao Pinlin immediately questioned. Rongxing explained. Xiuxiu invited me here. What? Zhao Pinlin was furious. Mu Ningxue was not taken down, and Wang Xiuxiu now also turned to Rongxing. The next moment, he turned away angrily and disappeared into the stairwell. And in the dark night, a pair of eyes were staring at him. That person was Song Jie. He knew that as long as he followed Zhao Pinlin now, he would definitely be able to find the blue-robed deacon of the Black Church and Fang Xiaoli, who was a student of Saran. Zhao Pinlin was drinking in the hall depressed. And suddenly a waitress with a red tie came over. Why are you drinking alone here? How about I accompany you? The waitress said with a smile on her face. She didn't say anything, but unbuttoned 2 buttons. And a surging scene suddenly appeared in Zhao Pinlin's eyes. He drank. How could he resist such temptation? And he was a little addicted for a while. I've seen you. You come here often. If you don't mind, I can provide you with some other services. The waitress smiled. Oh, what kind of service is it? Zhao Pinlin knew it well, and he was suppressing his anger at the moment. And it was just right to vent it. In the darkness, Song Jie knew that the waitress was Fang Xiaoli. But after experiencing this twice in a row, he couldn't stand it. Chapter 260. The reason why Song Jie followed Zhao Pinlin was to find out about the members of the Black Church and their secret base. Now Fang Xiaoli, the blue-robed deacon of the Black Church, has surfaced. Following her, they can find the base of the Black Church. At that time, they can wipe out all these people. In this way, the money will come. When Zhao Pinlin and Fang Xiaoli were doing that kind of thing, Song Jie could only helplessly blow the breeze outside, until Zhao Pinlin finished at a very fast speed. This battle ended. Fang Xiaoli looked unsatisfied, but she did not show dissatisfaction. Don't you like that girl? I can help you take her down. Really? Zhao Pinlin was overjoyed. Of course. You just have to wait and see when the time comes, Fang Xiaoli said. Song Jie knew that the Black Church had a lot of tricks to get people to join, and the other parties specifically targeted desires. Zhao Pinlin's current desire was Wang Xiuxiu. So Fang Xiaoli prescribed the right medicine and quickly took Zhao Pinlin down. Fang Xiaoli continued. I also know that you like the girl with silver hair. That one is fine too. Zhao Pinlin became interested. Compared to Wang Xiuxiu, he actually liked Mu Ningxue more. I have investigated her information. She is just a beginner mage. Fang Xiaoli smiled slightly. As long as you perform well in the future, I can satisfy you. After Zhao Pinlin felt hopeful, he had already stood on the same side with Fang Xiaoli in his heart. After Zhao Pinlin left, the smile on Fang Xiaoli's face gradually faded. She stood up, took a shower, and then went to the Black Church's base camp. There are still many members of the Black Church here. After all, this is the last Black Church base camp. So, most of them are black priests. The kind that cost 9 million each. Song Jie followed Fang Xiaoli all the way to their headquarters. And then he left here with peace of mind. As long as they knew the Black Church's base camp, they only needed to annihilate it next. Song Jie returned to his residence, knocked on the door politely, and then heard footsteps from inside. Soon, Mu Ningxue opened the door from the inside. She was wearing pajamas and looked lazy, but her slim figure and aloof style were still there. Where have you been? Go in and tell me. Song Jie went in and asked Mu Ningxue to close the door. It was a little late, so Lingling was resting in the bedroom. I saw Zhao Pinlin when I came back. Guess what happened in the end? Song Jie said halfway. Mu Ningxue had no choice but to ask, what happened? I followed him and found the members of the Black Church, Song Jie said. Mu Ningxue's eyes lit up when she heard this. They had been here for a few days, but they had nothing. Unexpectedly, Song Jie actually met someone from the Black Church tonight. Then what? Song Jie said. Then I followed her to their base camp. Tomorrow night we will take them down in one fell swoop. Okay. Mu Ningxue nodded and agreed with this very much. Okay. Go back to your room and rest first. After Song Jie said that, Mu Ningxue nodded slightly. When she stood up and was about to leave, Song Jie called her. What's wrong? Mu Ningxue suddenly looked at him. But before she could react, Song Jie's lips suddenly came. Good night. After Song Jie succeeded, he didn't dare to stay at all, and went straight to the bathroom. Mu Ningxue was stunned for a second. She bit her red lips slightly, and immediately looked in the direction of the bathroom. The next day, Mu Ningxue sat on the sofa expressionlessly, while Song Jie and Lingling were discussing the plan. When Song Jie told her about Fang Xiaoli's situation, Lingling immediately stole the information of everyone in the ranch manor. At the same time, through the phone, everyone was located. Song Jie said, Ningxue and I will take action tonight. And then, you can help us notify the trial to take over. Lingling nodded. She had no fighting power, so she could only support from the rear. Song Jie did not bring the little black cat with him. Otherwise it would not be so troublesome. However, with his current strength, dealing with these people is not a problem at all. Although Mu Ningxue didn't want to talk to Song Jie, she still asked, what should we do tonight? It's very simple. Just go in and kill them. Song Jie said very straightforwardly. As for keeping them alive, he can do it. After all, the tribunal also said that a living blue-robed deacon is more valuable than a dead one. Song Jie said, by the way, Lingling, you should also tell them that I still have a bounty that has not been received. So ask them to hurry up. Another bounty? How much is your bounty? Lingling asked curiously. 1 blue-robed deacon, many black-robed priests, and many gray-robed priests. If added up, it will be at least 500 million. Song Jie estimated. After all, at that time, he could dig out a lot of black church members for the tribunal. That's all money. So much, Lingling suddenly said in surprise. Mu Ningxue beside her also showed a surprised look. When she was still worrying about the 100 million galaxy veins, Song Jie had already made hundreds of millions. Have all these black church become your tools to make money? Lingling shook her head and said. Song Jie smiled slightly, and did not answer the question. To be honest, most of his funds did come from the black church. The other part came from the spirit essence. After all, a commander-level spirit essence is too valuable. If the black church is gone, he can take Mu Ningxue to find commander-level creatures. Although the commander-level spirit essence also has a chance to drop. As long as the commander level is found correctly, the spirit essence is still easy to get. And now the commander level is not a big threat to him. He can kill it at will. He needs money. Conquer Mu Ningxue. Song Jie said, we made a lot of money this time. I saw last night that there are all black priests here, and each one is worth 9 million. While he was talking, his eyes were always on Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue knew what the other party meant, and it was obvious that he wanted her to kill more. Song Jie knew that there were 2 blue-robed deacons here. If they were to be captured alive, they would have to have at least 4 targets each. At this moment, he was lamenting that money came too easily. At some point, Song Jie suddenly felt tired of money. The night gradually darkened, and Song Jie brought Mu Ningxue to the Black Church's base camp. Afterwards, he called out Xiulu and Xiaoyanji. Before coming, Song Jie had made a contract with the elf. Song Jie said, you too follow Ningxue? Xiaolu and Xiaoyanji nodded one after another. They liked this beautiful sister? Mu Ningxue knew that the other party was worried about her, so she didn't say anything. Song Jie looked at the Black Church's headquarters in front of him. Since everything is almost done, let's quickly resolve the battle. Mu Ningxue followed behind him, and walked straight towards that place. Chapter 261. The two came to the gate of the Black Church's base camp. Song Jie looked at Mu Ningxue and said, leave the black priests outside to you. I will go straight to Huanglong. Leave it to me. Mu Ningxue nodded. Song Jie left Xiaolu and Zai Yanji with Mu Ningxue. Even if they met a high-level magician, the opponent might not be their opponent. During this period, Zai Yanji had eaten countless spirit seed fragments and spirit seeds. At this time, she had already stepped into the level of a general. So Song Jie was not worried about Mu Ningxue and the others at all. Then let's get started. Song Jie asked Mu Ningxue to attract firepower. While he sneaked into the Black Church's base camp, Mu Ningxue took the lead and was discovered by the Black Church's people in a short while. Who? The Black Church member had just come out and was immediately entangled by Xiaolu vines. The vines are poisonous, and the man fainted in a short while. The arrival of Mu Ningxue immediately made the Black Church's base camp alert. In an instant, many black priests rushed out. as if they wanted to kill Mu Ningxue. This is the territory of their black church. How could they let others walk out alive? However, they were no match for Mu Ningxue. The powerful domain covered the surroundings, and the piercing cold made the black church members tremble. These were just ordinary mid-level mages, compared with the members who entered the national government team. They were far behind. Mu Ningxue drew a star map, and the ice chain sprang out instantly. The sound of chains colliding and the screams of the black church members continued in the dark night. At this time, the black church's base camp was already in chaos. They didn't expect someone to kill them. This was simply too arrogant. A black priest immediately went underground and prepared to tell Fang Xiaoli what happened above. Not good. Not good. The voice of the black priest came slowly. In the cursed pool, Fang Xiaoli and one of the blue-robed deacons were discussing something. They frowned when they heard the voice outside. What's the matter? Fang Xiaoli said in a bad tone. Sir, someone is coming in from outside. After the black priest said this, Fang Xiaoli was stunned for a second. How many people are coming in? He continued, it seems that there is only one person. Can't you deal with one person? Fang Xiaoli became even more angry. No. She has 2 summoned beasts in her hands, which are very fierce. The people we sent are no match at all. The black priest explained. Waste. Fang Xiaoli shouted loudly. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Leave this to me. Zhou Shan suddenly stood up and said. He had just been promoted to a high level, and was also a newly promoted blue-robe deacon. Therefore, he needed to use his military exploits to stabilize his position. Fang Xiaoli nodded. Go. Leave her alive. I want to let her know that our black church is not something that anyone can control. Yes. As soon as Zhou Shan finished speaking, he followed the black priest and left the cursed pool. At this time, Song Jia was already outside. And when he was about to enter the cursed pool, Zhou Shan and others also came out. They looked at each other, and Zhou Shan seemed to feel something was wrong and stared at Song Jia. Who are you? He still knew those members of the black church, and there was no such person in front of him. Me? Song Jia smiled slightly. I think I am a businessman now, because you are all my goods. Zhou Shan frowned, not expecting someone to have broken in here. It seems that there are more than one person coming. Go! Zhou Shan ordered the 3 black priests around him, and the 3 of them immediately released magic towards Song Jia without saying a word. However, a golden light appeared around Song Jia in an instant, blocking all magic outside. Go to sleep. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he instantly released the penetrating soul, and those people fell down immediately. Zhou Shan was a powerful high-level mage, but under Song Jia high-level mental attack, he still had no power to fight back. He didn't release any magic, and his soul was instantly hit by the huge mental power, and he suddenly fainted. Song Jia wanted to capture the blue-robed deacon alive, and this was the only way. Very good. More than 100 million has been obtained. Song Jia smiled slightly, and slowly harvested the black-robed priests coming and going. As for Fang Xiaoli in the cursed pool, he was not in a hurry, because she couldn't leave anyway. In the cursed pool, Zhao Pinlin came to Fang Xiaoli and asked, what happened outside? Nothing. It should be solved later. Fang Xiaoli was not worried. Zhao Pinlin nodded, and then found a seat and sat down. When will you do what you promised me? Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. As long as I can get her, I can do anything, Zhao Pinlin said. Fang Xiaoli smiled and said, since you want to join us, it's very simple. Turn your beloved into a cursed beast, and we will let you join. Zhao Pinlin hesitated. Let's take Wang Xiuxiu. Let him become your slave, Fang Xiaoli said. To join the Black Church, one needs to submit a letter of surrender. That is, to refine a person closest to you into a black beast demon or a cursed beast demon. Zhao Pinlin hesitated and seemed to be thinking. Don't you like that silver-haired girl? Then this Wang Xiuxiu. Fang Xiaoli's mouth corners slightly raised. Zhao Pinlin heard this, gritted his teeth, and nodded fiercely. Okay. Fang Xiaoli smiled. She had seen a lot of such things, so she could take advantage of others' greed and let them join the Black Church. However, she looked in the direction of the entrance and found that it was unusually quiet outside. What's wrong? Zhao Pinlin found something wrong with Fang Xiaoli. Let's go out and take a look. Fang Xiaoli felt that it was too quiet outside, which made her feel uneasy. After a while, when she came outside, She was stunned by the scene in front of her. Those lying on the ground were all members of the Black Church. And a man was sitting there. Fang Xiaoli looked at Song Jie in front of her. And she immediately scanned the people lying on the ground. And soon found Zhou Shan. After she saw Zhou Shan fall down, she analyzed that the person in front of her was quite powerful. "It's you?" Zhao Pinlin pointed at Song Jie and said suddenly. "Do you know him?" Although Fang Xiaoli had investigated the identities of Song Jie and others, those were all false information. So she thought the other party was just a rookie. So she didn't pay attention. "He is the one who came with us," Zhao Pinlin explained immediately. Hearing this, Fang Xiaoli frowned immediately. So this person hid the information. She looked at Song Jie and prepared to attack at the same time. The other party dared to appear here so swaggeringly. Obviously very confident. But she was not afraid. After all, there was a monster in her body. Their base camp was already in a mess. And someone would definitely find it later. So she had to resolve the battle quickly. Fang Xiaoli didn't think much and immediately woke up the poisonous mother, who had died suddenly. Chapter 262. Zhao Pinlin turned his head, and saw that Fang Xiaoli had turned into a terrifying alien. What the hell? He stepped back quickly, not expecting such a situation to happen. Fang Xiaoli gradually grew into a monster 7 or 8 meters tall. She was now completely unrecognizable, and her whole body was extremely ugly. However, the next moment, the poison mother swallowed Zhao Pinlin beside her. It licked its tongue and looked at Song Jie in front of it with an unsatisfied look. The poison mother roared at Song Jie and was about to attack when Song Jie moved. Painted wall cut. The painted wall flew quickly towards the poison mother. The huge body could not dodge at all, and wanted to reach out and hit it away. However, the golden painted wall directly cut off the palm of the poison mother, and black liquid sprayed out in an instant. Ah! The poison mother screamed in pain instantly. It did not expect Song Jie painted wall to be so sharp and strong. Song Jie seized the opportunity and released the penetrating soul suddenly while the poison mother was screaming. Before the poison mother could react, her voice suddenly stopped and her huge body fell down instantly. At this moment, Mu Ningxue rushed over, but only saw the scene in front of her. Lingling, we have solved it here. You can ask the people from the tribunal to come. Song Jie pressed the headset and said. As soon as this was said, Lingling immediately contacted the tribunal and asked them to send someone over. Mu Ningxue looked at the ugly body in front of her and knew that this guy was very strong. But she was no longer surprised, because Song Jie's strength was too strong. He had killed the commander-level demon before, so this was nothing to him. Lingling notified the tribunal, and they quickly sent someone to take over. As for the finishing touches, Song Jie had handed them over to the tribunal, and he only needed to wait for the funds to be credited. Let's go back. Okay. Song Jie and Mu Ningxue returned to the ranch manor, and Rongxing and others also came out. What happened over there? Rongxing asked. Nothing. Song Jie shook his head. You should be concerned about Wang Xiuxiu. She needs you now. After saying this, Rongxing hesitated for a moment, and finally went upstairs to find Wang Xiuxiu to ask clearly. In the original plot, Zhao Pinlin threatened Wang Xiuxiu to make her his girlfriend. Before that, Wang Xiuxiu had been with Rongxing, but they finally separated. If Song Jie hadn't solved the Black Church, Wang Xiuxiu might have been refined into a black beast. Song Jie indirectly helped the couple, and did another good thing. Mu Ningxue, Xiaolu and Zai Yanji killed more than 20 members of the Black Church. In terms of conversion, she could give more than 200 million. After all, a black priest is worth 9 million. Song Jie not only caught 2 blue deacons, but also kept them alive. In the end, Fang Xiaoli was rescued from the body of the poisonous mother who died suddenly. And she did not die. Then the trial meeting set the price, and gave Song Jie a price of 270 million. He also killed and knocked out many black priests. More than 20 in total. Therefore, he got a total of 500 million this time. In addition to the members of the Black Church that the ancient capital had found, the Inquisition gave him a total of 1 billion. He already had more than 3 billion in his small treasury. And with this 1 billion, it instantly increased to more than 4 billion. Song Jie couldn't help but sigh that without the Black Church in the future, it might not be so easy to make money. But he remembered that the Black Church would still sacrifice. But it might be a little far away from that time. Of course, Lingling also helped a lot this time. But Lingling didn't ask for much. She only asked Song Jia for 100 million. Song Jia originally wanted to give 200 million, because he didn't lack money at all. But Ling Ling refused to take it. After all, it was Song Jia and Mu Ningxue who were taking risks. Mu Ningxue was the same. Song Jia also wanted to give it. But she didn't ask for it. Just the part she deserved. Song Jia brought her here and got 200 million. Which was enough for her. Even she might not be able to find such a job. It was so easy. She even doubted that the Black Church was so easy to deal with. But she knew that it was all because of Song Jia. After all, it was Song Jia who finally found the Black Church's lair. And it was Song Jia who captured the 2 blue-robe deacons. Otherwise, how could she kill so many black-robe priests? Mu Ningxue was grateful. But she cared more about her current situation. The government had to let her go back. Otherwise she wouldn't have worked so hard. After the matter in Chongming County was resolved, Song Jia and Mu Ningxue had nothing to do here. So they returned to the Magic City. The first thing Mu Ningxue did when she returned to the Magic City was to buy the Galaxy Vein. She had to quickly enter the high-level realm. Song Jia was not in a hurry. All he had to do was to upgrade the other 2 magic systems. The summoning system had reached the 2nd high-level level, while his light system and chaos system were still at the 1st high-level level. But his light system is almost about to break through. It's just a matter of time. The gate of the National Pavilion. Several dark foreigners are staying outside. Syed, is there National Pavilion here? One of the women asked. Yes, Deputy Captain. Syed answered timidly. That person is Mio's, the deputy captain of their Egyptian team. They originally thought that Syed could deal with the Chinese National Pavilion team. But they didn't expect Syed to lose. So now they have come to the National Pavilion, ready to challenge the guarding team again. Mio's felt that it would be too embarrassing to lose like this. So they were ready to challenge again. In the National Pavilion, Lu Yilin didn't see Mu Ningxue, and then looked at Song Jia. This guy was very close to Mu Ningxue, so he was a little unhappy. Others were training. But you are lazy here. Are you worthy of others? Lu Yilin admonished. What I do is none of your business. Song Jia was sleeping soundly, but was awakened by others. How could he be in a good temper? Besides, the training time has passed, and the next time is free to allocate. He is sleeping soundly. What does it have to do with him? You are still right. Lu Yilin was about to say something, but was attracted by several people. It was the Egyptian team that walked into the National Pavilion. They came again. Donphan Lai and others were training. After seeing the familiar Saeed, they couldn't help asking, didn't your Egyptian team lose? Why are you here? Saeed felt ashamed and dared not speak. But he was scanning the crowd, and did not see Mu Ningxue. Our Guofu team has 3 chances to challenge again. So it is reasonable for us to challenge again, Mio said, as a matter of course. Donphan Lai did know this rule. But now, he also knew that the Egyptian team was really thick-skinned. However, he glanced in the direction of Song Jia. He felt that as long as this guy was there, it should not be a problem. Chapter 263. After Mo Fan and Mu Nujio went to the Guofu team, Lu Yilin became the captain of this team. But when he saw the Egyptian team coming, he seemed to be frozen. He scanned the surroundings, and did not find Mu Ningxue, and felt something was wrong. Afterwards, Lu Yilin hurried to find Bai Dongwei. And the answer he got was that Mu Ningxue had asked for leave, and might not come to the Guoguan team. Bai Dongwei saw the Egyptian team coming, and he didn't think it was a big deal. They wanted to show the demeanor of a great country. And at most, they would have another game. At this time, Song Jia also came over and stared at the Egyptian team and others with interest. Donphan Lai was very curious. He came over and asked, "Are you sure?" "It's okay." Hearing the answer, Donphan Lai was stunned. What does it mean to be okay? But when he saw Song Jia in different look, the vague uneasiness in his heart faded a lot. Bai Dongwei walked in front of the Egyptian Guofu team. "How do you want to compete this time? You decide. After all, we lost before." Mio's looked confident. Said had mentioned the strength of the Chinese National Pavilion team before. And the strongest one was the girl with silver hair. But she looked around and didn't see that person. So it was very likely that she would not play this time. Then how could these people be the opponents of their entire National Palace team? Lu Yilin looked at the members of the Egyptian National Palace team and felt that their National Pavilion team might not win a single game without Mu Ningxue. Although he was the captain, he didn't want to go up and embarrass himself. After all, the strength was there. The Egyptian team was not something they could deal with. Bai Dongwei turned his head and looked at Lu Yilin, wanting to see what he thought. However, when he saw Lu Yilin's appearance, disappointment appeared in his eyes. You were also substituted from the National Palace team before. What do you think? Bai Dongwei looked at Song Jie and asked. Mu Ningxua's strength was indeed very strong before, so he thought Song Jie should not be bad either. I don't care. Didn't they fight 1 against 3 before? Then we will fight back, Song Jie said bluntly. As soon as this was said, the players beside him were stunned. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? However, Lu Yilin was upset. As the captain, Bai Dongwei did not ask him, but asked Song Jie instead. Do you think you are Mu Ningxue? You can fight 1 against 3. Can you do it? Lu Yilin did not believe that Song Jie had this ability at all. Then you go? Song Jie smiled slightly and looked at Lu Yilin with interest. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yilin immediately deflated. He was no match for the Egyptian national team. Last time, he was beaten by Said. If he went up, he would just lose again. Teacher Bai. I think he can give it a try. Anyway, we are. Donfa Lai sighed. Lu Yilin also said, he said he wanted to fight 1 against 3. So let him try. If he loses, he will bear the consequences alone. Don't you like to pretend? Then let you go. And he will just watch the joke from the side. Bai Dongwei turned his head and looked at the others, who had no intention of going up. Lu Yilin and Donfa Lai were not opponents of the Egyptian team. How could they? Bai Dongwei sighed. It seemed that Mu Ningxua's victory did not cheer them up. He looked at Song Jie. How confident are you? Even if I say it's 100%. You may not believe it. But I will tell you with my strength later. Song Jie replied. Lu Yilin sneered. I still tell you with my strength. Just don't embarrass our national pavilion team later. Teacher Bai. This guy's attitude can be the captain of the national pavilion team? Song Jie asked. Bai Dongwei took a deep breath. And it was obvious that he was not very satisfied with Lu Yilin. Okay. Don't talk anymore. Lu Yilin heard it and felt unhappy again. Do you want to be it? If you can do it, I will give you the captain position. Song Jie ignored him. Lu Yilin continued, if you can't do it, count out to me 3 times. Dare you? Song Jie always had a smile on his face. I don't care about the captain. But if you want to play, I play with you. The same. If I do it, you count out to me 3 times. I'm not afraid of you. Lu Yilin had always thought that Song Jie was not a good match. So he was determined to make this bet. Bai Dongwei and others didn't say anything, because they all knew who Lu Yilin was. Have you discussed it? Mioz looked at them impatiently and asked. Song Jie walked towards the Egyptian team indifferently, looked at Mioz and said, didn't you fight 1 against 3 before? Then it's our turn to fight 1 against 3 next. When these words came out, the Egyptian team members were stunned. They were members of the Guifu team. This guy is crazy. He actually wants to fight 1 against 3 members of the Guifu team. Vice Captain Mioz looked at Said on the side, wanting to ask him if this person had made a move before. However, Said immediately shook his head, indicating that the other party did not make a move. Are you sure? Mioz confirmed again. Let's start quickly. Song Jie walked towards the competition area as soon as he finished speaking. Mioz and others were stunned again. They didn't know where this guy's confidence came from. Deputy Captain, I'd be the first to go out. It was my fault last time. But it won't happen again this time. Said wanted to atone for his sins. Mioz hesitated, but still nodded. After all, there were so many people on their side, and they were not afraid. Said smiled and immediately turned around and walked towards the competition area. He couldn't beat Mu Ningxue, and he couldn't beat the young man in front of him. This time, he wanted to get back the previous place. This guy wanted to learn from him to fight 3 people alone. Is he qualified? Bai Dongwei, Donfa Lai and others all looked at the competition area. The hope of the whole hall was placed on Song Jie. Lu Yilin put his hands on his waist, looking careless, waiting for Song Jie to be beaten by the opponent. Said smiled and said, this time you are facing the entire Egyptian team. You are still dreaming of fighting 3 people alone. I will beat you down now. Song Jie was calm and didn't waste words with him. Come out! Grey cloth iron corpse. Dead knife mummy. Said shouted, and 2 general-level undead appeared. However, at this time, Song Jie also completed the high-level light magic at a very fast speed. That is, A high-level light constellation. Everyone looked at the bright constellations that appeared around Song Jie, and finally realized that the other party was still a high-level mage. Light system. It happens to be the nemesis of the undead system. Bai Dongwei was overjoyed. Light falls all over. Light arrow. In an instant, Song Jie completed the release of magic, and the light fell from the sky like raindrops, instantly covering Saeed and the two general-level undead. Seeing this, Saeed started to curse. He had never thought that Song Jie was a light type, and this was not an ordinary light type. At least he had a spirit seed. At this moment, Saeed was really desperate. He didn't expect that he would lose so completely. Chapter 264. The two warrior-level undeads could not withstand the attack of the light falling from the sky, and were immediately pierced by the light arrows. Said summoned the defensive magic without hesitation, thinking that he could block it. However, for some reason, all the light arrows suddenly came towards him, as if they regarded him as a target. Said only had one means of defense, and after losing it, he could only be eliminated in the end. What's going on? The members of the Egyptian team asked in confusion. Mios narrowed his eyes immediately, and a man in the team said, "This should be chaos magic." The person who spoke was the captain of the Egyptian team. Send. Chaos. This guy actually has chaos magic. Someone exclaimed. Just now, Song Jie released the order track cut, allowing all the light arrows to attack Said. As a result, Said could not block the light arrows in the end and had to be eliminated. His chaos system should be the last to awaken, and it should be at the initial stage at this time. Mios analyzed. Generally, only high-level dimensional magic can awaken. Although there are some gifted people, they are rare. Therefore, Mios concluded that Song Jie should be high-level in the light system and awaken the chaos system. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. If the opponent's chaos system is also high-level, then they are really not opponents. Someone on the defense team excitedly said, "We won. We won." They have all seen how powerful Saeed is. Even Mudingxiu has spent a lot of effort before. But at that moment, Song Jie easily eliminated the opponent, which was something they did not expect. Bai Dongwei seemed to see hope and showed joy on his face. Lu Yilan's face was extremely livid. He felt that Song Jie must be lucky. The light system reached a high level. Otherwise, he would not be Saeed's opponent. Song Jie looked at the Egyptian team. Next, finish lunch quickly. It was just time for lunch. The Egyptian team members gnashed their teeth in anger, and one of them said, "Let me give in." "You can't. He is a high-level light system. Your curse has no effect on him." Mio shook his head and said, "Let me do it." One of the team members said immediately, "You major in the thunder system. You can compete with him." Mios nodded. The curly-haired man came to the opposite side of Song Jie. He looked at him, waiting for the competition to begin. Song Jie still looked calm and composed, no matter who he faced, because he knew that among all the members of the Guofu team, no one was his opponent, and the speed at which the opponent lost depended on him, and the opponent would lose when he wanted him to lose. As the game began, the curly-haired man instantly completed the star map. Purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky, as if it wanted to tear Song Jie below. However, Song Jie also completed the holy shield at this time, and blocked the lightning in an instant. The holy shield blocked the third-level thunderbolt of the intermediate level. Someone in the Egyptian team made a puzzled sound. They all knew that the curly-haired man's thunder system was not ordinary thunder, but a thunder spirit seed with a threefold amplification. But even so, it couldn't break Song Jie holy shield, even though he also had spirit seeds in the light system. The curly-haired man's thunder and lightning were obviously stronger in comparison. However, no matter how the curly-haired man bombarded, he still couldn't break Song Jie holy shield. If the intermediate level doesn't work, then let's go for the high level. The curly-haired man made up his mind that he must do his best in this game. However, just when he was about to combine the thunder system constellation, Song Jie released a golden light on him. The curly-haired man wondered if this guy was sick. What effect could a light have? Just the next second, the light exploded instantly, and the huge impact force immediately blasted the curly-haired man away. After this scene appeared, everyone present was stunned, and everyone widened their eyes. Fuck. Did I see it wrong just now? Is that the effect of the light? A member of the National Pavilion team wiped his eyes and asked. Everyone was silent, because they all saw it, but didn't know what was going on. Is this the mutant talent? Donfanlai looked at the location where Guangyao exploded just now, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Mutated talent? Someone suddenly repeated it, as if he had thought of something. The man thought, yellow list. Mutant talent. Songjie. Damn. This guy turned out to be the first on the yellow list. As soon as this was said, a name suddenly emerged, which was the same as the name of the boy in front of him. Songjie. The first on the yellow list. Mutated talent. The yellow list is not updated every year, but only once every 4 years. Therefore, although they saw the yellow list, as time went by, the popularity of the yellow list would quietly fade away. But as long as the mutant talent and the first on the yellow list were mentioned, someone would definitely remember who it was. At this moment, everyone on the Guiguan team looked at Songjie back. Lu Yilin bit his lip, angrily saying, "How is it possible? How could he be the first on the yellow list?" The Egyptian team didn't know about the shock of the National Pavilion team, but they were worried about the next competition. They had already lost 2 games. If they lost another game, the competition would be over. This guy easily solved us. It's obvious that he didn't use his full strength, Captain Shinda said. Why don't I go up? Otherwise, you may not be the opponent. As soon as this was said, everyone else was silent, just based on the strength that Songjie showed just now. They were surprised. Both the light defense and the radiance caught them off guard. At this time, they felt a little disappointed. They were the Egyptian national team. They were beaten like this by the Chinese national pavilion team. And in the end, the captain had to take action himself. No! Mioz suddenly said at this time. Sin sighed. He knew that Mioz didn't let him go up to conceal his strength. This guy is so strong. The Huaxiaguafu team will definitely not let him be buried in the Guiguan team. So it's best for me to play. Mioz analyzed. First, even if the captain plays, we don't know what other tricks the opponent has, and the captain will expose his strength. Second, even if I lose, I can force the opponent's trump card, so I will play in the last game. Shinda couldn't beat Mioz, so she had to agree with her way and let her play in the last game. Mioz looked at Songjie in the competition area. She didn't expect that the Guiguan team actually had such a strong person. Their previous arrogance seemed to have disappeared when dealing with Songjie. Hurry up! Songjie was really hungry, so he urged immediately. Mioz walked towards the competition area. Although she didn't know if she could win, she wouldn't let the opponent have an easy time. By Dongwei, Donfanlai and others began to look forward to it. This is the last game. As long as they win, the Guiguan team will keep the badge. The Guiguan team has never lost from before to now, so this time it depends on Songjie. Chapter 265. Mioz is best at Earth, so she plans to use defense to force Songjie to reveal his trump card. After the referee finished speaking, Mioz only defended and did not attack. After all, he knew the opponent's defense. Songjie looked at Mioz, who was only defending. Are you trying to test me? Mioz did not speak. Then come on. As soon as Songjie finished speaking, the light appeared. Mioz concentrated, and in an instant, countless earth elements gathered and formed a golden stone shield. Songjie started with light, and the light full of terrifying breath suddenly exploded on Mioz's golden stone shield. Under this huge power, even if Mioz's earth system reached a high level, it could not stop it. The impact of the light explosion instantly shattered the earth shield, and then the wave instantly lifted Mioz away. She rolled around. Her clothes were tattered, and she looked very embarrassed. Shinda walked over quickly and checked Mioz's injuries. The Guiguan team's eyes widened immediately. They didn't expect Guanyu to be so powerful. Shocked. Damn. Why is my Guanyu so useless? A Guang department student lamented. This guy is probably stronger than Mu Ningxue. Donfanlai felt that Mu Ningxue was already very strong. But in comparison, he felt that Songjie was stronger. What's more, he could defeat 3 members of the Egyptian Guafu team by himself, so his strength can be imagined. Bai Dongwei was relieved immediately. Now their Guiguan team's winning rate is stable. Before, with Mo Fan and Mu Nujiu in charge, their Huaxia Hall defense team had never been defeated by others. So that in the current ranking of the Hall defense team, the Huaxia Hall defense team is always ranked first. At the same time, the Huaxia Hall defense team has also become an indelible memory for many people. Other Guafu teams who have experienced the Hall defense team have only 5 words in their minds when they mention the Huaxia Hall defense team. They are too strong. But it was also because the countries that came to challenge before were not strong, which led to the Egyptian team underestimated them. That's why Saeed came alone to challenge. But when they saw Song Jia's strength, the faces of the Egyptian team members were not very good. I'm fine. Mio shook her head. Although she suffered some skin injuries, everything else was fine. Sorry. We lost. It's okay. Shinda shook his head. He looked at Song Jia and felt that the other party was very powerful and mysterious. Song Jia smiled slightly. Why don't you come up and try? He knew that the Egyptian team had always been arrogant. But because of him, their arrogance no longer existed. Shinda clenched his fists. He wanted to go up, but Mios immediately pulled him back. Captain, it's not appropriate to expose our trump cards now. If we can't beat us, we won't ask about China's medals. Shinda breathed a sigh of relief. Now is indeed not the time to act on impulse. He will definitely be exposed more by then. And we will discuss how to deal with him then. Mio said. Their national government teams all have intelligence systems. And when Song Jia shows it today, it will soon be used for exchange. After all, as long as it does not harm their own interests, it can be used for exchange. And Song Jia had used defense and brilliance in Osaka Academy before. So Song Jia was not worried about anything. As for the chaos system, he only showed the initial stage. But he is a high-level chaos system. What's more, he has too many cards in his hand. And it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 are exposed. He can't not use magic. Right? We beat the 3 of you. So there is nothing to say now. Right? Bai Dongwei said, straightening his back. The people on the Egyptian team were silent. They thought they would win easily. But they didn't expect this result. The members of their national government team couldn't even take down a Chinese defense team. It's so embarrassing. Just wait. Mios glared at Song Jia with a vengeful look. Song Jia didn't care. They would definitely meet at the World University competition. And then, they would give each other a surprise. The Egyptian team walked out of the national pavilion in dejection. And at this time, there were shouts of joy from inside. It must be said that Song Jia's strength brought them too much shock. At this moment, they finally knew how strong the number 1 on the yellow list was. Ridiculously strong. Lu Yilin was furious as he saw many people surrounding Song Jia. He felt that these people were fence-sitters. When he became the captain, these people were still trying to curry favor with him. And now, they are all trying to curry favor with Song Jia. Song Jia pushed aside the crowd, and his eyes fell on Lu Yilin. He knew that Lu Yilin always stole a glance at Mu Ningxue before. As a boy, how could he not know what the other person was thinking? But this is her wife. It's okay for others to glance at her a few times. But why the hell do you keep stole a glance from time to time? So Song Jia was very unhappy. Shouldn't we fulfill the previous bet? Song Jia looked at him. Lu Yilin gritted his teeth and kowtowed to Song Jia in front of so many people. How is it possible? I was just joking with you before. I hope you don't take it seriously. Lu Yilin replied. It's really unfortunate that I just took it seriously. Song Jia didn't intend to give in. You should have heard of the Lu family in the Magic City. Right? I advise you not to be shameless. Lu Yilin said very hard. He had investigated Song Jia information. But it was all relatively ordinary information. He only knew that he was from Bo City. However, Bo City is just a small city. So Lu Yilin was not afraid at all. He is in the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. Even if he doesn't kneel, what can the other party do to him? Even if you are the first on the yellow list, what can you do? This world is about background and power. I ask you to kneel. You have to kneel. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, a force of space immediately pressed Lu Yilin's body down. Plop! Lu Yilin knelt down without any warning. You? Lu Yilin's body was pressed by the force of space. And he couldn't raise his head at all. He threatened, do you believe that I will make you lose the qualification of the guarding team? Song Jia smiled slightly. He felt that Lu Yilin was like a 3-year-old child. What's his strength? Will they abandon him? What's more, he has someone behind him. Song Jia was not afraid of Lu Yilin's threat. Everyone wanted to know how Song Jia would deal with it, and whether he would let Lu Yilin go because of the Lu family. However, the next second, Song Jia's voice sounded, I'm waiting for you. But before that, you kowtow to me first. Lu Yilin's head lowered involuntarily, and then kowtowed on the ground. At this moment, they all knew that Song Jia was not afraid of the Lu family at all. Bang! Bang! Then, Lu Yilin kowtowed twice more, and Song Jia was about to let him go. Lu Yilin's forehead was covered in blood. He stood up in a rage and pointed at Song Jia and said angrily, "Just wait for me." After that, he turned around and left the pavilion. Song Jia knew Lu Yilin's character. This guy wanted to kill Mo Fan in the beginning. This is a matter of accepting defeat, no matter if you are the Lu family or any other family. Chapter 266. Everyone saw Lu Yilin leave angrily, but they didn't say anything. They were happy because they won again. Bai Dongwei didn't care about this matter. Compared with Song Jia, he felt that Lu Yilin was a little childish. He smiled and said, "Lu Yilin said before that if you win, you will be the captain. So you are the captain of the national pavilion team now. I'd better forget it. Let Mu Ningxue be the captain." Song Jia refused and found another person for him. Bai Dongwei thought about it, and felt that Song Jia would definitely not stay here for too long. Although he didn't know why Song Jia was sent to the national pavilion team. At least now their national pavilion team didn't have to fear anything. With Song Jia and Mu Ningxue, they would not lose even if it was one-on-one. Seeing that Song Jia didn't want to be the captain, Bai Dongwei didn't force it. "Okay. I ask Mu Ningxue when the time comes. If the two of them were the captains, the others would definitely have no objection. After all, their strength is there, and everyone can see it." Mu Ningxue is actually no longer in the Magic City, but has come to Tianshan to practice. Because her ice system has broken through the high level, her ice field must also be upgraded to the power comparable to that of the Soul Seed. And Tianshan is the coldest place in China, which can help her complete the transformation faster. However, during this period, she encountered an incident. That is, she found a woman who was unconscious in the snow. Seeing this, she hurriedly helped the woman up and took her back to her place. Under Mu Ningxue's careful care, the woman gradually got better. At this time, her cell phone rang, and it was Song Jia who opened the phone for her. "Did Bai Dongwei look for you?" "He looked for me, and he asked me to be the captain of the national pavilion team," Mu Ningxue said. She knew that she couldn't become the captain of the national pavilion team for no reason, and Song Jia must have pushed her. "Originally, I fought for this captain position, but I don't like these things, and your strength is second only to mine, so I recommended you." Song Jia continued, "The resources that the captain has are different from those of the team members. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Mu Ningxue understood even though she didn't understand at this time. Song Jia recommended her because the captain has more resources, so he let her be the captain. "Thank you. What are you thanking me for? We are friends. Next time we meet, just take the initiative to kiss me." Then, Mu Ningxue on the other end of the phone was silent. "Is there any situation over there?" Song Jia changed the subject. "I met a comatose woman," Mu Ningxue said. "Comatose woman?" Song Jia thought carefully and realized that this woman was probably Qin Yuer. This Qin Yuer was a disaster victim like Ding Yumian, and her lethality was terrifying. Ding Yumian was a disaster victim of the mind system, and this Qin Yuer was a disaster victim of the ice system. Speaking of Ding Yumian, Song Jia seemed to have not seen each other for a long time. Mu Ningxue seemed to have something going on, so after chatting for a few words, she hung up the phone. Song Jia had nothing else to do these days. If someone from the National Pavilion came to challenge him, Bai Dongwei would ask him to go back, so he didn't have to care about these things at all. Therefore, he was shopping with Ding Yumian these days, or going to places where there were no people. Song Jia and Ding Yumian had had close contact before, so at this time, he could already hold each other's hands and walk on the beach. The sea breeze blew, and now there were only two of them on the beach. Ding Yumian also got permission from Dean Xiao to come to the beach. She looked at Song Jia, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. "What's wrong?" Song Jia could see that Ding Yumian was worried. Ding Yumian asked, "Do you know the victims?" "Yes. If there is a victim around you, are you afraid?" Ding Yumian asked. "Are you not the victim?" Song Jia put his face in front of Ding Yumian and stared at her carefully, with a smile on his face. Ding Yumian's pretty face turned slightly red, and finally nodded. Song Jia smiled and said, "Even if you are a victim, you are also my victim." Ding Yumian nodded heavily after hearing this. Song Jia said, "Didn't you say before that there was a good movie? I bought the ticket. Let's go to see it together." Then, the two came to the cinema, bought popcorn and drinks, and entered the cinema. They watched a love movie, and when the lights went out, the couples here were not honest. Song Jie and Ding Yumian sat at the back, so they could see the couple in front clearly. TSK, 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 TSK. Song Jie said softly. He saw that the hand was stretched in. Do you think they are here to watch a movie, or to find excitement? Song Jie asked. Ding Yumian had no idea about this kind of thing, and her whole body became hot. Song Jie was holding Ding Yumian's little hand at this time, and seemed to be able to sense that the other party was a little nervous. But it was fleeting. At the end of the movie, the hero and heroine finally got together, and then they kissed. At this time, the couples in the hall didn't know what was going on, and they also started kissing. At this moment, Ding Yumian also panicked. She had never experienced such a thing before. Song Jie rubbed the back of Ding Yumian's hand with his thumb, and the latter suddenly turned around. At this moment, he opened his mouth and kissed her with lightning speed. Well, if the girl doesn't take the initiative, then the boy must take the initiative. Ding Yumian didn't struggle, and was kissed by Song Jie, and closed her eyes shyly. I don't know how long it took, until the lights came on. Song Jie let go of his mouth. Ding Yumian's pretty face was red, obviously shy. After the movie, the two went to eat, and then walked outside for a while, before sending Ding Yumian back to her residence. And he returned to the apartment, but he was still alone in the apartment. I don't know where Ai-Tutu went. Song Jie took a shower, and then returned to his bedroom. Although he is very strong now, he can't fall behind in cultivation. Unconsciously, Song Jie didn't know how long it had been. But during this period, he defeated several teams, and their defense team still ranked first. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Glorious Piercing. The 6th outrageous transformation. Gaining the skill. Glorious Piercing Array. The previous Penetrating Sword or Penetrating Soul were single-body mental attacks. However, this Penetrating Array is a group mental attack. As long as Song Jie mental power is stronger, the mental attack range of the Penetrating Array will be wider, and the lethality will be more amazing. Song Jie is also very satisfied with this skill, and at the same time, he is hesitating whether to try the elementary magic strengthened to the 5th level. However, after he awakened the chaos system, the outrageous transformation times are obviously not enough, and now his chaos system has not transformed a few times. After thinking about it, Song Jie still thinks forget it, and wait until later. At the same time, he also remembered one thing. Since the contract with Xiao Yanji, it seems that he has not obtained the other party's ability. Chapter 267. Song Jie mid-level outrageous transformation skill has a contract seizure skill, which can seize the opponent's ability. Previously, he used this skill to seize the shadow ability of the little black cat. He seized Leroy demonization ability, and the space ability of the evil armor robe. Now I don't know if I can seize Xiao Yanji's ability to control fire, although he has only awakened 3 magic systems. By acquiring abilities, he has more than 3 elements. Song Jie did not hesitate, and immediately seized the contract of Xiao Yanji. Ding! Contract seizure is successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to control fire. It really is. Song Jie was overjoyed. If he gained the ability to control fire, could he also merge with Xiao Yanji? Although he does not have the fire system, he has contract fusion, which is to gather the power of other summoned beasts on Xiao Yanji. In this way, it is conceivable how huge the power Xiao Yanji will get. Song Jie was a little excited just thinking about it. Without using the demonization ability, the possession of little Yanji was his biggest trump card. Anyway, any problem can be thrown to little Yanji. Just say it is the effect of possession. Little Yanji lay on Song Jie's shoulder. Seeing Song Jie grinning, it felt that it was being plotted against. Another 10 days passed. The guarding team was as fierce as ever. The national government teams of other small countries came to challenge the team, and they were all beaten by Song Jie. Some of them were particularly arrogant. After the challenge, they had psychological trauma when they saw the Chinese. Ding Yumian had to practice diligently recently, so Song Jie could only practice in his room. But he would go to the National Hall 1 day a week. After all, he couldn't go too far. However, on his way to the National Hall, he suddenly met a few foreigners. These people were very young and imposing. They were probably here to challenge the team. Song Jie bought a small fried bun and scallion pancake at the breakfast shop. Just as he was about to open them and eat, a foreigner on the opposite side came over. Excuse me, do you know how to get to the National Pavilion? A girl with golden eyes wearing ancient costumes and looking very elegant asked. Song Jie thought carefully, and suddenly thought of something. Could this team be the British team? This couldn't be Irene. He looked over and saw Irene staring at the food in his hand. Now Song Jie was more certain of the other party's identity. This foodie was Irene. Do you want to eat? Song Jie handed the food over. Irene nodded. This is for you. Song Jie gave the small fried bun to Irene. The opponent took it and ate one. And a happy expression appeared on his face. It's delicious. Seeing this, the other teammates couldn't help but smile bitterly. The whole team knew that Irene was a foodie. Captain Zheluo saw that Irene was unreliable. So he could only ask himself, excuse me, how do I get to the National Pavilion? Song Jie looked at the man in front of him and said, you guys follow me. The others nodded and followed Song Jie's steps. Irene ate the small fried bun in no time, and was watching Song Jie eat scallion pancakes. The scallion pancakes were much more fragrant than the small fried buns. And Irene couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she saw Song Jie eating. Song Jie was looked at like this, and he was a little embarrassed to eat it. Want to eat? Irene nodded again. Song Jie had no choice but to break off a small piece and handed it to the foodie Irene. Irene didn't dislike it, and took it and swallowed it in one mouthful. And the scallion fragrance immediately hit her taste buds. It's so delicious. Her eyes lit up, as if she had never eaten such delicious food before. We have a lot of delicious food in China. You can try more. Song Jie smiled. Irene nodded. We go after the competition. But I don't know where to go or what's delicious. Most of them are delicious, but there may be some disappointments. Song Jie smiled slightly. Then can you take me with you? We may stay in the Magic City for a few days. Irene looked at Song Jie and pleaded. That's fine. I'm fine anyway. Song Jie nodded. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to say anything. After all, Irene was a British princess. With such an identity, how could they dare to say anything? And they couldn't even curry favor with her. Song Jie brought Irene and others to the door of the National Pavilion. This is the National Pavilion. Thank you. We can go in by ourselves. Zheluo said. It's okay. You are distinguished guests from afar, and it's my duty to take you in. Song Jie felt that these people were quite polite and could be entertained in the style of a great country. Zheluo and others saw that Song Jie had already entered, and immediately followed him. Soon, they entered the National Pavilion and saw Donphan Lai and others at the same time. Donphan Lai and the others also saw Song Jie and Irene, and they all looked puzzled. Why did Song Jie come with the challengers? Irene said. Thank you. Where can I find you after the competition is over? No need to find me. I take you to eat delicious food after the competition is over. Song Jie smiled. At this moment, the others understood that Song Jie was also a member of the National Pavilion team. So you are also a member of the Chinese National Pavilion team? Irene understood. Yes. Song Jie nodded and looked at Zheluo and the others. How do you want to compete? Does your words work? Zheluo asked. Yes. Zheluo said. Then let's have 4-on-4. No problem. Song Jie nodded and looked back at Donphan Lai and the others. Come over quickly. They want 4-on-4. You can have 3 more people. Donphan Lai and the others heard the words, and then selected 3 people, and came behind Song Jie. Irene didn't expect the players to listen to Song Jie so much. So she quickly said, By the way, my name is Irene. What's your name? Song Jie. After Song Jie answered, Bai Dongwei rushed over, but saw that they had already divided into teams. Teacher Bai is here, so you can be our referee. Song Jie smiled. Bai Dongwei was silent. But Song Jie has won many countries for the National Pavilion team, so he has no opinion. Recently, the National Pavilion team has been winning streak, which is very proud of China. And Bai Dongwei was even praised by the leader. At this moment, he has regarded Song Jie as a treasure of the pavilion, and he will not say anything unless it is a matter of discipline. The Chinese National Pavilion team may not be easy to beat. You have to be careful. Zheluo warned. Irene and others nodded. And they also heard that the Chinese National Pavilion team has never lost. This matter is also known by many people. After all, even if it is strong, it would be quite outrageous if it has not lost a single game. Soon, people from both sides came to the competition area. Song Jie looked at Irene and smiled. Do you want to go eat something delicious soon? Yes. Irene nodded immediately. Then, Song Jie made an okay gesture. The members of the British team were all stunned. They didn't know what this meant. Chapter 268. At this time, Instructor Feng Li and Dean Song He also came to the National Pavilion team. They looked at Song Jie and others in the competition area, and they were looking forward to it. Feng Li said, "This is the British National Government team. Can this defense team defend it?" Dean Song He looked at Song Jie confident look. "I think it should be possible." "So sure?" "I believe him." "That's Song Jie?" Feng Li turned his head, and his eyes fell on Song Jie. Dean Song He said, "The higher-ups are paying attention to him. Maybe we can win the first place this time. And it depends on him." Feng Li didn't speak, and I don't know what he was thinking. The game begins. As Bai Dongwei finished speaking, the British team took the lead in completing the magic. Song Jie, who played on the National Pavilion team, only knew Donphan Lai, and was not familiar with the other two. But they knew that they just had to follow Song Jie. Song Jie completed Guanya and threw it towards them. Although Irene ate Song Jie food, she would not hold back on the court. She combined the constellations very quickly, and the high-level water constellations appeared in an instant. Water sky curtain. The light blasted on the water sky curtain in an instant, but it didn't break it. Next, let me summon the beast. One of the men laughed immediately. In an instant, he completed the summoning magic and summoned the golden griffin. The huge body of the golden griffin emerged and roared in the direction of Song Jie and others. "Stop yelling." As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he raised his light again. Explosion, golden rain. In fact, Song Jie explosion golden rain is a bit like the light arrow that falls all the way. However, the explosion golden rain is stronger and more abnormal than the light arrow. "Quickly retrieve the magic tool," Irene said hurriedly. At the same time, her water constellation was completed again, and the water sky curtain blocked them. But the watery sky curtain was pierced and destroyed by the golden rain before it could block it for a few seconds. The next moment, the others also sensed the danger and summoned their own defensive magic tools. The golden griffin originally wanted to show its prowess, but faced with Song Jie exploding golden rain, it was beaten to a grin. In the blink of an eye, it was originally thought that there would be a big battle, but the balance of victory had already tilted towards Song Jie and his team. Irene and others summoned armor magic tools one after another to resist the attack of the golden rain. However, the power of the golden rain was so amazing that they had to retreat. "I can't stand it," one of them said, and immediately withdrew from the competition area. In this way, this person was eliminated. Irene, the summoner Shad, and the suit man Hibbert were still gritting their teeth and holding on. Donphan Lai, "I don't have enough light magic energy. You send them off," Song Jie said loudly. As soon as this was said, Donphan Lai immediately became interested. The British national team is considered to be the strongest among all the countries. Donphan Lai said nothing, and the star map suddenly appeared. And then he whispered, "Fire Fist. Flame Dragon. His talent is the Mutant Star, which can improve his magic skills by 1 level. Others can only release the 3rd level of fire magic, but he can release the 5th level. Flame Dragon. It is the 5th level of the intermediate fire magic skill. Flame like a dragon, breaking through the air. Irene and others are bearing the attack of Jinyu, and they can't spare their hands to face Donphan Lai's attack." In an instant, the long dragon of flame rushed over and rushed them out of the competition area in an instant. Everyone on the British team was stunned. At this moment, they also understood what Song Jie said just now, and it turned out to be this meaning. However, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes and stared at Song Jie not far away. He also understood why the national team had never lost, and it turned out that there was a master in the team. At the same time, he also found out from Song Jie's words just now that the opponent seemed to consume a lot of energy to release such magic, and Zhou Luo did not doubt it. After all, the power of this magic was much stronger than ordinary high-level magic. Otherwise, for people would not be eliminated at once. At this time, Zhou Luo was relieved. If Song Jie cast such magic casually, how could they play? This information may be very useful to others, and it should be able to sell for a good price. Zhou Luo smiled slightly. However, what he did not know was that this was just a smoke bomb released by Song Jie. Irene and others were not injured. At most, they were just hit out. She stood up, and there was no loss on her face. Anyway, they had never lost, so they did not care about losing the medal of China. It was just that the others were different. They had never been eliminated like this. Some people even did not have time to release magic. And the opponent did not give them any chance. Irene asked, "It's over. Can you take me to eat delicious food later?" Irene eliminated 4 people. It was obvious that the Chinese pavilion team won. Seeing this, Bai Dongwei's nervous expression turned into joy. He didn't expect to win again. And win so easily. "Okay." Song Jia nodded. Everyone saw their conversation, and didn't know what to say. The British team didn't dare to provoke the princess. So they could only let the other party do whatever they wanted. Feng Li and Dean Song He were extremely surprised. They didn't expect the competition to end so quickly. Dean Song He said, "It's true that he is the one chosen by the higher-ups. He is very powerful." Feng Li nodded at this time, which was considered to be his recognition of Song Jia. After leaving the National Pavilion, Song Jia took Irene to the nearby food street. This food street is full of delicious food. And the online reviews are very good. It basically covers the food of the whole country. You can think of it here. Irene entered the food street and was dazzled. She wanted to try everything. Song Jia was also very doting. As long as Irene liked it, he would buy it for her. After a while, both of them had food in their hands and couldn't take it down. "Thank you for bringing me to eat so many delicious foods." Irene was eating something in her mouth and couldn't speak clearly. But Song Jia could still translate it. Irene is British. And she is also a beautiful woman. So the men around her all looked at her with envy. "Are you full? If not, we will buy more later." Song Jia smiled. Irene said, "I'm full." "I'm full." They walked and chatted. Irene asked, "What skill did you use just now? It was too strong and caught us off guard." "That's my mutant skill, which consumes a lot of magic power when used. I can probably use it once now," Song Jia explained. "I see." Irene took a bite of stinky tofu. Although it felt stinky, it was really good. "With your strength, how can you be in the National Pavilion team?" Song Jia explained. "Oh, I was not satisfied with the instructor's arrangement, so I was put back. So, thank you for treating me to delicious food. We will see you on the court then," Irene said. "Okay." Chapter 269. The next morning, Song Jia was notified to come to the National Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he saw Dean Songhe and instructor Feng Li. It was obvious that the other party was looking for him on purpose. Song Jia also knew that he was going back to the national team. "They are almost done there. So I came to inform you to return to the national team," Feng Li said. "Their side?" Song Jia knew that Feng Li was referring to the tribunal. Before, the tribunal borrowed his Xiao He to purge the Black Church undercover hidden in the tribunal. It took them more than a month to finally eliminate all the cancer hidden by the Black Church in the tribunal. Song Jia asked, "When will I leave?" "Tomorrow at the latest." "Got it." Song Jia nodded. Song Jia, work hard. We are optimistic about you, Dean Songhe said with a smile. At this time, those who heard that Song Jia was going back to the national team were envious. At the same time, they also knew that Song Jia could return to the national team, which was based on his real strength. They all gave in. However, Bai Dongwei kept sighing. What should they do now that Song Jia is gone? And now Mu Ningxue hasn't come back yet. And it's unknown whether they can keep their undefeated record. Afterwards, Feng Li told the Guofu team where they were now, and then gave some instructions before leaving the Guoguan. At this time, Ai Jiangtu and the others were in Peru. Song Jia remembered that place was quite dangerous, and they would encounter a group of strange birds. Song Jia did not stay in the Guoguan team, but came to the Qitian hunting house. Wang Weimingjian asked him to take the Ningwazu back to the country and let him figure it out himself. Of course, Song Jia was not polite. This was a good treasure and should be useful. When he arrived at the Qitian hunting house, Old Man Bao was already waiting for him in the store. Old Man Bao, where is the Ningwazu? Old Man Bao said. I thought you didn't need this thing. I wanted to sell it to us and split the profit 50-50. This Ningwazu is very useful to me. And is there any energy in it? Song Jia asked. Wang Weimingjian had mentioned to him before that after the condensed pearl was refined, there was an energy inside that he could use at will. Old Bao nodded. There is indeed an energy inside that can enhance mental power. But it may be a bit huge, and you may not be able to bear it. So I think it's better to let your summoned beast come. The summoned beast can bear it. Wang Weimingjian had also said before that it can be used by summoned beasts to enhance their strength. However, Song Jia also wanted to try it himself. After all, his spiritual realm is a bit low now. Okay. Then I take it back and give it to them to try. Song Jia nodded. After leaving Qitian hunting house, Song Jia came to where Tang Yu lived. The trial meeting had ended, so Tang Yu asked him to go to where she lived and bring Xiao He back to him. Try the energy of this condensed pearl. Song Jia took out the condensed pearl after he finished speaking. Then, he sat cross-legged on the sofa and looked at the condensed pearl, and then probed a trace of thought into it. At the same time, Song Jia also turned himself into a demon just in case. When he slowly absorbed the energy in the condensed pearl, he suddenly felt that his mental power had improved. It works! Song Jia was overjoyed. In this way, his mental realm could be improved a lot. Anyway, he didn't need energy to replenish his demonization, so this energy could be used to improve his mental power. I don't know how long it took. Song Jia woke up from his practice and smiled. In the mental realm, there are 3 levels in total, and 9 small realms at the same time. The first to third realms are divided into small realms. The 4th and 6th realms are middle realms, and the 7th and 9th realms are large realms. And his current realm has reached the 6th realm, which can be said to have reached the peak of the middle realm. It is only 1 step away from entering the large realm. And the higher the mental realm, the stronger the magic against mental attacks, which is equivalent to the elemental magic having a spirit seed or soul seed amplification. In the evening, the door was opened and Tang Yu came back from outside. Just after entering the door, a black shadow suddenly attacked her and knocked her against the wall. Before Xiao He could react, he was taken back into the contract space. You are still so bad. When Tang Yu came in, she saw clearly who the person was, so she laughed and scolded. What's wrong? Look at your hands. Where are they? Tang Yu's nose trembled slightly, as if she hadn't felt this way for a long time. It's been so long. Have you missed me? Song Jia smiled slightly, and then moved closer to Tang Yu's face. He could hear the light voice clearly. In an instant, a ball of fire exploded in his heart, and his whole body seemed to have more strength. You are so bad. What's wrong with you? As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, her red lips were suddenly blocked. Before she could do anything, she was picked up by Song Jia and walked towards the sofa. The next day, Song Jia took a plane to Hamishing, Peru early in the morning. Mo Fan encountered a strange bird when he went to Hamishing before, but he did not. At this time, in a tavern in Hamishing, Ai Jiang Tu, Mu Nujio and others were drinking. Jiang Xiaoshu, I heard that Senior Song is coming back? Zhao Mannian came over and asked. Mo Fan heard this and also came over. Song Jia is a big shot, and they will definitely have to hold on to the big shot when they go to train next. I asked him, and he told me that he will arrive today. As soon as Jiang Xiaoxu finished speaking, a man suddenly walked in from outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. He had yellow skin and looked similar to them. It was obviously one of their own. Is this the other person? Zhao Mannian looked at the man and said. This time, the Guofu team replaced 2 people. Li Kaifeng and Zhou Zhu were eliminated because of their poor performance. This is the new elimination system set by the Guofu team, which makes them feel oppressed. It's him. Mo Fan looked at the door and knew who was coming. It was Lu Yilin from the Guoguan team. Lu Yilin came to the crowd and greeted them with a smile. Hello everyone. I am Lu Yilin from the Lu family in Modu. Others didn't say anything, but Ai Jiangtu, as the captain, of course had to say some polite words. Welcome to join, Ai Jiangtu said. Lu Yilin nodded. His eyes stopped on Jiang Xiaoshu for a moment, and then looked at Mu Nujio not far away. He smiled slightly and said, Jiao, long time no see. Please call me by my name. Mu Nujio said unceremoniously. When they were in the Guofu team before, Lu Yilin stuck to her like a dog-skin plaster, which made her very annoyed. Now, the other party has come to the Guofu team again. Lu Yilin smiled, pretending not to care, and sat aside. Jiang Xiaoshu didn't even look at Lu Yilin, but when she saw a message, she immediately perked up. What's wrong? Zhao Mannian asked. Jiang Xiaoshu smiled and said, Song Jia is coming. The next moment, they all looked towards the door of the tavern. Chapter 270. Everyone. Long time no see. A familiar voice came from the door of the tavern. Ai Jiangtu and others turned their heads and saw Song Jia coming in from outside. When Lu Yilin saw Song Jia, He couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect this guy to return to the Guifu team so soon. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan were the most active. They stepped forward and hugged Song Jie fiercely. Brother Jie. Senior Song. Song Jie looked at them with contempt. Okay. Let go quickly. The beauty was right in front of him. How could she hug these two grown men? Especially Munugio. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Now seeing Munugio. She was so tender. Song Jie came over and stretched out his hand to hug Jiang Xiaoshu and Munugio in his arms. Two big beauties. Long time no see, Song Jie said while taking advantage. Jiang Xiaoshu joked. I thought you wouldn't come back. How is that possible? Song Jie smiled. And then saw Munugio blushing. Oh! This is Munugio. Blushing is also beautiful. Lu Yilan looked at Song Jie holding Munugio. And his heart was full of anger. He felt that this guy was always competing with him for women. It was obviously intentional. However, Song Jie didn't even look at him, and concentrated on chatting with the two beauties. Mu Tinjing on the side was jealous. She thought Song Jie would come over to hug her. But he didn't. She stamped her feet, and could only drink alone. Nan Rongyi glanced at Song Jie, then retracted her gaze, with some envy in her eyes. Jiang Xiaoshu said, It's great that you are back. So we will be much safer when we go to the ruins of the ancient city. Ruins of the ancient city? Song Jie was slightly startled, and then began to recall the plot. It's like this. It's not enough to rely on the national government team to give us resources. So we also want to get some resources. Jiang Xiaoshu explained. Song Jie nodded. When do we leave? Jiang Xiaoshu said. It's not urgent now. After all, we have just arrived in Hamisheng not long ago. We should leave in a day or two. Did any treasure appear over there? I don't know. But I heard that there were thunder and lightning over there. And it is very likely that something good has appeared. Jiang Xiaoshu continued. Maybe a soul seed has appeared. Everyone heard this and thought that if a soul seed really appeared, they would also be able to get a lot of resources. Lu Yilan had just come to the Guifu team. But the others ignored him at all, and seemed to be circling around Song Jie. He felt that he was suddenly isolated, which made him want to smash the wine glass. Since he couldn't talk to Jiang Xiaoshu and Munugio, he could find someone else. Lu Yilan came to Mu Tinjing with a wine glass. You are Mu Tinjing from the Mu family. Right? My name is Lu Yilan, and I am glad to meet you. Lu Yilan smiled. However, Mu Tinjing was still angry and ignored Lu Yilan, who suddenly came. Lu Yilan clenched his fists, holding back a surge of anger. But he suppressed it. Song Jie drank and chatted with the two beauties, glancing at Lu Yilan from the corner of his eye. It seemed that Lu Yilan wanted to kill Mo Fan in Peru before. So would he want to kill him this time? At night, Jiang Xiaoshu saw Song Jie coming, so she drank with peace of mind. After she got drunk, Munugio sent her back to her room. However, when she returned to her room and wanted to close the door, a hand suddenly grabbed the door. Munugio looked up and saw Song Jie at the door. Before she could react, Song Jie went in like a rat. The lights in the room were not turned on, and there were only two shadows moving in the darkness. At the same time, there was a voice that made people daydream. If they wanted to go to the ancient desert city, they had to pass through the Gobi Valley in Peru, and they had never been to this place. So they could only bite the bullet and go through the Gobi Valley. Hot wind blew, and there was sand in the wind. Everyone was already walking on the desert of the Gobi Valley. Soon, they came to a long and narrow canyon. There are many forbidden moonstone demons in here. They are at the level of war generals, so we can't fight them head-on. Nanyu said at this time. What should we do? Nanyu explained. I have 3 element instruments here. As long as the 3 element instruments are fixed in 3 positions, those forbidden moonstone demons will not attack us at that time. Is it really that magical? Zhao Manyan asked. We will know after trying it later. Nanyu didn't say anything more, and then took out 3 element instruments like gyroscopes. She continued. One is inserted at the entrance of the canyon, another in the middle, and the other one may need to be deeper. I take the deep one. Ai Jiantu has the space system, so he knows that he is most suitable for the last one. There is another one to be inserted in the middle of the canyon. Does any one of you volunteer? Nanyu asked. However, many of them pretended not to hear anything. After all, there are many general-level demons in this canyon. If this elemental instrument is useless, they may be besieged by the forbidden moonstone demon. Whether they can come out alive at that time is still a question. Song Jie smiled slightly, and immediately looked at Lu Yilin. At this time, Jiang Xiaoshu and Mu Tinjing also caught Song Jie's gaze, and followed him to look at Lu Yilin. Then, the others also looked at Lu Yilin. At this moment, Lu Yilin panicked. Why are you looking at me? What the hell are you looking at me for? Newcomers are here. How can you not show off? Lu Yilin. You won't dare. Right? Song Jie looked at him and smiled. Everyone knew that this was a provocation. But Lu Yilin was too proud to say it. He looked at everyone, hesitating in his heart, not knowing whether to go. Not going. That means he doesn't dare. Then he will definitely not be able to raise his head in the national team in the future. Go! It is very likely to be dangerous. And it will be dangerous at that time. Just as he was hesitating, Jiang Xiaoshu and Mu Nujio turned their heads away, and didn't look at him again. At this moment, he finally plucked up the courage and stood up resolutely and said, I will go. As the son of the Lu family, Lu Yilin has good talent. But he never thought that he would be suppressed so badly by Song Jie. In order to win back his face, and prove that he is not worse than Song Jie, he must stand up. Okay. Enough people. Then get ready. And then we will press the button together. Nan Yu said at this time. Ai Jiangtu and Lu Yilin nodded, waiting for Nan Yu to give orders. The captain will go first. And then Lu Yilin. Nan Yu said. Ai Jiangtu nodded. The constellation emerged, and took the lead in releasing the instant movement towards the canyon. Lu Yilin had no way to retreat. He released the wind track, and ran straight to the center of the canyon. Nan Yu came to the entrance of the canyon by himself, and then inserted the element instrument. The others looked in their direction, waiting for them to insert the element instrument into the soil. Soon, Ai Jiangtu arrived at the deep position first, and Lu Yilin was about to reach the middle position.